Story. It was great, wasn't it? Haruki whispered to Jun. I think this could be a winning piece as long as we edit it nicely. Jun nodded, still absorbed in Pop's words. The other team had opted for a more aesthetic approach. They couldn't beat them in their own game. So, Jun and his team had chosen something different, something raw, more like a realistic vlog. Pops, noticing the camera still rolling, chuckled. You all sure know how to make an old man feel special. I don't know what you're gonna do with all this talking, but I hope it's good for you. It's more than good, Jun said, smiling warmly, signaling for Uno to end the video. The old man's face softened, and he offered, why don't you all come inside for a bit? Do you want some food? Hannah warily looked at the cameraman before shaking her head. I don't think we can do that, Pops. The old man's face fell, so Jun quickly saved the situation. They never told us about it being forbidden, he smiled. We'll go if that's all right with you. Of course, Pops exclaimed. I can give you some snacks, boiled corn and bananas if that's all right. Casper's face lit up. More than enough, Pops. Thank you. The others looked at Jun with hesitation, but he nodded in assurance, so they all followed Pops inside his small home. It looks exactly what they expected it to be. The house was simple but cozy, with wooden furniture that had clearly seen many years of use. A few faded photographs decorated the walls, and a large, framed picture of a beautiful woman was in the center. Her eyes were soft and kind, and her smile was full of life. That's my wife, Pops said, noticing their gazes lingering on the photo. His voice was filled with pride, and it was clear that the woman in the picture meant everything to him. Jun hesitated for a moment before asking, Is it okay if we continue filming? Pops nodded, waving his hand dismissively. Go ahead. I don't mind. Just don't mind me, either. Jun carefully set the camera on the table, adjusting it so that it captured only Pops. They all gathered around, taking seats on the worn-out cushions on the floor, ready to hear more of Pop's story. How long have you lived here? Uno asked. At that point, the scene faded into a different scene, one that showed the other team's progress. However, those words still resonated with the cast members on site. All my life, Pops replied, his eyes glazing as he recalled the past. This land was my father's before it was mine, and his father's before that. Wow. Haruki breathed out, clearly impressed. That's a long time. Pops chuckled softly, nodding. It is. A lifetime, really. Did you ever want more? Jun asked carefully. Like, did you ever wish you could have done something different? Lived somewhere else? For a moment, Pops turned silent. It seemed like he was searching for the right words. Then he finally spoke. I did, he admitted. At one point in my life, I did. Don't we all? They all nodded. Living. As entertainers, it did feel like they always wanted more. It was just the nature of their job. I was young and restless, like all of you. I thought about leaving, going to the city, and making something big of myself. There was always that little voice in the back of my head telling me I was meant for more. He paused, glancing at the photo of his wife before continuing. But then I met her, and suddenly, all those dreams of more didn't seem so important anymore. I found someone I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, and I realized that it didn't matter if we had less. It just mattered that we had each other. The room was quiet, feeling touched by the old man's words. Pops continued, his voice growing more thoughtful. Isn't it funny? We come into this world with nothing, yet we always crave something more. We're always chasing after things, thinking they'll make us happy. But in the end, it's the simple things that bring us the most joy. A good day's work, a meal shared with loved ones, the warmth of a home. Those are the things that matter. Jun swallowed, feeling like he was being hit with multiple stones. And that's the beauty of life. Pops went on, his eyes twinkling. When we protect what is dear to us, when we sacrifice for those we love, that's when life truly means something. Jun found himself nodding along, absorbing every word. He could see it now, the bigger picture. He felt the same way. He was doing all of this for his loved ones to protect. Eve in the dreams of young idols who wanted to make something out of themselves in this harsh industry. Hearing it from someone else placed things into perspective, and he was reassured he was going on the right path. Can we meet her? Jun asked softly, gesturing to the photo of Pop's wife. Pop's smile faltered just a bit, and he shook his head slowly. She's sick, he whispered. Been bedridden for a while now, but she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever known. Number 896. Chapter 896. Jun's editing skills are challenged. For some reason, Lena was getting bored with watching the other team. Somehow, it was going too well for them. So, when Jun's team was shown once again, a small smile appeared on her face. You can stay here while I harvest more vegetables. You have to edit the video, right? Pops asked as he placed a wide brim hat over his head. Edit? Haruki smiled in amusement. Yes, Pops. If that's all right. Go ahead, Pops said. Just don't be too noisy since my wife may wake up. They nodded in understanding and went ahead with delegating one of the most important tasks, editing. Uno brought out the laptop that the crew had provided for them and transferred the videos to the laptop. Now, who's good at editing? He asked. Casper shook his head. I can only do basic editing. I can't do those special effects that you want to add. They turned to Haruki, who raised his arms in surrender. Again, don't look at me. I'm clueless with these things. Hana cleared her throat in embarrassment. I'm a great actress, but I can't pretend to know how to edit a video. Uno scratched the back of his neck. Jun, you're talented in music production, right? Yes. Casper exclaimed, appearing even prouder than Jun. He's the best. Then, you must have a knack with video editing, too. They're pretty similar, Uno said, sliding the laptop toward Jun without his consent. Jun scratched the back of his neck. In theory, he was good at music production. However, his skills were provided by Fu. Well, Jun is good at everything, even if it's his first try. You're right about that. He can do this. I believe in Jun. Go, team. I'm rooting for you. It doesn't have to be complicated, Casper said. We do want those wind effects and the background music, he added. Jun remained silent as he pulled the laptop closer to him. Hana even helped him put on the headphones so he could concentrate further. He looked at all the footage and let out a sigh. Jun truly didn't have an idea, but he did just what his guts told him to. He had a pretty good track record of trying out new things. This will probably work for him. With that, he got to work while the others chattered among themselves. Jun tuned out his environment, clicking away at the laptop. The others looked at him with amusement. He looks like those hackers we see in kid films, Haruki said in amusement. I don't think he can hear us, Uno added with a smile. All right, I just need to get through this firewall, Casper said, adding in the commentary as the cameraman filmed Jun. Jun's eyebrows furrowed, causing them to chuckle. Then, we need to hack the system by going through the matrix. This is pretty tough, Casper added as the others continued to laugh. They are so cute. Honestly, I feel like this type of friendship is really precious. Well, Pop's words really got to me. I'm sure that hearing it together is also life-changing. But if I just go through the plasmodium instead of the wall crack, then we'll be able to make it faster, Casper continued, now adding random words. And finally, we're in, he ended his statement, and along with that, Jun removed his headphones. I'm done, Jun said, finally looking at the rest of his teammates. He frowned when he saw the surprised look on their faces. No way, Haruki said. You just predicted that? Hana shook her head in disbelief. Your chemistry is really out of this world. How close are you guys, Eve? Very close, Casper smiled. Jun remained confused. What are you guys talking about? They shook their heads. Watch it on the show, Uno said. By the way, are you done? Yeah, Jun said. I haven't played it back, so I don't know how good it is. How long have we left? He asked the cameraman. The cameraman looked at his timer. Less than 3 minutes, he said. Jun clicked his tongue. Well, it looks like we're sticking with this one. The others nodded and gathered around him. Jun's hand hovered above the play button. Once everyone was settled, he pressed play. The cameraman merely filmed their reaction. The video played, and the looks on their faces couldn't be painted. What is this? Haruki muttered, wondering what he was watching. Jun's eyes widened. What did I do? He asked. Uno's eyes narrowed while Hana placed her hand over her mouth, stifling a chuckle. Casper pursed his lips, not wanting to say anything. He stood by the fact that Jun did well in everything. What's with their reactions? I can't predict what the video is. Girl, it's obviously bad. Yeah, Haruki is holding in tears while Hana is holding in her laughter. Uno looks constipated while Casper looks like he just ate something bad. Oh, I can't wait to watch the video. I don't think we should anticipate it that much. What are we going to do? Haruki finally asked, concern heard in his voice. Uno let out a sigh. You know what, this might actually work. This editing style is trending these days. Yes, I've seen it somewhere, Casper said. Jun clicked his tongue. Don't lie. Well, Hana muttered. If we're going for laughter, then Time's up, the cameraman exclaimed. Please render your video and head back to the garden. The other's eyes widened in surprise. What? Haruki asked. We haven't even watched the entire video. Sorry, the cameraman said. I'm just following orders. They sighed and did as they'd been told, all while muttering assurances to each other. Hey, it's okay, Casper said. It's not finished though, Jun said. You didn't get to see the last part. It's going to be funny, and that's all that matters, Casper added, attempting to make Jun feel better. However, it wasn't really working. With that, they were forced to hand over the laptop to the cameraman and leave. However, before they could take a step out of Pop's small house, someone suddenly spoke. The voice of an old lady. Honey, number 897. Chapter 897, Pablo's pretty video. That's his wife, I think, Hannah said. Crap, Haruki muttered. Were we too loud? Honey, the voice repeated. What are we going to do? Pops is out in the field, Uno said. Someone say that to the old woman, Casper instructed. They all turned to Jun, who was innocently putting away the skins of the bananas they'd eaten. Jun frowned. What? He asked. Didn't Pop say that he looked like you before? Why don't you go in? I don't want to be scolded, Casper said. I'll be waiting outside, the cameraman said. Make sure to go out in 3 minutes. They nodded and continued to push Jun toward the door. Jun clicked his tongue and went to the room, wanting to get it over with. Moreover, he had a soft spot for old ladies, not in a weird way. From time to time, he still missed his grandma. With that, he carefully opened the door. Ma'am, he softly said. There, he saw an old woman lying down on the small bed. The half of her face was covered with the blanket, but her eyes could be seen. Honey, she repeated. Jun scratched the back of his head. Sorry for that, ma'am. We came down here to visit Pops. He's out on the field right now. Oh, she muttered. I see. Jun hummed. Do you want me to fetch him? She shook her head. That's all right, she said. Although her lips couldn't be seen, it was obvious she was smiling through her eyes. I'm glad that my husband is back to farming. It was another thing he loved. Yes, it appears as such, Jun said. Yes, she smiled. I'm glad. Now, I can go, she softly said. Huh? Jun asked, not hearing what she had just said. What was that? Nothing, she said. I'm glad that you came here and told me this thing. In return, I shall tell you something. Jun frowned as the old woman suddenly placed her hand over his. Sometimes, the thing you are looking for is just right under your nose. Jun's frown deepened. Now go, she said. I hear them waiting for you. Jun was still confused, but he felt like he had no choice but to comply. Okay, he said. Get well soon, ma'am. She smiled once again. I am well, she said. Do not worry. Jun nodded and finally went out of the room. There, he saw the others waiting for him. Well, did she scold you? Hannah asked. Jun shook his head. No, he said. She's sweet, just like Pops. The others sighed in relief. Well, let's go now. They must be waiting for us, Haruki said. They nodded and finally went out of the house. There, they saw Pops, farming from afar. They called his name and waved goodbye, to which he responded with an equally enthusiastic smile and wave. Then, they walked back to the garden, where a large white projector was already set up. The other team was also already there, sitting on one side. There they are, Ramel exclaimed. What took you guys so long? Don't scold them, Ramel, Pablo said. I'm sure they needed all the time they could get. Ramel shook his head. Fine, he said. Anyway, our voters are already here. Currently, only your cameramen know the content of the video. Therefore, they will be abstaining from the vote. Jun looked around at the staff members. There were around 30 of them around, with Ramel PD in the very middle. Again, this will be a blind vote. Now please play the first video. Kaya, I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this since the beginning of the show. It won't be a blind vote for us. Pablo's team's video is playing. Indeed, the first video was that of Pablo and his team. The first shot, which showed the pretty sun, had the staff members nodding in amazement. Wow, that's so pretty, Hannah said. Then, it transitioned to the fields and the colorful flowers. The sound of the birds chirping accompanied the heavenly view, which added to the wow factor. Wow, this is so pretty. I would like to live in this place. I would vote for this based on visuals alone. Not only that, but their team decided to pull out the wild card. Various shots of animals were included, causing them to awe out of cuteness. Pablo smiled proudly, but he concealed it, not wanting to give away that it was their video. To put the cherry on top, they included a 360 view of the entire place. It definitely impressed the judges, even Ramel PD. How could they do that without the proper equipment? He muttered, writing some stars on his clipboard. Then, it faded to black, signaling the end of the video. The staff members, along with the cast members, clapped loudly. "Ah, we're ruined," Haruki muttered when he remembered how Jun edited their video. Uno shook his head. "I still think we have a chance," he whispered. Jun intertwined his fingers on top of his lap. He had a big picture for the video. He wasn't able to translate it well during the first part, but he wished that it would be shown in the latter portion. "All right, let the first video marinate in your minds," Ramel PD. It was a very pretty video, by the way. Whoever made it seems to have an artistic mind. The other staff members nodded in agreement. The next video needed to be incredibly beautiful so they could rate it even higher. I'm so excited for the next one. It's Jun's team next. They built the anticipation so much. Please don't expect too much from our kitty. He's not the best in this. The video finally played. It started off with a black screen, a mistake on Jun's part. He didn't realize he had placed a title sequence in the beginning. Then, the words "put title here" were shown, causing him to purse his lips. Meanwhile, the others chuckled in amusement. His teammates couldn't bear to watch their video. Even Uno, who voiced out his support, turned away in embarrassment. Then, the first scene finally played. Number 898. Chapter 898, Life is Just Is. Did Jun really do this? FCK, I'm so proud of him. Since when did he learn about trends? This trend is relatively new, too. Jun is a genius. The next cut after the title sequence was Pops, standing in front of the field. Ready, go. A cue was even heard from behind the camera. Hannah shook her head and placed her hands over her face. However, she heard chuckles coming from the staff, which made her slowly retreat her hands. Then, just as Pops was about to speak, it cut to the next scene. In short, only a breath was heard in the first clip. Another round of chuckles was heard from the staff. The next scene was Pops planting some rice and falling onto his butt. However, before he could land, it switched to another scene again. "Rice," he merely said. The chuckles had now turned into laughter, making Jun confused. "Ah," he muttered. Now, he realized what had happened in the first minute of the clip. Instead of cutting out the bad parts, he mistook them and cut out the good parts instead. Therefore, all of these were the cuts that supposedly didn't make it in. It's the iconic Gen Z editing. I make my Gen Z in turn edit my video trend. I love these videos when they come up on my licklock. They're the best at promoting products nowadays. I agree. Jun pulled it off perfectly. Truly, since these were the bad cuts, they didn't flow coherently. The clips felt out of place, yet somehow, it also felt right. The next scene was Pops frolicking around the field. People who don't eat rice have mommy issues. That, I agree with. LOL. What are these controversial takes? It's all just breathing, falling, scenes of planted wheat, and some funny opinions. This is the best. Jisung covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. This was right up his alley. It seemed like the crew was enjoying it, too. It differed from the slow-paced, aesthetic video that Pablo's team had put out. Instead, it was the type of video that was so bad that you couldn't take your eyes away from it. Not going to lie, this is hella entertaining. Yeah, Pablo's video was really pretty borderline professional, but our attention span is so cooked these days that this satisfies it. But it really lacks the depth that Pablo's team had. I agree. It would be weird to let this video win when it doesn't contribute anything except for laughter. Just then, as Pops showed a thumbs up to the camera, some sad piano music played in the background. Fortunately, it seemed tastefully done since Jun was actually talented in editing audio. Ramel PD wiped the tears from his eyes as the sad piano music filled the garden. "What's this?" he muttered, finding it even more hilarious. "This is so random," Pablo exhaled. "Why? Is music suddenly playing?" Then, the next scene was finally shown, causing the laughter to die down. The others turned to Jun with surprise. They had to stop watching at this part a while ago, so they didn't expect Jun to add the scene of their conversation with Pops. Fortunately, this didn't need much editing. He just cut out the part where he talked about his wife and talked about life instead. "Life," Pops started off. The others started paying more attention. "Sometimes we think too much about it," he continued. "What is life? What is my purpose? What is the answer to all of these questions?" The once laughter-filled garden was now silent, with only the sound of the old man's voice resonating through the speakers. Life is something we keep trying to solve, even though there might not be a solution. I've spent so much time wondering about its purpose, questioning what it all means. He paused for a second, and at that moment, the music swelled, sounding more beautiful than ever. It made the others pay even greater attention to his words. Oh crap, they pulled out the humorous emotional duo. What did we expect from Jun? Definitely not this. Why is it so well edited all of a sudden? It's not that it's well edited. It's just not edited that much. This feels so raw that I can't help but think I'm conversing with my real grandpa. I miss that old man. However, Pops finally continued. Maybe there isn't a clear answer, and maybe that's okay. We're told that everything has meaning, that everything that happens for a reason. Sometimes I believe that too. But other times, searching for that meaning feels like a trap that makes life lose its magic. Jun nodded in agreement. He was being sucked into the video he edited, too. Pop's words were filled with so much wisdom, and he was thankful that he was able to capture it on camera and play it for other people. Maybe life is just about what happens without needing a reason. You're sad? It just is. You're sick? It just is. There are things we can't change, no matter how much we want to. But what we can change is how we react. We chase happiness like it's something we can capture, but we forget that it's something we create within ourselves. Oftentimes, we stand at a crossroads. What road will make us happier? However, how can we be sure that any choice will make us happy? The question caused Ramel PD to hold his breath. He, too, had experienced a lot of crossroads. And until now, he still wondered what it would be like if he had taken a different path. Pop's words seemed to enlighten him. We can't. Pop smiled, the warmth reaching his eyes. At the end of the day, life is just what it is, both meaningless and meaningful at the same time. So, I think the best thing we can do is laugh, make memories, and stop worrying about how little time we have. Because in the end, life just is, and maybe that's all it needs to be. Number 899. Chapter 899, The Shocking Reveal. And just like that, the scene faded to black. However, it didn't end at that. Like they had gone full circle, a credit sequence was inputted. As expected, though, it didn't contain anything except for the template. Credits. Insert name here. Insert role here. That elicited another round of chuckles from the crowd, but it was the type that didn't find it dumb. However, it felt more of a lighthearted conclusion to such a beautiful video. Crap, I didn't think this show would make me cry. I thought this was supposed to be a survival show. Thanks for making me remember my dead grandpa. But in all honesty, that was really good. It was so funny at first that I felt like it would lack depth. But it was the right amount of everything. Jun is a genius. Do you think he meant for the video to come out that way? Casper glanced at Jun. That was so good, he muttered. Thanks, Jun said back. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. Pablo pursed his lips and shook his head, almost as if he had accepted his defeat. At the end of the day, how could he even think of beating Jun? The guy was overpowered to the maximum. Yet, he always stayed humble, so even then, a lot of people tend to underestimate him. Juni clenched his fists under his legs. He thought their team was 100% going to win. He edited their video so tastefully, and he couldn't believe that a poorly edited video could potentially beat their team. No, he muttered. They'll pull through. The voting began, and the staff whipped out their phones to choose the team on an online poll. Without hesitation, Ramel PD clicked on an option. As a PD, his criteria for the video was its potential to go viral. Among the two, there was a clear winner. After a while, the voting finally came to an end. Ramel PD cleared his throat. The results are in, he started off. Uno and Haruki glanced at each other with knowing looks on their faces. The team that had won is the first team, Ramel PD exclaimed, also sounding surprised. Juni jumped up in his seat while Mimi and the others looked at each other with shock. Even Pablo, the mastermind behind the camera, couldn't quite believe it. Juni turned to his teammates and smiled. This is great, he said. We really did a good job. Jisung scratched the back of his neck. He didn't feel too good about winning when he liked the other team's video better. Ramel PD also looked at the results of the poll. He couldn't be mistaken. The score was 51% to 49%. It was a pretty small margin, but the first team really won. He hummed. They still have a long way to go. They can't see the potential of the video to go viral. But then again, maybe this was for the best. He could already imagine the comments raging because of their unexpected win. It would further increase the engagement of the show. Oh, come on. I quite like Pablo's team's video, but it was pretty shallow compared to the other team's video. Is technicality a criterion in this? If not, then I don't see how the first team could win. Guys, Jun doesn't even look upset. Can we chill out a bit? Jun's team sighed. However, they weren't too disappointed. Maybe because their stomachs were already full. Well, it's a good thing we ate those bananas and corn, Hannah whispered. Uno nodded. I had 3 each. Honestly, I don't think I could eat more. Me too, Jun said. Me 3, Haruki muttered. Pops fed me rice, Casper suddenly said. That led their team to smile and chuckle in amusement, not really minding their loss. The video was really beautiful, though, Hannah complimented. The first part was really funny, so I thought we could win with humor. But you pulled a hidden move at the very end there. Jun shrugged. Pop's words were way too comforting for us to keep to ourselves. Meanwhile, the reaction on the other team continued to be lukewarm. Well, we worked hard, Pablo said. Mimi pursed her lips and nodded. Junny couldn't hide his smile. Even if Jun's video captured the theme of the challenge more, Junny had something that he didn't have a connection. As a returning cast member, he had built relationships with some of the cast members. Of course, they would win. He had hinted to the other staff, whom he was close with, to vote for the first video. As promised, Ramel PD started off, capturing their attention. Only the winning team will be getting the prize. Honestly, I was surprised at first when I saw Pops in your video, he added. Then, he brought out a bag of bananas and corn. He's the one who provided this for us, he smiled. It's freshly harvested from his farm. Jun's team pursed their lips together to hide their reaction. Their cameraman, too, stifled a chuckle. Oh goodness, did they really win? The other team had already eaten it before them. This doesn't make me too upset about the loss now. The first team happily took their prize, while Jun's team remained silent. They began to have their lunch. Jisung went to where Jun and Casper were and offered them some of the food. However, the two shook their heads. Just eat it, gee, Casper said. Jisung pouted. But I feel bad. Don't, Casper warned. You'll regret feeling bad for us after you watch this episode. Jun nodded in agreement, while Jisung remained confused. As the other team continued to eat, Ramel PD decided to strike up a conversation with Jun's team. Pops is a great guy, right? He asked. Their team nodded in agreement. I first met the old man when we were doing an ocular survey here. The next house is a 2-hour walk away. So imagine our fright when we saw an old man standing from afar. However, the other locals said that Pops is harmless. He just visits the farmhouse when he misses his wife. His children even spearhead the harvest of their crops. So the reason is truly because of his wife. Right? Hannah chuckled. Pops loves his wife so much. But why does she stay at the farmhouse while Pops stays with his children? Ramel PD frowned, directing his gaze at them. What do you mean? He asked. Why is the old woman living all alone in that place? Haruki asked, genuinely curious. Ramel PD chuckled, making them confused. Pop's wife is already dead. She's been dead for 3 years now. Number 900. Chapter 900, Family Tree. No. Leave me alone. A woman showed up in the middle of the forest, her facial features occluded by her long dark hair. I'm here, she whispered, echoing through the woods. I've been here all along. I've been hinting that it's me. Find me. Find me, Jun. Just then, he heard what seemed to be a chuckle. However, it wasn't manic, not even intimidating. In fact, it sounded warm and familiar. However, just as he was about to bask in the warmth of the familiar laughter, the woman came charging toward him at full speed. Jun jolted awake, breathing heavily as he looked around the small room. He placed his hand over his racing heart and calmed down when he realized it was just a nightmare. What the heck was that? He muttered. Was it because of that old woman? How could Ramel PD casually reveal that she has been dead for 3 years? Jun shook his head. The world was strange, for sure. But then again, he was the one who experienced transmigration. In life, unexplainable things just happen. He glanced at the analog clock on the wall and saw that it was already 4 in the morning. Well, there was no way he would be able to go back to sleep at that point. So, with that, he quietly got up from his bed and went down to the kitchen. He opened the fridge to grab some water. There was nothing like downing a crisp glass of water at dawn. He sighed in relief when it hit the right places. Then, he stretched his body, wondering what he should do until the other cast members woke up. "Should we cook breakfast?" he muttered. He rummaged through the fridge for the bananas and corn that the other team had set aside. However, he realized that they were already gone. He said. "Did we eat them all?" Jun remembered them setting aside a few so they could have some for breakfast. They had expected that it would get harder to fight for food in the next few days. Jun shrugged and closed the refrigerator. They still had some fresh vegetables planted in the garden, so he might as well use those. Jun hummed, nodding to himself. He grabbed his jacket and placed it on, about to go out of the house to harvest some vegetables, when he suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the back of the house. Jun frowned and hesitated. "Holy crap," he whispered. As far as he knew, the staff members came to the house at around 6 a.m. The other cast members were also fast asleep, so there was no other plausible explanation for the noise. Did the dead old lady follow him here? Jun felt a shiver run down his spine, but he mustered up the courage to walk to the back of the house. As he got nearer and nearer, the groaning sounds also became louder. His frown deepened, and his steps became even more quiet and calculated. Then, the sound became even more vivid. With that, Jun peeked through the wall, expecting to see the old woman that haunted him earlier on. However, the scene before him was even more shocking. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. What was he doing here? Lei's hands shook as Jun's clips haunted his navel feed. Even if he had already blocked most accounts related to Jun, he still managed to worm his way into Lei's routine. So many people were talking about the already popular idol and not in the way that Lei would have wanted. Jun was the talk of the town because of his good deeds and down-to-earth personality. He didn't even speak much in the show, but why was it that he still had the most screen time? Lei shook his head, trying to find something positive amidst all of this. "The higher he is, the more devastating the fall," he whispered, a small smile finally appearing on his face. With that, he clicked away from Navel and headed straight to the album preparations of Eve. He listened to their improved title track and nodded to himself. It was definitely going to be a hit. It seemed like Rin was more talented at this than he had thought. However, his work was interrupted when Dan entered through the doors, appearing breathless and excited. Lei lifted his head and raised one eyebrow. "I told you not to interrupt me if it's not for a good reason. We are busy with the album preparations," he deadpanned, going back to listening to the song. Dan breathed heavily, trying to calm down his beating heart. "No, sir. This is important," he said. Lei clicked his tongue and half-closed his laptop before crossing his arms in front of his chest. "This better be good," Lei said. "Yes, sir," Dan said, not being able to contain his smile. "I know that we've been looking for so long, but I believe that he's finally been found." Lei's eyebrows relaxed, feeling adrenaline course through his veins. He already had a hunch about what it would be, but he still needed to make sure. "Who?" he asked. Dan smirked as he showed his phone to Lei. It was an address, along with a photo of a large house. It was the type of house that was reminiscent of that in the hit movie Parasite. "The head, sir," Dan said. "We finally found him. Kwon Kim." Dan scrolled through his phone and showed Lei another photo. It was a man, appearing to be his age. It lined up perfectly. Based on Phoenix's founder's biography, his son would be around the same age. "How are you sure?" Lei asked, still wanting more assurance. Dan smirked. "He has a mysterious background, so we can never be too sure. However, his net worth is similar to that of what the owner of Phoenix would make. Moreover, his age lines up. Based on the timeline, the current head would be around his age," he continued. "And last but not least, he is part of the integral Kim family tree one that Kim Young-do belongs in." Lei's eyebrows raised in curiosity. "The one and only nephew of Kim Young-do." Volume 10. Number 901. Chapter 901, A Rare Date. Minjun woke up with a wide smile. It was the weekend, and he had spent the entire night playing his favorite video game. Not only that, but he was able to win one of the rare skins for his favorite character. It was one that couldn't be bought with money, so he had wanted it more than anything. Money has never been an issue for him, so if it had a price tag, then he could just buy it. His grandma in heaven must be scolding him now, but what could he do? He lacked the love of his parents at a young age, and they were making it up by providing for him financially. Of course, he was going to exploit it. He walked out of his room and stretched his arms. He saw the digital clock on the wall and saw that it was already past noon. Just then, Minjun heard his stomach growl. He smiled and patted his stomach. "Should we feed these monsters?" he asked, directing his footsteps to the pantry. He was ready to devour all of the snacks that their personal chef had prepared. However, as he arrived at the pantry, he saw someone dressed prettily, appearing anxious as she drank water. She was extra careful since she didn't want to smudge her lipstick. Minjun's eyes nearly budged out of his head. "Mom," he exclaimed. Lena glanced at her son and shook her head. "You just woke up? I know you don't have school, but it's not good for your health to stay up so late and wake up at this time during weekends," says the workaholic, Minjun said. "You should take the advice for yourself." Lena shook her head and continued drinking water. "I'm surprised that you're still here, by the way. You're usually out for work. Do you have an important meeting or something? You're dressed way too prettily for it." "I look pretty?" Lena asked, tilting her head to the side. Minjun pursed his lips. "I mean, I did get my looks from you." Lena chuckled and walked toward him before ruffling his hair. "Thanks, brat," she said. "I'm not going to a meeting, by the way. I decided to take the day off." Minjun was once again shocked. "You," he exclaimed. "A day off? Since when?" Lena clicked her tongue. Well, she was never the type to take a day off. However, watching every day, every night, she felt like she also wanted to take a day off. She had been watching since the first episode, and now that they were on their 6th day, she felt really inspired. "If you're not going to a meeting, then where are you going?" Minjun asked. "Do you remember Mr. Kwon Kim?" she asked. Minjun instantly frowned. "That nerdy guy next door?" "What? He's not a nerdy guy," Lena said. "He's just passionate about cryptocurrency." "What about him?" Minjun asked. "You really went after a nerdy guy? You could just go back with Dad, or better yet, you could go after my big bro. He's way more handsome than that guy." "But wait, you would get death threats left and right," he muttered. "That would be pretty fun, though. But then, Jun's career would also be ruined. So no, my big bro is off limits." "Minjun," Lena said, massaging the bridge of her nose. "I told you to stop mentioning his name." Minjun clicked his tongue. "Anyway, aren't the two of you pretty close? You've also invested in him, right?" "Yes," Lena said. "Well, I was supposed to talk about our investment yesterday, but he had another visitor." Minjun's eyes narrowed. "I don't like where this is going." "His visitor was pretty handsome," she smiled, crossing her arms in front of her chest. "We talked a little bit, and it seems like we have the same interests." Minjun sighed. "So, you're going after a normal person now? Did you do another background check on him?" Lena shook her head. "Nope," she said. "I don't want to do that. I actually want to try and have a genuine human relationship. And he's not a normal person. He's also a CEO," she smiled. "We decided to grab some coffee downtown. That's why I'm dressed like this." Minjun hummed, narrowing his eyes at his mother. "I still don't buy it." "Ah, is my little son upset about this? I thought you wanted me to go out and date." "It's been a long time since I've done something like this, too long, actually. He's the first person to capture my attention right at the very beginning. Don't you want your mom to be happy?" Minjun felt something tug at his heart. It was true that he told her mom to date someone. It truly had been a while since she tried for love. However, something nagged at the back of Minjun's head. If her mom finds love from someone else, then will she not need him anymore? Minjun subtly shook his head. "Of course, I want you to be happy, Mom," he softly smiled, causing Lena to also break out into a smile. "You know that I always want you to be happy," he added. Lena patted his cheek. "I would kiss your cheek, but I don't want my lipstick to smudge." Just then, a car horn was heard from outside of their house. "That's him," she said. "Wish me luck." "Good luck, Mom," Minjun said, his voice coming out weaker than he had wanted. With that, her mom walked toward the door, giving him one last wave before she closed it. As soon as the door was closed, Minjun, as well as the other workers, ran to the living room window to get a glimpse of the man who had captured the attention of the Iron Lady. "Let me see," Minjun insisted, securing his spot amidst the other workers. With his hair ruffled, he watched as the man got out of his expensive-looking car and opened the door to the passenger seat, leading his mom inside. There was a wide smile on his relatively handsome face, causing Minjun to frown. "Wait a minute," he muttered. "That's Azure CEO. Number 902. Chapter 902, Cupcake Mission. It's already our 7th day," Haruki grumbled. Casper turned to him and was startled by his appearance. During their first 3 days, it was obvious that the cast members still put a lot of effort into their looks. However, now that they were on their 7th day, most of them sported bare faces. Haruki's stubble had grown in, and his hair was unkempt. Meanwhile, Jisung's dark circles had become more prominent after their consecutive night missions. Mimi and Hannah, too, appeared paler than before. Mei, on the other hand, appeared like she had lost her mind. It was probably the lack of junk food in her system. For the past 6 days, all they had eaten were fresh produce. "You all right?" Jisung asked in a gruff voice, nudging Mei. Mei's hands shook. "I need GMOs," she muttered. Jisung pursed his lips and stared off into the distance. "Same," he muttered. "I really want a chicken nugget." Pablo arrived, appearing like a stale bag of chips. Mimi's eyebrows raised in surprise. "You didn't wash your face," she said. Pablo groaned and slumped down on the big bench under the mango tree. It had been their hangout place ever since, and most of the cast members went there to greet the morning sun. However, even the sun couldn't cheer them up today. "Who cares?" Pablo groaned, placing his head on top of Casper's lap. "I'm not an idol like you guys. They won't care if I haven't washed my face." Then, Junhee also arrived. The others turned to him and scowled. "Why does this dude look fine, though?" Pablo asked. "Have you been eating more than us?" "I feel like I've lost weight from only eating sweet potatoes and leaves," Uno muttered. Junhee scratched the back of his neck. "We eat the same thing." Hannah sighed. "I am really hungry, though." Pablo turned to Ramel PD, who appeared like he didn't care about their sentiments. "Hey, Ramel," he said. Ramel lifted his head. "What's up? Are you going to make us work on the 7th day, too?" he asked. "Even the creator of the world rested on the 7th day." Ramel smiled. "We're not the creators of the world," he simply said, causing the others to groan in disappointment. Just then, Pablo looked around. "Where's June?" "Cooking, as usual," Casper responded. Pablo sighed in relief. "I'm so thankful for June. He silently does things like this." "Well, he's the only member who can make root crops taste pretty good," Hannah said. "I hope. He makes a decent amount since I'm really hungry." "That's the second time you said that," Mimi remarked. Hannah's eyebrows furrowed. "Because I'm really hungry." Just in time, June came out of the house with a pot in one hand and eating utensils in the other. They nearly rejoiced as he placed it down on the bench. However, before any of that, they couldn't help but notice June's bare face. "What the heck?" Haruki exclaimed, standing from the bench and placing his hands on June's cheeks. The others turned to them in surprise. Haruki started squishing June's cheeks, even going as far as wiping his palm on his white shirt to see if he was wearing some makeup. Then, he turned to Casper and Jisung, who were used to such appearance. "Why does he look like that?" he asked. "Perfect," Casper asked. "He just does. He's like that." Even Zeth is amazed. Mimi shook her head in amazement. "It feels like we're filming different shows. How can you still look fresh?" Mei pursed her lips as she observed Kai. Was this the work of Fu? How come it wasn't working for her just yet? What tier did he reach before he gave the flamboyant system away? June pushed Haruki away. "Just eat," he said. With that, June sat next to Junhee, who quickly scooted away. He had tried so much for his appearance, yet a guy like June just went and threw away those efforts. They started eating, and as much as the food was good, they had been eating the same things for the past few days. "That's the last bit of our harvest," June said, capturing their attention. "I wouldn't be able to cook anything for tomorrow unless we win a mission." The others pursed their lips while others groaned in disappointment. "By the time we finish a mission, I already don't have an appetite," Uno said. "Yeah," Haruki agreed. "Remember the time we had to pack dung fertilizer before breakfast? Never again. And all they give us was bitter vegetables afterward," Jisung added, grimacing at the thought. "I thought it was good," June said, liking the bitter taste. "Somehow, it could never be more bitter than his past life." "That's because you aren't normal," Haruki chimed. "Anyway, I want a good lunch. Let's do a mission." The others groaned, but nodded in response. They turned to Ramel PD, who was waiting for them to finish their conversation. "Oh, you guys are going to do a mission today? It's mandatory," he started off. The cast members listened intently, wanting to get it over with. "However, do not worry. This does not really cost manual labor." They nearly rejoiced. Nearly. The village is going to have a mini get-together in their seniors' home later in the afternoon, he started off. They will be cooking food, and they had invited us to their party. However, we cannot come empty-handed. You guys need to prepare something for them. The dessert. Pablo felt his heart race in excitement. Are we allowed to eat at the party? Yes, Ramel PD said. As long as you guys create as many cupcakes for 50 individuals, then you can eat with them. We will be giving you the needed ingredients. You need to finish it before noon to be able to complete the mission. Yes, Mimi exclaimed. This is the kind of mission that I want. How about our lunch? Jisung asked. Since we're doing this mission, are you also going to be giving us lunch? Ramel PD tilted his head to the side. Lunch, he asked. This is a dinner mission. The others knew it was too good to be true. Then, what should we have for lunch? Casper asked, sounding exasperated. You guys have your crops, Ramel said. They're gone, June deadpanned. A small smile made its way onto Ramel PD's face. And that's why I warned you on the first day, use them wisely. Number 903. Chapter 903, Hunger Insanity. 50. May exclaimed in happiness as she piped some icing on the last cupcake. The other cast members looked at the array of cupcakes with proud smiles. It wasn't the prettiest, but they all worked hard on it. They're so cruel, Hannah sighed. They really just gave us barely enough ingredients for 50 cupcakes. Ramel PD is so smart, Haruki said. I hate it. There was a loud growl heard in the kitchen, causing the cast to pause. What was that? Mimi asked, slightly appalled. Hannah placed her hands over her stomach and pursed her lips. I told you I am really hungry. I wish I could eat one of these cupcakes right now, she said, appearing hypnotized by the sweet treats. The others, too, even June, felt tempted to eat them. The parasites in their stomachs and brains craved the sugary goodness of the vanilla cupcakes. Even Casper, who wasn't fond of sweet things, was compelled to steal one. Junie gulped as he looked at the pink icing. Meanwhile, Pablo cried in misery that they couldn't eat their wonderful creations. Jisung's eyes glazed over, and for a second, it felt like he had lost his mind. Fortunately, June caught him at the right time. He held onto his shoulders just as he was about to pounce on the cupcakes. No, June said. Jisung, don't lose yourself over this. Jisung pursed his lips as he reached out to the cupcakes. June continued to hold on to him. Jisung, look at me. Casper joined in. This isn't you. However, June also caught the look in Casper's eyes. June's eyebrows shot up in surprise, and he pointed at Casper with his index finger. You're losing it too, he said. Don't freaking do it. Casper closed his eyes and massaged the bridge of his nose. May, too, breathed heavily like a zombie who was craving human flesh and blood. Hannah, June exclaimed. Hold on to May. She's going to pounce any time. However, Hannah was also not in the right mind as she stayed rooted in her spot. Fortunately, Mimi was able to hold both of them down before an anomaly happened. Uno dropped to the ground and started sucking his thumb. Is he regressing? Haruki exclaimed, looking at the white-haired idol with wide eyes. Pablo shook his head. Everyone is going insane. This is all part of Ramel's plan. Evil genius, Haruki muttered while shaking his head. June then turned to Junie, and although it seemed like he really wanted to eat, he was the one who could control himself out of everyone. June was on the edge of sanity, but he held it in by thinking about one thing. We made these for the townspeople, he started off. Ramel PD said that there would be around 50 people there, more or less. It's better to come with the right amount of cupcakes. Imagine their faces if they don't get to eat it. They're already preparing so much for us. That seemed to snap them out of their insanity. I guess, Jisung said, scratching the back of his neck. I'll just take a nap to resist the urge. Me too, Casper said, leaving the kitchen to go back to their rooms. Can I lick the bowls? Before I go, June sighed and nodded. Meanwhile, Haruki sighed in relief. June shook his head as he heard his stomach grumble. Ramel PD was really making this into a survival show. They were at their wits' end. The others also started leaving. Pablo was about to head to his room when June called his name. Hey, Pablo, he said. Pablo turned around at lightning speed. Yes, he asked while batting his eyelashes. Does your camera still have space? He asked. Yes, very much. Pablo excitedly said. I don't even have the time to take photos of you guys because we're so busy with earning everything. However, we have some free time until the gathering. Do you want me to take pretty photos of you? June shook his head. I want to rest until then. Is it all right if I borrow it, though? Pablo pursed his lips in disappointment before nodding. Yeah, he said. It's in my room. Just get it. Thanks. Jun smiled and headed up to his room to grab the camera. There, he saw Junhee, who appeared to be napping. He smirked and went out of the room before doing something. Then, he went back to the kitchen to place the cupcakes inside the fridge while they waited for the party to start. Haruki passed by him and decided to help him. Why are you doing this all alone? He asked. Jun shrugged. The others are tired, he said. They should rest. Haruki paused for a moment, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms in front of his chest. Aren't you? He asked. Aren't I what? Tired? Haruki said. It seems like you have a lot on your shoulders. Jun straightened his shoulders as he continued carefully placing the cupcakes into the fridge. Does it seem that way? Jun chuckled. Yes, Haruki said. Even back then, it seems like you had a lot on your shoulder. Jun pursed his lips and placed the last box inside before shutting it close. I guess, Jun said, leaning his elbows against the counter. Problems, he continued. I think I used to have a lot of problems and burdens on my shoulders. That's why I didn't have as much confidence. I was a pushover, and I did what I was told to because it was the safe choice. However, now, my shoulders are heavy for a different reason, he said. Haruki frowned. Why is that? He asked. My shoulders are heavy with the people I care for. It's not my problems anymore but them. Eve, the friends he made along the way, the people who helped him get to the top. Minjun, Grandma. But isn't that great? Jun asked, smiling at Haruki. Haruki's breath got caught in the back of his throat. He always thought that Jun was amazing, but he was really on a whole other level. Because of them, I'm stronger than ever. I feel like I can destroy all the problems in the world because I have them with me. But you're carrying them, Haruki said. Jun smiled. And I know they'll carry me when the time comes that I can't walk anymore. Number 904. Chapter 904. Minjun's possible younger sibling. Why do you think my mom is taking so long to get out of that car? Minjun asked, narrowing his eyes at the car parked outside of their house. Young master, his maid said. I think we already know. Minjun's eyes widened as he looked at his maid. You don't think dash? That's disgusting, he exclaimed. I'm not ready for a sibling, especially from a guy like that. What do you mean? She asked. Sir Lei is quite handsome, she giggled. Minjun grimaced. My big bro doesn't like him. I could tell. Besides, he strangely looks like a cucumber. His maid was chuckled in amusement. I see, she muttered. You really put your big brother in high regard. Of course, Minjun muttered. He's the one who will never leave me. With that, he continued looking at the car, burning holes into the sleek exterior. Meanwhile, inside the car was filled with silence. Mint check. Lipstick? Waterproof. Face card? Lethal. Lena ticked off these things inside her mind. A week hadn't even passed, but they were already on their second date. Lei took her to an expensive restaurant this time, and they talked about growing businesses. It wasn't the ideal topic for a date, but Lena enjoyed it very much. It had been a while since she had met someone who understood her so much. Now, she didn't normally kiss on the second date, but they were both adults. The two of them were already in their mid to late 30s, so there was no use shying away, right? It seemed like Lei had the same thought as he reached out his hand and squeezed Lena's thigh. A small smile made its way to Lena's lips as she faced the charismatic CEO. They didn't say anything. They already knew what they wanted to do. With that, the two of them leaned in closer and closer until the tips of their noses were touching. However, just as their lips were about to touch, two different alarms rang inside the car. They jolted in surprise, their heads hitting the roof of the car due to the startling noise. Lena's eyes widened as she quickly scrambled to turn off her alarm. She had forgotten that she set it for the night. However, it was strange how she wasn't the only one with the alarm going off at the same time. Crap, Lei muttered as he turned off his alarm too. The car was filled with awkward silence until Lena decided to break it. So, she started off. I think I need to go. Me too, Lei said, scratching the back of his neck. Lena pursed her lips. Her date was definitely important. It had been a while since she had felt this way. However, her alarm signified that every day, every night was going to start soon. What she didn't know was that Lei had set his alarm for the same reason. At first, he only wanted to watch it to monitor Junhee. He wanted him to boost his popularity even more in the show before he continued with his plan. However, as he watched it, he became addicted. Now, it was something he looked forward to watching every night. Will we meet again? She asked. Of course, Lei said, sounding like he was in a hurry. I'll text you, he smiled. Lena mirrored his smile and gave his palm a small squeeze. I'm looking forward to it. With that, she got out of his car and practically ran to their door. The show will start in 10 minutes. Lei, too, found himself rushing out of their gate. He glanced once more at his new date's house and whistled. At first, he only wanted to get close to Kim Kwon, the head of Phoenix. However, seeing the beautiful lady in his living room gave Lei more inspiration. Not only that, but it seemed like Kim Kwon and Lena got along well. He had even more excuses to come to this neighborhood, which meant more opportunities to meet with Mr. Kwon. As he drove out of their house, he suddenly saw Mr. Kim outside of his house, appearing to be gardening. He was gardening this late in the evening? What a strange guy, he muttered. Lei wanted to rush to his penthouse to watch, every day, every night, but it seemed like fate had other plans. Mr. Kim waved his hand. Lei, is that you? He asked. Lei stopped for a moment and rolled his windows even further. Kwon, he exclaimed. What are you doing? Just gardening, he replied, walking closer to Lei's door. An evil smile brewed behind Lei's kind one. This guy seemed much easier to manipulate than he had realized. Is he really the head of Phoenix? Oh, you like gardening? Lei asked. Yes, Kwon responded. It's something that I picked up after watching every day, every night. I learned a lot from there. Oh, Lei muttered. You watch the show? Yes, Kwon exclaimed. It's the only show I'm watching right now. It's actually going to start soon. Do you want to come and watch it with me? Yes, Lei exclaimed before he could stop himself. He cleared his throat since he sounded way too excited. Yes, he repeated, more demure this time. He was hitting two birds with one stone. He could watch every day, every night, while getting close to the head. Come on in, Kwon said. I was actually looking for someone to discuss the show with. It's a really fun concept. Lei nodded and drove his car inside the gates. Then, he went inside Kwon's home, which appeared futuristic fit for the heir of a multi-billion company. Sit, Kwon said. I cooked some food. I followed Jun's recipe. That guy's really nice. Lei pursed his lips as soon as he said those words, though. It seemed like this guy liked Jun, too. However, as long as he built a better connection with him, then Lei was confident that he could turn the rich CEO against Jun, too. The show started, and the two were enamored. It was a really interesting show, and Lei knew why a lot of people would gravitate towards Jun. He had the natural superstar quality. However, that made Lei hate him even more. As the commercials rolled in, Lei took the time to ask him about Phoenix. After so many failed attempts, Lei had developed trust issues. Now, he needed to make sure. Kwon, he started off. Kwon turned to him with one eyebrow raised. Do you mind telling me about your company? Number 905. Chapter 905. The head's new friend. Kwon tilted his head to the side. Aren't you aware already? He asked. Lei hummed. Well, you wouldn't have contacted me and gone here if you weren't aware already. Kwon chuckled, crossing his arms in front of my chest. Honestly, I'm surprised, he continued. Not a lot of people know my identity. It's impressive how you found me. Lei pursed his lips to hide his excitement. Hard work, Lei said. It was definitely difficult. But I eventually found you. The head of Phoenix. A small smirk made its way to Kwon's lips. I tried so hard to hide it, really. Please don't let the public know about this. I do not want to be a public target. Besides, I'm contented with leaving here along with my machinery. Lei couldn't hide his smile anymore. It was him. It was really him. I wouldn't, Lei said. You have my word. Good, Kwon said. From the get-go, I knew I didn't want to reveal myself. However, you actually took the effort to look for me. That is why I gave you a chance. You persevered, Kwon added. It reminded me of my dad's perseverance. Being at the top of the ladder, you are really the most vulnerable. With the empires that you have, I would say that you have it even harder, Lei said. Kwon scratched the back of his head. I wouldn't call it that. However, it is tough. That's why I moved out here. It's much more peaceful. Lei nodded. I respect that. I wish I could also go out. Of the media's eyes, he lied. However, it's different in the entertainment industry. Yikes, Kwon said. That's why I can never handle something that deals with showbiz. Lei raised one eyebrow. Was that why he delegated the role to his uncle? Because he wanted a peaceful life like his father? I see, Lei muttered. Kwon smiled. It's actually quite nice to talk with someone my age about these things. It's also better that you also experience the hardships that I face. Lei smiled. Of course, he said. From now on, you can consider me as your friend. There are a lot of people who would take advantage of you in our respective industries, he continued, and Kwon nodded in agreement. I guess I wanted someone I can talk about these kinds of things too, Lei said. Kwon patted his back. Well, you're welcome here anytime. Lei internally chuckled. This guy was much more gullible than he had anticipated. But then again, he wasn't complaining. Besides, he added, aren't you flirting with Lena? Lei scratched the back of his head. Well, his intention in asking her out was to have an excuse to come to this neighborhood. Now that he was friends with Kwon, it seemed pretty useless. However, Lena was quite pretty. It also seemed like she was loaded, so that was another plus. Maybe he could take advantage of her, too. I guess, he said. Kwon chuckled. Well, you better not break her heart. She's pretty scary when she's mad. How do you know? Lei asked. Kwon shrugged. I just witnessed it once. Don't worry, though. It seems like she likes you a lot. Lei smiled. I'm relieved. His plan was going perfectly. Lei wanted to ask more about Phoenix and how he managed to make it as big as it was. However, every day, every night, came back on, capturing their attention. The first person to appear on the screen was Jun. Ah, he exclaimed. It's Jun. I really like this guy. Lei pursed his lips. All right, maybe his plan wasn't that perfect. This guy liked Jun way too much. Jun wanted to go to sleep before they went to the gathering. However, there was a nagging feeling in the back of his head. With that, he sat on his bed and coughed loudly, hoping to wake his members up. However, as expected, they didn't wake up. Jun shook his head and stood from the bed, about to shake them awake. However, he also knew how hard they had been working for the past 6 days. In fact, everybody was most definitely exhausted. All of the missions they had done consisted of manual labor. With that, Jun sighed and decided to let them be. He stood from the bed and quietly walked down the kitchen. He drank some water to satiate his hunger. His stomach grumbled nonetheless, but he ignored it. Jun then glanced at the clock behind him and saw that there were still 2 hours until the gathering. There were some staff members wandering around while Ramel PD was seen outside, chilling in the hammock that his staff had set up. He had an apple in hand, and it seemed like he was enjoying his life to the fullest. Jun shook his head. The show must be doing really well, he muttered. For him to be so happy like that, Jun could only assume that every day, every night, would have the highest ratings. Jun's stomach grumbled once again, making him shake his head. With that, he opened the fridge, hoping to find some kind of ingredient, a bell pepper, a piece of green bean, anything. However, what Jun found was an atrocity. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at the boxes of cupcakes in the fridge. He had packed it in 5s before going to his room, so there had to be 10 boxes. Then, that was when he woke up the rest of the cast members, not minding that they were tired. He clanged the pots and pans, and that summoned the cast members one by one. They all had messy hair and drool-stained faces. Moreover, they had annoyed expressions. This seemed to be the first time they had looked at Jun in such a way. They usually looked at him with adoration. Jun, I love you, but I want to strangle you right now, Pablo said, massaging the bridge of his nose as his head ached. You better have a good reason for waking us up, Haruki said with a subtle glare. Jun pursed his lips before sighing. The cupcakes, he started off. The others looked at him with furrowed eyebrows. We're missing 1 box of them. Number 906. Chapter 906. The Cupcake Thief. What? The others exclaimed in unison. The sleepiness wore off as they simultaneously went to the fridge. Jun was the first to react. He gently pushed Jun to the side to count the number of boxes inside. Then, his shoulders slumped. He's right, Jun muttered. The others began to revolt. What do you mean we're missing 1 box? Haruki exclaimed. As far as I know, we created 50 cupcakes, no more, no less. Hannah nodded, her beautiful face graced with a prominent frown. I may be really hungry, but I counted those cupcakes really well. I can assure you that, May said, raising her hand. There was a slight annoyance in everyone's tone. It was obvious that all of them were on edge, as their chance to eat was now in jeopardy. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. If only they had more ingredients. Then he could whip something quickly. We're still going to be able to eat, right? Jisung asked, sounding anxious. With his question, everyone became rigid. Pablo groaned and massaged his temples. Crap, he muttered. The production crew is not messing with us, right? Just then, Ramel PD came to the room. Whoa, he chuckled. What are you guys doing here? We still have around 2 hours left. We'll leave in an hour. The others looked at each other with hesitation before Casper asked the question. PD, did you, perhaps, get one of the boxes of cupcakes inside the fridge? Rammel PD immediately frowned. No, he said. Why would we do that? Our staff has an amazing food truck that has both savory and sweet things. We even have refreshments. They couldn't help but scowl. However, it was gone in an instant as they worried more about their cupcakes. Rammel PD caught on to their silence, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Don't tell me, he muttered. Pablo sighed loudly, confirming his speculation. You guys didn't finish the mission, Rammel PD said. They collectively took a sharp breath after Rammel PD said those words. No, we did, Casper exclaimed. We really did. You can even check on the footage. It was just gone. How could it be gone? Rammel PD asked. Then, he called one of his staff members to go and find the footage of them in the kitchen. The staff nodded and opened his laptop. They waited patiently, wanting to solve the mystery of the sudden disappearance of the cupcakes. However, dread filled the room as the staff said his next words. He turned to the camera and saw that a small cloth had covered it. Rammel PD was also surprised. What? Who did this? The others glanced at each other, all with matching frowns. It has been there since last night, the staff said. The camera didn't manage to get the person who covered it. Rammel PD hummed. So, we don't have footage of them in the kitchen? We do, the staff responded. However, it's all the footage we've filmed. They could have 50 cupcakes, but with this frame, we can never be too sure. Along with that, the monitoring camera would have caught the perpetrator if there really is one. Rammel PD sighed. Maybe you guys just miscalculated or counted one box as two. We didn't, Mimi defended. The three of us, she said, pertaining to the group of girls, checked it plenty of times. I even counted those that I piped icing on. We can't be having a mass delusion now, can we? Rammel PD pursed his lips. Then, how else are we going to explain the situation? Unless you can explain why this happened, then I don't think I can take you guys to the gathering. There it was. The thing they dreaded the most. They were tired, cranky, hungry, and on edge. If they didn't get to eat for the night, then all hell was going to break loose. What do you mean? Pablo couldn't help but exclaim. We worked so hard on it. In fact, we've worked so hard for the last few days. Rammel PD sighed. I know, he said. I've been a witness to that. But not everyone will. In this world, most people only look at the results. They don't care much about the process. If you didn't reach your objective, then why should I give you a reward? Everyone turned silent. They couldn't really refute his words. Although it was plain cruel, it was also reasonable. Junhee cleared his throat. Who was the last person in the kitchen? He asked. They turned to him with raised eyebrows. He sighed. We're all hungry, he muttered. I know that all of us want to go down to the gathering. So, we need to look for an explanation for this. If it's not any of the staff members. Haruki frowned. Are you insinuating that it's one of us? Junhee pursed his lips. I believe so. It's the only plausible explanation at this point. Jun frowned, predicting where this conversation was going. Junhee was speaking in such a kind voice, almost unbelievably so. It was Jun, Haruki said after a while. The others, including Rammel PD, all turned to Jun, who remained composed and nonchalant. Amidst all of this, Jun pursed his lips and nodded, causing the others to frown slightly. Jisung, on the other hand, immediately went to his aid. He cleaned up all the mess we made, he exclaimed. He also packed the cupcakes in the boxes. How can we even accuse him right now? We're not accusing him, Junhee calmly said. We're just conducting a thorough investigation. As far as I know, everyone else went to sleep after baking the cupcakes. We only woke up. Now, he continued. Jun muttered. So, this was the route he was going to take? That's right, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I was the last one here. I didn't sleep. I was also the one who discovered the incident, he said, laying out the facts. Junhee sighed and walked to where Jun was, gently holding onto his hand. I know that you've been working hard for all of us. You cook us meals, and you also eat the least. Jun pursed his lips. He didn't think he would notice that. You could have told us, Jun, he continued, appearing concerned. We could have spared some of the batter for you by reducing some from the others. You didn't have to take the cupcakes without us knowing. Number 907. Chapter 9:07. June, the fixer. There it was. The accusation. June saw it coming, so he wasn't really surprised. However, his nonchalance somehow concerned the other cast members. What the heck? Did June really take those cupcakes? No way. He's a top star. All the more reason why we would steal some. He's used to getting what he wants. I don't think we know the same June here. Oh, I would be pissed. Jenny has a point, though. June was the very last person to leave the kitchen. He was also the one who discovered it, like he said. Casper sighed. Let's not jump to conclusions here. June took up the responsibility of baking, packing, and cleaning up. We also have no proof of him doing so. Jenny pursed his lips. I know. I really don't want to accuse any of you. However, I'm just considering everybody's well-being. We haven't had a proper meal for what? 2 or 3 days now. And we're finally given an opportunity to mingle with the villagers and also eat to our heart's content. This is the only reason why I'm doing this, he sighed. Like I said, we won't be mad, June. You can tell us if you did it, and we'll forgive you. We know how hard it is to resist the temptation. Just like life, we face so many temptations each day. We battle our own fights. We won't judge you for that. It's just how it is, Jenny continued. Jenny is so wise. What was that shallow speech for? Is this guy imitating June? STFU. He's comforting your thief idol, but you're calling him shallow. June slightly frowned. Was that his attempt at an inspiring speech? He shook his head and pursed his lips to hide his smile. Let's not blame June, Mimi quickly said. We really don't know who took it. Ramel PD sighed, also not comprehending the situation. However, as someone who didn't know June that much and who trusted Jenny because of the past season, the director was inclined to believe the latter. Talk about it among yourselves, he said before glancing at his watch. You have around half an hour to either produce those missing cupcakes or to explain what really happened. With that, Ramel PD turned to leave, but not without giving them some very important advice. Oh, and make sure to argue in front of the camera, all right? He exclaimed before finally turning to leave. Thanks, Ramel PD, for providing us with good entertainment. I am so invested in this. Who the hell stole those cupcakes? It's June. No doubt about it. Ugh, I knew that guy was strange. I had a feeling I didn't like him since the very first episode, and I was right. Me too. Not all of you switching up so fast when nothing has even been confirmed. They're gone, Jenny said. We can be honest now. Pablo pointed at the camera. Are we just going to ignore the big-ass camera in front of us right now? Hannah sighed and scratched the back of her head. Then, she turned to June. Did you really do it? She asked. June crossed his arms in front of his chest. What do you think? Did I do it? Hannah groaned along with the others. Why won't you answer the question in a straightforward manner? Hannah exclaimed. As Jenny said, we won't blame you for what had happened. Amusement swirled in June's eyes. You're already frowning, though. Jenny sighed. Can you cooperate with us, June? He asked. We're genuinely concerned for you. We're also concerned about the villagers. You said so yourself, we're doing this for them. June nodded to himself. Do you really want to continue with this? He asked. Jenny frowned, confused by his off-topic question. What do you mean? All right, June said. Two can play that game. Huh. The others were also confused, wondering where the conversation was going. Well, it seems like everyone has some sort of suspicion that it was me who did it, June started off. You're not answering the question, Haruki said. I know, June retorted. However, let me throw that question back to you. Guys, do you really think I would be able to do something like this? They turned silent and looked down at the ground. Casper and Jisung, however, firmly shook their heads. I knew it. Those two have June's back. Well, they doubted him so many times already. I would assume that June always turned out right. I bet they also had a fair share of those cupcakes. Eve, thief idols. I'll let you guys think what you want to think, June said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. With that, he turned away from the group. Where are you going? Casper exclaimed as June opened the door. To fix this, he said. With that, he closed the door behind him, leaving the team and the audience to wonder what was really happening. June looked for Ramel PD and saw him in his hammock, eating a cupcake that was significantly prettier than the ones they made. PD. He started off, capturing his attention. Ramel PD's eyes widened in surprise. The other staff members, too, turned to June with amazed expressions. They saw him every day in the shoot, but it was still shocking every time they saw him. Can I talk to you? Jun asked. Go ahead, Ramal PD said. Are you going to confess that you did it? Jun smirked. No, he responded. Ramal tilted his head to the side. Then, what did you come here for? Remember the prize that I won during company's company? Jun started off. Ramal PD raised one eyebrow before slowly nodding. Yes, he trailed off. What about it? Well, you said that I could redeem it anywhere and any time I liked, Jun continued. Ramal narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me. Jun nodded. I want it now. I'll use the chance to let the villagers enjoy the coffee truck. The director sighed deeply. I knew that I said those words, but that's not possible. The drive here from Seoul takes 4 hours, and we still have to order the service. It would arrive here by tomorrow at this point. Jun smirked. But we already have a food truck. Ramal PD froze. Oh, this guy is also an evil genius. Number 908. Chapter 908. The original old lady killer. 908 The original old lady killer. Come on, Ramal PD said. It's time for us to go to the gathering. The dejected group lifted their heads. We're going? Hannah asked. Yes, Ramal PD said. Someone produced the cupcakes, even much more than required, he muttered the last statement. The others turned to each other in pleasant surprise. Really? Jisung asked, feeling joy spark in his heart. Yes, Ramal PD said, feeling a bit disappointed that he got one-upped by one of the cast members. Anyway, he said, clearing his throat. Be ready in 5. With that, Ramal PD went out of the house. The others were still confused, wondering what had happened. As they conversed about the possibilities, Jun finally came into the room. They looked at him with wide eyes, and Jisung went to him and placed his hands over his shoulders. Is it you, bro? He asked. Did you talk to him? Or did you confess? Junhee asked. Jun smirked in amusement. Like I said, believe what you want to believe, or watch the show when we get back. Somehow, that made them even more confused. However, they weren't as upset anymore since they were going to join the gathering. Casper and Jisung went to where Jun was. What did you do, bro? Jisung asked. I know you didn't do it. Casper nodded in agreement. Jun finally smiled, shaking his head at his 2 teammates. It seemed like they were really the ones who had his back for life. Let's talk about it later, Jun said. Let's go to the gathering for now. Jisung and Casper nodded, and with that, they followed after the staff. They entered the large van, with none of them talking about the incident. Hannah, who felt bad about assuming the situation, tapped Jun's shoulder. Sorry, Jun, she said. I guess I was just really hungry. I know it's not an excuse, but you're right when you said we don't have any proof. Me too, Haruki said. I think all the tiredness has consumed me. Forgive me, dude. I know you wouldn't do anything like that. Uno nodded in agreement. Mei sighed. Yeah, I don't think you're capable of doing anything like that. Junhee bit his lip. What the heck is with them, he thought. Did he stumble in a harem for Jun or something? Why were all of them on his side? It's all right, Jun said. What's important is we're going to the gathering. I'm going to eat 2 days' worth of food. The others smiled at Jun's lighthearted comment. They finally arrived at the town proper, where they saw an open garden with tables and chairs spread prettily on the grass. The sun had calmed down, so the weather was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. The van stopped at the side, and some people looked over their way. Are those the celebrities? The celebrities have arrived. Grill some more meat, and place them on the VIP table. The cast members heard them from inside the van, causing them to smile. So cute, Mimi muttered. Just then, the car door opened, and Ramal PD greeted them. With a wide smile. Come on, he said. They're waiting for you. The others turned to each other before going out of the van. Junhee led the pack, and some of them recognized him right away. Isn't this the boy who was in the first season? You were more handsome in the first season, boy, an old woman said with a wide smile. Junhee was surprised while Casper covered his mouth to suppress his laughter. The others followed suit, and they were welcomed warmly by the crowd. Hannah, I want to ask if you can marry my grandson. Hannah's cheeks reddened as she politely declined the offer. Another old woman patted Mimi's back. I saw that you have a boyfriend. You can do so much better, she exclaimed. Mimi pursed her lips together. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. You should smile more, young man. An old man said to Haruki. I looked like you when I was younger, and I also had a lot of angst in my heart. Now I look like this. Haruki's eyes widened as he looked at the man before him. 49, the man said with a wide smile. However, That didn't make Haruki smile one bit. This man looked like he was in his 60s. You're right, sir, he nervously chuckled. I should really smile more. On the other hand, Casper was instantly pulled by a group of kids. He was terrified at first. Casper wasn't good with kids. However, as he was pulled to a box of kittens, he instantly softened. We know you like cats, one kid exclaimed. Yeah, you like cute things, so we like you, another said. With a wide smile, Casper pursed his lips and shyly scratched the back of his head. Well, maybe kids weren't so bad after all. Uno was surrounded by old people with the same hair color as him, white. Why do you deliberately want white hair? One asked. Let's exchange hair. I've been wanting black hair ever since. It's for our comeback, Uno shyly said. Come what? The old man asked. Do you want to go back home now? No. Uno quickly defended himself. For our new song. Ooh, what's the title? Come on, share it with us. I can't do a spoiler. Uno chuckled, feeling awkward. Spoiler? Are you calling our food spoiled, boy? Is it bad? Another old man exclaimed. No, that's not what I mean. Uno said, already feeling tired of defending himself. The cast members enjoyed their time with the villagers. Although this was their first time meeting, it felt like they had lived here for a long time. And maybe they did. Having suffered in their remote house for a week made them feel familiar with the place. However, amidst all these somewhat peaceful interactions was Jun. Jun, the original old lady killer. As soon as he went out of the van, he was bombarded by a large group of supposed fans. Jun, you came for me. Jun, I've been watching you since Rising Stars. I bought you stars worth my entire pension. Jun, can we have a photo with each other? Jun, do you not care about age? Chaos erupted as Jun came out of the van. The others could only sit still and watch. The events unfold right before their eyes. Well, Jisung said, amusement seen in his eyes. Jun has always been popular with the old ladies. Number 909. Chapter 909 spoke too soon. 909 spoke too soon. Fortunately, they didn't bombard them for a long time and let them eat. However, amidst all of this, some people still monitored them while eating. Is it good? A mother who lost her child asked Jisung. Yes, Jisung exclaimed. It's been a while since we've eaten like this. Ah, so cute, the woman exclaimed. You guys sure know how to eat, another man chimed. Don't hold back. I know that Ramel is starving you. They nodded collectively, earning chuckles from the villagers. Egu, go on and eat, little babies. How long have you guys wanted meat? So long. Casper muttered, already on the verge of tears. I feel so bad for them. Now, I don't feel too angry about Jun stealing those cupcakes. I would have done the same thing. It's not even confirmed. The others have also apologized to him. Is anyone else wondering how they came to finish the mission, though? Mic test. Ramel PD's voice resonated in the space after the production crew set up the sound system. They all turned to the famous PD. First of all, he started off. Thank you so much for accommodating us today. We also thank you for preparing so much food for us to eat. Since you have prepared so much, the cast members have also prepared something for you. The villagers turned to each other with excitement, wondering what it would be. Meanwhile, the cast members felt nervous. The people in here definitely surpassed 50. There were kids and teens around, too, so they felt a bit bad for not making enough. However, as a familiar large food truck came into view, they finally realized why they were able to join the gathering in the first place. They all turned to Jun with wide eyes. You used your prize from company's company? Jisung asked. Haruki shook his head. You really used it for today? Pablo placed his hand over his heart. Ah, Jun. He's undoing his bad actions. Yeah, he definitely did this to stop feeling guilty about eating those cupcakes. Goodness, people are infuriating. Jun did not take those cupcakes. How can you be so sure? And even if he did, who the hell cares? They're there anyway. True, and I wouldn't be mad either. Jun has been cooking for them for the past week, doing dishes without complaining, and waking up as soon as possible to harvest their ingredients. Eating 5 freaking cupcakes is forgivable. People will do everything to defend their favorites' wrongdoings. You could have used it for your fans, Hannah said. You did this just for us? Jun scoffed. Don't act special now. I didn't do this for you guys, he said. I did this for the villagers. I didn't want them to feel disappointed. I'm sure Ramel PD has already informed them that we're going to go. Imagine their disappointment if we don't come. Besides, what other thing can I use the truck for? Our fans. We can do that without anyone's help, Jun said. Freaking cool. There you go. Do you think someone like him will do something like that? I need everyone to take a step back for a moment. You do not know these idols. We only see 10% of their life. So, we can't assume anything about their characteristics. We're seeing the things that they want us to see. Everybody lined up for the food truck, even the cast members. They ate the cupcakes that Jun had baked and found it pleasantly nice despite the scarcity of ingredients. Mei turned to Junhee and frowned. You're not going to eat dessert? Junhee pursed his lips. It's all right, he said. I'm not fond of sweets. Also, there's only a limited amount. I want the villagers to eat them before me. People are praising Jun for offering the food truck, but he's the same as everyone else. Junhee is right. He's the most unselfish out of everyone. For all I know, he's the one who stole those cupcakes. Toxic Jun stands. Why do you always project your idol's wrongdoings to others? Stop fighting. Nothing has even been confirmed. Jun shook his head as he heard what Junhee had said. All right, Jun. Pablo said as they continued to eat. Do you still need my camera? I've been wanting to take photos of the event. Jun pursed his lips. It's here, he said. However, I took the memory card. Huh? Pablo asked. What do you mean? I can just export it when we're back and send it to you. Jun shook his head. I gave it to Ramel PD. Pablo and the others were even more confused. Jun glanced at Junhee, a small smile appearing on his face. Let's just enjoy the moment, Jun said. This event will be captured on video anyway. Pablo pursed his lips and nodded. All right, he said. I'm getting more of your cupcakes. Somehow, it tastes better than the one the chef baked. Jun shook his head in amusement and also ate the sweet treat. He already had 3 plates of everything, but he didn't feel too full just yet. It must be because of all the herbs and root crops they ate for the past week. As they continued to eat and share stories with the villagers, Pops suddenly took the microphone, surprising the crowd. I think this party is too quiet. We have so many singers and artists among us. Let's have them sing and liven this party, he exclaimed. The cast members chuckled in amusement. However, it seemed like the villagers took Pop's suggestion quite seriously. Before they knew it, Casper, Jisung, Haruki, and Uno were on the stage, and a trot song had played through the speakers. What is this? Casper asked into the mic. Sing. Sing, the villagers exclaimed. Jun clapped along with the villagers, finding it amusing. He was also grateful that he wasn't pulled to the stage with the 4 unfortunate ones. However, of course, Jun should learn not to speak too soon. Number 9-10. Chapter 9-10 There's no place like home. 9-10 There's no place like home. Achoo. I even love the way you sneeze, Pablo sang on the stage, throwing kisses at everyone who was watching. The cast members watched the performance with a mix of amusement and disgust. Nonetheless, the villagers seemed to be enjoying Pablo's atrocious portrayal. They clapped and watched with bright eyes, appearing like they were watching a top-notch performance. I give you a squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Achoo. I love you. Pablo ended the song by placing his hands on his cheeks and batting his eyelashes at the crowd. Jun shook his head and grabbed a chicken leg from his plate. Yes, he still wasn't done eating. After cooking for the cast members for the past week, he decided it was time for him to step down. Of course, Jun was still great at holding grudges. How could they accuse him of stealing those cupcakes? They better cook their own food starting tomorrow. So, Jun decided he would eat food that was worth 1.5 days. As he chewed on the chicken leg, however, he felt himself being hoisted up. It went by so fast. Before he knew it, he was already on the stage, and instead of a chicken leg, a microphone was in his hand, doused in the grease from the fried piece of meat. He looked at the crowd with wide eyes. Sing for us, Casper exclaimed. Here comes the main event, Jisung said with excitement. Mimi clasped her hands in front of her chest, while the others appeared like they were looking forward to his performance, too. The group of old women, who called themselves his fans, were at the very front, sitting on the grass with sparkling eyes. What will I sing? Jun asked. Whatever you want. Ramel PD said. Come on, Jun. Give everyone a show. Jun scratched the back of his head and looked around. Then, he walked to the soundman and whispered a song. The soundman was surprised with the song choice. However, he nodded and searched for it. With that, Jun went back center stage, standing in front of the semi-large crowd. Somehow, it felt more nerve-wracking. He wasn't made up. He also didn't practice. It was a spontaneous performance where he had to fill the stage all alone. He cleared his throat, and along with that, the song finally played. The people were surprised by his song choice. This song, Hannah muttered. It was released even before I was born. Casper turned to Jisung. Do you know this song? He asked. Jisung happily shook his head. Nope, he smiled. But it's June. I'm bound to like it. Casper nodded, also only remembering the song from when his parents used to play it on the radio. The villagers, on the other hand, were very happy. It was a song that most of them knew, the song of their youth. June let out a deep breath before he sang his first words. There's a path I've known since I was small, a winding road where shadows fall. The first lines had already shown so much emotion and skill. In the stillness of the near night, June's voice rang. His voice was nostalgic, bringing the old souls back to their happy days. Crap. These old people have watched June perform before me. It sounds so magical. I can't do this. Forget about those cupcakes. Why is June so good at singing? Wait, June is an idol? You must be new here. He's the best idol. How can anyone not know June? He's the Billboard idol these days. Everywhere you turn, you see his face on ads and billboards. And it's well-deserved. His popularity is paired with talent. I've wandered far, across the land. With dreams too big, I got my own hand. But in the city where it's loud, I found myself lost in the crowd. It was a relatively simple song to sing, but June brought out its beauty with his own voice. The old crowd swayed side to side, with some becoming fans of June right on the spot. This kid sings the best out of everyone, one said. Didn't I tell you? June is the best, his fans said. There's no place like home, they say. And I feel it more with every day. The noise, the rush, they pull me apart. But home is where I left my heart. May glanced at the cast members. It was true that they had a tough time for the past 7 days. However, it was still healing. It was their chance to escape the noise and the rush that came with being an entertainer. This feels like a nice ending, she muttered, leaning against her chair with a small smile. The scent of rain on the dusty ground. The quiet hum of life around. The crackling fire, the evening air. A life so simple, nothing compares. It was the perfect song for the night. It truly defined what they had witnessed in their short stay here. Genius, Casper muttered as he gazed at June. I see my mother's hands, worn but kind. My father's laugh, the peace I find. In the old oak tree where I used to climb. And the porch swing rocking in its time. Uno smiled to himself and looked down at his hands. Somehow, it felt like he had lost to June. He always had. However, he didn't feel bitter about it. It just was. The stars are clearer, the nights are still, and the world seems softer on the hill. The chickens cluck, the cattle low. The things I missed, I now know. Junny, on the other hand, had a hard time accepting it. Why was it that this man was good at everything? There must be something, a flaw of some sort. For here is where my soul belongs. In the corny country songs. Where each breath feels full and free. In the place that's always home to me. June opened his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips as he made eye contact with Pops. So here I stand, not far to roam. For in my heart, there's no place like home. And though the world may call my name, it's here I'll stay, forever the same. Number 911. Chapter 911. The mystery is solved. Lena sniffed after June's performance. What the heck is that, she muttered. He had gone on another date with Lei, so she was still wearing her fancy red dress. June smiled at the screen, and for a moment, Lena felt enamored. This guy was truly too handsome for the human eyes. Goodness, I hate him, she said as she wiped away the tears from her eyes. However, even as she said those words, she couldn't deny June's talent. It was one thing for her to hate him for influencing Minjun and putting him in danger. However, it was another thing for him to be able to capture everyone with his talent alone. He was, in a way, a perfect idol. What a shame, she muttered. She glanced at the clock and saw that over an hour had already passed. The episode is ending soon, she said, sounding a bit sad. In fact, the show was bound to end soon, and the cast members were probably heading back by dawn. She shook her head and focused her gaze back on the television, expecting the show to end with June's peaceful performance. However, much to her surprise, a narration was shown on the screen. The answer to the mystery. She read the narration out loud. We will show you now. Lena's eyebrows raised in surprise when the next scene was shown. It was a dark frame, and the audio sounded raw. A shuffling of feet was heard before a figure emerged. It was unclear at first. However, some rays of sunshine peeked through the ceiling, and Junhee was revealed. What is happening? What is this? This looks so freaking creepy. Yeah, this is beyond the editing of every day, every night. It suddenly feels like a crime show. I've never seen this part of the house before. Is it even part of it? Junhee? What is he doing there? Lena propped herself up on the pillows to get a better look at what was happening. Half of the view was occluded with what seemed to be a wall, but it was still clear enough. In Junhee's hands was a familiar pink box, too familiar, perhaps. As the footage continued, it was clear what he had done. Junhee looked around as if afraid that he would be caught committing the crime before he opened the box and started stuffing his face with cupcakes. Lena's eyes widened. Based on the camera's position, this would not have been planned. Why did Ramal PD include such footage? What the heck? Is Junhee the cupcake stealer? OMG, the mystery has been solved. Gosh, so pretentious. And to think he wanted to blame Jun for it. Where are the people defending him now? This is so freaking weird. Ramal PD sucks. Why would he include this in the show? The question was answered right away, as every day, every night shot to the highest rating list, not only for the day, but for the entire year, quickly surpassing the record they had made for the finale of the first season. Lena shook her head. This would be the hottest news of the week. The cast members were finally bound to go home after a grueling 9-day shoot. Junhee was still keeping up with his act, especially since he still didn't know what was happening on social media. However, he did feel that the staff was more hostile toward him, which made him feel apprehensive. Once again, thank you so much for joining the show, Ramal PD said, getting ready to part with the cast members. It has been very successful. Because of you guys. They all bowed in gratitude. As they were about to leave, however, Ramal PD called for Jun's attention. Jun, he said, also causing the others to halt. Jun turned around with raised eyebrows. Yes, he asked. Ramal PD smirked and gave him a thumbs up. Jun also smirked. Was the response good? Ramal PD nodded. More than good. It's drastic. Jun glanced at Junhee, who still appeared confused. That's good then, he said. That's all I need to know. Ramal PD nodded and waved goodbye, and with that, Jun walked to their car. What was that about? Jisung asked, patting Jun's shoulder. Jun shook his head as he boarded the car. You'll know once we have a signal. Jisung and Casper turned to each other before shaking their heads and deciding to let it go. Just then, the car door opened once more, revealing Junhee, who had a wide and kind smile on his face. Casper instantly frowned. What are you doing here? He asked. Junhee's smile widened. We're going to take the same car, he said. We are from the same company, after all. Then, does that mean? Jun muttered. Just then, another person came in, May, who appeared to also not expect the car. Arrangement. Are we going bankrupt? She asked as she entered. Why is Azure cramping us into one van? Junhee chuckled. Well, you're different now that there are no cameras around. And I see that you're still the same very pretentious, May said, not holding back. She was once again grumpy because they practically starved yesterday. Jun decided not to help with the cooking after being accused of stealing the cupcakes. Junhee's eyes widened while Casper laughed out loud. He held out a hand toward May, and she high-fived him haphazardly. Junhee sighed. Why do I have a feeling that you guys don't like me? That's your assumption, not ours, Casper said. Jun shook his head and popped his earphones on. Junhee placed his hand on his shoulder. Why won't you join our conversation? He asked. Jun removed one earphone and looked him in the eyes. I have something to do, he vaguely said. After Jisung had asked him to listen to the instrumental he had made, Jun had been playing it at the end of each night. Finally, after their shooting had finished, he realized that it had brought him immense comfort. In that way, he was able to gain inspiration, so he wanted to write some lyrics before they escaped his mind. Besides, Jun added with a smirk, I think you have more things to worry about than me joining the conversation. Number 912. Chapter 912, His True Colors. As soon as they received a signal in the middle of their ride, chaos erupted in the van. Junhee, who had no clue that his reputation had plummeted to the ground, looked at his phone with wide eyes. He had multiple texts too much from what he usually received. It was almost as if a lot of people cared for him. However, that wasn't the case. It was filled with rage texts from Dan, telling him that he had ruined the chances he laid out for him. Aside from that, He also received anonymous texts, all sending him death threats. As he scrolled through social media, he quickly regretted the decision. Casper and Jisung, who scrolled through their phones, immediately turned to Junhee. Mei couldn't stop herself. You stole those cupcakes? Junhee gulped and lifted his head. How? Those were the only words that could come out of his mouth. What the heck? You dared accuse June of stealing it when you were the one who did it? Jisung asked, his innocence vanishing as he held onto Junhee's collar. Mei pulled on Junhee's hair while Casper, surprisingly, became the peacemaker. No violence, Casper exclaimed. You guys will scare the driver. June, on the other hand, was chilling in his own seat. Jisung's song replayed over and over in his earphones as he tried to write the lyrics. There were a lot of ideas in his head, but none of them seemed to stick. He clicked his tongue and placed the pen under his chin. What about this? He started off, but he quickly crossed out his idea. Nah, that's too generic. It doesn't feel genuine. Jisung did such a good job. I need to do even better to give this song justice, he continued. Meanwhile, a war was breaking out behind him. Someone violated my privacy. Isn't that the more important issue? Junhee said, defending himself from the two crazy June fanatics. Besides, you guys would have done the same thing if June wasn't there. Just then, everything made sense. Junhee turned to June with wide eyes. It's him, isn't it? That's why he borrowed Pablo's camera, he revealed. The others were stunned. Casper slowly clapped. Genius move, if you ask me. Just then, Junhee was about to confront June, but Casper held him back. Nua, you ain't touching him. This is your problem. Even if it's caught on tape or not, you still did something awful. He's not a good person, Mei exclaimed. He's just pretending to be on camera. I knew it, Casper said. You're also imitating June, right? You will never be him. Jisung shook his head. And to think that I really liked you during the first season. I should have listened to Casper. Junhee, however, still had his eyes set on June. June, he exclaimed, trying to capture his attention. However, June couldn't care less about what was happening behind him. He scribbled more words, but erased them right away. The driver glanced behind them and shook his head. This is why I don't mess with the younger generations, he muttered. Fortunately, they arrived at the company without any casualties. Junhee's clothes were loose, and the others had ruffled hair, but all in all, it turned out better than what the driver expected. We're here, he said. June finally snapped out of his working days and removed his earphones. He grabbed his bag from underneath his seat and got out of the car, not even bothering to look back at them. However, Junhee quickly ran up to him before the others could stop him. He harshly placed his hand on June's shoulder and turned him around. June's eyebrows raised in surprise as he was met with an enraged face. What? He asked, already wanting to hit his bed. Junhee smirked. You knew all this time? He asked. What? June repeated. Junhee pursed his lips and let out a deep breath. Of course, he muttered. What else did I expect from you? You're the best. You're never going down. You will never be replaced. June slowly nodded. Thanks, I guess, he said with a small smile. Junhee felt his frustration tipping over. It's not a compliment, he exasperatedly said. However, he quickly calmed himself down, not wanting to show his ugly side just yet. It must be so nice to be you, he started off. You don't even have to try. You get to live with that face and with all that talent. You get everything handed to you by the universe, and you act like you don't care. You act like you will never fall down from the top. However, Junhee said, appearing more serious now, let me tell you this. There will come a time when you will hit rock bottom and I will be there to witness it all. In fact, he smirked. I might just be your replacement. June chuckled, leaving Junhee confused. You're laughing? He asked. June smiled at him, taking a step closer. Not it was the time for Junhee to be intimidated. You just revealed your plan, he said. Junhee's eyebrows furrowed. Now, I don't know who's backing you or maybe I do, but tell them this. They may succeed for a short while, but I will always have the last chuckle. Always, he repeated, looking Junhee dead in the eyes. So, once you taste what it feels like to be on the top, enjoy it for a bit. I know just how much you've been craving for such attention. You even dare copy me just to have it, he spat. Junhee opened his mouth to defend himself, but June cut him off before he could. However, remember this. June continued, taking another step closer. At that point, Junhee felt he was in danger. I will take it back once you've had the sweetest bite. With that, June stepped back and Junhee let out a breath that he didn't even know he was holding. Jun turned around and walked back to their dorm, leaving the stunned Junhee behind. And the three others? I'm so jealous right now, Casper said. He just got scolded by Jun. Me too, Jisung chimed. Mei turned to them with wide eyes. I think I know why your fans are so delusional. Number 914. Chapter 914. Hang out soon? Nothing ever goes smoothly with our plans, Lei said, massaging the bridge of his nose. Don't you agree? Dan pursed his lips. I'm sorry, sir, he said. If it makes you feel better, the apology video is well received. Do you think that can make up for the damage that he had done to his reputation? He was supposed to be Jun's replacement. Dan sighed. I know, sir. I talked to him already, and it seems like he's really repenting. What could repenting even do in this situation, huh? Will it take back what he had done? Dan pursed his lips and didn't say anything further. Lei massaged his temples and let out a deep sigh. Anyway, is he learning the songs well? Yes, Dan proudly said. I think he will blend right into Eve. Are you still going to put him in the group, sir? Yes, Lei said. Eve is bound to be an 8-member group, through and through. Is he going to be the center? Dan asked. No, Lei deadpanned. Do you think he's good enough to be the center? After every day, every night. I've already found the perfect replacement for Jun as Eve's center. A small smile appeared on Dan's face. Jisung, he said. Lei nodded. That boy is gaining fans left and right, and I heard he's the most popular among teens, too. He may not be of the same caliber as Jun just yet, but there will come a time when he will. Alongside that, he's much easier to manipulate than Jun, he smirked. But would it really be okay to add Junhee into the group? Dan asked. Yes, Lei said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Eve is barely a 1-year-old group. They would forget Jun with time. However, Eve would continue to skyrocket into fame. We need to capitalize on each member, especially now that more artists and opportunities are heading our way. He smirked. Although his plan didn't go smoothly, Lei believed he had the upper hand because the head was already on his side. With each passing day, his friendship with Quan became deeper and deeper. When are we going to launch this plan into action, sir? Dan asked, already elated with the thought. As soon as possible, Lei said. Within this week, maybe? That early, sir? Dan asked with wide eyes. It's already long overdue, Lei sighed. I have been wanting to launch this plan since I sat on the CEO's position. However, nothing ever turned out the way I wanted. Now, we have everything we need. I just need to press one more button. And what about Junhee, sir? Don't you think we need to let this scandal die down for a couple more weeks? Then, it would be too late, Lei said. What we cannot give Jun is more time. We both know that the bastard is too smart for his own good. And the scandal? Let's just say it's the least of our worries, Lei smirked. Because there are 2 ways a scandal dies, he continued, standing from his seat with a determined glint in his eyes. 1 is time, he started off. And 2 is another scandal, one that would bury the first scandal under the ground. This is so exhausting, Jisung said after they had practiced the choreography. I'm so glad I'm not in the center because the burden would be 100 times heavier. Well, being at the center is a job only Jun can do for the team, Zeth smiled. We even have to carry him for this choreo. Jun sighed and shook his head. At first, he felt burdened with the position. However, as time passed by, he enjoyed being in the center. We're working so hard for this. Come back, Jae-young said. Somehow, I feel really proud of our team. Well, of course, Si-hoon said. It's our first anniversary soon. It also feels like we're doing this for our fans. I could already imagine their reactions. I like this album a lot more than our previous one, Rin said. Of course, Akira retorted. You have 3 songs in it. You'll be getting plenty of royalties. The others chuckled, enjoying the warm atmosphere. Just then, Jun's phone rang, a small smile adorning his face when he saw it was Minjun. We're on break, right? Jun asked. Jay lifted his head and nodded. Yeah, you guys need to rest, too. All right, Jun said. Let me take this real quick. Jun answered the call and placed his phone over his ears. Little demon, he greeted with a smile on his face. How are you? How are you? Minjun asked, throwing the question back to Jun. It must have been tough to live in the village, huh? Nope, Jun said. I enjoyed it except for the cupcake incident. Yo, that was insane, he exclaimed. It was such a hot topic that even my mom knew about it. Let me tell you this, my mom never knows these things since she doesn't even watch the show. I bet, Jun chuckled. Anyway, why did you call? Are you free to hang out? Minjun asked. Jun pursed his lips and recalled his schedule. We're preparing for a comeback. Finally, Minjun said. So, Jun trailed. That means that you don't have any time? Minjun asked, already sounding upset. Yup, Jun said. Sorry, kiddo. It's going to get really busy from now on. We have to prepare for our world tour right after. Minjun groaned. Why do idols have to be so busy? Jun chuckled and leaned against the wall. Why are you even asking? I thought you were banned from seeing me. That's right, Minjun said. My mom still believes you're a bad influence. However, since she's been busy making kissy faces with her new boyfriend, she hasn't looked out for me. Too much. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Lena has a boyfriend. They're getting to know each other, apparently, Minjun sighed. But if you ask me, I don't really like that guy for her. Jun continued chuckling, his shoulders shaking from the action. Well, maybe that would make her less grumpy. I wish, Minjun said. It just took away more of my time with her, he muttered. Minjun, Jun muttered, sensing the sadness in his tone. Anyway, Minjun said, I think it would be a while until we get to hang out. Yeah, Jun sighed. Maybe when you lose your job, we'll finally see each other. Number 915. Chapter 915. So long. The preparations for the comeback were going smoothly. It was definitely difficult, but the process wasn't as chaotic as that of their last album. If you asked Jun, then he would answer it was going too smoothly. It was a calm Thursday evening. They had already recorded their title track and had learned its choreography. Somehow, even though the comeback was still more than a month away, Eve was already set to perform it on the big stage. Jun sat next to Jisung and nudged his shoulder. Do you want to tell them about your song now? He asked. Jisung pursed his lips and shook his head. Not right now, he said. I feel like it's still too early. Have you already written the lyrics? Jun shook his head. Nothing seems to fit. Jisung smiled. Then, it's really too early. We still have some time. Maybe we can ask them to add it as the last song to the album. Jun nodded, respecting Jisung's wishes. It was his song, after all. They continued their practice. However, the piece was soon disrupted when someone came into the room. Hunky men, Jay asked as soon as he saw the two individuals. The members of Eve stopped practicing as they were graced by the presence of police officers. Good evening, one of them said. Jay frowned. May we help you? They showed their badge and went to where Jun was. We have a search warrant against Mr. Choi Joon-ho. We ask you to please join us at the police station. Jun's eyebrows furrowed while the others turned to each other with wide eyes. A search warrant? Jay exclaimed. What for? Criminal charges that we cannot disclose, the police officer said. However, Mr. Choi Joon-ho needs to accompany us to the station. All hell broke loose. Criminal charges? Casper exclaimed the loudest the others had heard him speak. That's impossible. What kind of crime did Jun even do? He's been with us ever since. Jae-young defended. This cannot be. There must be a mistake, Jisung shakily said. The others continued to defend him. Meanwhile, Jun finally realized what was happening. I see, he muttered. It has started. He knew it would come to this. He just didn't think it would happen so swiftly. Jun had been working hard for their comeback, not wanting to slack or have any distractions. However, the time has finally come. Jun was aware that his career was in jeopardy the moment Lei became the CEO of Azure. It was just a matter of time. He raised both wrists without any complaint. I will come with you, he said. The members of Eve turned to him with wide eyes. Are you insane? Akira asked. Why would you go with them? Jun sighed. It's a search warrant. It's protected by law. I will cooperate, but that doesn't mean I am admitting to whatever they charged me with. Jay massaged the bridge of his nose. The police nodded and placed some handcuffs on Jun. The others continued to protest, with Casper even holding onto Jun's wrist. You can't go, he exasperatedly said, his hold tightening with every word. Jun pursed his lips and looked at his teammates. They all appeared to be in distress. His heart ached with what he saw. He failed to protect it their smiles. However, he also knew it would be even more painful as time passed by. So, he needed to do this for now. I'll be fine, he said. You take care of yourselves, all right? Jisung sniffed, not being able to handle his emotions. Why does it feel like you're saying goodbye? I'm not, Jun chuckled. The others were bewildered with how he could still smile in such a situation. However, then again, that was Jun for them their strongest center. His words didn't appease them, so Jun pursed his lips. "Do you guys trust me?" he asked. The question took them aback, even Jay. "Why are you even dash? Just answer it," Jun said. "Do you trust me?" "I do," Jisung said despite his shakiness. The others followed suit, all looking at Jun with trusting eyes. "Then, that's good," Jun smiled. "Continue trusting in me like you do now. Even if it gets too difficult, just always remember we will continue to be Eve, alright?" "Now, that really sounds like parting words," Jay muttered. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Let's go," he said. "I'll see you guys soon," he said to the boys before they left the practice room. With that, they went out of the company. Fortunately, it was past office hours, so there weren't any staff around anymore, just those working overtime. However, even then, news spread like wildfire. They made it to the police car at the parking lot and sped away, with Jun looking out of the window. Jay patted his shoulder and looked him in the eyes as if silently asking, "Are you okay?" Jun pursed his lips and remained silent, also not knowing how to feel. Lei, who was currently at the topmost floor with Dan, looked outside the window. In front of them was none other than Phoenix Entertainment, a few blocks away but towering above every building in the area. "There it is," he smiled. "My new empire." With that, he glanced at the ground, where he saw the police car speeding away. He couldn't help it. Laughter bubbled up his chest, and the dark office was soon filled with the chilling sound. Dan, who felt chills run down his spine, tried to join in with the laughter, but it just sounded like a pig getting slaughtered. Lei glared at him, so he quickly pursed his lips and directed his gaze back to the ground. Lei sighed and shook his head, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "It has finally started," he muttered, a small, sick smile playing on his lips. "For so long, I have played your game. Now, it's your turn to become the pawn. So long, Jun." Number 916. Chapter 916, Falling Star. Sexual crime allegations? Jay exclaimed as soon as the officers revealed what Jun was being investigated for. Then, he turned to Jun, who shook his head. "There must be some kind of mistake," Jay said, sounding nervous. "Jun can't. I mean, he hasn't. There's no way. If there was one thing an idol couldn't bounce back, it was this." Rightfully so. There has been a lot of controversy regarding sexual crimes in the entertainment industry. In the past years, there had been some artists who were aired to the public, some involved in big organizations, while some in secret relationships. Once proven right, the outcome was fatal. Most of them fled the country, while some served their sentences. It was a point of no return. At that point, one's career would plummet to the ground. Jun pursed his lips. "These are very serious allegations," he said. "Is there any proof that I had done such?" "We have a complainant," the police officer responded. "We will continue the investigation and the trials, so we came to inform you. However, since there hasn't been a verdict, you would be booked without detention, which means that you are not going to be detained throughout the course of the investigation." Jay massaged the bridge of his nose and paced back and forth. "This can't be," he muttered. "You're accusing Jun of all people?" "Again, sir, none of these has been confirmed, which is why we are investigating it properly. It will be done through the virtue of law." Jay was ready to burst out of anger. However, Jun held him back. "The complainant," Jun said, still holding on to Jay. "Who are they?" In the meantime, the complainant wishes to stay anonymous. However, in the upcoming investigation, she had expressed her intention to show in court. "She," Jun muttered. "So it was a woman?" He placed his hand under his chin and thought hard. Had there been an instance where he accidentally touched a woman inappropriately? No matter how hard he thought about it, that wasn't the case. He had never done such things. He had never even shown any interest in the opposite gender. So, there was only one answer to all of this lay. Jun shook his head and stood from his seat. "I am aware now," he said. "I will earnestly attend all of the trials." "Jun," Jay exclaimed, "they're spewing nonsense. You would never do such things." "I know." Jun sighed, feeling a headache coming in. "But is there some way we can escape this?" The police officers glanced at each other. "Unless you are ruled innocent or if the complainant withdraws the case, then you are required to undergo investigation by the law, sir." Jun pursed his lips and nodded, holding onto Jay's wrist. "Let's go," he said. Jay sighed and nodded, leading Jun out of the police station. However, much to their surprise, the ground was filled with reporters and spectators. Jae and Jun frowned. "What the heck?" Jae muttered. It had already been revealed to the public. Jun turned on his phone and went on Naval. As expected, his name was on the top of the trends list. However, he knew that it wasn't for something positive this time around. He plucked up the courage and clicked on the topic. What bombarded him were photos, ones he had never seen before. It already had over 50,000 likes despite being posted mere minutes ago. Jun clicked on one photo and zoomed in, wondering where the photo had been taken. Then it hit him. "The club," he muttered. When he was tricked by Dan, he went to the club where he met those people. He had been wary of the CCTV cameras. However, he didn't think they would be able to do this. Hyuk, Scar, Ollie. He couldn't be mistaken. It must be one of them. "But why?" he whispered. He clicked out of the photo and went through the comments. "Crap, I didn't want to believe it. But Jun really went to the club. Him going to the club is the problem with you, guys. He's being accused of a grave crime. Who cares if he did it? I would not want to be violated by him. The world is really fucked. Goodness, I don't know what to believe. Believe the victim. Always. Yes. I'm so devastated right now. I can't believe I trusted him. What will I do with all his photo cards right now? Guys, it hasn't been confirmed. I don't know why we're basing his innocence on these photos. I heard he assaulted multiple people. Source, trust me, bro. Can we please act serious for once? Let's wait for the official statements." Jae grabbed Jun's phone and placed it in his pocket. "I was reading that," Jun said. Jae sighed. "How can you act so nonchalant about this?" Jun pursed his lips. This was definitely the biggest scandal he had in his entire career. "Because I didn't do it," Jun sighed, running his fingers through his hair. "Do you believe me?" Jae pursed his lips and nodded. "I do," he said. "However, you shouldn't read these things," Jae continued. "I don't know how you can even stomach reading it. People twist stories to their liking. It has always been that way." Jun clicked his tongue. "Anyway, I already called Marcus," Jae said. "He's nearby, so he's going to fetch us from the back. How about the company van?" Jun asked. "I'll have someone retrieve it tomorrow," Jae muttered. "Why are you even thinking about that when the company is probably the reason that you're here?" "They are the reason that I'm here," Jun confidently said. "However, the guys have a schedule tomorrow. You don't have any other van." Jae clicked his tongue and punched Jun's shoulder. Jun looked at him with raised eyebrows. "For 1 second, can you think about yourself? Not anyone else but yourself." Jun pursed his lips. Just then, Jae's phone rang. "Now come on," he sighed, his voice softer than before. "Marcus is at the back. Number 917. Chapter 917. Let me rest." "Thanks, Marcus." Jae sighed, the stress in his voice evident. "No worries," Marcus said. "You want me to drop you off at your dorm?" Jae nodded. "Thanks again. Don't mention it." Jun stared out of the window, feeling weirdly calm. His career had just burst into flames in a matter of hours, but he didn't feel too bad about it. Somehow, he felt worse for the people he loved. It wasn't because he was hurting, but because they were. He could already imagine the turmoil his members and his fans were going through. Jun could handle the public scrutiny, but the thought that the people he cherished were also going to get scrutinized made his heart ache. "Oh crap," Marcus said after a while. Jun and Jae looked up and saw that the situation was even worse in their dorm. There were reporters and protesters surrounding it, with banners that said, "Oust Jun." Jae clicked his tongue. "Shit, we can't go out there. You'd be egged." Jun pursed his lips, thinking of a place to stay at. He could stay with Minjun, but he was sure he was going to get kicked out as soon as he arrived. Lena might even light him on fire. "We can go to Master Haruto's place," Marcus said. "He has an extra room." Jae turned to him. "Will that be okay?" Marcus nodded. "I'm sure he wouldn't mind. In fact, he might like it very much." Jae then turned to Jun. "Would that be all right with you?" Jun nodded, so Marcus stepped on the gas and sped away. Fortunately, Haruto's place wasn't that far from his office. It was only a couple of blocks away, a condominium that was too high for its own good. Jun placed on a mask and rode the elevator with the two of them. As they arrived at the penthouse, they were greeted by Haruto, who appeared like he was even more stressed than Jae. "Jun," Haruto exclaimed. "Goodness," he said, inspecting his body. "I'm so glad you're fine." "My career is not, though," Jun joked, causing the others to turn silent. How can you even say things like that at this moment? Jay exclaimed, slapping Jun's shoulder. Jun pursed his lips and scratched the back of his neck. Too soon, he asked. Jay shook his head. I have a headache, he muttered. I'll get you some medicine, Marcus said. Jay nodded and sat on the couch. Jun and Haruto followed. The silence between them was deafening, with none of them finding the right words to say. Jay grabbed his phone from his pocket and saw too many notifications. Most of it was from the members of Eve. Jay sighed and opened the messages. Casper the Ghost. Jun is being removed from Eve? Jisung the Chick. Jay, please explain this. Why did Azure release a statement that Jun has been removed from the group? Jaeyoung the Crybaby. I can't do anymore. Please come back with Jun, Jay. Akira. He doesn't have a sexual bone in his body. How can they freaking do this to him? Jay's eyebrows furrowed, and he quickly went to the group chat for managers. There, he saw a notice about Jun's involuntary departure from Eve. He stood from his seat, causing the other two to turn to him with curiosity. What? Haruto asked. Jay turned to Jun, who had his pursed lips. Lei removed you from Eve, he revealed. Haruto turned to Jun with wide eyes. Jun, on the other hand, kept his lips pursed. Haruto felt bad for him. He knew how Jun worked so hard for this dream. He had achieved the success that he rightfully deserved. However, why did it feel like the world was against him? How can they take away his dream for the second time? Jun sighed and leaned against his seat. I see, he muttered. Jay and Haruto glanced at each other, trying to gauge Jun's reaction. Are you all right? Haruto asked after a while. Peachy, Jun answered. Just then, Marcus came back, giving Jay some painkillers. However, the latter didn't take them anymore. It wasn't his head that ached, it was his heart. Seeing the person who had worked so hard to get to where he was being mistreated and misrepresented in the media made his heart hurt. If there was one person Jay could trust in the whole world, then it would be Jun. I can talk to Lei about this, Jay said, trying to salvage the situation. We can also post something on your social media. Jun stood and shook his head. That would make things worse. Let's wait for now. For how long? Jay asked. Jun didn't respond, making Jay frustrated. You can't stop me, he said. I will talk to Lei about this. Jun massaged his temples. Do what you want. For now, I really want to rest. Haruto pursed his lips. If it makes you feel better, I found him, he said, capturing Jun's attention. Who? Jun asked. The head, Haruto said. We can go to him tomorrow and ask for his help. You still have the briefcase, right? We can use that as leverage. I'm sure he'll side with us right away. You found him, Jay exclaimed, looking at Haruto with wide eyes. Haruto nodded. It was a difficult search, but yes, I found him. Kim Kwan, he revealed. We also have his address. Again, we can ask for his help to settle everything. Jay sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. Somehow, there's so much to do. I don't even know where to start. However, don't worry, Jun. I'll get to the bottom of this. We will prove your innocence. I will also talk with the board members to reverse their decision. Jay, Jun said, his voice louder than usual. That took Jay by surprise. Don't worry about it, he said. Don't worry about me. But Jun please take care of the boys, Jun said. I know what I'm doing. But you can't do it alone. Jay exasperated. I know, Jun sighed. That's why I'm asking for your help. Take care of the boys. I'll take care of myself. Haruto and Marcus glanced at each other, not knowing how to intervene. For now, I need to sleep, Jun sighed. So please, let me rest. Number 918. Chapter 918. Saving Jun's career. Keep an eye out for him, all right? Jay said. It was already dawn, yet he was still there. Jun had settled in Haruto's extra room as planned. They talked about ways how to salvage Jun from the situation. Although Jun said he was fine, they felt like they just couldn't stand there and watch. Do you happen to know where the rest of the contents of the briefcase are? Haruki asked while Jay arranged his items. Jay shook his head. I know there's a lot more information out there. I believe Jun is the only one who knows such information. We've never talked about it, and I'm not going to force him. Me too, Haruto muttered. I'm just curious. Why is he so calm? Does he have something up his sleeve? Jay sighed. Jun's so unreadable, he said. However, what we can do now is trust him and support him in what he's going to do. Haruto nodded in agreement. Well, I need to go back to the dorm. Jay sighed, appearing tired. I still have the other boys to handle. I can already imagine the Chaos that would ensue once I arrive. Oof, Haruto muttered. That's something I cannot do. Well, good luck to you. I'll keep Jun here in the meantime. Yeah, thanks for that. Jay smiled. I'll check back tomorrow. Please tell him to lay low while we fix this. I'm afraid his safety is in jeopardy. Don't worry, Haruto said. I have cameras everywhere. I can also activate the special locks. Special locks? Jay asked with one eyebrow raised. Don't think about it, Haruto chuckled. You better worry about the other boys. Jay sighed and nodded, massaging the bridge of his nose. All right, Jay said. I'll try to come back tomorrow. Haruto nodded while Marcus led Jay out of the penthouse. All right, Haruto muttered as the two of them left. Let's keep an eye out on Jun. Where the heck is Jun? Haruto exclaimed. He decided to stay awake in case Jun woke up early. However, he found himself asleep on the couch. Haruto had searched every corner of the house, but Jun was nowhere to be found. Marcus came from the camera room and pursed his lips. He left, he said. Haruto pursed his lips. Crap, he muttered. How can he outsmart my special locks? Jay is going to strangle me once he finds out. Do you think he ran away? I don't think so, Marcus said. Like Jay said, he doesn't have anywhere to stay. That doesn't make it better. Haruto said. What if he has been kidnapped? Or got sucked in by my toilet? Marcus pursed his lips. I will order a search for him. Sir. Haruto nodded, wheeling his wheelchair back and forth out of nervousness. Meanwhile, Jun was in a small tteokbokki place that looked like it had existed since the 80s. The workers were around Minjun's age, a sign that it was family-owned. Although it low-key felt like child labor, these restaurants usually had the best food. In front of Jun was none other than Minjun, who was looking at him with bright eyes. Well, that was fast, he said. I said we'd meet once you're unemployed, and look at you now. Jun, who had a bucket hat on, lowered it down as he shook his head. Are you happy? He asked. To see you? Very, Minjun responded. It's been a while. But the unemployed part? It's unexpected. Jun sighed. Well, we'll be seeing each other more often from now on. Nice, Minjun said, raising his fist high in the air. Jun shook his head in amusement. Anyway, do you have a plan regarding this? You're all over social media. You still have a lot of supporters, but it's only a matter of time. If we prolong it further, then the public is bound to believe in the rumors. I know, Jun said. I thought hard about it yesterday. Technically, I don't have a company to back me up. I also can't join another company as I'm practically blacklisted until the verdict comes out that I'm innocent. So, I decided to post something on my naval page. However, I had been logged out. What? Minjun exclaimed. Yeah, Jun sighed. The company has access to our individual accounts for surveillance purposes. Minjun opened his phone. The account is still up, though, he said, showing him the screen. You can recover your account and post something on it. We can even set something up for a live stream. How are you going to do that? Jun asked. Minjun clicked his tongue and shook his head. I forgot you were stupid at this. Do you know your email at least? Yeah, Jun answered. Then, that's all we need to know. Now let's go. We need to deny it quickly to settle the fire. Jun looked around the shop and frowned. Where are we going to film it? Minjun puffed up his cheeks and thought of something. Well, we can't film it in a public place. You're going to get tomatoes thrown at you. Gee, thanks, Jun muttered. So, we need to go somewhere private. But you don't want to go back to your friend's house. Just yet, right? Jun nodded. I feel bad. Jay's doing so much, even though I already told him to lay low. I don't want them to get hurt, too. Oh ho, Minjun exclaimed. What a caring man. Jun rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. So, do you have an idea? He asked. Minjun nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. I have the perfect place. Jun nodded, silently telling him to continue. Our house, Minjun said. It's big and private, and only our workers are there. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Your house? Don't you think it's more dangerous? Your mom might fry me alive once she sees me. Don't worry, Minjun said. My mom is out on a date again. She won't be home until the night. So, we have all the time that we need. Number 919. Chapter 919. Go live. What kind of path is this? Jun exclaimed as they arrived at what seemed to be a man-made forest. I snuck out. Minjun exclaimed. And you're broke now, so we both don't have cars. Jun clicked his tongue. I'm not broke. I still have a lot of money. I am, however, unemployed. Well, If this keeps up, you're going to be broke very soon. So hurry up. We're almost there. Jun sighed and followed after the younger boy. There, Min-jun exclaimed. We're finally here. Jun sighed in relief. Finally dash. His words were caught in the back of his throat when he saw the house before him. He stood there with his mouth agape, not being able to move his feet. Min-jun sensed his hesitation, so he turned around, only to see Jun gaping at their house. He clicked his tongue. Hurry up. Jun didn't move. Instead, he covered his mouth as he took it all in. This is better than our dorm, he muttered. A lot of things are better than your dorm, Min-jun deadpanned. Now come on. I don't want the search dogs to be released. Search dogs? Jun exclaimed, his voice breaking at the end of the statement. Min-jun sighed and held onto Jun's hand, dragging him inside their gates. It was cornea, activated, which amazed Jun even more. Why you're so rich, Jun muttered. Min-jun shrugged with a smile. It's no big deal, he boasted. Min-jun quickly closed the gates and led Jun inside. He could see some of their workers already going to where their search dog were. I'm here, he quickly announced. No need to bring out the cane corso. The workers sighed in relief. Young master, where have you been? They were about to go near him, but they saw who he was with, making them halt. Jun stopped for a moment and bowed at the waist. Thank you for having me, he said, his voice filled with respect. The workers glanced at each other as Min-jun dragged Jun to their house. I'm home, he announced. The maids all scrambled to greet him at the door. Young master, we were worried, one of them said. Then, they noticed Jun's presence and immediately stepped back. Jun bowed once more, repeating his greeting. Min-jun smiled as he nudged Jun's shoulder. This is my older brother, he exclaimed. We're going to be filming something in my room. So don't make any noise, all right? We're going to save his dying career. Jun shook his head and massaged the bridge of his nose. We'll be quick, he prefaced. The maids were still hesitant until the oldest one stepped forward. Young master, she softly said. I don't think Ms. Lena would appreciate his presence. I know, Min-jun said. But my mom's busy, right? She's out on a date. Jun is going to leave before she comes home. There won't be a problem, he assured. However, even with his assurance, they were still hesitant to let Jun inside. Jun pursed his lips. Perhaps, is it because of what's happening? The oldest maid quickly cut him off. It isn't, she said with a small smile. Min-jun talks about you frequently, and in those stories, we can tell that you're a good person. Besides, I think there is way too little proof for us to believe in it. It just blew out of proportion because you're a really big star. Aside from that, you're not getting much support from your company. The VE practically abandoned you, she muttered. Whoa, Min-jun said. You shouldn't be here. You should be an analyst. The maid chuckled and placed her frail hand on Jun's shoulder. Anyway, you are welcome here. If young master believes in you, then we do, too. However, we're just worried about Ms. Lena. She's really not fond of you. Jun chuckled, feeling touched by their support. Yeah, I am aware, he muttered. However, it would be really quick. I don't have any other place to go to. The maid sighed and finally nodded. All right, she muttered. However, for good measures, I think you need to leave after lunch. Ms. Lena said she'd be home by the afternoon, so we just want to make sure. Jun nodded with a smile. Thank you. It's a great help. It's nothing, she said. Now go. You don't have much time. Let's go. Min-jun happily exclaimed as he dragged Jun to his room. As soon as they entered, there was a smug look on his face. Once again, Jun was amazed by the sheer richness of the young guy. Goodness, he muttered. Are you Tony Sparks' son or something? Why do you have so many good quality figurines? Don't touch them. Min-jun exclaimed when Jun attempted to stroke the biggest one. Jun clicked his tongue. Dang, I can't believe I'm even less important than the figurine. Min-jun rolled his eyes. Just get over here, he said, already setting up Jun's phone for the live stream. What about my account? Jun asked. I've already retrieved it, Min-jun said. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Already? What do you think of me? Min-jun scoffed. This is a piece of cake. All right, everything's good now, he continued. Sit there. Jun nodded and sat on Min-jun's chair. Do I look okay? Jun asked. Min-jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Do you even have to ask that? Or do you want me to put concealer on your lips and red eyeshadow below your eyes and on the tip of your nose to make it look like you deeply regret what you've done? Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. I shouldn't have asked. Damn right, Min-jun exclaimed. You know that you always look good. Besides, you shouldn't look guilty. It's not like you really did the crime. Jun couldn't help but smirk. However, he turned serious as soon as Minjun's finger hovered above the Go Live button. Are you ready? Or do you need a script? Minjun asked. Jun shook his head. At first, he felt hesitant since he might stumble with his words. However, he didn't want to come out as scripted. He wanted to be as transparent as possible. With that, he nodded. I'm ready. Minjun nodded with him, pressing the Go Live button. Number 920. Chapter 920, His Apology. I'm not telling you where Jun is, Jay sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Why not? Akira exclaimed, his eyes puffy from last night's crying session. In fact, all of the members' eyes were puffy, even those who took pride in not crying. You told us to sleep it off, Jisung sniffed. We already did. Now, tell us where he is. Jay pursed his lips. I never told you that I would disclose his whereabouts. Why the heck not? Zeph asked. Don't we have the right to know where he is as his members? Because I know you'll cause a ruckus, Jay said. You're going to look for him when, in fact, we have a meeting with Surley today. Tonight, you also have the jacket shoot for your new album. You expect us to go through with that? Sehun asked. After all of this has happened, Jay's head started hurting once more. No amount of painkillers worked for what he was feeling. He needed to drink. However, he wanted to be strong for the boys. Yes, Jay said. It's what Jun wants. Why would he want that? Rin exclaimed. I know, right? Jay muttered. He was also against it at first. However, he couldn't forget what Jun had said to him yesterday night. Life needs to continue, Jay said, quoting Jun's words. It cannot stop because something like this happened. I know it sounds ridiculous, but this is one way to protect yourselves. You need to continue working. Otherwise, the company will target you too. Now, I wouldn't stop you from sharing your thoughts about the situation with Surley. However, how about Jun? Jisung said, tears falling from his eyes. The sight of their youngest member crying made their hearts ache. They looked away and tried their best not to cry along with him. Who's going to protect Jun? He asked. Jay pursed his lips. Through this, we are protecting Jun, too, he softly said. How? Jisung asked, his voice raising from anger. Is it going to bring him back to the group? That was the limit of Jay's knowledge. I don't know, he whispered, looking down at the floor. No matter how strong he wanted to be for the boys, in reality, he also had a lot of uncertainties. And the biggest one was whether Jun would be able to come back to the group or not. Jae-young raked his fingers through his hair and brought out his phone. He was desperate to look for something, anything, when he saw a notification pop up on his phone. Jun is live. He lifted his head. Did the company seize Jun's account? He asked. Yes, Jay responded. Not only him, but all of you had been logged out. The company said this would control the damage. However, I think they're just silencing your support for him. Then, why is he live right now? He asked, causing the members to turn to him with wide eyes. What? Jay exclaimed, not believing it. However, it was real. Jae-young showed them the notification. Crap, Jay muttered. Play it on the television right now. They scrambled to get to the living room. Jae-young quickly cast his screen on the television, and there, they saw Jun. Somehow, they couldn't help but smile once they saw him. He looks okay, Jisung muttered. He looks more than okay, Akira chimed. He looks better than us, that bastard. Even though he appears tired, he's still good-looking as fuck. Jun waited for a few seconds as the people spilled in. Not even a minute in, yet there were already 1 million people in his livestream. It felt like not only fans were interested in the case. Jun? What the heck? I thought he was out of Eve. Why is he still using the official account? Shame on you. I hate seeing his face. Then, fucking leave. Please, Jun. Tell us what's really going on. This is so interesting. I don't even like K-pop, but I'm tuned in. We hate people like you. You made the rest of Eve suffer, Jun. We support you, Appa. I just want to get the facts, please. Jun let out a deep breath before starting. Hi, he started off. It's Jun. Then, he paused as he collected his thoughts. I don't really know how to start this. Yesterday, everything changed so fast. One moment, I'm practicing with my members like we always do, and the next, I'm being accused of something I can't even wrap my head around. I've always given everything I have to this. Every practice, every stage, every moment with you all. I've never taken any of it for granted. I know what this life means. I know what you mean to us. To me. He looked down and took a deep breath before looking back at the camera. It hurts me to know that some of you are suffering right now. I'm so sorry for the pain it's caused you, for the confusion, the disappointment. I never wanted to be the reason any of you felt hurt. Why is he apologizing? Jae-young asked with a frown. He shouldn't be apologizing when he didn't even do anything wrong. Jisung exclaimed. The company should be the one apologizing. I knew it was too good to be true, Zeth muttered, leaning against the couch and looking up. At the ceiling, everything was going too well. Shoo, Akira said just as Jun said his next words. I don't know what happens from here. I don't know what's next. But please, if you can't believe in me right now, believe in the other members of Eve. They don't deserve this. They've worked so hard, and they're like my brothers. They've always been there for me, and I need you to be there for them now. Please show them love and support. They need you. Fuck you, Jun, Akira spat. Why are you still concerned about us? Jay pursed his lips. Jun really cherished the group so much. Then, Jun let out a deep breath before going closer to the camera. It seemed like the sadness had left his eyes, and replacing it was something that looked murderous. The members felt chills running down their spines. Before I end, I need to say this, he continued, looking straight into the camera. With those intense eyes, loud and clear. I did. Number 921. Chapter 921, Disheveled Hair. I did not do it. Those were the words that Jun wanted to say. However, before he could utter them, the app redirected him to his home screen. Min-jun, who was right behind the camera, looked at him with wide eyes. He silently gestured for Jun to continue, but Jun just pointed at the phone. Idiot, Min-jun whispered. Say you didn't do it. Jun clicked his tongue. It's gone, he said. Min-jun frowned and carefully peeked at the phone, making sure that the live wasn't ongoing anymore. When he saw that Jun was telling the truth, a frown graced his face. He went to Navel on his phone and searched for Jun's name. It's gone, Min-jun said. Your account is gone. Jun sighed and leaned against the shelf behind him. Not that surprising, he muttered. Honestly, it's more surprising that they didn't take out the lives sooner. Yeah, stupid company, Min-jun muttered. That was really good, by the way, he added. I definitely felt your sincerity. I even almost teared up in the end. If you were able to finish your statement, then it would have been perfect. Although, the last part gave me chills. You look like you wanted to kill someone. Jun softly chuckled. Are you rating my explanation video? Min-jun smiled. Well, I think it would be well received, or at least, it would tame the fire for now. However, some people would still twist your words. Moreover, your company might censor you even more from now on. Jun nodded, already expecting it. So, do you want to use my page to get your message across? Min-jun asked. Jun placed his hand under his chin before shaking his head. No, that's not good, Jun said. You've worked hard for it to grow into what it is today. It might get taken down. Min-jun shrugged. I don't care. Jun chuckled and stood, wrapping one arm around Min-jun's shoulder and rubbing his head. Since when were you so mature? He joked. Min-jun clicked his tongue and pushed him away. I've always been mature. Jun merely smiled and sighed in relief. Well, that's done, Min-jun said. Want to go downstairs? I bet the food's done by now. Jun nodded. Let's go. The members of Eve continued to stare at the television. The live stream was long gone, and they were now gazing at Jaeyoung's home screen, which was their very first picture together. Jae sighed and massaged his temples. Jun, he muttered. I told Haruto to look over him. Jisung sniffed and wiped the tears from his eyes. He always thinks about us, even when he's the one hurting. What are we going to do without him? Jaeyoung muttered. The members turned silent, not knowing the answer to his question. He looks better than I thought, Akira chimed. I think he's taking this much better than we are. He doesn't look guilty, Jae said. It's because he didn't do it. The members nodded, fully believing in their center. How are the people reacting to this? Ren asked. Jae went to his Navel account and saw that Jun's topic had gained more than 3 million posts since the previous day. He looked through the people's opinions and nodded. It's mixed, Jae said. There are a lot who still support him, but there is also a good portion that wants him arrested. Jaeyoung sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. It's going to take a lot more to clear his name. It just sucks that the company isn't even helping him. They dropped him like a hot potato. I even thought Lei was a good person, Jaeyoung muttered. Didn't we all? Jisung asked. However, They failed to protect Jun when he's one of the people who made Azure what it is today. Jay pursed his lips since he already knew of Lei's true nature. Speaking of Lei, he said, we have a meeting with him today. I need you guys to behave, all right? You can state your opinions, but do not make a scene. Casper opened his mouth, but Jay quickly stopped him. Especially you, Casper, he warned. We don't want Lei targeting you too. That's the last thing Jun would want. Casper pursed his lips after Jay used the Jun card on him. Let's go, Jae-young said, not wanting to prolong their meeting further. They went down to the parking lot and drove to Azure's building. As they entered, most workers looked toward their way, some with disgust, while most with pity. The members of Eve hated it. They looked at them like Jun really did something wrong. They finally arrived at Lei's office and frowned when they saw. He wasn't there yet. Instead, there was none other than Dan, who was sitting in the CEO's seat. Their expressions instantly hardened since they remembered what Dan did to Jun. Jay led the members to sit on the couch before crossing his arms in front of his chest. What are you doing here? Jay asked. Dan quickly stood from the prestigious seat and sheepishly raised his hands. You caught me, he said. I'm just testing to see how comfortable it is. Jay clicked his tongue. Where's Sir Lei? He asked. Well, you don't sound happy, Dan chuckled. Jay and the members remained unamused, so Dan cleared his throat. He's coming, he said, straightening his back as he walked away from Lei's table. He's a bit late since he forgot about this. He has a prior engagement, but he's already in the parking lot. Casper clicked his tongue. He's wasting our time, he muttered. Jae-young nudged his shoulder, to which Casper merely responded with an eye roll. Finally, after a few minutes, the door opened, revealing Lei with swollen lips and disheveled hair. Jay grimaced as he appeared with a smile, as if the company's biggest boy group wasn't in shambles. Oh, there you guys are, he said in his signature kind voice. However, the members weren't amused, not even the least. What did I miss? He asked. Nothing, Dan said. We were waiting for you, sir. Right? Lei chuckled, sitting on his chair. Wait, why does this feel warm? He muttered, before shaking his head. Anyway, thanks for coming, he said. I called all of you here to discuss Jun's departure from Eve and the person who would replace him. Number 922. Chapter 922. Go to waste. The members of Eve turned to each other in utter shock. What did you just say? Casper asked, his fists clenched. Lei answered nonchalantly. Jun's departure and his replacement, he repeated. I'm sorry that we weren't able to inform you about it beforehand. However, we take these topics very seriously in Azure, he said, looking empathetic. Dan nodded along with him, making the boys feel like they were in some kind of big joke. So, we cut ties with him right away. This is a violation of his contract, so we are eligible to terminate it without prior consultation. As of yesterday, he has officially been removed from the group and is out of the company. He also has to pay a fine for the premature termination due to a violation. There isn't even any proof that he had done it. Jisung defended. Now, Lei smiled. I know that you guys are upset, but shouldn't you believe in the victim first? It would be inhumane for you to think about your friend when there is a victim in question. But he didn't do it, Jisung weakly said. And how are you guys so sure about that? Lei asked. I acknowledge that this must be very hard for you. However, you've only known each other for what? Only a little bit more than a year? That's a very short time to get to know a person. Moreover, isn't Jun more closed off than the average person? It might be because he doesn't want you guys to see who he truly is, he continued. Sehun frowned, feeling like they were being gaslight. Now, your career is at an all-time high. We cannot jeopardize it just because of someone's wrongdoings. So, I suggest that you guys continue with your work while the law punishes Jun, all right? That rendered the boys silent. They had wanted to say a lot of things before coming, but why did it feel like Lei wasn't going to budge no matter what they say? Jay massaged the bridge of his nose. Then, we should push back the comeback a little bit and clear their schedules. The boys need to dash. Oh, that's something we absolutely cannot do, Lei smiled. As you know, it's Eve's anniversary, and there are already articles confirming your guys' comeback in November. Do you want your fans to become disappointed? Jun is the center of our team, Akira sighed. He is a focal point in our choreography, in our discography, and in all of our performances. I can't fathom why the company does not want to protect him. We can't protect a criminal, Lei said. That would tear down our reputation. Anyway, you guys don't have to worry about that, he continued. I am well aware of Jun's role in the team. That guy made it nearly impossible to replace him. Huh? Your formations are for 8 people, too. We want you guys to still be comfortable with that formation, so we decided to bring another member to your team. The members felt like they were being whiplashed left and right. A new member? Jae-young asked. And this wasn't discussed with us? This was discussed by the top-level management, Lei said. You're still not 1 year into your career, so introducing a new member wouldn't be as big as a problem. Jae bit his lip to prevent himself from causing a scene. Now, who is going to replace Jun? Lei smiled. Junnie, he responded. Isn't it nice? They have similar names, too. Junnie, Casper repeated. He scoffed in disbelief. You think that guy could replace Jun as the center of Eve? Pardon, Lei said, clearing his throat. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. Junnie is still a rookie in the idol industry, so naturally, he won't be replacing Jun. He would just be an additional member to complete your team. The person who will replace Jun is with us right now, he smiled. The boys stiffened as they all gazed at Zeth. Naturally, they thought of him since he ended up second in Rising Stars. Zeth pursed his lips and massaged the bridge of his nose. He was a fiend for attention. However, not in this way. He would rather eat rocks than replace Jun in their team. In fact, all members of Eve felt the same way. However, Lei's next words left an even more bitter taste in their mouths. Congratulations, Jisung, Lei said, standing from his seat and patting Jisung's shoulder. You will now take Jun's center role in Eve. Jisung felt like he was hit by multiple buses. The other members, too, gazed at him with wide eyes. Jae felt that this was an all-time low. Having Jisung, Jun's best friend, replace him was the cruelest decision. Now, Lei said, going back to his seat and not giving the members any time to retaliate. It's fortunate that only the title track has been recorded. So, it's the only song we will record again. The parts have been redistributed, and the formation will be revised. However, it wouldn't be drastic since Junnie will fill in that space. Moreover, Junnie has been practicing your songs for a while now, so he won't have a hard time adjusting. Casper stood from his seat, not being able to tolerate it anymore. Casper, Jae exclaimed, but the taller guy was unstoppable. He walked to where Lei was and held onto his collar, lifting him up and glaring straight into his eyes. You bastard, he spat. Did you plan this all along? Something passed by Lei's eyes before he held onto Casper's wrist, squeezing tightly. Casper grimaced out of pain, but he continued to hold on. Casper, Lei started off. You like Jun very much, right? You must be really upset, he said in an almost teasing tone. Don't worry. It will get better with time. You'll forget him after a while. You still have a lot of years left for your career. However, let me give you a piece of advice, he said. In fact, let me tell this to you all. Choose who you side with, he smiled. You've worked hard for your dreams. You don't want it to go to waste just because of Jun. Right. Number 923. Chapter 923, The One Above the Door. Yo, this is really good, Jun said, practically devouring the bean sprout and beef soup that Minjun's chefs had prepared for them. I tell you, I have it really good here, Minjun smiled. Jun chuckled and shook his head. Then, he looked around the place, measuring how big it was. Doesn't it get lonely, though? Jun asked. Minjun shrugged. I'm used to it, he said. Besides, would you rather be sad and miserable in a big house or in a small house? A big house, Jun responded. You have your answer then, Minjun said. Jun shook his head in amusement and continued eating. How are the people perceiving the video? Minjun went on his naval account and chuckled. You made a lot of people confused. There are still a lot of hate posts. However, I was right to think it would tame the fire for now. Most people are waiting for the verdict. Anyway, he continued. You have my support. I have more time now since my mom's always busy going on her dates. Right? Jun said. Lena's dating someone? I can't believe it. Why not? Minjun asked. My mom's pretty. Sure, Jun said, sounding unconvinced. But she's terrifying. Geez, Minjun muttered. You're right. Well, who's the unlucky man? Jun teased. Right? I nearly forgot to tell you. It's really ridiculous, but it's your. Just then, heavy footsteps were heard coming from outside of the dining room. The door opened, interrupting their conversation. It revealed none, other than the oldest maid, appearing breathless. We have an emergency, young master, she exclaimed. I was in the garden tending to the flowers when I saw your mom's car pulling up. Adrenaline rushed through the boys' bodies as they stood from the table. What? Minjun exclaimed. What happened to her date? I also don't know, the maid responded. But we should make it quick and have June leave. The two of them nodded, about to go to the front door when it opened. Lena's voice echoed through the wide space. She groaned. Is there any food? I'm really hungry. Minjun's and Jun's eyes widened even further. What are we going to do? Minjun whispered, appearing frantic. Don't you have a back door? Jun asked in a quiet voice. We don't. Minjun exclaimed. My mom said it would be harder to monitor my behavior if we had a back door, so she closed it off. Crap, Jun muttered. Where can I hide? Minjun. Lena exclaimed, her voice sounding nearer now. Have you eaten lunch yet? Let's eat together. Minjun quickly pushed Jun to the stairs. Go up and hide, he said. I'll try to distract my mom and fetch you afterward. We can't let her find out that you were here. Jun nodded and went upstairs. Wait. Minjun whisper shouted, causing her to halt. Just don't go through the farthest room on the right. Jun nodded, not minding Minjun's words, as he silently went up the stairs. As he went up, he could hear Minjun greeting Lena. Mom, he said, sounding a bit nervous. Lena's eyebrows furrowed. Why are you just standing there? Minjun looked around and grabbed a rag. Oh, just cleaning up, she said. Lena frowned. You? Cleaning up? What? Minjun asked. I cleaned up a lot when I still lived with Grandma. Besides, I was bored, so I reckoned I would clean. Lena shook her head. I guess it runs in the family, she muttered. Anyway, let's eat lunch. I'm starving, she said. What happened to your date? Lena sighed. He had a meeting, she responded. So, we rescheduled for the next weekend. I see, Minjun muttered. Her mom was about to go to the dining room when Minjun abruptly stopped her. Shouldn't you get dressed first? He asked. Lena frowned. But I'm really hungry. It's unhygienic, Minjun quickly retorted. You should eat with clean clothes on. Lena was becoming more confused by the minute. Since when did you care about this? Minjun cleared his throat and straightened his spine. Since now, he responded. I'm building my principles. Lena shook her head. Fine, she said. Wait for me, all right. Minjun nodded and waited for her mom to go back to her room before he bolted upstairs. Meanwhile, as Jun arrived on the second floor, he recalled what Minjun had said. Just go to the farthest room on the right, he muttered, navigating his way through the wide hallways. There, he saw the room that Minjun was pertaining to. It seemed darker compared to the other rooms in the entire house. In fact, it felt like it was a room that no one dared enter. So, with that, Jun inferred that it must be a really good hiding spot. He twisted the knob open, frowning when it didn't budge. He clicked his tongue and grabbed a hairpin from his bag. After what happened in every day, every night, he carried one just in case. Who knew he would need it so quickly? He crouched down and started picking the lock, smiling in satisfaction when the door opened. Jun entered the room and quietly closed the door. Then, he turned around, being met with darkness. He clicked his tongue. Why was the room so dark when it was still noon? With that, he turned on the lights, not knowing what to expect. He felt that something special had resided in the room. However, as the room was illuminated, it seemed like a pretty, normal office. It must be Lena's, he muttered. Jun started carefully walking around the spacious office. The files on the table were neatly stacked on top of each other. Jun was curious and wanted to take a peek, but he felt that Lena would feel if someone moved her items even by a centimeter. The walls were filled with books. In fact, the walls were shelves themselves, so the room smelled a lot like crisp paper and aged leather. However, as Jun continued to traverse through the office, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if someone was watching him from behind, causing him to halt. His eyes narrowed as he slowly turned around, not letting his guard down. Then, he faced the door with narrowed eyes. And there, he saw something, or instead, someone whom he never thought would be seen. In a different setting. His eyes widened as he stared at the large photo frame above the door. What are you doing here? Number 924. Chapter 924. Off Limits. Where the heck is that guy? Minjun asked as he frantically opened all the doors on the second floor. He started at the left side since he specifically told Jun not to go to the farthest room on the right. However, he was nowhere to be found. Their time was limited, and Jun needed to get out of the house right at that moment. It was times like this when their big house was a disadvantage. As he arrived at the middle of the floor, he felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. He muttered. However, Minjun felt that Jun, indeed, did it. So, he ran to the farthest room on the right, placing his hand on the doorknob and twisting it open. Minjun cursed under his breath and opened the door. He was surprised when he saw Jun standing in front of the door, appearing like he had seen a ghost. He clicked his tongue and held onto his wrist, dragging him out of the room before Jun could even utter a single word. "I told you not to go here," Minjun scolded, turning around to lock the door before proceeding to drag Jun to the first floor. Jun still wasn't responding, and Minjun continued shaking his head. He, himself, had only been in that room 2 times. Those 2 times, his mom scolded him profoundly. After that, he never dared enter it again. Minjun sighed in relief when they finally reached the front door. He pushed Jun outside, who still appeared out of his mind. "Contact me when you get home," Minjun said, about to shut the door. However, Jun stopped the action with his foot. "What?" Minjun asked. "You need to go? My mom changes slowly, but she'll be done soon." "Minjun," Jun said, his eyes showing his seriousness. Minjun frowned, wondering why he looked so serious. "That person above the door dash." "Minjun, where are you?" Lena's voice was heard from afar. The young boy quickly shut the door before Jun could even finish his question. Lena frowned when she saw her son walking back from the entrance. "Why did you come from that direction?" she asked with narrowed eyes. Minjun sighed. "Were you always this suspicious, Mom?" "It's because you're acting strange," she reasoned. "You gave birth to a weird son. Deal with it," he said. "Now let's go. It's been a while since we ate together because you enjoy eating with Lei more." Lena's face softened. At first, she was upset that their date was canceled. It was the second time that Lei had done it, and although she understood that he was busy because of Jun's issue, it still upset her. However, it was actually good that it got canceled. She smiled and placed her hands on Minjun's shoulders. "Mom's sorry," she lightheartedly said. "Let's eat more often from now on, huh?" Minjun sighed, not knowing what to make of her promise. He didn't want to expect anything only to be disappointed in the end. With that, he merely nodded with a weak smile. "Yeah," he muttered. Meanwhile, Jun had just snapped out of his daze as he traversed through the huge man-made forest that Minjun's rich neighborhood had. There were some houses next to theirs, appearing as big. Jun could tell that the people who lived there were in another salary bracket. Just then, it flashed in his mind the photo. At that moment, Jun's expression hardened. Starting from his transmigration, he already knew he was part of something big. However, the fact that these things were so well connected made him feel that everything that happened was really for a reason. He shook his head and hailed a cab. "Millionaire residences, please," he muttered. The driver nodded and quietly drove to the condominium. On his way there, Jun saw his billboards. A small smile graced his face. When people called him a legendary billboard artist, he couldn't really comprehend it. However, it all made sense now. His face was literally everywhere. They still hadn't been taken down, which was a good thing. However, Jun knew it was only a matter of time. He shook his head and concentrated on the streets instead, not bothering to glance at the billboards. Somehow, it made him feel a little bit melancholic. "We're here, sir," the driver said. Jun brought out some money from his wallet and handed it to the cab driver before getting out of the car. He went to the elevator and pressed the number of the highest floor, whistling as he waited to arrive. Then, he inputted Haruto's combination on the pad before entering through the door. Haruto, who was still anxiously wheeling himself back and forth, looked up when he heard the door open. His eyes widened in relief when he saw it was none other than Jun. "Jun," he exclaimed. Jun nonchalantly waved. "I'm back," he sighed. Haruto sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. "I'm back," he exclaimed. "That's all you have to say when you've been missing since morning?" "I went to a friend's house," Jun said. "I didn't run into trouble." "Even if," Haruto said, "you should have told me where you were going. I even had Marcus arrange a search party for you." "A search party?" Jun asked with a frown. Haruto clicked his tongue and waved him off. "That's not important anymore. What's important is you're back now. I saw your live, too. It seems to be gaining good attention. However, Lei would soon pull out something that would ruin your momentum." Jun nodded. "So, what's your next move?" Haruto asked. Jun pursed his lips as he sat on the couch. "You said you had the head's identity," he started off. Haruto's face turned serious as he went closer to Jun. He looked into his eyes before nodding. Yes, he said. I found out where he lives. Do you still have the briefcase with you? Jun remembered where the briefcase was. Then he nodded. Somehow he muttered. Kim Kwon seems like a pretty friendly guy, Haruto continued. However, he's closed off from the real world, and that's why he hasn't been found in so long. Jun hummed. I see. Are you sure you're correct? Haruto bit his lip. I cannot be 100% sure, but all arrows point to him. All right, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Then, it's time to make a little visit to the head. Tomorrow, he added. Drive me to UN Village tomorrow. Number 925. Chapter 925. The Race to the Head. Where are you going, sir? Dan asked as Lei arranged his suit in front of the mirror. He made sure there weren't any creases. For this day, he needed to look his best. Are you going on a date with Lena Park? Dan added, a teasing look on his face. Lei clicked his tongue and turned around, crossing his arms in front of his chest. No, he deadpanned. I canceled the date. Dan's eyebrows raised in curiosity. I thought it was going well. It is, Lei said, turning back around to the mirror. We're getting to know each other pretty well. I was even supposed to take her to a hotel later in the evening. However, he added, our plan is going so well, so I reckon it's time for me to talk with Kwon. Dan couldn't help but smile. Is it finally time, sir? He asked. Yes, Lei said. We've been chatting about old video games, along with some business talk here and there. I believe he isn't too interested in his entertainment company since he rarely talks about it. I think he won't mind signing a deal once I show him his uncle's wrongdoings. Dan nodded and inserted his hand inside his pocket. Shall I get the van ready, sir? Lei smirked while staring at himself in the mirror. Yes, he said. It's time. Phoenix Entertainment will finally be mine. Meanwhile, in Haruto's penthouse, Jun was also getting ready to go to the head's house. Dang, you look really handsome, Haruto said as Jun went out of his room, dressed in a white polo tucked in some black slacks. Are you going for a casting audition, or what? Jun sighed and shook his head. Might as well impress the head while we're at it. Haruto nodded and continued to inspect his appearance. And the briefcase? He asked. Are you going to bring it? Not right now, Jun said. It's not needed. Haruto frowned. How are you going to convince Kim Kwon to side with you then? Jun sighed. Just get the car ready. Haruto pursed his lips and nodded. Marcus is already downstairs. Let's go. Jun wheeled Haruto outside his penthouse and went down to the parking lot. They were met Marcus, who helped Haruto inside the car. Jun looked at the chrome-covered car with appreciative eyes. You got a new one? Yup, Haruto excitedly exclaimed as Jun also entered the car. It's nice, huh? Jun merely nodded as he settled in his seat. With that, they sped away to UN Village. Jun was silent on the way there while Haruto continued giving information about Kim Kwon. He's pretty young, only around Marcus' age, Haruto started off. However, his net worth is already estimated to have reached $1 billion. That's US dollars. Aside from that, he has relations with Kim Young-do, and it's rumored that Young-do is able to keep his position in Phoenix despite being corrupt because of their filial ties. Jun looked out of the window, gazing at the familiar scenery. Are you listening? These are all important information. You need to show that you're really interested in him, Haruto said. Yeah, Jun said. I'm listening. Meanwhile, Lei also glanced out of his window as Dan drove him to Kwon's house. A small frown graced his face when he saw a fancy-looking car next to them. What is this? He muttered. A Ferrari? He clicked his tongue, not wanting to appear pathetic next to the sports car. Dan, speed away, he said. I don't want to be next to this thing. Dan swooned as he glanced at the car next to them. Got it, sir, he said, pressing on the gas to surpass the sports car next to them. With the sports car out of his view, Lei felt more relieved. As expected, he always wanted to be the best in everything no matter what aspect that was. Marcus, you're going way too slow for a sports car, Haruto sighed. Marcus pursed his lips. I'm only following the speed limit, sir. Jun chuckled in amusement. You must be the kindest hitman I've ever met, he said. Marcus couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Jun. The car ride was filled with Haruto's comments and stories about Kim Kwon, making Jun's ears hurt. Finally, after a couple more minutes, they arrived at UN Village, the richest subdivision in Seoul. We're near, Marcus said. Jun crouched down a bit to look outside of the window. He could see towering houses next to each other. After a while, the car finally came to a halt. Jun frowned as he looked at the house in front of them. This is his house? Jun asked. Haruto shook his head. No, his house is 3 houses down. The big one right there. Do you want us to park right in front of their gate? Jun shook his head. No, this is perfect. He smirked, finally opening the door and getting out. He saw a distant van in front of Kim Kwan's gate, causing him to tilt his head to the side. Did he have another visitor? As Jun was about to walk to the house, Haruto reached out his hand from the window to hold onto his wrist. Jun looked down at him. Be careful, all right? He said, sounding concerned. Jun smirked, taking Haruto by surprise. Don't worry, he said. I got this. Haruto pursed his lips and decided to trust Jun. Call me when you're nearly done. We'll pick you up here again. Jun nodded. All right, I'll see you later. With that, the Ferrari sped away from UN Village, leaving Jun all alone. We're finally here, he muttered as he walked down the street. Then, when he arrived in front of Kim Kwan's house, he stopped. Azure, he muttered as he looked at the plate number of the van parked right in front of it. Jun frowned. Don't tell me. He's here. With that, he walked a couple more steps, finally arriving at his destination. Then, without any hesitation, he raised his hand and hovered it above the doorbell. However, it wasn't just him. Another hand shot through, holding onto his wrist with profound strength. Why are you here? Number 926. Chapter 926. Phoenix. Oh, Lei. Kwan asked as he opened the gate for him. I thought you couldn't come today. I can't miss our game night. Lei smiled. Kwan chuckled and opened the gate wider. Lena will scold me once she finds out you're here instead of with her. Anyway, come on in. My personal chef is already preparing dinner. Lei smiled. Thank you for having me. The two of them went to Kwan's mansion and settled in the living room. Well, you look very proper, Kwan chuckled. You just came from work? Yes, Lei said, placing his briefcase on the table. I came here straight away. I can sense your dedication, Kwan chuckled. Anyway, dinner will probably be ready in half an hour. What do you want to do until then? Lei pursed his lips. This was the perfect time to show him. He opened his briefcase and took some papers out. Without saying anything, he handed them to Kwan, who appeared confused by the events. He grabbed the papers and inevitably read them. Meanwhile, Lei waited patiently, trying to keep his expressions neutral, not wanting to appear too excited. After a while, Kwan finally stopped reading, placing the stack of papers on his lap with a deep frown. My uncle, he muttered. He did all of this to Phoenix trainees? Lei pursed his lips, appearing genuinely concerned about the situation. Yes, he answered. As I've told you, I worked in Phoenix back then. This is the information I've gathered against him. I didn't want to tell you at first, but after a while, I decided to do it, for the sake of our friendship. Kwan's fists clenched around the piece of paper. I knew it, he muttered. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't want to be known to the public. I don't want to be associated with my family anymore. However, this is plain cruel. How can they do this to little kids with dreams of becoming an idol? Lei sighed. That was what I was trying to change when I was still working at Phoenix. However, your uncle is also powerful. He knows the system of the company, and he has created many allies in the process. I am only one person, one who wants to change the idol industry, so I wasn't able to do it. Only someone with more power than your uncle would be able to grant that position to me, he continued. Kwan's frown deepened as Lei continued his story. Do you want my help? Kwan asked. Lei thought he would never ask. Then, he solemnly nodded. I know we haven't known each other for a long time. However, if you would grant me this opportunity, then I would be very grateful. I also wouldn't take it for granted. As you also know, Azure Entertainment is going through a tough time these last couple of days. Jun's departure had created a buzz, but it also doesn't look good with our investors, especially since Jun was the face of Eve. However, we are working hard on rebuilding Eve to be a much better group, even better than the one with Jun in it. Yet, we can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. I need your help, he said. So, if you will, we can create a symbiotic relationship. You can save Azure Entertainment while I can take care of Phoenix. Kwan's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. You want to take Phoenix and merge it with Azure? Kwan asked. Frankly speaking, yes, Lei said. I am confident that I would be able to change the idol industry for the better if this happened. Now, are you willing to help me, Mr. Phoenix? What are you doing here? Minjun exclaimed as he held onto Jun's wrist. In his arms was a plastic bag filled with expensive ice cream, the ones that cost the same as a full-course meal in a cheap restaurant. Jun placed his left hand over his heart. I thought you were someone else, he said. You almost gave me a heart attack. You're the one who nearly gave me a heart attack. What are you doing outside of our house? My mom is home. Really? Jun muttered. That's perfect. What do you mean? Minjun exclaimed. She's already in a bad mood because her date ditched her once again. You're going to get burned alive if she sees you here. Minjun, you're already here? Where is the ice cream? They suddenly heard from inside the gate. Minjun's eyes widened further as his mom's voice sounded closer. He placed both hands on Jun's back and aimed to push him away. Go away. You can visit me another time. Just call me, he whispered, shouted. However, Jun stayed still in his spot. Minjun, who are you talking to? Lena asked. Minjun pursed his lips. No one, Mom. Don't come out. I'll go inside in a second. Jun clicked his tongue, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I'm not going. You're insane, Minjun said, not being able to control the volume of his voice. I heard another voice. Lena exclaimed, placing her hand on their gate. I'm going out. Now, Minjun felt his heart race inside his chest. On the contrary, Jun remained calm, appearing like he didn't give a damn about what was happening. Minjun continued to push him away. Just then, the gate opened, revealing Lena in all of her glory. Since it was a hot and disappointing evening, she was wearing pajamas paired with a tank top, ready to eat the ice cream that her son had bought. However, the night became even hotter when she saw Jun next to her son, both figuratively and literally. Jun was hot, there was no doubt about that. But Lena also felt hot from anger, since she didn't want him in the vicinity of their house. What are you doing here? She exclaimed out of rage. Jun gazed at her with a smirk, looking her up and down. Lena's cheeks reddened since she felt that Jun was checking her out. However, in reality, he was just staring at the underside of her arm where a prominent black mark was shown. Then he smirked. Phoenix. Number 927. Chapter 927. Like a happy family. I do want to help you with that, Quan said. Lei felt excitement course through his veins. He didn't think it would be difficult, but he also didn't think it would be this easy. So, with that, Lei started off, about to get the prepared contract from his briefcase. But, Quan suddenly said, making Lei halt. I think you came to the wrong person. Lei frowned deeply as he placed the briefcase back on the table. What do you mean? He asked. Phoenix Entertainment, huh? He asked. I'm sorry, but only my uncle has the authority to appoint another person to become its or the law. Or maybe his boss, he said. Lei was utterly confused. His boss, Lei muttered. Isn't it you? The owner of Phoenix? Quan sat there for a moment, taking everything in. Then, a look of recognition passed by his eyes. Ah, he exclaimed, even going as far as standing from his seat. You're talking about that Phoenix, the one that has Phoenix Entertainment. Lei became even more confused, if that was possible. Yes, he said. Is there any other Phoenix? Yes, Quan said. I see that we have a misunderstanding, he muttered. He sat right back on the couch, looking at Lei with humor in his eyes. You're finding this funny? Lei asked, not believing what he was seeing. Quan let out a chuckle and covered his mouth. Sorry, he muttered. This is really amazing. I can't believe it has come to this. I don't run Phoenix, he smiled. I own Phoenix, he explained. You know, that AI company that makes taxes easier. Now, we even have Chatnik PT. It's the reason why my house is so big right now. Lei felt like he was transported to the underworld. Phoenix? He muttered. Yes, Quan said. I have been curating it since I was young. Nobody believed in me. I asked for money from some relatives for a startup, but they never gave me a chance. My uncle, Young Du, was the one who opposed it the most. Now look at where I am. I was able to achieve this all by myself. So, you're not the head of Phoenix? Lei asked, sounding absent-minded. Oh, I wish, he exclaimed. Then, I would have absolved my uncle from that company much sooner. Minjun, Lena, and Jun were sat on the long table, just the three of them. The maids and the other workers gossiped among themselves, none of them wanting to go in due to the tension felt in the room. Minjun smiled as he looked at his mom and Jun. They were the people he loved the most in the world, so he couldn't be happier with what was happening. Let's eat, Minjun exclaimed. It's been a while since I've eaten with three people like this. Lena glanced at her son and watched as he ate with gusto. Somehow, that dissipated her anger for a moment. She pursed her lips and stroked her son's hair. "Eat well," she softly said, taking Min-jun and Jun by surprise. They definitely thought she was going to explode as soon as they started eating. However, much to their surprise, she silently ate. A small smile was constantly on Min-jun's lips as they ate their dinner. Jun couldn't help but smile too. What Min-jun was truly craving was a complete family. He could see that. After their meal, however, it seemed like the bomb had finally ticked. Lena stood from her seat, the bottom of her chair scratching loudly against the floor. Then, she looked Jun in the eyes, who didn't back down from her gaze. She considered turning away for a moment just because Jun's face was too much to handle, but she kept their gaze until the end. "Let's talk," she said. Jun smirked as he stood from his seat. "Sure," he said. "It's what I have been waiting for." Lena's eyes narrowed while Jun continued to smirk. Meanwhile, Min-jun watched them with wary eyes. "Mom," he said. "Don't kill him, all right?" Lena merely smirked, making Min-jun nervous. Then, she gestured for Jun to follow after her. Min-jun wanted to follow after them, but Lena only had to glare at him for a second before he stopped following them. Finally, they arrived in front of a room. Lena opened the door, revealing none other than her bedroom. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. "Well, I didn't expect to enter your room," he remarked. Before he could utter another statement, he felt the air get knocked out of his body. Lena held onto Jun's neck at lightning speed, pressing dangerously hard. Jun was taken aback. He didn't expect that. She was even much better than some of the people he had fought with when he was still in the gang. But then again, Lena was still no match with Jun. In no time, he had flipped their positions. However, instead of holding her by the neck, Jun held onto both her shoulders instead. Lena pursed her lips, trying to keep her emotions in check. From outside the door, Min-jun and the other workers tried to figure out what they were talking about. However, the only thing they could hear was banging sounds near the door. Min-jun pursed his lips and turned to the workers. "You don't think they're dash? Don't finish that thought, young man," the old maid muttered. Inside the room, Lena and Jun finally separated, now occupying the bed with their backs turned away from each other. "Don't we need to face each other in order to talk?" Jun asked. Lena, still with red cheeks, pursed her lips and shook her head. "No," she said. "You stay put. This is the only way we can talk with each other." Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. "Fine," he said, "if that's what you want." Lena cleared her throat. "Why did you come here?" she asked. "I've already imposed that I don't want you coming near Min-jun at all costs. Do you have a death wish or something?" Jun sighed. "Honestly, that's something I cannot do. No matter how hard you try to push me away, I already consider Min-jun as my younger brother. However, I technically didn't break your rule this time around. I didn't come here for him." Lena scoffed. "Stop lying. Who else are you going to come here for?" Lena waited for his answer, but it didn't come within a few seconds. Then, before she could process what was happening, Jun was already in front of her. He managed to sneak up on her without making a sound. "You," he finally revealed. "I came here just for you, the real owner of Phoenix." Number 928. Chapter 928, Santa Put Tattoo. Jun paced back and forth in front of Lena. She was still awfully quiet, not wanting to give anything away. However, Jun was already convinced. It was Helena Park. "At first, I couldn't believe it," he started off. "I had been looking for the head of Phoenix for so long. A lot of people knew about him, but they never knew his identity." He stopped pacing and stood right in front of her. "Turns out, it's because we were looking for a she instead. However, I still wasn't sure. But then, I started piecing the puzzle together. First," he started off, "your awful amount of money. I knew that Min-jun was rich. However, he surprised me every time. He said it was because both of his parents owned a company. Yet, this was on another scale. Min-jun had everything before it even came out. Another reason that solidified it for me was when you helped me with my dilemma regarding Phoenix. Nobody would have been able to help me get out of it so easily. Yet you did," he continued. "Third," he continued, kneeling in front of Lena. The woman was surprised, and she scooted further away from him. However, Jun held onto her arm and turned it to show her tattoo. Lena quickly retreated it, but Jun had already seen it. "This tattoo," he chimed, standing once again. "I thought I was losing my mind when I first saw it. I knew it looked familiar, the logo of Phoenix. Jun shook his head in disbelief at how he was able to find out it was Phoenix's logo. When he was taking a dump and using a Sanapu, he was reminded of what Lena's tattoo looked like. It seemed like the Sanapu was more useful than he had expected. Lena finally lifted her head, glaring at Jun. Those aren't solidifying facts, she smirked. What? You inferred I was the owner of a multi-billion company just because I'm rich and have this tattoo? You're not as smart as I made you out to be. She stood and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I knew I had a bad feeling about you. Why are you even looking for the head of Phoenix in the first place? Jun shrugged. Honestly, at first, I wasn't really interested. However, after knowing everything they did to me as a trainee, I wanted to bring the company down. However, I'm past that now. In fact, it seems like it's Phoenix who wants to find me. What are you talking about? Lena asked with a frown. Confusing, right? Jun asked. Let's just say that I'm more involved in this than you would expect. I don't care, Lena sighed. You're talking to the wrong person. You can't convince me otherwise, Jun said, nonchalantly observing his nails. Lena bit her lip in frustration. She had hidden her identity for so long. Only her husband and their trusted workers knew about it, and that was the reason why they grew apart in the first place. However, someone actually found out on their own. She sighed and massaged the bridge of her nose. What do you want? She asked. A small smirk made its way to Jun's face. Finally, he muttered. You've admitted to it. Lena crossed her arms in front of her chest. Well, you're a stubborn piece of shit. You've already made up your mind. Jun nodded. You're right about that. Lena shook her head in disbelief. Pathetic, she muttered. Is that the reason why you became close with Minjun and my mom? Huh? Have you known all along? I even gave you the benefit of the doubt, but you're using my son to get to me, huh? Jun frowned. You're talking nonsense. Lena smirked. Why else would you get close with Minjun? Jun shook his head. I became close with Grandma and Minjun before I even knew. Ah, I see, Lena sarcastically said. You just happened to become close with them without thinking of the bigger picture, huh? Yes, Jun said. That's exactly what happened. Lena frowned, glaring at Jun and pointing at him with her index finger. So, you're telling me you were able to deduct all of those from the reasons you told me a while back? Just because I have a lot of money and have this tattoo? I could be a fan of Phoenix for all you know. Jun sighed and sat on the bed. You might want to sit down for this one. No, Lena deadpanned. Tell me the real reason why you were able to realize why I was the owner of Phoenix. Jun pursed his lips and leaned against his hands, positioning them behind his back on the bed. Then, he recalled the exact moment when he came to an epiphany. He couldn't believe it. In fact, he still felt it was ridiculous up until today. It even seemed like the universe was teasing him. All along, they had been connected. I was here, Jun said, causing Lena's eyebrows to furrow even further. The other day, I was here. Lena frowned and massaged the bridge of her nose. I knew it, she muttered. There was a faint scent in my office. You fucking went there and went through my files. How low could you go? Fuck. I ought to kill you, she continued to mutter. Nobody has disrespected me this way. Listen to me, Jun firmly said, causing her to halt. Lena pursed her lips before sighing impatiently, gesturing for him to continue. I didn't go through your files. I know my boundaries. Again, that isn't the reason why I found out. Then what? Lena exclaimed. Stop going around in circles. It's because of the photo I found above your door. Lena froze, her eyes widening in realization. Your family portrait, Jun continued. It had you, Grandma, and your dad, I presume. Your dad is the reason why I found out. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I knew right away. The original head of Phoenix. Mr. Klin. ING. Number 929. Chapter 929, Original Head. Flashback. Dad, when are you going to buy me the doll that I wanted? Little Lena Park asked as she looked up at her dad. Her dad, with a bald head despite being young, smiled at her. He was a janitor in a nearby theater in their neighborhood. He didn't make much, so it pained him to see his daughter ask for something he couldn't afford. He had always wanted to be a performer and idol of some sort. However, life just didn't turn out that way for him. He was blessed with his own family at a young age, so he had to let go of his dream. With that, he opted to work in a theater so he could get close to his dream even if it was only a little bit. He smiled and patted Lena's head. Don't worry, honey, he said. Dad is working hard. I'm currently making some new cleaning products, and a lot of people are interested in buying them. Once I get back my capital, then I will buy you the doll that you want. Ah, capital? Lena asked. So, you've invested some money, and you need to get it back, right? Profit. He was surprised by his daughter's intelligence. How do you know these things? Are you interested in running a business, my dear? Yup, Lena exclaimed. When I grow up, I will make a music studio and hire you to be an artist. That's always been your dream, right, Dad? He chuckled. My precious daughter. Let's reach our dreams together, all right? Lena nodded in agreement, her pigtails bouncing with her nod. Back to the present. You all right? Jun asked as Lena appeared absent-minded. Lena snapped back to reality, biting her lip to hold back her emotions. It had been a while since she had thought about him, her dad. However, Jun brought it all back. Then, before Jun could talk once again, she held on to his collar, stronger than before. Jun was startled, but she let him be, knowing that this was also a lot to take in. How do you know that name? She spat. Clint Ing. That was something that Lena and Grandma only knew. Her father's real name was Kwangsa Park. Clint Ing was the stage name he wanted for himself, so he had never shared it with anyone else. It has never been written anywhere, not even in his biography. So, the fact that Jun knew about it sent Lena into a frenzy. Calm down, Jun said, holding onto her hands and gently removing them from his collar. I know it's hard to believe, but I met him, he started off. Lena's frown deepened further, and then she chuckled. You met him? She exclaimed in disbelief. My dad died 13 years ago before Minjun could even be born. You're telling me that you met him when you were a kid, too? Jun shook his head. I met him recently about a year ago. Lena scoffed. You expect me to believe that shit? Are you saying that he reincarnated or something? Jun sighed. I don't know, he muttered. Liar, Lena spat. I already knew you were low, considering you know about my identity, but I didn't think you would go this low. Why would you even say something like this about my dead father? I'm not lying, Jun said. I also can't explain it. However, I did. Mr. Clint, he was one of the people who brought me to where I am today. Jun sighed. Mr. Clint. Fu. The original head of Phoenix. All of them were one person, Kwangsa Park. He came like a shining ray of light. He was cheerful, passionate, and he believed in justice. He was the one who forced me to become better and the one who kept me pushing until I reached my dreams. Heck, he was also the one who made me realize that I had this dream in the first place. Now, you might think that I'm making all of this up, but I'm really not. Maybe it's fate that brought us to this. Being an idol has always been his dream, right? Lena pursed her lips. Jun had said it so perfectly. He also captured her dad's personality in those few statements. He started Phoenix by producing cleaning products from scratch. It became popular, and before he knew it, he had built an empire. Phoenix Industrial, Phoenix Electronics, Phoenix Utility, Phoenix Transportation. Phoenix grew into more of what he had expected. Before he knew it, he had lost the essence of his life. So he created Phoenix Entertainment. Yet, there were a lot of people who were against it, his subordinates, his counterparts, all of it. However, he kept it. It was the black sheep of Phoenix. He worked hard on it, but he didn't get a lot of support. In the end, it didn't turn out the way he wanted. Then he died before he could see it blossom. You, Lena Park, then turned it into something your dad will be proud of. However, aside from that, there are still a lot of things you can't control, right? You have a lot of enemies, both outside and inside your company. You kept your identity under the spotlight because you didn't want to put your family in jeopardy. You also don't want Minjun to go through what you went through. You don't want him to see you suffering just like how you saw with your dad. He continued, assuming that Lena felt that way. However, judging from her reaction, it seemed like Jun was right. Now, I don't know if I was chosen by the universe to do this, but I think we can do this together. I will help you lessen your burden while you help me change the idol industry. Jun stood in front of Lena, placing one hand on her shoulder. She lifted her head, and there, Jun saw some unshed tears in her eyes. So, he started off, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. What do you say, Lena Park? Do you want to work together? Number 930. Chapter 930, Get Lost. Jun hit it right on the nail. Everything he said was accurate, and Lena felt like she was getting her fortune read right in front of her. She hadn't told anyone these things before. As a child, she often saw her dad suffer the consequences of the actions of others. Kwangsa tried hard to hide it. However, it still showed because Lena knew. So, when she inherited the company, she made a personal promise to keep Minjun out of it. He didn't deserve to go through what she did. However, in the process, it also seemed like it brought her more distant from her son. She felt that it was better that way. June waited patiently for her answer. If there was anyone who could help him, then it was her, none other than her. However, instead of a serious answer, a chuckle bubbled up Lena's throat. June frowned in confusion. She was laughing? Ah, she muttered after a while, wiping the tears from her eyes. Then, she looked at June, the sadness in her eyes now being replaced with anger. You? Lessen the burden? How are you going to do that? Are you going to sing and dance your way out of my problems? June pursed his lips and shook his head. I have some vital information that would allow you to gain leverage against your enemies, one that would put them under your control. The briefcase. It was something that Mr. Klin had put together. June inferred that it was for Lena. However, he never had the chance to show it to her. In the end, it was in June's hands with no one else knowing. Where is it? Lena asked with one eyebrow raised. June smirked. I'm no telling you, of course, he said. You need to agree to my proposition before I would reveal it to you. Lena scoffed and shook her head. Sure, she said. June's eyes narrowed. You don't believe me, do you? Is there a reason for me to believe you? She asked, her chin held up high. June sighed. I'm telling you, we can help each other. What do you want me to do? Lena asked. Pay your way out of the trial? No, June said. Sign me under Phoenix Entertainment. Lena turned to him with wide eyes. Then she laughed out loud. You're insane, she said. Why would I do that? Your reputation is ruined. You're just going to taint the reputation of the entire company. That's only if you assume that I'm going to lose the trial. I didn't do any of the things that they're accusing me of. Now, I can fight this alone, but ultimately, I would lose. I need some connections, one that would protect me. Your company will be able to do that. So, you're basically asking for money. Is that it? She asked. You could say so, June said. However, it doesn't end with that. You can also help me bring Eve and Lanier to your company. Lena laughed once more. His plan sounded more and more ridiculous the more he elaborated on it. Do you know how much I would have to sacrifice to be able to do that? She asked. I know, June muttered. Yet, you're still asking for me to do so? Those guys have an ongoing contract with Azure. I have to pay the termination fee and risk the company going into turmoil. I worked hard to get Phoenix Entertainment to where it is today. I'm not sacrificing that for you. You have a lot of money. I assure you that Eve and Lanier will be one of your greatest moneymakers. This isn't about money, she smirked. I have more than enough. The main problem here is you're risking the downfall of Phoenix Entertainment. It's the one my dad cherished the most, and I won't let it go down to flames no matter what happens. It's already up in flames, June said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. You already know that your system is rotten. You're just turning a blind to it because you don't want to take any risks. Lena pursed her lips as June continued to read her mind. Kim Young-do was a key person in the success of Phoenix Entertainment, but he will also be the cause of its downfall. I suggest you work with me before that happens. Like I said, I have something that would help the two of us. You just have to trust me. Lena paused for a while, appearing to be thinking about it. Trust. That was a concept she hadn't heard in so long. After her parents' death, her mindset was solidified even further. Things turn out for the worse when you try to change them. The status quo might be rotten, but it was still working. Why fix something that's still working no matter how rotten it might be? She felt an ache in her heart. A part of her heart opposed this mindset, but at the same time, she knew that it was what kept her family protected until now. Get out. June bit his lip and lifted his head, looking at Lena. However, much to his dismay, she wasn't looking at him anymore. Instead, she had her gaze on the floor, appearing to be in a dilemma. What? June asked. Get out, Lena repeated. It was a mistake for you to come here. Didn't you hear what I just said? June exasperated. This is something that your father wants. How do you know what he wants? She spat. You're not the one who grew up with the pain of seeing him lose himself just because he was kind to everybody, just because he gave everyone the benefit of the doubt, just because he had an innocent dream of building a good future for the entertainment industry. So get out. I would have gotten rid of you now, maybe call someone to eradicate you from this world for finding out my identity. However, for the sake of Minjun, I'm not going to do it. So, get out and get lost before I do something I regret. and never come back here. Number 931. Chapter 931. Losing Hope. Jun was inevitably kicked out. Bro? Minjun asked as Jun went out of Lena's room. His eyes widened when he saw that Jun's collar had become looser than before, with some of his chest showing. Wait, he muttered. Jun sighed and shook his head, already knowing what he was going to say. Don't even think about it, Jun said. None of that happened. Minjun frowned when he heard how weak Jun sounded. Are you all right? He asked, turning serious. Jun pursed his lips and nodded. Yeah, he muttered. However, it was obvious that he wasn't. Are you sure? Minjun asked once again, to which Jun weakly nodded in response. So, did you two make up? Can I see you more often? Jun pursed his lips and shook his head. I don't think that's possible, buddy. Minjun frowned. Why not? I thought you two had a good talk. Jun chuckled and ruffled his hair. It does not have anything to do with that. I'll be busy with the trials and all of that. I might even lay low after all of it. Wait, Minjun muttered. Why are you talking like you're going to lose the trial? When is it, even? He asked. 2 weeks from now, Jun answered, sighing. Anyway, it will be a while before we see each other, so take care of yourself, all right? Take care of your mom, too. With that, he walked to the door, but Minjun was still left frowning. Big bro, he exclaimed, making Jun halt. However, he didn't turn around. I'm not going to lose you too, am I? He asked, sounding broken. That made Jun's heart ache. He pursed his lips and shook his head, finally turning around with a sincere smile. You're not, he said. Then, he turned around once more before waving goodbye. With that, he went out of their house. He walked to the streets and saw that Lei's car wasn't parked in front of Kim Kwan's house anymore. From afar, he also saw Haruto's car. It seemed like they went to fetch him even though Jun didn't inform them. He walked to the car and went inside. Haruto turned around. Where did you come from? I saw you walking away from that house. Jun didn't answer, so Haruto took that as a sign not to pry further. Well, how did it go? He asked. Did you manage to get his support? Jun looked out of the window and shook his head. Marcus and Haruto exchanged glances before collectively sighing in disappointment. Ah, shit, Haruto cursed. Well, I didn't think it would be that easy. So we could try again. Marcus is looking for dirt under his name. We can use it to blackmail him. Don't bother, Jun said, raking his fingers through his hair. Haruto frowned. What? What do you want to do then? Do you want to get support from Esteem instead? They won't take me, Jun muttered. Haruto's frown deepened. Do you have any ideas then? Jun nodded as he watched the trees pass by quickly. I'll go through with the trial, Jun said. Then, after that, I'll probably lay low. What? Haruto exclaimed. Are you hearing yourself right now? We don't know what kind of evidence they're going to pull out in the trial. You could go to jail, and I would pay for the bail. However, that would also mean your career is over. There are still 2 weeks left until the trial. We can still find something that would make everything much easier for you to bounce back from this. Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. Honestly, it was kind of insane for me to think I would be able to win against him in my second life. Maybe, in my third life, I would be able to do so. Oh, don't give me that crap, Jun, Haruto said. We're so close. You're so close. Jun sighed and leaned against the headrest before closing his eyes. I feel strange, Haruto, he softly said. At that moment, Haruto felt a lump form in his throat. Jun's voice sounded like his past self, just now not the new strong Jun that he had come to love. However, he sounded like the Choi Joon-ho that started losing hope in his dream. If there was someone in the world who deserved to be an idol, then it was Jun. There could be 100 multiverses out there, but Haruto would believe that Jun would still be an idol. Haruto sighed and bit his lip, placing his hand under his chin. Marcus, he said. Yes, master. Go to Seoul Square. Marcus nodded without any question. Meanwhile, Jun frowned, straightening his spine. Where are we going? It's been a long day for me, so I want to sleep. Hell no, Haruto said. I'm not letting you go home with this kind of attitude. You can feel tired, but you can never give up, okay? Jun clicked his tongue. So, where exactly are you taking me? To show you why you're here in the first place, Haruto vaguely answered. Jun was still confused, but he had no choice but to comply with what Haruto was planning. Then, they finally arrived at Seoul Square, the liveliest street in Seoul. It could be compared to Times Square in a way. There were a lot of buskers, b-boy dancers, and people in general. As they got out of the car, Jun quickly felt overstimulated. He was wearing the mask and beanie that Haruto brought out of his compartment as he looked around the place. This is just making me more tired, Jun sighed. Oh, don't worry, Haruto said. I'll take you somewhere that would liven up your blood. Jun's frown deepened as Haruto held onto his arm. Marcus wheeled him away, and Jun was pulled along with them. Then, they stopped in the middle of the place where the largest crowd had gathered. They're the most famous buskers around here, Haruto said. Jun looked at the crowd and nodded. I could see that, he muttered. So what are we doing here? Before Haruto could answer, one of the members of the band spoke loudly into the microphone. It's time for us to rest, the lead vocalist of the band said. So, we're going with our iconic segment bystander busker, whose soul is brave enough to sing in front of our audience. Tonight, Haruto smirked and elbowed Marcus' side. Right here, Marcus exclaimed in a loud voice. Number 932. Chapter 932, Ideal Office Guy. Jun's eyes widened in horror. He knew that Haruto had an underlying motive for coming here. Now, he knew that it was because of this. He sighed and shook his head, massaging his temples. I see someone right there, the lead vocalist of the band exclaimed. Haruto chuckled in amusement. People immediately turned their heads, eyes landing on Marcus, then on Jun. Oh, there they are, the guitarist smiled. Damn, man. You have a killer body. Do you want to sing? Marcus glanced at Jun before shaking his head. Then, he held onto Jun's wrist. Jun clicked his tongue. What are you doing? He muttered through gritted teeth. Apologies, Jun, Marcus said. I'm just following through with what Haruto wants. With that, he raised Jun's arm with brute force. My friend right here wants to sing. Another handsome man, the guitarist exclaimed. The lead vocalist shook his head. How can you even tell? He's wearing a mask. I just can feel it, the guitarist said. Meanwhile, the people started murmuring as they continued to look at them. At first, Jun was worried that the crowd would instantly recognize him in his get-up. He was wearing a suit, with his hair covering most of his eyes and a mask over his face. He was also wearing clear glasses that made him look like an office worker. However, as he heard the content of their conversations, he realized that they didn't recognize him at all. Where do such handsome workers work? Why is it that we don't have people as such in our office? Sing, sing. A person initiated to chant, and the others quickly followed. Before he knew it, the chant had grown too loud, capturing the attention of other bystanders. They, too, began to join the already big circle. Well, what are we waiting for? The lead vocalist exclaimed. Come up here and take the mic. Jun bit his lip under the mask and hesitated. However, with Marcus' strong push, he had no choice but to take the spotlight. As he got to where the band was, he pulled his mask even higher, not wanting to be recognized by anyone. I told you he was handsome, the guitarist exclaimed as they looked at Jun. The lead vocalist nodded in approval. I see that, he said. Do you want to take off your mask for our audience? Jun abruptly shook his head. Oh, the vocalist chuckled. I see that we picked someone shy tonight. Then, can you give us your name? Once again, Jun shook his head, leaving the band perplexed. Well, we have an anonymous singer for today. Why don't we call him Ideal Office Guy? I'm assuming you just got off of work, right? Jun nodded. All right, Ideal Office Guy it is. We have him here with us, our 32nd guest ever since starting this show. Jun's eyebrows furrowed. Show. Then, he saw the camera at the side. Then, it all clicked for him. These guys were the Buskers. They were a relatively old band, but new to the fame scene. They traveled the world, mainly in Korea, to busk in different cities. They'd even made an appearance on the Ellen DeGeneres show, performing in front of millions of viewers. And now here they were. Jun was chosen for their popular segment, Bystander Buskers, where they invited someone from the crowd to sing in front of their audience. If Jun wasn't mistaken, they also held live streams of their busking sessions, so some people would be watching the events live as of the moment. Ideal Office Guy is hot. Yeah, he gives off a nerdy colleague that's very proficient at work, but would not take shit from anybody. We've got our Korean Boy of the Month. I stumbled upon this live stream due to my loneliness about Jun's situation. Please comfort me, Ideal Office Guy. The crowd started chanting, Ideal Office Guy. Ideal Office Guy. Ideal Office Guy. Jun swallowed hard as he listened to their chants. It was only then that he felt the pressure of the situation. He had always sung as Jun, and that was why people loved him. He did feel like he had gotten more comfortable with performing. However, maybe that was associated with his name. People loved his name, but Jun felt like maybe, just maybe, his talent wasn't the reason why he got to where he was, that it wasn't the reason why he became so popular. However, standing before the crowd, he finally had the chance. He wanted to show himself to the world not as Jun, but as Jun Hao, the guy who liked singing but had to give up his dreams due to the reality of life. What song do you want to sing? Just then, he snapped back to reality when he heard the guitarist talking to him. The song, the guitarist chuckled. They're waiting, man. They want to hear you sing. Jun hesitated. He could feel the crowd's anticipation pressing in on him from all sides. His mind raced, flipping through every song he could think of, searching for something, anything, that might suit this moment. Then, out of nowhere, one song popped into his head. Weed, he said. The band member blinked, then raised an eyebrow, impressed. Weed by Hyoshu? That's a tough one. You sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. The guitarist shrugged. All right, man. Whatever you want. We can play that for you. Then, he turned to his bandmates before relaying the information. As expected, the others glanced at Jun like he had also lost his mind. Is he sure? The bassist asked. The guitarist nodded. With that, the rest accepted Jun's choice. They were still pretty hesitant. These could only go two ways, very good or very bad. Weed was one of the toughest songs to sing in these kinds of settings. It was usually the song that singers sang in contests or by drunk people when they wanted to de-stress. The lead vocalist gave Jun the microphone. Good luck, he said. Let's give it up for Ideal Office Guy. Number 933. Chapter 933 Weed. The soft strum of the guitar filled the air as the buskers began to play the opening chords. The melody floated gently through the crowd, and Jun could see their expressions soften, anticipation hanging on every note. It's Weed. Haruto turned to Marcus with wide eyes. I love this song, he exclaimed. This is going to be iconic if he sings really well. It's still going to be iconic if he sings bad. Honestly, that would be better. We can't have this Ideal Office Guy even sing well. This guy is brave. He's going to sing Weed? It's a song by Park Hyoshu of all things? He's asking for a death wish. Not even artists can sing this song well. That's true. Anyway, his talent would not be a factor to my simping. He shall still be my Korean Boy of the Month. Jun held the microphone closer to his chest. He didn't know why he had chosen Weed of all songs. The decision had come to him out of nowhere, like a sudden breeze stirring up old memories. But now, standing here, with so many faces looking at him, it all made sense. Or maybe it didn't make sense at all. He couldn't explain it. He'd been having a hard time recently, and it wasn't just the public pressure or his departure from Azure. Maybe it was everything he had gone through since he began this journey of becoming an idol. He hadn't realized just how much it affected him until now, standing in front of this crowd with the guitar softly guiding him forward. He felt lost in the spotlight, as if he had strayed from the path he had set out on a year ago. And so, as the intro came to an end, Jun closed his eyes and began to sing. Weed in the garden, where you don't belong. Pulled by the hand that thinks you're wrong. But you rise again, with roots so deep, in the soil where others fall asleep. The lyrics flowed out of him, each word filled with a strange familiarity. With his first utterance, the people were instantly captivated. Even Haruto, who had known of Jun's talent since they were young, couldn't help but be amazed. He's really born for this, he whispered with a small smile. I've been torn, I've been thrown. In the dust, where nothing's grown. But even here, in a barren land, I find the strength to stand. The people closed their eyes as they listened to him sing. As the chorus began, the members of the band turned to each other with wide eyes. This guy was good, awfully good. The drummer shook his head. He was even better than their lead vocalist. Storms will come, and roots will tear. The rain won't fall, and the sky won't care. But I find the light in empty skies. And still I rise. Holy crap. He is our Korean Boy of the Month. How can he sing so well? It's unfair. How can this guy sing so well, too? He sounds like a professional singer. Doesn't he sound familiar, though? He sounds like Jun. Oh, girl, I miss him so much that all I can hear is him, too. I'm crying because this guy sounds like my favorite idol of all time. Respectfully, why would Jun be here? It's impossible. Yeah, I'm just holding on to the thought because I miss him a lot. It's literally been 3 days. Even when beauty turns to stone, even when the wind cuts to the bone, I will rise, with roots so deep. I am the dream you couldn't keep. As Jun continued to sing, he began to question his purpose. Was it because of his system? His sister? Now that his system was gone and his sister was with him, he became unsure of the answer. He also began to question why people began to love him. Was it because of his looks? Because people thought he was handsome now, and that made them like him more? The thought haunted him sometimes, creeping into his mind when he least expected it. He had always been the same person, yet everything changed once the world started noticing him. But even as he sang, with the weight of the song wrapping around him, something else began to stir. The crowd's reaction was soft. At first, an appreciative smile here, a thoughtful glance there. But as the song continued, those expressions deepened. People started to sway gently, nodding along with the rhythm, their smiles growing wider. For just a moment, Jun let himself get lost in it. In the music, in the crowd. His voice, raw and emotional, carried over the park, reaching every corner, every listener. The song was about survival, about something small and insignificant that still found a way to grow, even when the world tried to tear it down. A weed is pulled, trampled, and forgotten, but it always returns, stronger, and ready to grow where no flower dares. As the final chords of the song faded, Jun opened his eyes. The applause was immediate, but Jun wasn't focused on the clapping or the cheering. His eyes had caught on something else entirely. In the distance, past the crowd, towering above the park, was a billboard. A familiar image stared back at him, torn slightly at the edges, worn from exposure to the elements. It was his group, Eve. His members smiling brightly, their faces stretched across the giant poster. Jun's chest tightened. Seeing them there, so close and yet so far, reminded him why he was doing this in the first place. The crowd in front of him now, all with different stories, teachers, students, struggling parents, couples who looked like they hadn't smiled in weeks. These were the people who surrounded him. These were the people he sang for. And his song had brought smiles to their faces. Maybe it wasn't the kind of glamorous success that some idols dreamed of, but it was real. His music gave them a momentary escape from their daily struggles, just like it had done for him all those years ago. This was his dream. After all, not the fame, not the spotlight, but the connection. Jun stood there, the noise of the applause fading into the background, as he realized something profound. He had been so caught up in the whirlwind of everything that he had forgotten why he started in the first place. It wasn't just about being seen. It was about sharing something, about giving others what music had always given him. And that was worth the fight. Always. Number 934. Chapter 934. I do nothing and I trend. Dan, waiting in Lay's place like a loyal girlfriend, excitedly stood from the couch and grabbed the cake from the table as he heard the sound of the door opening. Lay arrived, and as usual, Dan couldn't read his face. However, he knew that Kim Kwan was pretty fond of his boss, so it wouldn't be too hard to get his cooperation for the merging of the companies. Congratulations, sir. You are finally Dash. However, before he could finish his statement, Lay grabbed the cake and slammed it on his face, rendering him speechless. The apartment became awfully quiet as the cake fell to the ground, with Dan tasting the icing on his face. Pretty good, he thought. However, with Lay's reaction, Dan knew that it didn't go well. With that, he grabbed another cake from the fridge, one that said, "There's still a chance for us." "Here, sir," he said in a dejected voice. Lay looked at the cake and pursed his lips, grabbing it and throwing it to the ground without hesitation. Was this why his plan failed again? Because he was surrounded by stupid fucking people? "What do you think you're doing right now?" Lay asked, feeling even more frustrated. Dan pursed his lips. "I was thinking we could celebrate, sir," he muttered. Truth be told, Dan was just really excited to finally be promoted. If Lay managed to get Phoenix Entertainment in his hands, then it would entail more opportunities for him. "There's nothing to celebrate," Lay said through gritted teeth. Then, he held onto Dan's collar, taking the man by surprise. His eyes widened, and he tried to run away from the murderous CEO. "You got the wrong guy," he said, causing Dan to freeze in shock. "It's not Kim Kwan," he muttered. Lay chuckled. "What did I fucking expect from you? I really can't trust anyone to do these things for me," he muttered. With that, he let go of Dan's collar, letting him fall to the ground. His body slammed harshly on the floor, but Dan wasn't fazed. He was still caught on the fact that he got the wrong guy. How could that be? All signs pointed to Kim Kwon. If it wasn't him, then there was no plausible explanation. I'm going to find the right person, Dan exclaimed, standing from the floor. Lei shook his head. There's no need to do that, he said. He was going to find the head himself. Then, what do you need me to do, sir? Lei asked, suddenly fearing for his life when he noticed the shift in Lei's attitude. Just released the announcement of Junhee joining Eve, he said, massaging the bridge of his nose. Isn't it too early, sir? Dan asked with wide eyes. Lei glared at him, causing him to purse his lips. Right away, sir, he muttered. The faster he got the news out, the more that the people would accept it, especially now that there was still ambiguity with Jun's case. Push their comeback date nearer, too, Lei added. We need to milk those fans of their money for what I'm about to do. Dan nodded, going on his phone to instruct the different departments of the company. Still, sir, Dan muttered. Don't you think we're rushing everything? Lei couldn't contain his anger anymore. He held onto Dan's arm and squeezed hard, causing the latter to wince in pain. Time is the luxury we don't have, he spat. The longer we go on with this, the longer we're giving Jun time. And trust me, we do not want to give Jun any more time. Jia and her friends were in her room, still mourning Jun's departure from Eve. What is going to happen now? Bora asked, slumping on the floor. It felt as if her own family had abandoned her with what she felt. I don't know, Jia muttered. Dang, Nari said as she looked at Jia. You look like you've been through it, girl. Jia glared at her. I'm the same, Wei muttered. I was crying this morning, and my mom kept asking what was wrong. However, she won't understand. How can I tell her that I'm crying because of a guy that doesn't even know me? Bora clicked her tongue. Don't shame yourself for being a fan. Besides, nothing has been proven yet. But, do you think it's possible? Jia asked, wanting to have hope about the situation. Do you think Jun can come back to Eve? Bora pursed her lips. It's hard to say, she said. It involves a lot of legal aspects. Jun's contract termination means that he isn't affiliated with Azure anymore, not in the slightest. He even has a trial lined up. If the members of Eve want to leave Azure, then they'd have to pay a hefty sum to terminate their contracts. So, honestly, the only way that could happen is if Azure goes bankrupt as a whole, or if someone else buys their contracts, she said. Jia sighed and leaned against her bed frame. That seemed impossible for now. Just then, Nari stood from the floor, capturing everybody's attention. No way, she exclaimed. Jia groaned and closed her eyes. What now? She muttered, not wanting to deal with anything anymore. Azure just released the dates for Eve's comeback, she said. It's going to be this month. The other girls frowned. Not only that, she muttered, but they've announced that Junhee will be joining the team. Jia and the others collectively groaned. Can Azure give us a break? She exclaimed. Can they be even more blatant with their hate for Jun? Yeah, something's weird. Bora frowned. Azure wouldn't just let Junhee join the group like that. They must have planned it since then. Jia turned to her with a frown. You think so too? She asked. All of this is honestly strange. It really does feel like they've been planning it for a long time. Sumin sighed and shook her head. Well, I wish we could meddle with the corporate struggle, but for now, we have no choice but to stand on the sidelines. Wei nodded in agreement. How's the reaction to the announcement, by the way? She asked. Nari scrolled through her phone and pursed her lips. Honestly, it's neutral, she said. I think a lot of us are exhausted with everything that's going on, so it's not gaining a lot of traction. It's only on the 5th trending topic. Bora frowned. And what's the first one? Nari shrugged. Something called Ideal Office Guy. Oh, and behind him is Jun. Number 935. Chapter 935, Come Back Anytime. The group of 3 arrived at Haruto's penthouse hall with varying emotions. Marcus and Haruto kept raving about Jun's performance, while Jun looked slightly annoyed. You were freaking awesome, Haruto exclaimed. I swear, everyone in the audience was captivated by the song. Marcus even teared up, right, Marcus? Marcus' cheeks reddened as he scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, he muttered. I could really feel your sincerity with the song. I know you're having a tough time, so it really resonated well. At that moment, I felt like I was one with the audience. Although all of us had different burdens to carry, we became one at that moment. It's really touching. I liked it a lot, the big man said, showing Jun a thumbs up. Jun pursed his lips to hide his smile. However, he failed in the end. Once they got home, he wanted to scold the two for making him sing in front of an audience. However, he realized that he actually liked it. It hasn't been 2 days since he was accused of sexual crimes, but he already wanted to perform once again. Thanks, he muttered in the end, succumbing to the compliments. I'm going on Naval and sharing my fan cams on my alter account, Haruto excitedly said, his hands in front of his chest as he squealed like a fangirl. Jun turned to him with raised eyebrows. You have an alter account? For what? Haruto pursed his lips, getting caught. Then, he shook his head. I forgot, he said. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. Whatever. You do what you want to do. I'm heading to bed. Jun was about to head to his room when Haruto stopped him. Jun, he said, his tone turning serious. Jun turned around for a second. Yeah, he asked. Haruto pursed his lips before asking his question. You're not giving up, are you? Jun smirked before shaking his head. Of course not, he said. You said I could rest, but I'm not giving up. A wide smile graced Haruto's face. Yeah, he muttered. Rest well. Jun nodded and went to his room. His heart definitely felt lighter than the night before. He changed into his pajamas and got into bed, about to fall asleep when his phone suddenly rang. He frowned and looked at his screen, only to find that there were plenty of missed calls from his members. Jun shook his head in amusement. With that, he answered his phone. As soon as he did, chaos erupted in Eve's dorm room. He responded. Seth exclaimed. Jun is here. Sehun smiled. Jun, Casper said, nearly pushing everyone out of frame. Bro, Jisung sniffed. On his shoulder was Jae-young, who also appeared to have been crying. Rin smiled, appearing tired. It's nice to see you, Jun. Akira, on the other hand, scolded Jun right away. Why the heck did you answer only now? We've been trying to reach out to you since yesterday, he exclaimed. Jun scratched the back of his neck. Sorry, he said. I turned off all my notifications. I was busy today, too. Akira sighed and shook his head. Must be nice. We're busy as hell, too. Jisung is now our center, and he literally cries every time we practice. Jisung sniffed and glared at Akira. Can you blame me? They even pushed our comeback dates nearer, Jae-young sighed. And we're forced to practice with Junhee, who's dead set on changing our concept. That guy knows nothing. I swear, I've never seen Casper so quiet before, Rin chimed. But Casper isn't talkative, Jun pointed out. That's the point, they exclaimed at the same time. That led the group to burst into laughter. After it died down, they all turned silent, all looking at Jun, who had a wide smile on his face. I miss this, Jae-young suddenly said, capturing their attention. Sehun clicked his tongue. Now, you're making this sad. But it is sad, Jae-young said. We can't even do anything about it. We're just slaves to Azure, and although we've made a lot of money, we have no way of getting out of our contracts without losing everything. The boys nodded, suddenly feeling dejected. Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. Don't beat yourselves up for it, Jun said. Besides, it's only been 2 days. How can you guys feel like this already? Akira clicked his tongue. We have no choice. We really want to help you. Jun shook his head. You can help me by doing your best, he said. Jisung frowned. So, you want us to continue like this? Yes, Jun said. The fans will be disappointed if you don't give your all. But we don't want it. We want to do it with you. They want us to do this album, the promotions, and a whole-ass concert by the end of the year. Do you think that's humane? Especially with what we're going through right now. It's not, Jun said. But, it's the nature of the job. Jisung sighed and nodded. We'll do our best, he muttered. But you also have to do your best to come back, all right? Jun smiled. Yeah, he said. I'll do just that. Jae-young pursed his lips. Call us, all right? If you need any help, just call us. And don't be ashamed of anything. We will wait for you, no matter what. Rin nodded. You can. Even blow up Azure, and we won't be mad. Jun burst into chuckles. Not to that extent, he said. The boys looked at each other in surprise. Wait, you have a plan? I better go, guys. Jun smiled before they could ask any more questions. Wait, Jun. Jun turned off the call, chuckling to himself as he placed the phone on his bed. Those guys, he muttered. I miss them. With that, he wrapped his blanket around his body and reached out to turn off the lamp. However, before he could do that, the door burst open, making him curse out loud. Why the heck dash? Marcus appeared before him, appearing breathless. Jun, he exclaimed, cutting him off. He's here. Jun frowned and stood from his bed. Who? He asked, his fighting mode activating. Dang, this is a pretty good penthouse. Not better than our house, but I won't mind staying. Here. Jun's frown deepened when he heard a familiar voice getting nearer to his room. Is this Jun's room? With that, someone appeared behind Marcus, making the big guy squeak like a mouse. Jun's eyes widened since he had never seen Marcus react as such. Bro, he exclaimed. Jun couldn't believe his eyes. What are you doing here, Minjun? Number 936. Chapter 936. Marcus' phobia of children. So, you ran away? Jun asked after Minjun finished his story. Minjun shrugged. I guess that's one way to put it, he said. Jun shook his head and massaged his temples. You're really making Lena hate me more, huh? Minjun clicked his tongue, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Don't mention that name, he said. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. What happened? You were fine a while back. Minjun shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, where are those cookies and milk Haruto told me about? Why is it taking so long? Haruto's eyes widened, and he quickly instructed Marcus to give the young man his cookies. Marcus pursed his lips and shuffled to where Minjun was, taking very cautious steps. Minjun frowned as Marcus placed the plate and cup in front of him before running away. What's wrong with him? He asked Haruto. Apologies, Haruto bowed. He's afraid of children. Minjun frowned. I'm not even a child, he muttered. However, he didn't pay much attention to him anymore as he devoured the cookies. Well, Jun said. How are you planning on going back? Minjun sighed and shook his head. Didn't you hear my story? I'm not going back. Jun clicked his tongue. So what? You're planning on staying here? Yup, Minjun said, causing Marcus to squeak from afar. Haruto sighed and patted his back. Calm down, big man. Well, I was hesitant at first. My mom will probably find me, but this place is really nice. You even have a security guy in your home, he said, pointing to Marcus. So yeah, I'll be staying here. That's fine, Haruto exclaimed. Jun needs company while he's here. Sweet, Minjun said, happily dipping the cookies into the milk. However, Jun wasn't convinced. Minjun, he said in a reprimanding tone. Go home right now. Minjun stopped eating, his eyebrows furrowing. I don't want to, he stubbornly said. My mom isn't listening to me. She hasn't listened to me for a while now, so it wouldn't make much of a difference when I'm at home, he muttered. Jun pursed his lips before sighing in defeat. How could he say no when Minjun looked so lonely? Fine, he said. Just as long as you're okay with it. Yay, Minjun exclaimed. Now, I can help you with your trial. Jun shook his head in amusement before grabbing a cookie from his plate and taking a bite. By the way, your name is trending, Minjun informed. Jun tilted his head to the side. What? He asked. Why? Is there any new information on the allegations about me? Nope, Minjun said. You're just trending. Jun frowned and opened his naval app. Minjun's eyebrows raised in surprise. You finally got your account back? Nope, Jun said. I made one. Oh ho, he smirked. You've come a long way. You can do that by yourself now, huh? Tell me your username, so I can follow you. Yeah, it's Escavidi Jun, he responded as he logged into his account. Minjun paused as soon as he said those words. What did you just say? Escavidi Jun, he repeated. Do you want me to spell it out for you? Minjun felt himself losing patience. Do you even know what that means? Yup, Jun answered. SK is South Korea. Eve is Eve because I'm in that group, and Edie is a cute name. It means celebration or gift. Isn't it good? Minjun pursed his lips and merely nodded. Yeah, he muttered. I guess that's good. At least your fans wouldn't find your account because it sounds like a fucking joke. Marcus covered his mouth as Minjun cursed. Meanwhile, Jun shook his head. Whatever, he muttered before going to the trends list. Lo and behold, Minjun was telling the truth. The first trend was Ideal Office Guy, and on the second spot was his name. I love this guy. Someone get his name, please. I can't do this. I fell in love with a stranger once more. Who is this man? Please conduct your investigations and find him. I'm an office worker in Seoul Square. I've literally never seen this person in my entire life. He's too good to be true. He sounds like Jun. He really does. And that was when Jun realized why his name was trending. His smile widened as he continued reading the posts. Are we all going through mass hysteria now? I think we all miss Jun. I was devastated by the news, and I do want to believe the victim first, but the proof in the media isn't really convincing. It's just him in the club. I think it's time we stop babying these idols and let them live a normal life like us. Seriously, though, it's amazing how his name is even trending when he hasn't updated us for a while now. He did. He had a live stream. But his account is gone now. I really miss Jun. I hope we can see that he's okay. Jun continued smiling down at his phone, causing Minjun to shake his head in disbelief. You look like you're talking to your lover. Jun lifted his head, still with a smile. Oh, it's just that my fans are so cute. Minjun looked at him with a disgusted expression. Dang, he muttered. You really became an idol. I am an idol, Jun said, going back to reading the comments. It wasn't like this in the beginning, Minjun said, shaking his head. It's like you were operating on a system back then, both wanting and not wanting to become an idol. Jun ignored his statement and suddenly took a photo. Minjun frowned. Now what was that? They said they want to see me, he smiled. So, I'm going to comment on this photo in the most popular post. Minjun froze before shaking his head. No, you're going to regret that. Done. Jun smiled, showing Minjun the photo he posted. Minjun looked at it with a blank expression. Oh, he muttered. I see that you haven't improved in this aspect. How could you be so hot in your photo shoots, but look like this in your selfies? He asked. Jun smiled. What do you mean? Look at the comments, Minjun said. Jun frowned and read through the replies to the photo he posted. Fuck off. You're ruining the mood. We asked for a photo of Jun. You look like a December. Isn't this the guy who tried to impersonate Jun? That ended up being Jun. What if this is Jun? Jun's not like this. SKEVID? Nah, this account is made by an old man, for sure. Number 937. Chapter 937, Kidnapping? Marcus popped his head out of his room and sighed in relief when he saw that Minjun wasn't there anymore. Instead, Haruto and Jun were on the couch, discussing their plans for the kid. Haruto lifted his head when he heard the door open. He's gone, Haruto said. You can come out now. Marcus pursed his lips and slowly made his way to the couch. Then, he cleared his throat. Are we really keeping him here? He asked. Haruto enthusiastically nodded. Jun was just telling me that he found the real identity of the head of Phoenix, and it just so happens to be his mom. Marcus' eyes widened in shock. So he's an extra evil child? Haruto clicked his tongue. That's all you gathered from that? Marcus pursed his lips and didn't say anything anymore. I honestly feel like it wouldn't be such a good idea, Jun said. Like I said a while ago, his mom hates me. That's why she isn't willing to help me at all. Oh, my friend, Haruto chuckled. You are too innocent. This is the perfect opportunity for you. Jun frowned. What do you mean? The kid willingly went to you. You need something from his mom. Technically, it's not kidnapping, but we can ask for some kind of ransom. Jun stood there for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. So, you want to use Minjun to get what we want from his mom? Exactly, Haruto smiled. Marcus can act as a kidnapper. Marcus broke into old sweats while Jun shook his head. Yeah, we're not doing that, he said. If it was his past self, then he would have agreed right away. However, things were different now. This was Minjun they were talking about. Although the kid may agree, Jun still wasn't comfortable with it. He came here because he wanted to escape his present reality, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I don't want to put him into something traumatic like that. I highly doubt he wants to scare his mom, too. Haruto clicked his tongue. You're really kind, he muttered. I wonder why his mom came to hate you. Jun shrugged. I don't know. She might be secretly attracted to me or something. Haruto and Marcus chuckled. That might actually be the case, Haruto said. There's no other possible explanation since you take care of Minjun really well, he added. Anyway, ignore my suggestion. We'll keep Minjun here until he's comfortable to go home. Jun nodded and stood from the couch. All right, he said. It's late now. We should really hit the sack. Marcus pursed his lips. I don't think I would be able to sleep tonight. Haruto and Jun shook their heads in amusement before heading to their respective rooms. Jun plopped down on his bed and closed his eyes, attempting to sleep. However, for some reason, he couldn't do so. There were a lot of thoughts inside his mind, so he grabbed a notepad from his bag and opened an audio file on his phone. It played softly through the speakers the instrumental of Jisung's first song. It truly was beautiful, and Jun was comforted as the sound engulfed his room. He had a hard time writing the lyrics back then because he felt that nothing fit. However, at that moment, the words flowed out of Jun as he continuously wrote on his notepad. The morning came, and Jun woke up late because he stayed up until dawn to finish the lyrics for Jisung's song. He doubted he would be able to show it to him soon, but he was really satisfied with how it came out. As he arrived at the dining area, he saw Minjun on Marcus' usual seat, with the big guy sitting on the floor. Jun glanced at him. "There's a vacant spot next to Minjun," he said. Marcus furiously shook his head. "I'm good. Thanks," he smiled, although he appeared shaky. Jun shook his head. "Suit yourself. Did you get a good sleep?" Jun asked as he watched Minjun eat. Minjun nodded. "Yup," he exclaimed. "I didn't even need to play games in order to sleep. It must be because you're in the same house." Jun chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You really missed me, huh?" Minjun was about to deny it, but he nodded in the end, causing Jun to pinch his cheek. Marcus pursed his lips and shook his head. "How can he do that?" he muttered. "Really though," Jun said. "Isn't Lena going to look for you?" Minjun shrugged. "She has a date again today. She has been complaining about her missed dates for a while now, so I bet she won't look for me right away." Jun shook his head. "I doubt that," he muttered. "Who is she even dating?" "Oh," Minjun frowned. "I haven't told you. I thought you already knew." Jun shook his head. "You didn't tell me." He hummed. "I see. Well, you know him very well. He's none other than your boss." The sound of utensils hitting the plate engulfed the room as Jun, Haruto, and Marcus all dropped their forks. Jun looked at Minjun with wide eyes. "Come again?" he asked, not believing his ears. "It's Lei," Minjun revealed. Jun pursed his lips and looked away. His eyes met with Haruto's for a second, and he mirrored his expression. "The world is really small," Haruto muttered. The world was small, indeed. "How could Lei date Lena? Does he know about you?" Jun asked. Minjun pursed his lips before shaking his head. "I don't think so," he muttered. "We've never met, and I want to keep it that way. Honestly, my mom looks very happy to meet him. It must be because he's so handsome. But she's never had anyone after my dad, so I'm letting her be, you know? Although I don't like it that much, I can do this for her." Haruto raised one eyebrow. "I thought you didn't like her and that's why you ran away." Minjun shakes his head. "It's the opposite, actually," he said. "It's my mom who doesn't like me. Without me, she would have a better life. So, I ran away for her." The room was filled with silence for a couple of seconds. Even Marcus felt for the little boy. Just then, Jun cleared his throat. "Hey, Haruto," he said. "You still up for that kidnapping scheme?" Number 938. Chapter 938. Forget about him. "I'm sorry," Lena said through the phone. "Rain check. I can't come to the date as planned. I have an emergency." Lei sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Here he was, thinking he could finally blow off some steam after the stressful week. "It's fine," Lei said through gritted teeth. "Just call me when you're free. It's also a little bit busy with Eve's upcoming comeback." "Yeah, sure," Lena said, sounding distressed before ending the call. With that, Lei called Dan on his phone. He answered right away. "Call Jay. We're going to have a meeting," he said. Dan, who was in Eve's practice room, nodded enthusiastically. He walked to where Jay was and nudged his shoulder. "Sir Lei wants to talk with us." Jay pursed his lips. "The boys are still practicing," he said, sounding exhausted. "It has only been 3 days since June had left Eve, and he has significantly aged." Dan turned off the music, causing the boys to stop. "Take a break," he said. "You guys have been practicing all day. We're just going to Sir Lei's office for a short meeting." The boys silently nodded and sat on the floor before scrolling through their phones. The two managers left, and with their departure, Junnie began ranting about their upcoming comeback. "Why won't you guys want a sexy concept? Don't you think the song would become a bigger hit if we take our shirts off?" he asked. The other boys lifted their heads for a second but went back to their phones, already used to his complaints. Junnie clicked his tongue. "I swear, you guys aren't listening to me. If this comeback fails, then you don't have anyone to blame but yourselves." Casper, who has been holding back because June told him to behave, couldn't take it anymore. "The only reason why this comeback would fail is because you're the one in it, and not June." Junnie frowned while Jae-young sighed. "That's enough," he said. "They told us to rest. Let's do just that." "No, he needs to hear it," Casper said. "You think you're a big shot just because you were included in our team. However, hear this. You will never, ever replace June." "Oh, Stop being dramatic, Junhee said. You've only known him for a year. You'll get over it. Casper continued to glare at him. Even if many years pass, we would still not want you in the team. Junhee smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Well, you better get over it, he said. Jun is out of the team. Plenty more years will pass, and he won't come back. An idol accused of sexual crimes? That constitutes death to his career. You don't know anything, Jisung said, joining the conversation. Oh, but I do, Junhee smiled. You paint him to be such a good guy, but he does things behind your back. You think he's taking care of you, but in truth, it's just because you guys are on the same team. It's good for his reputation. Moreover, even if he didn't do such crimes, he had already done quite a lot of damage. He had ruined your image. I'm here to save it. He had disappointed a lot of fans. He is the reason why the movie he filmed is being pushed back. He's not a good person, Junhee said. He's evil, and you guys just can't accept that because he has manipulated you into thinking he's so charming. So, stay miserable for all you want, he smirked. But that's not going to change anything. Jun's career is dead, so we might as well act like it is. In the end, Jun didn't go through with the kidnapping scheme. Instead, he arranged for the mother and son duo to talk about their feelings. However, Minjun didn't know about this, of course. Jun knew that Minjun wouldn't agree to his plan, so he had to lie to him. Where are we going? Minjun asked. Somewhere. Jun responded as Marcus continued to drive them to the designated place. Minjun's eyes narrowed. That doesn't give away anything. Jun sighed and shook his head. Just go through with it, he said. We're near. Minjun pursed his lips and shrugged. After a while, they finally arrived at an all-white studio. Minjun paused and narrowed his eyes. This is Jun, Pablo exclaimed, his eyes swollen as he emerged from his room. He immediately went and hugged Jun, to which the latter merely accepted. It seemed like he was really upset. I missed you, he sobbed. Jenny, too, emerged behind him and poked his side. Are you all right? She asked. Jun couldn't help but chuckle. It's only been 3 days, he said. It's not like I've been away for a month. It already feels like forever, Pablo exclaimed. Do you know how much I've been crying? Jun looked at his face and pursed his lips. I think I can imagine, he muttered. You didn't do it, right? Pablo asked. Jun shook his head, causing Pablo to cry even harder. I knew it. Your shit agency is painting you to be the bad guy when they're the ones not doing anything to prove your innocence. Why don't you join me, huh? I can create a new company, and you'll be the very first one to be signed. Jun smirked. Can you sign the other members of Eve, along with Lanier? Pablo pursed his lips. How much? He sheepishly asked. Around 9.7 million US dollars? Oh, Pablo said, taking a step back. Can't you debut as a solo artist instead? Jun chuckled and patted his shoulder. Just focus on photography, Pablo. Meanwhile, Minjun tugged on Jun's lips. What are we doing here? He impatiently asked. Ooh, Pablo exclaimed. Is this the brother you were talking about? He's very good. Looking too. Maybe he would like to be signed as well. Nope, Minjun said, shaking his head. Answer me, Jun, he urged. Jun was about to respond. However, at that moment, the door opened, and the reason why Jun took Minjun here in the first place was finally revealed. Lena arrived at the studio. Her eyes widened when she finally saw Minjun. Mom! Minjun! She exclaimed, running to the young boy and giving him a hug. Number 939. Chapter 939, Mama. The lock was heard from inside Pablo's office, causing Minjun to freeze in shock. He just locked us in, he muttered, shaking his head. He tried to twist it open, but it was truly locked. Stay in there, Jun said firmly, his voice muffled through the thick door. Talk it out. On the other side of the room, Lena sat quietly, eyes tracing the curve of her son's back as he simmered in front of the door. She could see the frustration in the tightness of his shoulders as well as the anger he didn't know how to express. Minjun, sit down, she said softly. Out of everything that Jun did, except for being such a good and handsome guy in every day, every night, this was something she really appreciated. I'm leaving. He pulled at the door, but it still wouldn't budge. You're not going anywhere, she sighed, sounding tired. She hadn't been getting any sleep. We need to talk. Minjun's hand slipped off the doorknob. He turned to face her, bitterness lining his words. What's there to talk about? You're not going to listen. Lena flinched but held her ground. I will. Please, just talk to me. Minjun scoffed, pacing the floor with his head bowed. You'll hear what I say, but you won't listen. You never do. His words cut deep, like a blade sinking in slowly into her flesh. Lena swallowed hard, her throat thickening with the pain of the truth. She had tried, hadn't she? She had always tried to be there, to give him the best life she could. But now, face to face with her son's anger, she wondered if she had ever truly understood him. I'm listening now, she whispered, eyes pleading. Did something happen, son? I thought everything was going well. We didn't even fight before you ran away. Minjun stopped, his breath heavy as he looked at her. His lips trembled before he finally spoke. It doesn't matter anymore. I've already made peace with it. With what? Lena's eyes softened. The divorce, Minjun muttered, staring at the ground. I'm all right with it. I've been all right for a long time. She had always worried how the divorce would affect Minjun, but he had never said anything. He had just accepted it. You didn't need to be all right with it, she whispered. Minjun's hands balled into fists. But I had to be. I had Grandma. She always told me why you and Dad were away. You were both working hard for us to give us a good life. She made me understand that. Lena blinked, tears forming at the edges of her eyes. I thought I was doing what was best. I know, Minjun sighed. Grandma explained it over and over, and I believed her. But sometimes, his voice broke, and he shook his head. Sometimes, I wonder what it would have been like to have a different kind of richness. Lena's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Minjun met her eyes, and she could see the years of loneliness in them. I didn't need all the stuff. The house, the fancy things. I just wanted a family. I wanted time, not money. Lena's throat tightened, tears falling now, no longer able to hold them back. She had convinced herself for so long that she was doing the right thing, working so hard for Minjun's future that she hadn't seen how much she was losing in the present. Then June came. Minjun continued, his voice softer now. He was so pathetic at first. He didn't have anyone. But he worked hard. He pushed through everything, and I admired him a lot. And the craziest thing is, he treated me like I was his real brother. Minjun shook his head. I've never felt like anyone's real anything. Not with you. Not with Dad. But June? He made me feel like I mattered, like I wasn't just this project you both dropped off with Grandma while you went off living your lives. And then, Minjun's voice cracked again. When Grandma died, and you came back, I thought maybe things would be different. That maybe, finally, we could live like a normal family, even if it's just the two of us most of the time. Lena couldn't breathe, her chest heavy. I wanted that too. But it wasn't different. You were still busy. You still didn't have time for me. And somehow, he paused, his face twisted in pain. Somehow, it hurt even more. Because this time, you were right here, but you still felt so far away. Lena pursed her lips. I'm sorry, Minjun sighed, slumping against the wall. Don't get me wrong. I'm thankful for everything. I know not everyone gets to be loved like this, with so much money, but it still hurts. Lena's chest heaved, and she wiped at her tears, unable to stop the flood now. Is that why you left? Because you hate me. Minjun shook his head slowly, looking at her with sadness she hadn't seen before. No, it's because you hate me. Lena gasped, covering her mouth as his words sank in. What? No. How could you think that? You never asked me what I wanted. I liked school, but you pulled me out to homeschool me. I liked our neighbors, but you took me away from them. And I liked June. He was the only one who made me feel like I belonged somewhere, but you didn't want me to talk to him anymore. He's already having such a tough time, but you're pushing him away. He's been there with me when no one else was. I want to be the same with him. I don't really know why, but I really want to help him. Maybe it's because he truly is pathetic, or maybe Grandpa's genes passed on to me, and I just like helping people who have way less than I do. But, again, you're starting to push him away. You accepted that lay guy so easily in your life when he hadn't done anything worth trusting for. But you're here, taking away the person I care about the most. So, you really, really hate me. Minjun, she muttered. Sometimes, Minjun interrupted. I think it would have been better if I wasn't born at all. Number 940. Chapter 940. Hear me out. 940. Hear me out. Lena couldn't say anything after Minjun said those words. She truly had hurt him plenty of times. She thought he was doing the best for him by keeping him away from the public eye, and that included everyone he loved. However, Lena was wrong. She was doing it for herself. She was selfish. For so long, she had kept her identity. She didn't want to go through what her dad went through. When people didn't know of her identity, she was more respected and resistance was lower. Moreover, she didn't have to face so many enemies. She knew that a lot of people were praying for Phoenix's downfall. Too many people want to bring it down. So, Lena did all of these to keep her peace, to keep the empire that her father had built, because it was the only tangible memory she had of him. However, to what expense? She hurt her child more than anyone else in the world just because she was self-centered. Just then, a lone tear fell from Minjun's eyes. Lena walked to where he was and gave him a hug. Minjun leaned closer to her, and at that moment, when they were so close, she still felt the distance between them. It was the kind of distance that wasn't built overnight, but all throughout his life. I'm sorry. Those were the only words she could say. Lena had said it plenty of times. I'm sorry for not being there. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. I'm sorry. I'll buy you something. However, it has never been. I'm sorry. I'll change from now on. It has been long enough. Lena hoped she wasn't too late. I'm sorry, she repeated. I don't hate you. You're the person I love the most in this world. She realized it now. Everything could be taken away from me, but not you, she whispered. Not you. Minmin. Minjun's breath got caught in the back of his throat. He lifted his head and looked into her eyes. Really? He asked, his voice filled with the innocence of a child. Lena's heart ached even further as she hugged him closer to her body. Yes, she said. I'll do anything for you. Anything? Minjun asked, his voice suddenly sounding calmer than before. She paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes at his sudden shift in attitude. Lena let go of Minjun for a moment and looked at his expression. His teary eyes were replaced with determined, almost mischievous ones. Yes? She asked, sounding unsure. Then, Minjun smiled, causing Lena to raise her eyebrow in inquiry. You'll do anything to make it up to me, right? Lena pursed her lips. Goodness, her son looked so sorrowful just moments ago that she forgot how scheming he was. Then, help Jun with whatever it is that he's planning to do, he chimed. You can do that for me, right, Mom? Pablo narrowed his eyes at the door of his office. I really don't like that woman, he said, causing Jun and Jenny to shake their heads in amusement. You've been saying that since she arrived, Jenny said, now chewing on an apple. Pablo's eyes narrowed even further. And I'm telling you, he said, tapping his fingers on the counter. It seems like she has a different motive with Jun. Jun raised one eyebrow. And what motive might that be? He asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Sexual motives, Pablo revealed, causing Jun's face to contort to disgust. Fuck that, he said. That woman hates me. All the more reason why you should be more cautious. Pablo exclaimed. There's a very thin line between hate and lust, you know? Then, Pablo shook his head. I can't believe you even got rich, mature women simping for you. You're utterly wrong, Jun said. But how do you know she's rich? Well, a rich person can just sense this, Pablo said. Anyway, going back to the topic. You should stay away from that woman. Jenny chuckled, her cheeks filled with the crunchy fruit. Why? Is it because you're jealous? Pablo scoffed and went closer to Jun, wrapping his arms around his bicep. Jun impatiently sighed and let him be, knowing that he was still recovering from Jun's departure. That would only happen if Jun actually liked her, he said. I'm guessing he isn't too fond of her either. You got that right, Jun muttered. Just then, the door opened, revealing Minjun, who looked surprisingly happy. His eyes were a little bit red, but aside from that, it appeared like their conversation went well. Jun stood straight as Lena walked out of the office, looking significantly worse than Minjun. Her eyes and nose were red and puffy, and some of her mascara had run down her cheeks. Oh, honey, Pablo muttered. She can afford a lot of things, but not a good waterproof mascara? However, even though Lena appeared to have had a really long crying session, there was a hint of annoyance on her face. Minjun happily skipped to where Jun was, and the latter was surprised when Lena didn't do anything to tear them apart. Instead, she shifted her gaze away from them. Minjun looked up at Jun with a wide smile. Did you have a good talk? He softly asked. Minjun nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Everything's good. Right, Mom? Lena pursed her lips and walked to where Jun was. Suddenly, she held onto his shoulder, causing Jun's eyes to widen in surprise. Pablo exaggeratedly gasped and covered his mouth. I knew it, he muttered, turning to Jenny, who was also watching the scene with wide eyes. I need to talk to you, she said. Jun raised one eyebrow. I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. Lena let out a deep breath as she felt her temper rising. However, Min-jun was watching her with bright, innocent eyes, so she sucked it up and smiled at Jun. I'm going to help you, she finally said. Whatever your plan is, I'll hear it out. Number 941. Chapter 941, Prove Me Wrong. 941, Prove Me Wrong. Jun was back in Min-jun's house. Fortunately, Lena didn't lead her to her bedroom anymore. Instead, the two of them were inside her office, the scent of old books filling his senses. He breathed in deeply and smiled. I really want to wipe that smile away from your face. Jun smirked and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Min-jun, he exclaimed in a joking tone, causing Lena to sigh in frustration. She clicked her tongue. Stop that. Will you still complain? He asked. No, she said through gritted teeth. Jun looked at her with amusement. However, at the same time, he also saw her effort to make it up to Min-jun. He truly wished it would last a long time now. So, what do you want me to do again? Sign you to Phoenix Entertainment? She asked, still sounding reluctant. Jun's smirk widened as she looked Lena in the eyes. That was the deal I made the other day, he said. You rejected it then. So now, I have a better proposition. Goodness, Lena whispered. She already had a bad feeling about it. Jun looked too smug for his own good. We need to proceed with my original plan, Jun continued, nonchalantly looking at his nails. First, you would help me with my trial, Jun said. Lena sighed. All right, she muttered. I can do that after signing you with Phoenix. We have top-notch lawyers. As long as the evidence isn't blatant, then it's no problem. Oh, I don't need you to sign me under Phoenix Entertainment, he said, confusing Lena. She clicked her tongue. What do you mean? How can I help you that way? Jun shook his head. For the next days, Phoenix Entertainment is going to go to flames. Lena frowned. You're still not making sense. Is it too hard to understand? Jun asked, chuckling. It is what it is. Someone has gathered enough evidence against your company, and they will release it within the week. I don't want to sign with a failing company, he teasingly said. Lena scoffed. You're talking as if your career is going. Oh, so well, huh? Whatever. How do you even know this? Let's just say you're not the only one with connections. Lena let out a deep breath and raked her fingers through her hair. She still found it ridiculous, but it felt like Jun was telling the truth. Tell me more, she said. The internal struggles of your company would be exposed. Corruption, molestation, tax evasion. I know that you know a lot, but there's also a lot more that you don't know. Lena frowned. These were issues she took seriously. How could it go over her? Oh, don't blame yourself, he quickly said. Your empire is way too big, and they're in the hands of greedy people. Even if they act like loyal dogs in front of the big boss, they'll inevitably bite the hand that feeds them in the end. Lena couldn't argue with that. Phoenix truly was that big of an empire. And who's going to do that? Lena asked. Jun then reached into his backpack, grabbed the information against Kim Young-do, and gave it to Lena. Lena read through the first few pages, her eyes widening when she saw the information that Jun held. These were the deepest, darkest secrets of Phoenix Entertainment. How did you get this? Jun smiled and glanced to the right, where Mr. Klin's photo was seen. For a second, it seemed like the portrait winked back at him. However, he snapped back to reality when Lena called his name. Jun, answer me, she said, sounding desperate. I have a lot more information, he started off. Lena frowned. So, you're the one who's going to release this to the media? Jun shook his head. Of course not, he answered. You're not my main target. Huh? Lena asked, sounding very confused. There's a person who wants to take over your company, to become the biggest entertainment company in Korea. He is also the person who will expose some of these pieces of information soon. Who? Lena asked. Jun smiled. Your boyfriend. Lena paused. Lay. Jun confirmed, rendering her silence. They were stuck in silence for a couple of minutes before Lena burst into chuckles. You're kidding, she said. Lay? Lay's a good man. He's satisfied with his job. He's not greedy like the others. Aren't villains the most charismatic characters? Jun asked, tilting his head to the side while looking at Lena. Lena's eyes narrowed. You're charismatic, she said before she could stop herself. Why? Thank you, Jun smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. Anyway, I know that you got a good thing going on, But I'm here to warn you that there is really something about that guy that you don't know. He wants your company, he reiterated. Lena clicked her tongue. Again, how do I know you're telling the truth? Jun shrugged. You have a date tomorrow morning, right? Lena frowned. How do you? Then, her mind strayed to Min-jun, causing her to shake her head. That kid, she whispered. And what about it? Lena asked. Plant that in his car, Jun instructed. In that file, there is some information. That only I have. Then, you'll see that it would be released to the public faster than the speed of light. Are you insane? Lena exclaimed. Why would I want to expose these things to the public? Kai raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? He asked. I thought you trusted Lei very much. Lei is a good man. He is only interested in Azure, right? What are you so scared of? Lena opened her mouth but closed it again, biting them in nervousness. Then, she spoke after a couple of seconds. And how do I know that you're not the one who will release this? As you said, you're the only one who has this information. Jun leaned against his seat. Then, his smile softened. Because there's some information about me there, too, he said. Most that I don't want to be released to the public. Most that shouldn't even be released from the public. Lena frowned and went through the file, frowning when she saw Jun's real name as the title of one of the narratives. Her breath got caught in the back of her throat. Just try it, Jun said. If the information gets exposed, then you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Then, you'll be more confident trusting my words. If I'm bluffing, then you know that Lei is a good man. You've got yourself a good boyfriend. Lena pursed her lips, not saying anything anymore. However, before you do any of that, ask him about children. Lena looked at him, hoping he would elaborate. Jun smirked, shaking his head. Just do it. Lei hated kids. Number 942. Chapter 942, Bad Bed Chemistry. 942, Bad Bed Chemistry. I can't believe I'm listening to that guy, Lena muttered as they arrived in Lei's car. They had just gotten dinner, a very expensive one that Lei paid for. Lena was used to paying for dates since she had more money, so it felt nice being treated like this. Lei opened the door wider, looking at Lena with amusement. Aren't you getting in? Lena snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. Yeah, sorry about that, she said. Lei chuckled and ruffled her hair. You're so cute. Lena pursed her lips. See, he was very charismatic. Villains are usually the most charismatic characters. Jun's words echoed in the back of her mind, causing her to swat the air out of annoyance. Lei continued to look at her with amusement, causing her cheeks to redden in embarrassment. You ready to head home? Lei asked. Or maybe you want to hit a hotel? Lena froze, and for a moment, she stayed silent before nodding in agreement. A small smile made its way to Lei's lips. Finally, he whispered. All right, he said. Let's go to the Starlight Hotel. I already booked a room there. Lena's eyebrows raised in surprise. You got a hotel room booked already? Lei scratched the back of his head. Ah, sorry. Is that weird? Lena pursed her lips. It was a little bit weird. The two of them were adults, but having a hotel room booked at that moment made it feel like Lei was expecting this to happen. Nonetheless, Lena shook her head. With that, Lei started driving to the hotel, with Lena hesitating on what to do. She had the file that Jun gave in her bag, and she was having a dilemma about whether she should do as he said. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Starlight Hotel. Wait here, he said. I'll get the valet to park it. I'll come right back. He haphazardly parked the hotel in the driveway, seemingly impatient. Lena bit her lip and looked around the car. There wasn't anything suspicious inside. Maybe Jun was speaking out of his ass, and he was just jealous. Lena shook her head. All right, that sounded a little bit delusional. Give me a sign, please, Lena said. Just then, a song played inside the car, making her eyes widen in surprise. Leave him. Leave him. He doesn't love you, but only your body. Lena's eyebrows furrowed. What the fuck? Who writes songs like this? Then, she looked at the title and the artist of the song and saw it was by none other than Chaos. She pursed her lips since it was by an artist from her company. Just then, she saw Lei walking over to their car. Before she had time to think, she placed the file inside the compartment. At the perfect time, Lei opened the door, smiling at Lena. Come on, he said. Let's head up. Lena pursed her lips and nodded, wanting to undo her actions. However, it was too late. She couldn't let him know she was the one who left those pieces of information. Lena followed after Lei, feeling a little bit nervous. They entered the elevator, and Lei held onto her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Are you nervous?" he asked. Lena shook her head. However, her expression betrayed her. In fact, she wasn't really nervous about what they were going to do. Instead, she was nervous about what she had done. Jun really got inside her mind with his speech yesterday. What a cunning man. "Don't worry," Lei said, capturing Lena's attention. "Daddy will take care of you." Lena froze in shock. What the heck was that? Lena kept her thoughts to herself, but Lei took that as a sign that she liked what he had said. He couldn't stop smiling as he led Lena to the room. He opened the door and led her to the bed, not sparing another second before he devoured her lips. However, Lena was still focused on Jun and what Lei had said a few moments ago. Maybe, just maybe, Jun was actually right. Lei sensed that Lena wasn't kissing back, so he lifted his head and looked at her with furrowed eyebrows. After a tough week, he was looking forward to getting some kind of pleasure. However, Lena was acting too innocent for him. "You all right?" Lei asked, already sounding frustrated. Lena pursed her lips and decided to ask the question that Jun told her to ask. "Before we start," she said, "what do you think about children?" she asked without any warning. Lei's eyes widened in surprise. "Children? Like offsprings?" he asked. Lena nodded. "Oh," he muttered. Is that your intention with me? Aren't you going a little bit too fast?" Lena sighed. "It's not that," she said. "Children in general, especially those from single mothers." Lei pursed his lips and didn't say anything for a couple of seconds. So, Lena decided to set up a trap. "Because I hate them," she said, wanting to gauge his reaction. He was definitely going to deny it. However, instead of reprimanding Lena, Lei sighed in relief. "Oh, thank goodness," he said. "I'm keeping an image for the company, but I also don't like children. They're annoying. They don't bring anything good to society. Don't even get me started on single mothers. How can they live with the fact that their husbands left them? They must have done something wrong for that to happen. But then again, I guess it's better than them leaving their children to the father. It is their duty to take care of children, after all," he ended. Lena pursed her lips. Well, she wasn't expecting such a well-elaborated answer. He just kept going and going, which stabbed Lena's heart over and over. He definitely sounded sincere. Too sincere, in fact. "Right?" he asked in the end, to which Lena nodded in agreement. Lei's smile widened. "So, can we continue now?" Lena merely nodded, and he let him do the work. However, if you asked her, the only thing she could remember was these two things. Jun was right, and Lei was very bad in bed. Number 943. Chapter 943, You're Always Right. 943, You're Always Right. Lena arrived at their house the morning after, looking like hell had bent her over. Just then, someone spoke, making her already bad morning even worse. "Well, you look like a train wreck." She lifted her head and saw Jun lounging on their couch. He was watching the morning news, and he turned it down as Lena stood on the beanbag next to him. "What are you doing here?" she asked, not even having the energy to reprimand him. "Minjun called me," Jun answered. "He told me he didn't want to feel alone, and since I knew you would have a great night, I decided to join him here." Lena shook her head. "I regret everything. I really do." "Helping me?" he asked with a chuckle, expecting her to agree. However, she suddenly shook her head, taking Jun by surprise. "No, for dating that stupid guy." Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. "Oh," he said. "That quick?" "I asked the question," she started off. "Oof, that's rough," Jun said. "Did he say how much he hated children?" Jun knew from the very start that Lei had skewed values. However, as soon as he came to Korea, he changed his image. So, he wasn't sure that he would reveal his true colors. However, in the end, someone's real self really showed in the bed. Not only that, Lena added. He said inappropriate things about single mothers, about how they deserve it, and everything. Jun covered his mouth to stifle a chuckle. "Oh, if Lei only knew." "You think this is funny?" Lena asked. Jun shook her head and behaved in his seat. "Pardon," he said. "Please continue." He has the guts to say stuff like those when he can't even satisfy me. In bed, at that moment, Minjun was walking down the stairs to grab breakfast. However, as soon as he heard his mother's words, he shook his head. "Well," he muttered, "I guess I should sleep again." With that, he trudged up the stairs and allowed Jun and her mom to talk about adult things. Jun couldn't contain his laughter anymore. He guffawed, slapping his lap as he continued to listen to Lena's rant. He was only thinking about himself. He continued on and on without asking me if I felt good. She continued. I didn't even feel it. I think my deodorant is Biggie. All right, that's enough, June said, cutting her off. I don't want to hear it. In conclusion, he added, he's not the ideal guy you painted in your mind, huh? Lena nodded and slumped on the beanbag. Far from it, she muttered. June smirked and glanced at the television. Then, he smirked when he saw a familiar face. Perfect, he muttered. He grabbed the remote and turned the volume up. And he just got worse, June said, nodding toward the television. Lena lifted her head and looked at the television. Good evening, viewers. We're coming to you live with breaking news. An exclusive report has just been released concerning Phoenix Entertainment, shedding light on shocking allegations of corruption, employee discrimination, and molestation. The report also implicates former trainees in these disturbing revelations. This comprehensive investigation into Phoenix Entertainment has revealed a troubling history, especially concerning their current CEO, Mr. Young-do Kim. A single source has come forward detailing instances of financial misconduct, unfair treatment of employees based on gender and ethnicity, and even allegations of molestation involving past trainees. One of which includes one of the hottest stars of the generation who is also battling his own allegations, Choi Joon-ho. Lena softly gasped. So far, Phoenix Entertainment has not issued an official statement in response to the allegations. However, our sources indicate that legal actions may be imminent as the authorities are reportedly looking into these claims. The future of Phoenix Entertainment remains uncertain as the public outcry grows and some stakeholders demand accountability. With mounting pressure from both the public and regulatory bodies, the entertainment industry is closely watching to see how this unfolds. We will continue to monitor this developing story closely. For now, back to the studio. June lowered the volume once more and turned to Lena with a mischievous glint in his eyes. It didn't even appear like he felt bad for such sensitive information under his name being released in the media. So June said, "Do you believe me now?" "Genius," Lei exclaimed as he held onto Dan's shoulders. "You're really a genius. Everyone is eating it up. This is the start of Phoenix's downfall. I'm sure the head of Phoenix will reveal himself sooner or later." Dan chuckled and sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. He was still a little bit perplexed. He was awoken at dawn by none other than Lei, and he continually thanked him, saying that he did a great job finding new information. Yet, Dan didn't know what information he was referring to. However, hearing Lei so excited made Dan feel that it was good news. In the end, he just grabbed the credit. "What did I tell you, sir?" Dan asked with squared shoulders. "I would find the head for you." "I know," Lei chuckled. "I thought you were useless after that blunder with Quan, but I was mistaken. I should give you a bonus once all of this is done." Dan beamed. There was no way he was going to let go of the credit now. Dan had released the contents of the file, and he couldn't believe how comprehensive it was. It felt as if it had been done by someone who had studied the entertainment industry for a long time. He wondered who was truly behind such information. However, for now, he was going to bask in the glory. "But sir," Dan continued, "don't you think releasing the information about June would be beneficial for him? What if the public will pity him?" Lei clicked his tongue. "That doesn't matter," he said. "In the end, June isn't my ultimate goal. He's just the person I want to destroy along the way. This revelation will truly let him gain the empathy of his fans. However, it won't take away his accountability for what he is being accused of. Moreover, our society will not care about a male victim. Most would say that he should have wanted it. So, June doesn't stand a chance against the wrath of the public. His career will soon be forgotten, and this is how he will be remembered. This is similar to Guhara's case. She was a very brave soul who was a victim of revenge tapes. In the end, she was the one scrutinized. May they rest in peace." Sandcastle. Creator's Thought. Number 944. Chapter 944, A Degree Holder. 944, A Degree Holder. K-pop truly wasn't as sparkly as it seemed. Behind the glittery life of the idols, there lay shadows that few, and sometimes none, dared to speak of. The weight restrictions felt like a constant battle. Every grain of rice mattered under the unforgiving scrutiny of cameras and fans alike. What happened to her? She let herself go. Why is an idol not taking care of his self-image? Aside from that, backhanded compliments haunted them, too. "You look so healthy. I love how confident you are despite your body." Unsolicited comments were something they had to live with. Aside from that, personality became a commodity, carefully crafted by the agencies that molded their careers. Be mysterious. Be apologetic. Be who you are not. Normalcy became a distant dream. Privacy dissolved everyone in the industry, and you were expected to act like it was okay. Even mundane activities were controlled, from friendships to dating, and every move was choreographed to maintain an illusion of unattainable perfection. But perhaps the darkest truth lay in how they were treated. As commodities, not people. Some idols whispered of the price they paid for stardom. Allegations of exploitation and even abuse echoed in hushed conversations backstage. The lure of fame drew predators who saw idols as mere objects, their dreams and dignity stripped away in exchange for a fleeting shot at stardom. Jun knew too well the weight of expectations and the suffocating grip of contracts. Behind the smiles and synchronized dances, his heart carried the stories of those who felt trapped, who believed they had no choice but to endure. That was the reality of K-pop. That was the status quo. However, just because it was normal does not mean it was right. And Jun wanted to start fixing that. At first, he hesitated to share the information with Lena. However, how else was he going to prove his trustworthiness to her? Moreover, Jun felt that these topics weren't talked about a lot in the idol industry. It had become a taboo, even if, most of the time, it wasn't the idol's fault. He wanted to inspire others to not be ashamed of what they had gone through. We don't have to watch it, you know? Lena softly asked as another news channel reported on the incident. However, this particular one talked about what Jun went through as a trainee. Lena observed him and couldn't understand how he could casually watch how they narrated his trauma on live television. Meanwhile, Jun watched with a small smile. He couldn't believe he had gone through all of that. This guy was actually really tough. If he had occupied his body when all of that happened, then he would be a criminal by now. Lena sighed and decided to take matters into her own hands. She grabbed the remote and turned it off. Jun looked at her with raised eyebrows. What was that? He chuckled. We should watch it more. That anchor was really diving deep into the report. They must have been paid by Lei. Anyway, your phone is blasting with notifications. Don't you want to answer those? Lena shook her head while massaging her temples. I'll deal with it later. I think it's safe to say you're telling the truth? Jun shrugged. What did I tell you? Lena clicked her tongue. I know. No need to rub it in my face. So what are you planning on doing now? Jun asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Lena paused for a while before answering. Well, I guess it's time to take Kim Young-do out of the company similar to Mr. Ong. I know he has done a lot for Phoenix Entertainment, but the company would be taking a hit if we keep him there. Jun nodded. Who are you going to replace him with? No idea yet, Lena said. It's not someone from the Phoenix Board of Directors, right? Lena frowned. Of course, it would be from there. Who else am I going to appoint except from my employees? Then, you would fail all over again, Jun said. Lena sighed. What now? Did you know that Lei used to work in Phoenix? Lena almost fell out of the beanbag. As someone who has to oversee her empire, I found it impossible to know all of her employees. So, this was new to her. He did, she exclaimed. Yup, Jun answered. He's been plotting this for a long time. However, he couldn't get Phoenix, so he decided to target Azure instead. With Azure under his name, he also wants to take over Phoenix. That's how big his dream had gotten. I don't understand, she muttered. Why is he doing this? Is there an explanation for the things we want on this earth? Why do you want all the skins in a game? To brag? Why do you want to keep your dad's empire? Just because you miss him? Some things we can't let go of just because we can't. It's human nature to always want something more. That's the reason why corruption, wars, and miserability happen. Lena pursed her lips. How could he say such things nonchalantly? Bring someone from outside, one that has a relatively clean past. One that isn't from a rich family or from an empire. One that would protect his artists because he, too, wanted to be one in the past. Oh, and did I mention that he has a college degree? Number 945. Chapter 945. Minmin's back, baby. Jun was getting way too ahead of himself. So, he shook his head with a chuckle. Sorry about that, Jun chuckled. There's still some time before that would happen, right? You still need to have a meeting with the company. Yes, Lena sighed. But, who are you talking about? I'll tell it to you soon, Jun smiled. For now, you need to help me with my allegations. Lena groaned. You're making me work too much. Aren't you used to that now? Jun asked. Besides, once you start helping me, you'll have lesser workload on your shoulders. You always speak in riddles, she scoffed. So, what do you need me to do? Can I help with the trial after I break up with Lei? I want to get that guy out of my life as soon as possible. Jun nearly jumped from his seat. Break up with him? But why? Lena looked at him with wide eyes. Are you insane? She exclaimed. Why would I continue entertaining him after all that he has done? Not to mention he's really bad in bed. Oh, Lena, Jun said, shaking his head. You're quite innocent for someone who owns such a big company. Lena blushed at his words. Why the heck did that have an effect on her? What do you mean? She stammered. This is the perfect opportunity to help me, Jun said with bright eyes. Now that you know his true colors, but he doesn't know yours, you can exploit him to the maximum. Lena looked at him with narrowed eyes. Fuck you, she said. You want me to put up with him for you? You can do that, right? Jun turned to him with wide eyes and a charming smile. Lena's breath got caught in the back of her throat. He really did look like a kitten the closer you looked at him. For a hot minute, she was silent, just looking at Jun. Then, she absent-mindedly nodded. Nice, Jun exclaimed, snapping him back to reality. You must really love Minjun to be putting up with this. But then again, I'm not complaining. Lena covered her mouth and couldn't believe she just agreed. And to think it wasn't because of Minjun, but because Jun looked too much like a cute cat. Besides, Jun added, don't you want to get revenge? Imagine his face when he realizes that the person he's been chasing is in front of him all along. Well, that sounded pretty fun. Fine, Lena sighed in defeat. So, what do you want me to do? I need you to sign another artist in your company. He started off, making Lena frown. You have an acting department, right? You're also planning on expanding that. Lena frowned. Why do you want me to sign so many people into the company? Phoenix Entertainment is going to go bankrupt because of you. Don't worry, Jun smiled. You don't have to deal with a lawsuit because this person isn't signed. We just need you to sign them before Lei does. What? Lena asked, sounding confused. The person behind my allegations is Lei, Jun said. And the person he's using is someone who always wanted to become an actress, but never got the opportunity to. And you know this because? Lena asked. Because I know a lot of things, Jun smiled. Well, Haruto and Bowen knew a lot of things. They just happened to treat Jun like their master, so he also knew about them. Fine, Lena sighed. Will this guarantee that she would back out of the allegations? Yes, Jun responded. As long as you guarantee her safety. You would also do that, right? Lena sighed and nodded. What else? Jun smirked. That's it for now, he smiled. Settle everything with your company first and recruit the person I'm pertaining to. Once that's done, we'll proceed to the next phase. Minmin leaned back in his seat, cracking his knuckles with a smirk. The light from his laptop glowed in the dark room, illuminating the smirk on his face. He stretched once more, gotta get those vibes right, before diving in, fingers flying across the keyboard. It was wild how life could flip in just one day. Jun is innocent. I freaking knew it. Guys, hold on to your overpriced coffee and tasteless snacks, because we've got some news. Last week, the most beloved member of Eve, the one, the only, Jun, was hit with some serious allegations. And no, not that he's too good looking for his own good kind though. Let's be real, that's still true. I'm talking about those kinds of allegations. The ones that got everyone screaming on Naval. Cancel culture vibes were in full swing. Azure Entertainment completely ghosted him like a bad date. Kicked him out, no questions asked. Literally threw him under the bus with no spare tire. But hold up. Seoul Police just came through with some tea today. And y'all better sit down for this one. Turns out, it wasn't Jun. Yep, you heard that right. Not Jun. The actual victim in the case straight up told the police, oops, wrong guy. Jun is an innocent man. My bad. So sorry. The official statement from the victim, whose identity still hasn't been revealed and probably will never be, released earlier today, reads as follows. I want to sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding and the harm caused. After further review and reflection, I realized that I identified the wrong individual in this case. Jun was not involved, and he is entirely innocent of the accusations made against him. We did meet in the same club, but nothing remotely sexual happened. None at all. It was a mistake on my part, and I deeply regret any pain and damage this has caused him, his fans, and his career. I hope that this clarification will help set the record straight, and I apologize once again for the distress this situation has caused. Anyway, as of today, the charges are dropped. And with the charges being dropped, Jun's lawsuit against Azure Entertainment? Yeted. Gone. The man is free. Ever since the truth dropped, support for Jun has doubled. Tripled even. All those haters? Silenced. All those fake fans? Blocked and deleted. His real fans, me included, always knew. We believed in Jun. I mean, have you seen his face? That is not the face of a guilty man. The audacity of you all to think otherwise. So, to all you doubters out there who were quick to jump on that cancel train, how does it feel to be on the wrong side of history? Minjun smirked as he wrote his article. It has been a while since he wrote something humorous like this. Min is back, baby, he muttered before stretching once more. Now, let's write that article on Phoenix, shall we? Number 946. Chapter 946. Thank you. It was raining cats and dogs, turning the streets into rivers of gray. Office workers, drenched and miserable, walked along the sidewalk, their minds far from the usual gossip and office politics. All they wanted was to escape the gloomy weather and curl up in the warmth of their homes. But as they arrived at the lobby of Azure's building, they couldn't help but talk about yesterday's biggest revelation. Can we even take him back? One woman whispered, her coat soaked at the hem. We can't, her colleague hissed, shaking his head as he tightened his grip on his briefcase. The contract is void. Besides, they already replaced him with Junhee. Honestly, it's a loss on our part. We let go of one of the biggest idols of the generation. We should have waited until he was proven guilty or innocent. They both shivered, though it wasn't just from the cold. The news had rocked Azure Entertainment to its core. Jun, the golden boy of Eve, their moneymaker, had been proven innocent. The charges that had turned his world upside down had crumbled to dust, leaving everyone wondering what was to happen next. As the conversation died, the office workers caught sight of someone walking toward the building. They blinked, unsure if they were seeing things. Is that Jun? Jun strolled through the office like the sun had broken through just for him. He wasn't hunched over or hiding under a hood. He walked confidence that turned heads even. On a gloomy day like this, his smile was radiant, and his posture screamed freedom, as if he wasn't just accused. The office workers were left frozen, jaws slack as he passed by, heading straight for the doors of Azure. Much to their surprise, Jun stopped before them, his wet hair clinging onto his hair and some droplets on his skin. Nonetheless, it didn't make him less good-looking. Instead, it made him look even more charming. Can I please use your ID cards to enter? He asked with a bright smile. I already lost my card. The office workers turned to each other before absent-mindedly agreeing. Inside, the atmosphere was no less tense. Up in Lei's office, things were falling apart faster than anyone could control. How can this be? Lei's voice cut through the room as he slammed the phone down. His sharp eyes turned toward Dan, who stood awkwardly by the door. Dan winced, scratching the back of his neck nervously. I don't know. She changed her story. There's nothing we can do about it now, sir. Lei paced the room, his mind racing. Nothing we can do? Are you kidding me? We had everything planned. His hands clenched into fists. Where's Scar? Scar? Dan squeaked, shifting uncomfortably. Well, I still can't reach her. Her family, they've disappeared, Lei growled. You don't think I know that? Dan swallowed hard. Scar had been their trump card, the girl who had been at the club that night, who could have buried Jun with one testimony. Lei had promised her an acting contract, a fast track to the spotlight if she just did this one thing. And she had agreed, reluctantly. But now, she was gone, vanished like smoke in the wind. The photos you have, Lei continued, his voice low and dangerous, are worthless. They only show him in the club. They don't prove anything. Dan remained silent, trying to come up with a response, but nothing he could say would calm Lei down. And now the victim's family is off the grid. Lei pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. She's out of our reach. There's no witness left to pin this on him. Maybe we can still, Dan started, but he was cut off when the door creaked open. Jun stepped into the room, bringing with him a sudden, almost eerie calm. He didn't seem fazed by Lei's fury or Dan's nervous energy. He was just there, smiling like a man who had come out of the storm on the other side. I'm just here to collect something, Jun said, his voice as smooth as ever. Lei's eyes narrowed. Jay already collected all your items, he spat through gritted teeth. You can't be here. You're not part of Azure anymore. Jun's gaze drifted lazily across the room before landing on Lei. The tension was thick, and Dan felt a chill creep up his spine as Jun and Lei locked eyes. There was something unspoken between them, something that made Dan want to be anywhere but here. Did you renovate your office? Jun asked. Why does it look worse than before? Did you lose all of the money? Once I was out of the company, Jun asked in a teasing tone. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then, Lei sneered. You still think you can continue your career like this? Even with the charges dropped, you're nothing without Eve. The other companies won't touch someone like you, a defiant, troublesome idol with no loyalty to their agency. Jun's smile didn't falter. In fact, it seemed to widen. Is that what you think? Lei's expression hardened. I know it. Jun's eyes sparkled with amusement. Let's see. Dan shifted on his feet, glancing nervously between the two of them. He wasn't sure what was more unsettling, Lei's barely contained rage or Jun's calmness. You're not going to find another company, Lei continued, his voice laced with venom. You think you can walk out of here and just sign with someone else? You're dreaming. The industry doesn't work like that. No one wants a liability. Jun chuckled softly, shaking his head as if Lei had just told him a joke. Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to torment you, Lei. Lei raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting that. Then why are you here? Jun paused, his eyes locking with Lei's again. I'm just here to say thank you. The words hung in the air like a bomb waiting to go off. Lei and Dan both looked at him, confused. Thank you, Lei echoed, his tone sharp with disbelief. Jun's smile never wavered. Yeah, thanks for letting me out of Azure for free. Number 947. Chapter 947. Good luck to you. Jun's smirk lingered as Lei stood frozen, his mind racing. Those few words felt like they meant a lot. It was as if Jun had planned everything from the very start. Before, Lei spoke as if he was the grandmaster of the chess game, but now, it felt like the roles had been reversed, with Jun knowing where every piece needed to be. However, Jun hadn't planned this. It just happened to work out that way. This was the universe's way of getting back at Lei for everything that he had done, and Jun wasn't afraid to be the one to execute the universe's plan. Now that his name was somewhat cleared, Jun was ready to drop a bombshell. However, before he could even get a word out, the office door swung open, and two burly security guards entered. The two of them looked like stereotypical guards with their black suits and dark sunglasses. Unauthorized entry, one of them said flat. They grabbed Jun by the arms, their grips firm but not aggressive. He didn't resist. Instead, Jun let out a soft laugh, allowing himself to be dragged away, leaving Dan and Lei in stunned silence. I'll see you soon, he called out. Lei's jaw tightened as he watched Jun being escorted out. Dan, on the other hand, was the most afraid he had ever been. He always thought that Lei was scary, but Jun right now felt far more terrifying. As the security guards guided him through the dimly lit hallways of Azure, Jun's thoughts drifted. He actually missed this place. And then, they passed by a familiar door, a practice room he knew all too well. Jun gently tapped one of the guards on the shoulder, flashing his trademark killer smile. Hey, he said, can I visit them for a bit? I won't be long, promise. The guards exchanged hesitant glances, unsure whether to deny his request or go along with it. But Jun's smile was too disarming, too innocent. After a moment of silent debate, one of the guards nodded. 10 minutes, he said firmly. Jun grinned. Thanks. I guess they can't resist my charm, he whispered as he walked to where the practice room was. The door opened, and there they were, Eve. The sight of them hit Jun like a wave. It had only been a week since he'd last seen them, but it felt like a lifetime. Inside the room, Junhee stood near the center with Zeth and Jisung, practicing their routine. Their focus shattered the moment they saw him. Their eyes widened in shock like they were staring at a ghost. Jun smiled as they continued to gawk at him. Miss me, Jun, Jisung gasped, running toward him. Before Jun could react, the rest of the group followed, enveloping him in a barrage of hugs. It was like a family reunion, the kind you don't realize you need until you're in the middle of it. Casper held onto his arm and squeezed tight. Akira clung to his legs like a koala. Meanwhile, Jaeyoung began crying at the sight. Sehun chuckled and patted his back. Rin nodded at him in acknowledgement, while Zeth complained that he looked too handsome for someone who was going through so many things. Jun let out a long sigh, half-heartedly pushing them away. All right, calm down. he said, but he couldn't stop the smile that crept onto his face. The warmth of their excitement was infectious. They really had missed him. Junhee, on the other hand, stayed back, watching the whole scene with furrowed brows, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. His expression darkened, his thoughts racing with 1,000 possibilities. What was Jun doing here? Why the heck is he here? But Junhee's internal protests were drowned out by the group's overwhelming joy. I saw the news. I knew we could trust you, Jisung said, his voice filled with hope. I can't believe they made all of that up, Jaeyoung exclaimed. Jun smiled. It actually wasn't too bad now that he thought about it. Instead, it was actually a blessing in disguise. Are you coming back? Before Jun could respond, Junhee cut in, his voice sharp and cold. He can't. His contract was terminated. Casper immediately shot Junhee a glare. Shut up, Junhee. Jun raised a hand, signaling for silence. No, he's right, he said with a small shake of his head. I can't. I'm only here for, what is it now? He glanced at his watch. 8 minutes. What? Why did you come then? Jisung asked, his tone filled with confusion. The others also exchanged questioning looks. Jun's smirk returned. Just to taunt someone, he said, his voice light. And to make sure things are still on track. Jae, standing quietly off to the side, suddenly perked up. Did you do what I asked? Jun asked, his gaze locking onto Jae. Jae nodded meaningfully, and the rest of the group looked even more confused by the exchange. What are you guys talking about? Casper asked, glancing between Jun and Jae like they were speaking a language only they understood. I need to know. I have FOMO. However, neither of them answered. Jun's attention stayed on Jae, his voice calm but firm. Meet me tomorrow, Jun said. Bring what I need. Jae nodded once more, his expression serious. Let us in, Jisung pleaded, stepping forward, desperate for answers. The others looked just as eager to be let in on whatever secret was passing between Jun and Jae. Jun chuckled softly, shaking his head. Sorry, he said, not yet. Junhee had finally had enough. His brows knit together in frustration, and he took a step forward. Leave, he said, his voice low but firm. Leave now. We're practicing for our comeback. Junhee was glaring at Jun, almost as if he was challenging him. You're not part of this team anymore, Junhee thought. Jun turned to face him fully, his smirk widening into something a little more dangerous, a little more knowing. He leaned on one leg casually, letting the silence hang for just a moment. Longer before speaking. Yeah, Jun said with a mocking tone. Good luck with your comeback. Number 948. Chapter 948. I resign. Where the heck are we? Lena asked as she looked around the place. Jun smiled. We're at my friend's restaurant. It doesn't look like it, she muttered. Jun clicked her tongue. Are you going to keep on complaining? Lena sighed and shook her head, taking a seat in front of Jun. She looked around the place and still found it weird. There weren't any people around, and the lights were pretty dim. If it wasn't for the candlelight to their side, then Lena would have a hard time seeing Jun's features. Then, it suddenly hit her. A date. This felt just like a date. Her cheeks reddened. However, before she could dive into her fantasy, Jun rested his feet on the chair and leaned his chin on his knees. Let's see, he muttered while looking at the menu. Let's just get them all. I'm sure Haruto prepared all of the food anyway. Besides, the guy who's coming would also want the same thing. Lena pursed her lips. Right, they were here to meet Jun's recommendation for the empty CEO seat of Phoenix Entertainment. When is he coming? She impatiently asked. Jun glanced at his phone. He's on his way from the dorms. So, he'll be here in a couple of minutes. Lena sighed and played with the tablecloth as they waited. Jun watched her and smirked. So, how did the meeting go? Jun asked. Well, my secretary was the one who personally attended it, and we had cut off a lot of the top management employees. It seems like they had a lot to do with Kim Young-doo's wrongdoings. However, Phoenix is vulnerable now, so we have to secure the CEO spot right away. You had better not be joking about this recommendation. We're already a laughingstock as it is. That Min guy wrote an article about Phoenix being blind to corruption for years, and people are jumping on it. I swear if I meet that guy, I'd curse his mother out for raising him like that. Jun covered his mouth as he smirked. Oh, if you only knew, he muttered. What? Lena asked. Jun shook his head. Don't sweat about it. The guy I'm recommending is really passionate about this. He has learned a lot about management, and like I said, he has a lot of empathy for artists. He doesn't even know what he's here for right now. What? Lena exclaimed. Just then, someone came in, the one and only Jay. He was whistling an Eve's song as he trudged right in, not forgetting to greet Marcus, who was out at the front door. As he entered the restaurant, he immediately went to June. "Oh, Junie-poo, how I missed you," he said, making kissing noises in June. June clicked his tongue and pushed him away. However, Jay continued clinging on to him like a touch-deprived monkey. Meanwhile, Lena watched the two of them with wide eyes. This was the guy June wanted to run her most prized company? Jay, behave, June sighed. We're not alone. At that moment, Jay noticed Lena, and his cheeks instantly reddened. Lena frowned and unconsciously leaned against her seat. Sorry, Jay said, clearing his throat and taking his seat. Then, he straightened his back and made his face serious, almost as if he was smoldering. June pursed his lips and massaged the bridge of his nose before nudging Jay's shoulder. Stop that, he muttered. Jay softly clicked his tongue before going to his normal, professional self. Lena, this is Jay, the guy I was talking to you about, June introduced him. And Jay, this is Lena, someone we have important business with. Jay smirked and offered his hand to Lena. A pretty businesswoman, I see. Nice to meet you, he said in an almost transatlantic accent, making June shake his head. Lena reluctantly took his hand and gave it a firm shake. However, as seconds ticked by, Jay didn't let go, so June had to manually disengage their hands together. All right, that's enough, June said through gritted teeth. Let's get straight to business. Lena sighed and nodded. She didn't know how long she could tolerate the weird guy. So, Jay, did you do what I asked you to do? June asked. Jay nodded and brought out his laptop, opened it, and proceeded to a file. Yup, he said. I gathered all evidence regarding Eve's mistreatment throughout the year. This started with the budgetary cuts for the music videos, the inhumane schedules, the lack of artistic freedom, and your unrightful departure from the group. June smiled as he looked at the concrete evidence. Lena, too, watched it intently. Then, she nodded. Yeah, this is all right. Send it to me, and I'll have the lawyers ready. June smirked and cracked his knuckles. Sweet, he muttered. Prepare your money, too. It's going to be expensive. But with this, you're going to save a little bit of money. Geez, thanks, Lena sarcastically said. However, June still took it as a genuine compliment. You're welcome, he smiled, causing Lena to shake her head. Meanwhile, Jay still appeared perplexed. I know that you asked me to gather all of these, but what is it for? To get Eve out of Azure, June finally said, causing Jay's eyes to widen. Holy shit, Jay exclaimed. You have all the money to do that. June shook his head. Nope, but she does, he said, nodding toward Lena. Lena scoffed while Jay looked at Lena like she had saved the world before. Rich mama. Lena sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. June, the more this guy talks, the more unsure I am about him, she said. June chuckled. Isn't he good, though? He's transparent. He only shows what he truly is. Would you rather have a guy with normal behaviors, but turn out to be manipulative in the end? Normal behaviors? Jay asked with furrowed eyebrows. Anyway, there's no backing out now, June said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Oh, there's still a possibility, Lena scoffed. You can't do that, June sighed. This guy has already resigned. Number 950. Chapter 950, Cheon Jabium. Are Eve's preparations going well? Lei asked as he sat on his chair. Yes, sir, Dan responded with a small smile. They still seem a bit down, but with a little bit of guilt tripping, they're back to practicing. Most of the tracks had been recorded and edited. The jacket shoot has also been accomplished. The music video shoot started yesterday and will continue tonight after their interview with Billabong. Lei smiled. All of that in 3 days? He asked. Must be tiring. Then he paused for a bit before nodding in approval. Nice work, Dan. Now that Jay is out of the way, the boys are working harder than ever. Dan chuckled and nodded before scratching the back of his neck. I think they look a bit too tired, though. Do you think we can postpone Dash? Lei looked at him like he had grown 3 heads. Postpone. Did I hear the right word? He chuckled. The fans are waiting for the album. The faster we get this album out, the faster we'll prove that Eve does not need June to succeed. The boys' well-being is the least of our problems. They should be doing this for the company that had raised them. Dan pursed his lips and nodded. You're right, sir, he said. I don't know what has gotten into me. Anyway, Lei said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Has Phoenix announced their new CEO yet? I wonder who it will be. Mr. Chris? Mr. Luries? Mr. Norris? The possibilities are endless. But what would they do? No matter who they replace Kim Young-do with, I still have some dirt on them as long as they're from Phoenix. Those bastards are dumb for letting me work in their company before. Dan cleared his throat. I believe they still haven't replaced Kim Young-do, sir. Lei's eyebrows raised in surprise. What? He asked. But it's been 3 days. Doesn't the head know that leaving the top seat vacant would make the company vulnerable? Oh, he's much more stupid than I would have thought. Dan nodded in agreement. The moment he announced the next CEO, I already have contact with various news channels for the exposure of the successor. Good, Lei said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. He would push Phoenix to its breaking point and make it crumble. At that point, if he couldn't take Phoenix Entertainment, then Lei was determined to bring it down. The two of them had some afternoon tea, and they decided to watch television when they came across a shocking revelation. When do you think they'll announce the replacement, sir? Dan asked. Lei shrugged. I believe it would happen in the next few days. As I said, it's too dangerous to leave the top spot open. So if the head isn't so stupid. Breaking news. Phoenix Entertainment appoints new CEO and signs major talent. Lei was cut off before he could finish his statement. After Jun's departure from Eve and Azure, in general, there had been a lot of breaking news in the media. In fact, most people in the country was tuning into the corporate drama, wondering what the next revelation would be. It has been the hottest thing ever since Rising Stars. After days of speculation and uncertainty, Phoenix Entertainment has finally appointed a new CEO, following the abrupt removal of Kim Young-do during a heated general meeting 3 days ago. The decision to oust Young-do, who had led the company for years, left both the public and employees in a state of suspense as the entertainment giant remained without a clear leader. Even those who were currently working in Azure, as well as Phoenix, stopped their projects to watch the news on their phones, laptops, or on the public televisions in their respective lobbies. For 3 days, Phoenix Entertainment stood at a crossroads, with industry insiders reporting growing unease among employees. The sudden leadership vacuum at the top of one of Korea's biggest entertainment companies sparked rumors about the company's direction, leaving fans and stakeholders alike anxious for news of a replacement. Now, Phoenix has shocked the industry by appointing Cheon Jaebyum as its new CEO. Jaebyum's appointment comes as a surprise to many, as he has no previous connections to Phoenix Entertainment. The announcement has left experts and employees alike questioning what his leadership will mean for the future of the company. Despite concerns about his lack of ties to Phoenix, Jaebyum is known for his forward-thinking strategies in the business world, which could bring fresh energy to the entertainment sector. Cheon Jaebyum? Lei asked, trying to recall the familiar name. Have you heard that before? I have, Dan said with a small frown. But I don't think I've ever seen him in Phoenix. Where did I hear that name again? In a major development accompanying the leadership change, Phoenix has also signed popular singer Jun, who was recently let go by Azure Entertainment under controversial circumstances. Jun, who was falsely accused of sexual misconduct, was swiftly proven innocent after the allegations were debunked, causing a public outcry against Azure for their hasty decision to cut ties with the singer. Dan and Lei turned to each other with wide eyes. Lei's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets with how shocked he was. Jun with Phoenix? He muttered. Lei was expecting Jun to be signed soon. With his talent and looks, he was bound to be snatched away. However, Lei also knew how big companies valued their reputations. They wouldn't just sign Jun, especially when the allegation was still fresh. Only those useless, small entertainment countries would have the guts to sign him at this point of time. Unless the news of Jun's signing has sent waves through the entertainment industry as fans eagerly await his next moves under the Phoenix label. To mark his new chapter, Jun posted a photo on his newly launched social media account, Estividi Jun, baffling fans with the image, caption, and the atrocious username. The post features Jun with the new CEO and his longtime friend, Cheon Jaebyum, also known as CJ. Number 951. Chapter 951. Happy Independence Day. Jay is the new CEO of Phoenix? How the heck did that happen? Has he always had connections? I don't think so. He's from a simple family. He doesn't even have a father. I believe his mom was a seamstress. He graduated college with high honors, but he didn't want to have a corporate life, so he joined Rising Stars. But he sucked in it. How do you even know these things? I dated him once. Wait, what? Is he a bad person? Nah, he's a good person. He's pretty stupid, sometimes downright weird, but I think he suits a CEO position well. True. But can we talk about June signing with Phoenix? I feel so happy. I miss him with Eve, though. How does the group stand now? Good morning. Jay chimed at a group of interns passing by. Have a good day, everyone, he said to some members of the board. Then, he whistled as he walked to the elevator. He entered and smiled when he saw a bunch of employees bowing at him. Nice to see you all, he said as he pressed on the uppermost floor. The others began whispering under their breaths. The new CEO is pretty handsome, isn't he? You've lost your mind. He just looks like a more palatable version of the sloth from that Ice movie. As the others left, they said their pleasantries to the new CEO before going to their respective offices. As he arrived at the topmost floor, he also greeted the other employees who were there. Most of them smiled at him before bursting into gossip. How do you think he got the position? Maybe he slept his way to the top? Hey, it's not nice to assume things like this. Yeah, he's not that handsome to be sleeping his way to the top. The announcement of the new CEO came to the surprise of many. There was already a lot of speculation surrounding it, with some employees even siding with potential new CEOs with the hopes of getting on their good side and being promoted. So, imagine their shock when the new CEO was a young individual who had joined Rising Stars, was Eve's ex-manager, and appeared like he didn't have a serious bone in his body. As nearly the entire company discussed their new CEO, a new face also entered the building, rendering most of the gossipers speechless. Jun walked in with a simple white shirt and ripped denim jeans. His hair was unstyled, causing it to flow freely as he walked. He didn't have any makeup aside from the lip balm that saved his dry lips. In short, he looked like the walking personification of perfection. The reaction was drastically different from that of Jay. While they questioned why Jay was appointed as the new CEO for June, there were no questions asked when it came to June. He's going to save our company. Azure is a fool for letting him go. I'm surprised we signed him, though. His scandal is still fresh. It's been proven false. He entered the elevator, and the people inside felt like the sun just came in. His fresh scent bombarded their senses, and some of them needed to hold themselves back from touching him. So, this was what fangirl urges felt like. As he arrived at the topmost floor, he greeted some of the employees, causing them to hold their breaths. Did an angel just walk by? June merely smiled at them and went to Jay's office, not bothering to knock. Hey, he said, causing Jay to jump up, startled. Jay placed his hand over his chest and let out a deep breath. A knock would have been fine, he said. June shrugged and sat on the couch. It's just me. Jay clicked his tongue and shook his head. I'm a big shot now. You need to treat me better. June crossed his arms in front of his chest. And who got you to this position? Jay smiled and dropped his bag to go to June and give him a big hug. Of course it's you. Who would have thought? My mom threw a party for the entire neighborhood because she was so happy. You didn't invite me, June deadpanned. Well, you would become the main character if you went. Give this to me, dude. June shook his head. All right, I forgive you. Jay sighed and went back to his seat, leaning against his seat and rocking side to side. June observed him and smiled before glancing at the nameplate on his table. The Sir Jay. June scoffed at his name. It was good that his branding still hasn't changed, although he has reached a higher position. This is nice, Jay sighed. I feel like we've come a long way. June hummed. But you know there's still a long way to go, right? Yeah, Jay said. But at least we'll be able to bring the other boys here, right? June nodded with a smirk. Yup, they're on their way here as we speak. The workers who June passed by still weren't over the fact that they were graced with the presence of an angel. Then, they were whiplashed once again when a group of hunks entered Phoenix's building. Wait, is that? What are they doing here? Dang, now I know why they're so hard to topple. They're the #1 boy group, for a reason. I love me some men who look like losers. Truly, though, what are they doing here? Aren't they prohibited from coming here? Especially without a manager? Did they come to visit June? Phoenix was in chaos once again as the members of Eve made their way to Jay's new office. They had some food at hand as if they were there to celebrate Jay's new job. Like June, they didn't knock on the door as they entered. Akira held onto the cake and skipped to where the two of them were. Congratulations on your new job. Akira exclaimed. Jun and Jae smiled as they stood from their seats, ready to welcome the boys. They all had smiles on their faces, but Jun didn't miss how tired they looked. However, Jun knew it was going to get better from now on. At least, that's what he hoped to do. Congratulations, too, Jun softly said. The others turned to him with wide smiles. Happy Independence Day. Number 952. Chapter 952. Eve is ours. Well, technically, we're not free yet, Rin said. We just left without permission. Jae-young scratched the back of his neck. I'm still not sure if that's all right, though. We didn't even attend the music video shoot yesterday. Yeah, what are you scared of? Akira asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Jae will pay for the severance fee. For each of us. Jisung asked with wide eyes. Do you even have that much money? Jun and Jae glanced at each other before shaking their heads. Don't think about that, Jun said. What we need to do now is discuss the implications of us leaving Azure. The others nodded and took their seats. Akira sighed and opened up the food they had bought. So, we're not here to party. Jae-young turned to him and shook his head. How can you even think about that at this time? Akira shrugged and bit the crust of the pizza before signaling Jae to start. Jae nodded, pacing back and forth as he laid out the timeline of their premature departure. Typically, idols in our industry sign long-term contracts, often 7 years. However, Eve is in a more favorable position with only 3 years left on our contract. The members of Eve nodded as they listened intently. There are several ways idols can leave their company. The first is negotiation. We sit down with Azure and discuss better terms. This happens quite often and can lead to improved conditions for us. They grimaced at the thought of staying in Azure Entertainment. However, we don't want that, as you want to transfer over here. Some idols wait until the contract naturally expires. We fulfill our obligations and choose not to renew. However, again, that would take 2 more years, so we're crossing out that option. That leads us to the third option, legal action, he continued. Idols sometimes sue to enforce their rights or terminate contracts early. It's common but can be costly and time-consuming. Lawsuits take a long time, Casper pointed out. Does that mean we'll have to postpone our activities until we win the lawsuit? Jae smirked, halting and crossing his arms in front of his chest. That is why there's an elusive fourth option. It's rarely achieved due to its expense. It involves invoking the severance clause in our contract. This clause guarantees a base pay of 2.8 billion won per member, approximately 2.1 million US dollars, plus compensation for any investments that didn't yield expected returns. For Eve, that could mean upwards of 128 million US dollars. What the heck? Jisung exclaimed. Do we have that much money? Jun smirked. Like I said, you don't have to worry about the money. The others looked at Jun and Jae with amazement, wondering how they would be able to pay such great fines. However, like Jun said, they didn't concern themselves anymore and just trusted in the two of them. And so with that, we had created a loophole, the forbidden technique. Azure will have no say because we will do exactly as they say. However, even then, Azure might try to sway the public opinion. They could portray us negatively or claim financial losses due to our departure. They might seek public sympathy to mitigate their own losses, especially with Lei as their CEO. The evidence we have isn't enough for Azure to be toppled down, and, aside from that, Lei's portfolio is squeaky clean at the moment. So what do we do now? Ren asked. Where do we stand with this? Jae smiled. We wait, of course. Well, you guys wait. Now, I have a lot more to do because of this. However, it's safe to say welcome. Welcome to Phoenix. Azure Entertainment was in shambles as their biggest group, Eve, had just announced their departure from the company and their willingness to pay the severance fee. Lei's eyebrows furrowed as his lawyer explained they couldn't do anything about it. What do you mean we can't do anything about it? Lei exclaimed. The company lawyer pursed his lips. Technically, we can sue them for this, but they had also brought up evidence of them being overworked and underpaid. Moreover, as long as they pay the severance fee along with the damages, then they have basically paid their way out of the contract. Lei couldn't believe what he was hearing. Now, we may fight for this in court, but it will take a long time. In that period, Azure Entertainment wouldn't be able to make use of Eve at all, and it would be better to let them go. Lei scoffed. So, they're practically in Phoenix Entertainment? After they pay the severance fee of a calculated $213 million US, then yes, sir, they are free to sign with them. Lei's hands wrapped around the cup, feeling rage brew inside his heart. He knew he was going against a strong force like Jun, but what was this? He had a force of $213 million US? Where the heck did he get that money when his pay was only 20% of all his projects? He might be rich, but it wasn't to the extent that he would be able to pay for all of his members' severance fees. The lawyer pursed his lips as he waited for Lei's verdict. Everything was going to shit. All of his plans had gone down the drain. He thought his biggest enemy was Phoenix itself, but it was Jun after all. It has always been Jun. Lei closed his eyes and thought for a second. So, Eve is out of the picture, he started off. The lawyer pursed his lips and nodded. Yes, sir, he said. I also didn't expect them to be able to pay the severance fee. But that doesn't mean that Eve should be out of the picture, he continued, causing the lawyer to furrow his brows in confusion. What do you mean, sir? Lei clenched his fists under the table, wanting to break something, but holding back. Let's make Phoenix regret signing them. Eve may be gone, but Eve will forever be ours. Their name, their music, all of it is ours. Number 953. Chapter 953. Phoenix versus everyone. Did you see the news? Of course. Eve is now in Phoenix. It's been such a crazy month. I can't believe it was just filled with drama from Azure and Phoenix. Is it over now? Is Eve finally going to come back? Nope. Eve is no longer Eve. Did you see the latest news? It has been a week since Eve left Azure Entertainment, and everything has been going smoothly ever since. Both Phoenix and Azure Entertainment had lost plenty of investors in the process, and the two were getting even more stressed as time passed by. Jun had decided to stay in Minjun's room for the night, and as he woke up, he was met with Lena, who appeared like she had aged 10 years in the span of a week. Hey there, Jun smiled. Lena pursed her lips and sarcastically smiled. Hey, she exclaimed in a fake happy tone. You look nice. You look like you've been hit by a truck. I wonder why. Lena exclaimed, glaring at him. Well, I think this is the right time to ask for my request, he continued. Can you get Lanier out of Azure, too? Lena's eyeballs nearly fell from their sockets after Jun made his request. You're insane, she said. You made me pay $200 million to sever your group's contract, and now, you want me to get another group out? Sorry, bud. I'm not doing that. Their contracts are going to be even more expensive since they have a 5-year one and are new to the industry. So, unless Azure Entertainment goes bankrupt or the entire company falls apart, you won't be able to do that. Jun placed his fingers under his chin. Bankrupt, huh? All right, I'll take that into mind. Lena narrowed his eyes at him, but Jun remained neutral. He was happy that Eve was out of the Azure, but he couldn't forget about his sister. She was the reason why he became an idol in the first place. He couldn't let Mei stay in that company. By the way, Lena continued, didn't you say you were going to show me something? You said. You have a lot more information regarding the entertainment industry. Are you free tonight? He asked. Lena pursed her lips before nodding. All right, I'll come here again, and I'll show you. Lena nodded in agreement, already curious. Well, I'm heading out, Jun said. Lena nodded as she drank from her coffee. You're preparing well for your comeback, right? Jun held out an okay sign. Jun was fetched by Marcus before they went to Phoenix Entertainment. As Jun arrived at the practice rooms, he saw that his members were already there with huge smiles on their faces. They looked drastically different from when they were still in Azure. Now that Jay was the CEO, the artists were given more musical freedom, and the work conditions had drastically improved. So, can we use the songs for our planned album? Ren asked. Jae-young pursed his lips. I believe so. Well, at least the songs you've written. Fortunately, Ren wrote almost all of the songs for that album, so it won't be a problem, Jae-young smiled. Yeah, it won't be a problem at all. Just then, Ren and Akira fought over a water bottle, causing it to fly toward the practice room mirrors. It broke into pieces, and some flew toward Jun, who was the closest to it. He felt a sharp pain on his eyebrows, causing Casper to scream like a little girl. The others also began panicking. The events happened fast. Jisung tripped on his foot and landed on the remote, causing it to turn on. Jun reached for his eyebrow and saw that there was blood on his fingers. Then, some familiar music played, causing the members to turn silent. Our title track, Ren muttered under his breath. The host's face appeared on the screen, a face Jun had seen more times than he could count. Lei! Jae-young exclaimed with wide eyes as the famous, handsome CEO graced the screen. As much as a lot of people were happy that Eve was now in Phoenix, a considerable number of people also supported Azure Entertainment, and that was mainly because of Lei. He has been using the pity route all throughout their dispute, and it was working. Bright studio lights lit up his face, making his pale skin even more stark under the harsh glow. Behind him were 7 gleaming letters Eve spelled out in large, glittering white font. The logo was too familiar, in fact. It looked just like the logo of Rising Stars, which always became a hot topic every year. However, it was strange. Why was their name in such lettering? Jun focused back on the TV as their title track faded into the background. Eve is incomplete, he started off. 7 boys. 7 talents. We need to make Eve 8 again. Jun felt a sense of déjà vu. This felt like when he just transmigrated. The broken glass, the chaos, and everything in between. Prepare to witness fierce competition, jaw-dropping performances, and the determination of 100 trainees. Only one will stand beside Eve. So, fasten your seatbelts and get ready for an unforgettable journey. Welcome to Completing Eve. Jun could already imagine the flood of comments from the public. Holy crap, Completing Eve? Are they going to replace Eve overall? But Eve just spoiled in their new live that they're going to have a comeback soon. The boys can't be Eve anymore? Oh crap, what the heck is happening? The drama isn't over yet. Who will watch this show? I will. I will too. I just can't resist it. You guys have Eve members as your display pictures. Can you blame us, though? This is so interesting. Is Junnie already the first member? Despite it being the first commercial, Completing Eve has already become the talk of the town. Indeed, bad publicity was still publicity, and in the end, it had garnered the attention that Lei wanted it to get. As the scene shifted, the members of Eve were speechless to see the partners of Azure for this specific project. Esteem? YGG? Top Star? What the heck is this? Seth exclaimed. These are all the big entertainment companies except for Phoenix. Number 954. Chapter 954. What about our title track? So, Jay started off as he looked at the boys. They were quiet, with their gazes on the ground. Meanwhile, Casper was holding an ice pack over Jun's small wound. Jun clicked his tongue and pushed him away. I don't need that, he muttered. Jay first motioned toward the broken mirror. Care to tell me what happened to that? Well, Jae-young cleared his throat. We saw the commercial. Jay scratched the back of his neck. That still doesn't explain why it's broken, he muttered. Anyway, looks like we're in a pinch, he chuckled, changing the subject. Seth pursed his lips. I don't think this is worth chuckling over. After everything this group went through, I think this is the least of our worries. Ren's hands shook as he glared at Jay. Least of our worries? They stole our songs. The boys turned silent. Technically, we can't do anything about it. I'm sorry I didn't mention this to you a while back, but they still own the intellectual property for all your songs. We are trying to get your name back, but they haven't responded yet. We're also not sure if you guys can get your songs back. Well, aside from Oasis and Luster, I don't really mind, Akira smiled. Ren massaged the bridge of his nose. But what about the songs for this new album? You have other ones, right? Akira chimed, batting his eyelashes at Ren. I heard a snippet the other day, and the songs you made were banging. I guess people do make the best songs during the toughest times. Ren shook his head in disbelief. That means we're back to square one, though, Si-hoon muttered. Ren sighed and nodded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I also don't have any title track-worthy songs aside from the one we gave to Azure. I know we can fight for it in court once again, but that will take an even longer time. I hate this. I believe the main issue here is our name. Eve was perfect for us. Level up, too, since we have leveled up since then. What are we going to do without our name now? Jae-young asked, placing his fingers under his chin. The members stayed silent. That was, in fact, their biggest concern. Despite their popularity and the loyalty of their fans, the boys had been known as Eve since the very beginning. The moment they lost the name, it would also feel like they would have lost their identity. Although the name brought a lot of trauma to the boys, they were still attached to it. It was their name, after all, their identity. Jay pursed his lips. I'll see what I can do. However, our biggest enemy here is time. If there's a faster way to do this, then it would be to topple Azure overall. However, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Jun perked up, and he covered his mouth to hide his smile. For now, I would suggest that you guys bring out the past songs you've written. I believe you have some from all the rejected ones during Mr. Ong's reign, right? The members turned to each other and nodded. Ren, too, sighed in defeat. I guess I have some written in advance. I've been really inspired these days. Casper raised his hand. What are we going to do with our title track, though? The boys turned silent while Jun glanced at Jisung, who was looking down at his lap. He fiddled with his fingers, appearing like he wanted to say something, but was holding back. Jun shook his head and called his name. Gee, he said, causing the younger boy to lift his head. Do you have anything you want to say? That captured the other members' attention. They turned their focus to Jisung's, whose face reddened at a ridiculous speed. He scratched the back of his head and cleared his throat. He started off. So, I've been trying to write a song for our album, and I was able to make one. The boys turned to each other with surprise. Can we hear it? Casper excitedly asked. The others, too, appeared excited about it. It was messy, so Jun helped me arrange it. However, it still doesn't have any lyrics dash. I wrote it already, Jun said, cutting his statement short. The boys now turned to Jun, who pulled his laptop toward him. He walked to the speakers and connected them. You have? Jisung asked with bright eyes. Jun nodded. Yeah, he responded as he navigated his laptop. I wrote it relatively quickly, but I believe it fits the song the most. I have also fixed some of the lapses, so it feels more complete now. However, this is Jisung's song, and I think you guys are going to like it. The members, along with Jay, remained silent as Jun pressed play. The bright, comforting sound engulfed the practice room, and the boys' expressions instantly showed their interest. Jun's voice broke through the melody. It was unlike everything they'd released before. Sure, it was bright like luster. It also had a pop undertone like Oasis. However, it felt different. It felt deeper, somewhat relatable. The boys closed their eyes as they let the music flow through their veins. For the entire 4 minutes, not a word escaped their lips. However, from the atmosphere inside the room, it felt like they had come to a collective agreement. As the song came to an end, the boys let out comforted sighs, some of them feeling something heavy inside their hearts. Jisung's mouth was agape as he looked at Jun. The lyrics, he muttered. Jun smiled and shook his head. It was only possible because you made such a beautiful song. Rin let out a chuckle before it burst into full-blown laughter. Gosh, he exclaimed. I want to scold you for gatekeeping this song for so long. However, if you didn't, then we would have lost a masterpiece to Azure. So, I'll thank you instead, he smiled. The other members nodded in agreement. We have our title track, Jay chimed. Number 955. Chapter 955. A Man's Stupidity at Its Best. Welcome to Star Radio. We have some fans of Eve on call. Should I still call them that at this point when the group already lost its name? The host chuckled. Please state your names. Hi, my name is Jia. Bora here. I'm Sumin. Mom, I'm famous. I can't believe they picked up our call. My name is Nari, by the way. And I'm Wei. Well, that's a lot of people, the host said in disbelief. So, we are calling fans from around the globe about their opinions on everything happening between Azure and Phoenix. What can you girls say about this? Jia cleared her throat. Well, I've never liked how Azure managed their talents since the very beginning. They failed to expand their past group's capabilities, so I'm glad that Eve is out of the company. I see, the host said. Do you feel the same thing, even though they've changed their top-level management? Yes, Jia confidently said. I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with me since the current CEO has earned quite a following. However, I'm speaking for those who have been fans of Eve since the very beginning. I was also happy when they changed their management, but with the recent blunder with Jun, I have all the reason to believe that they are actively sabotaging his career. However, it didn't turn out the way they planned, so they had to let go of Eve. Yet, they're not stopping there. They're still capitalizing on their name and even making a whole new group around their concept. Isn't it ridiculous? You're being too kind, Boris said. What we can say is that Mr. Lei is a greedy man, but he smiles prettily for the camera and acts innocent, making his cult fall for him every time. He despises his groups, and from what I see, he's trying to take Phoenix down by collaborating with these big companies. Well, this group is definitely opinionated, the host muttered. Do you have any last words? Bora cleared her throat. Hey, Mr. Lei. Listen here, you little sure-dash. Lei turned off the radio before Bora could finish her statement. To be fair, the radio host also turned off the call by then because swearing wasn't allowed in their life. Meanwhile, Lena pursed her lips, amused as she tried to hide her smile. Why'd you turn it off? She asked. Lei sighed and shook his head. Did you hear them talking shit about me? Lena had endured another date with him for the sake of knowing his next moves. Now that she knew he was confiding with other big companies, she couldn't pass up on the chance. You don't believe that, do you? Lei turned to him with wide, puppy eyes. Lena had to hold herself back from cringing. The only people who were able to pull off that kind of look were Minjun and Jun. Of course not, she said, trying to sound as sincere as possible. Lei fully believed her, though. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to believe that she was the owner of a multi-million-dollar company. Thank goodness, Lei smiled. I knew I could trust you. Of course, Lena smiled, reaching for his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. So, you can tell me whatever it is that's on your mind, she started off. Lei glanced at her. What do you mean? Lena cleared her throat. Well, as you know, I'm also managing a business of my own, but it's entirely different from your field. Quite small, in my opinion. So I want to ask if this is a good idea to be joining forces with other big entertainment companies. Lei chuckled as Lena asked that question. Are you curious about how the entertainment industry works? Yeah, Lena smiled, biting her lip. Teach me. Well, this is rarely a good thing, Lei said. There is a huge possibility of sabotage, and honestly, it would allow the other companies to fend off your ideas. However, at this point, I believe that it's necessary, he smiled. With not Eve. With Jun's group in Phoenix Entertainment, other companies are seeing them as a threat now. Phoenix Entertainment may not have started as the biggest K-pop company, but they are slowly becoming one, and with Jun's group joining them, that possibility just became larger. So, we need to stop them, Lei smiled. By joining with these big companies, we're going to make the new Eve, and not only will they benefit from it, but we will also get to prove how Phoenix made a mistake. Is that so? Lena muttered, placing her hand under her chin. It's so complicated. I don't think I can understand it. Lei chuckled and patted her head. Don't think too much about it. It is complicated. Don't worry. I can teach you more about these things. I'll treat you, too, once the show becomes a success. Although, I believe it already is because so many people are talking about it. That's right, Lena smiled. Congratulations. It's the talk of the town. Lei smiled. With this, I am one step closer to my goal. Goal of what? Lena innocently asked. Of making the biggest group and overtaking Phoenix. I see, she said. But if I may ask, why do you hate Phoenix so much? Lei shook his head. Phoenix is my end goal. I know they have plenty of groups under their name, but it's only a matter of time. Lena nodded. I think you can do it, she encouraged him. Of course, Lei said. Like I said, I'm getting close to my goal. I'm planning on recruiting more idols and getting more entertainment companies by my side. Lena held in the urge to smirk. So close, she muttered. It would be a shame if someone ruined all of that, would it? Lei frowned, turning to her with furrowed eyebrows, but Lena just laughed it off. Don't worry, though, she exclaimed with a wide smile, acting cute. I won't let that happen. I'll be the one to protect you. The one who will be on your side when that happens. Lei's frown eased, and he patted Lena's head once more. You really get me more than anyone else. Number 956. Chapter 956. The Briefcase Rightful Owner. Where are you taking me? Lena asked as she entered Marcus' car with Jun. Before he knew it, Marcus had become their driver for matters like this. It wasn't like the big guy was complaining. He actually considered it as an enjoyable side mission. Don't worry, Jun said, putting on some sunglasses. It's not far from here. Lena suspiciously looked at him. Why are you so covered up at night? And why are you wearing such fancy clothes? Jun looked at his get-up in the mirror and leaned against his seat. Well, I can't be seen with you, so I have to cover up really well. These clothes are from Jay. I can't even go out with my own get-up anymore because people recognize me. Lena shook her head and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then, she looked out of the window, where the view had become increasingly familiar. Like Jun said, it didn't take long before they arrived. We're here, Jun, Marcus said as he parked the car right outside of the property. Jun smiled. Thanks, Marcus. We won't be long. You can wait in the car. Marcus nodded as the two of them went out. Lena looked at the place with narrowed eyes. Her movements were slow as she followed after Jun. Jun turned around for a moment and sighed. Are you coming or not? Lena couldn't shake off her frown. What are we even doing here? Jun smirked. Does this place look familiar? Of course, Lena muttered. My mom lived here for a long time. How can it not be familiar? Jun hummed and turned on the flashlight of his phone, looking for a familiar spot. Most of the apartment building had been demolished, but the surrounding structures were still intact. Where is that again? He muttered. There it is, he smiled. Lena impatiently clicked her tongue. What are you looking for? The item I'm talking about. Jun deadpanned as he stood over the newly cemented lot. Lena continued to frown as she tried to understand the situation. Has Mr. Klin left you anything before he died? Lena's expression softened when he mentioned her father. She placed her hand under her chin before shaking her head. Well, aside from the obvious, which is Phoenix, he didn't leave me with anything else. I don't think he even had the time to make a will because he died so suddenly. Jun hummed. So, you really have no idea, huh? Lena's brows furrowed in confusion. Why? She asked. Did he leave you something? Not necessarily, Jun answered. However, he left something in this world. I think it was for you, but he never got around to giving it. Fortunately, I was the one who found it. Lena's eyebrows raised in surprise. Well, what is it? You said that Mr. Klin was the most interested in Phoenix Entertainment, right? Jun started off. Lena nodded. I can tell that the old man has a lot of interest in the entertainment industry. I believe he wanted Phoenix Entertainment to succeed even after he died. So, he gathered information dirt against other big entertainment companies starting from when they were created. Lena's eyes widened even more, if that was even possible. What? She exclaimed. How? What do you mean? It's exactly what I've said. Well, it doesn't have any dirt on Lei since he's new to the scene, but for Topstar, Esteem, you name it. We have the secrets of the CEOs, the company, the employees in our hands. Lena still couldn't believe it. There were times she resented her dad for passing the burden of Phoenix Entertainment without any guidance. However, here it was. So, you're telling me I can use this to topple other entertainment companies? She muttered. Jun chuckled and shook his head. Now, you can look at it that way, he started off. However, wouldn't K-pop feel monotonous once that happens? What you can do, however, is change the industry. By having this information, you have leverage against the companies. You can basically ask them to do anything they want. So, blackmail? Lena asked. Again, Jun continued. I'm only an idol. I'm leaving this thing to you. However, if you need any help, I know a really good guy for blackmailing. He doesn't get caught, too, he suggested, his mind straying to Haruto. I see, Lena muttered. I'm guessing you also want me to use this information to make those collaborating with Azure back out, right? Exactly, Jun smiled. And aside from that, this can be the catalyst of better treatment for their artists. Once their unfair terms would be exposed, they would have no choice but to change them. Lena looked at Jun with admiration. He was an idol who didn't only think about himself, but also about the future of the incoming generations. I hope the hardships end with us, Jun continued. The industry can't continue being like this. Lena smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. All right, she muttered. I'll continue. To do as you say. Jun smiled. So where is it? Lena asked. Jun's smile widened even further. It's here, he vaguely said, causing Lena to raise one eyebrow. She looked around the area and frowned. You kept it here? Are you insane? There's no wonder it's not around anymore. Oh, trust me, Jun said. It's here. I'm standing on top of it. Lena's frown deepened as she looked at the ground. Then, it suddenly hit her. Her eyes widened in shock before turning to Jun. You buried it here? She exclaimed. Jun nodded. Yup. I thought I was going to die, so I didn't want it to go to evil hands. It's much better for it to not be used than it being used for evil. I get it, she sighed. But did you have to bury it here? Goodness, this is going to cost me more now, she muttered, massaging the bridge of her nose. What do you mean? He asked. I bought this land, you idiot, Lena deadpanned. I was planning on expanding Phoenix Entertainment for next year, but it looks like I have to renovate it quickly. Number 957. Chapter 957. An inspiration. It was the day of their recording, and some members of Eve gathered right outside of the studio. Jun halted as he saw Akira and Jisung skipping hand in hand to where he was. What are you guys doing here? He asked. I thought I had the earliest schedule. You do, Ji-sung smiled. But we wanted to come with you. Jun sighed and shook his head. You don't even get up early to eat breakfast. How can you guys be here earlier than I am? Come on, Akira said. My recording schedule is still in the afternoon, so I'm going back home right after. Jun shook his head at his dedication. With that, the three entered the recording studio. However, much to their surprise, it was actually occupied. Jay turned around and greeted them with surprise. You guys are here early, he remarked, his eyes widening as he noticed the Eve members. The three looked at Jay along with the small group of fresh-faced trainees that accompanied him. Akira wanted to coo because they looked so adorable, so innocent without knowing a thing about the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Ji-sung hid behind Akira's back, feeling shy despite being older than the group of trainees. Jun nodded, a slight frown creasing his brow. It's my scheduled recording time, he replied. Meanwhile, the group of trainees looked at the members of Eve with wide eyes. It was early in the morning, so they were dressed in casual clothes and had no makeup on, but they looked so much like princes. Yeah, the title track, right? Jay asked. I'm glad the album preparations are going well. By the way, these are some new trainees, Jay explained quickly, gesturing towards the 6 individuals who had paused their activities upon the arrival of Eve. Just giving them a tour around. We were about to wrap up. Akira couldn't help but chuckle. Is that even the work of a CEO? Jay clicked his tongue, shaking his head in amusement. My secretary is busy. Besides, I like doing this. It makes the company feel more close to its employees, am I right? Sure, Akira deadpanned. Just say that your secretary is the real CEO of Phoenix Entertainment. Jay rolled his eyes before facing the trainees. Come on, kids, he said. Let's leave these mean guys, shall we? One of the trainees, a young man with eager eyes and a nervous smile, raised his hand. Tentatively. Could we stay and watch? He asked, causing the other trainees to turn to Jay and the members with hopeful gazes, too. Jay glanced at Jun, silently seeking approval. Jun hesitated for a moment, considering the request. After a while, he sighed and nodded. Sure, you can stay, he said, his gaze shifting back to the trainees. But this is going to take around an hour. You guys can leave in the middle if you want. The trainees nodded eagerly, clearly thrilled at the opportunity to observe Eve in action. An hour of just looking and listening to Jun? I'm not going to leave anytime soon, one of the girls muttered. The trainee next to her nodded excitedly. As Jay, Ji-sung, Akira, and the other trainees found seats along the studio's back wall, Jun settled into his respective position in front of the microphone. With a nod from the engineer, the music began to play, filling the studio with the improved melody of their title track. The engineer jived to the intro, clearly liking the song. He had heard the instrumental plenty of times now, and he was curious how Eve was going to make it come alive. Jun closed his eyes briefly, centering himself before launching into the first verse. His voice, smooth and resonant, filled the air with an undeniable presence, drawing the trainees' attention. Ji-sung and Akira glanced at each other as the trainees immediately exclaimed in amazement. They looked at Jun like they had some sort of awakening. Ji-sung couldn't blame them. He still felt that Jun was amazing no matter how many times he had heard him sing. Nice, the engineer said. I think we got it. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. That easily? The engineer nodded. Yes, this is already a really good take. I don't think we should change it. Since Jun was also satisfied, he nodded and proceeded to the next verse. Is it always this easy? One of the trainees asked themselves. However, Akira was able to hear him. He chuckled and shook his head. It's never this easy. Jun just makes it look like that because he's really good. I don't think he's even going to spend an hour here. The trainees felt that Jun was really amazing. Then, Jun continued, now rapping. The trainees turned to each other with surprise once more. Jun rapped really well, too. It was a cheat code after showing off his incredible vocals. The trainees watched in awe as Jun performed, their eyes bright with admiration. They had heard Eve's songs before and seen their performances on screen, but witnessing them in the intimate setting of the recording studio was an entirely different experience. At that moment, Ji-sung took the opportunity to ask them what they felt about the song. He scratched the back of his neck before speaking. Do you guys like the song? He nervously asked. However, he didn't have to be nervous at all. The trainees exchanged excited glances before nodding enthusiastically. It's amazing, one of them replied. I can already hear it playing. Everywhere, another chimed. I like it so much, and I think my mom will like it too. Yes, it's a song that a lot of generations would like. Phoenix's stocks are going to rise again. The last comment made the adults chuckle. Meanwhile, Jisung sighed in relief, not being able to hide his happiness. My song is good, he muttered, feeling proud of himself. Meanwhile, as June continued to sing, the trainees also continued to become more inspired. Akira saw the looks on their faces and smiled. Do you guys want to be idols soon? He asked. They turned to them and nodded, appearing inspired. Work hard and practice then, he encouraged them. However, don't expect to be as good as June. That guy is untouchable. Number 958. Chapter 958, Naming Wars. So what are we meeting for? Akira asked as he sat in their new office. It was bigger than the one they had in Azure, and it even had complimentary snacks. Switching to a new company was definitely the right choice. Jae-young pulled down the whiteboard and opened the marker. Ah, that smells nice. Zeth smiled as the scent of ink wafted through his senses. Rin looked at his friend, weirded out, but he didn't say anything more because that wasn't the weirdest thing about Zeth, unfortunately. Jae-young cleared his throat. So, we all know that November is coming soon. They would also be releasing the comeback details by the first week. Almost everything is finished at this point, but we still don't have our name back. June pursed his lips. Lena had already collaborated with Haruto to blackmail the other companies, but it was still taking a long time due to the legal processes. We're hoping we can get our name back as soon as possible, but in the event that doesn't happen, we still need a backup name, Jae-young continued. The others groaned. I don't want to think of a new name, Akira complained. Then, we're not going to have a comeback, Jae-young deadpanned, causing Akira to pout. Come on, he continued. You guys are considered geniuses in the industry. We can come up with a cool name. The members turned silent as they each came up with a new name for their group. Akira clicked his tongue, standing from his seat and slamming his hands on the table, capturing everyone's attention. I believe that the name Eve still suits us the most. So, why don't we retain the name, but instead of spelling it with 2 E's, we spell it with 2 3's. The boys turned silent once more. Jae-young frowned before turning to the board and writing his suggestion. 3v3. Jisung tilted his head to the side in confusion. What's 3 versus 3? He innocently asked. Akira clicked his tongue. That's Eve, you idiot. Really? Jisung asked with wide eyes. Why does it look so cheesy? Seth pointed out. I, for sure, don't want to be in a group named 3v3. It's the same pronunciation. Akira exclaimed. Nah, Zeth shook his head. That kind of name is designed for groups who are bound to fail. Agreed, Rin nodded. With one look at the name, I can already tell that it's going to be a flop group. Akira clicked his tongue and plopped back on his chair. Jae-young sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. All right, does anybody else have any suggestions? Casper raised his hand. Meow, he asked. The boys collectively sighed. All right, let's not take any suggestions from Casper for this meeting. Besides, didn't a group debut with that name already? Rin asked. That's different, Akira pointed out. They spelled it as M30W, with the number 30 in the middle. Why? Sehun chuckled. Because they have 30 members? Yup, the younger members of Eve said in unison, causing Sehun's eyes to widen in shock. Any more? Jae-young asked, already feeling frustrated. How about Elizy? Zeth asked, capturing their attention. The others were intrigued. Liz, Jae-young muttered. That's actually not that bad. What does it stand for? Lizard, Zeth deadpanned. The others' faces fell. Because you know, Zeth tried to explain. We can regenerate despite having our tails cut off. That's the fucking worst idea I've heard in my entire life, Akira said, pointing at Zeth. Whatever, Zeth muttered, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Still better than 3v3. Ooh, I have one, Jisung happily chimed in. Go ahead, Jae-young said, feeling tired. Well, Akira sent me this story a while back. I think it's Alpha Jae-young x Omega June. I didn't read the story, but it was really popular, and fans seemed to like it a lot, he said. June, who had no clue what those words meant, listened intently. Meanwhile, the other members who knew exactly what Jisung was saying couldn't close their mouths in shock. So, I was wondering, what if we named ourselves Alphax Omega? Yexo for short, he excitedly asked. Jae-young pursed his lips, wanting to break down in front of his group. He then turned to Akira and glared at him. Do not send things like those to Jisung ever again. Akira covered his mouth as he burst into laughter. I didn't think he would take it so seriously. Besides, it was really well written. Sometimes, I wonder why such good authors write things like that. They could easily write a best-selling book instead. Jisung was confused as the other members strongly disagreed with his suggestion. Why? What does it mean? He asked Rin. Rin merely shook his head. You don't want to know? He seriously said, making Jisung even more confused. Just then, Si-hoon raised his hand, causing Jae-young to sigh in relief. Finally, he muttered. If there was one person he could trust on serious suggestions, then it would be Si-hoon. The two of them were the oldest in the group, so they could relate to each other a lot. Si-hoon, he said, do you have a suggestion? Yes, he smiled. I've been thinking about it. We all have new naval accounts, right? Jun was the first one to make it, and he has the most striking username. What was the word before your name again, Jun? Si-hoon asked. Skevity, Jun answered, causing the other members to freeze. Si-hoon hadn't blatantly said his suggestion, but the others already had a hunch. Yeah, that. Si-hoon happily exclaimed. Doesn't it sound pretty cool? The other members were about to disagree, but Jae-young suddenly hummed in agreement. Yeah, it does sound pretty cool, he muttered. Akira stood from his seat once more. Oh, we are not doing this, he muttered. Don't you guys know what that means? He asked. Si-hoon, Jae-young, and Jun turned to each other with confusion. Oh, please save us, Akira muttered. Let's schedule this meeting for another day. Agreed. Rin enthusiastically exclaimed. We don't have much time. Jae-young frowned. I really do think that Skevity is. Meow. Oh, for goodness sake, Casper. Number 959. Chapter 959, Everyone's Backing Out. Are the trainees from the different entertainment companies ready? Lei asked as he entered the meeting room. The board of directors, along with the managers, were gathered in the room. It was gloomier than usual. After Eve left the company, it seemed like the atmosphere had dulled down a bit. More than that, Lei became worse at handling his temper. So his true colors were being exposed slowly. Dan nodded while the others cast their heads to the table. Yes, sir, Dan excitedly said. I'm handling the trainees from the smaller companies, which will take up half of our hopefuls. They have all sent in their profiles. Lei nodded with a small smile. They had only released the first teaser for the show, not even the trainees, but completing Eve was already a big topic. It wasn't too well received, especially with the amount of fans that the original group had. However, bad publicity was still publicity. No matter how people perceived it as bad, Lei knew for sure that they were still going to watch it. It's human nature. It's also the reason why problematic creators are still the richest among their peers, because of people who continually hate on them, not knowing it was what paid their bills. And the other companies? Lei asked, turning to the Yena and Yejin, the main producers of the show. Yena frowned as she looked around the table. Why did it seem like these people didn't know just yet? Sir, we have a big problem, Yena started off. Dan's breath got caught in the back of his throat. He knew that Lei had been on edge for the entire week, and he was doing his best not to agitate him further. However, what was this? Another round of bad news? What? Lei asked, his fist clenching. Yejin pursed her lips. They were from a different area of Azure Entertainment, one that was concerned with shows, so they didn't know much about Lei and his temperament. Well, Esteem, Harmony, Topstar, and all other big companies have called us to say that they're not going to send in any of their trainees, she started off. The room turned silent. No one except those working for the TV show knew about it. Even Dan was shocked. The other companies clearly said they were going to send in their trainees. It was what made the teaser so popular for a reason. What do you mean by that? Lei asked, trying to keep his calm. It's exactly what Yejin had said. Yena chimed. We personally called these entertainment companies, and they all said the same thing. Lei pursed his lips. They signed a contract, he started off. I am not aware how you handled this, sir, Yejin continued. But some said they still haven't signed the contract, so nothing was set in stone. You might want to check back on them, sir. Lei felt his veins constrict. He opened his work laptop and suddenly saw plenty of emails. The most recent one he got was from Esteem, who had already sent back the contract. However, in their most recent email, They said they had already terminated the contract and paid for the presumed damages. It wasn't just that. What Yejin said was right. Some of the big companies didn't sign the contract at all, but Lei trusted them from their oral agreements. What is happening, he muttered. All of these companies expressed their enthusiasm for working with Azure as soon as Lei proposed the idea. However, they all backed out at the same time. Not only that, but only the big companies had backed out. It was as if someone instructed them to do so. However, who had such the power to do that? Yena sighed and massaged the bridge of her nose. This is the reason why we didn't want to take up this show in the first place, she suddenly said, making Dan's eyes widen in shock. She didn't just say that. However, the brave woman continued talking her heart out. Completing Eve is just a project made out of spite. We had taken this up with the overall CEO of Azure, and he said he would support it as long as it would create more profit. However, I don't see it that way. Eve will never be replaced. If you would, you could just leave this aspect to us and cancel the show, Yejin chimed. Rising Stars isn't due for another 2 years since Lanier just came out. Lei stood from his seat and walked to where Yena was. He couldn't control himself as he held onto her collar. Yena's eyes widened while the other employees screamed in shock. They had never seen their CEO act in such a way. Only Dan was aware of how he truly acted. Dan quickly went to where Lei was to stop him. However, the latter overpowered him by a huge measure. Sir, he said, you need to calm down. Lei didn't heed his complaints and continued holding on to Yena's collar. Let go, she exclaimed. Give up on the show? Lei asked, his voice sounding murderous. It sent shivers down everyone who was in the meeting room. Do you know how much we're betting on this right now? Eve is gone, and we need a new Eve. We can't let those bastards get away with everything they had done. This new group will save the company and push Azure to the top. The original Eve wouldn't even be able to compare. So, don't say any of that nonsense because this show will push through. I am Azure. Entertainment, and everything that I say will be followed, understood? He sounded so threatening that the others had no choice but to agree to what he said. With that, he pushed Lena back into her chair before going out of the meeting room, slamming the door shut. Meanwhile, Yena wiped away the splattered saliva on her cheeks while the others were still shocked. Dan pursed his lips and ran after Lei, who was muttering something under his breath. You, he exclaimed. How the fuck are you able to do all of these? He screamed so loud that the people in the waiting room still managed to hear him. Number 960. Chapter 960. It will end soon. Oh, it's bad? Jun chuckled as he took a sip from his wine glass. He was currently in Haruto's restaurant with Lena, Jay, and Haruto himself, discussing their next plans for Azure Entertainment. What is? Jay asked, his cheeks filled with meat. Jun showed them his phone, where a brief footage of Lei scolding Yena was seen. Their eyebrows raised in surprise. Where did you even get that? Haruto asked as he tossed their salad. Jun shrugged. And he answered. That in turn was still as brave as anyone else. Are we going to use this as evidence for him? Haruto asked. Jun shook his head. Nah, he said. This is too light. It's also pretty unclear. Based on Anne's report, though, it seems like he's not giving up despite the big companies backing out of the project. Which is amazing, by the way, Jay smiled. How did you even do it? Lena shrugged and nodded toward Haruto. I didn't do anything, she said. This guy told me to trust him. Jun smirked. You're improving. You're trusting people now, he teased Lena. Lena's cheeks warmed up as she took a bite from her pasta dish. Well, I have no choice, do I? You've exposed my identity to these two. Moreover, you guys haven't done anything to break my trust, so I'm going to keep working with you. Jay stood and saluted at Lena. You can always trust us, Lena, he exclaimed. But seriously, he sat back down. How did you manage to make them all back out? It was easy, Haruto said. They value their reputation more than this collaboration with Azure. Aside from that, we had tangible proof, so they knew we're being serious. Going through with the collaboration would just be a loss for them, so they all backed out. Lena nodded. I would have done the same thing. Jun smiled. Aren't you glad we're on the same team then? Lena rolled her eyes. My company already took a hit, she defended. I've already removed those rotten employees. I'm sure there are plenty more out there, but we can't police everyone. Jun hummed. So what are we going to do now? Jay asked. I think completing Eve would be postponed for a bit, but if Lei insists for it to go on, then he would. Moreover, it would be harder to dissolve the whole of Azure with that. It's also multifaceted like Phoenix. Lena nodded in agreement. We can't take down an empire like that. We're not. Don't worry, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I know my limitations. That's why we're just going to dissolve Azure Entertainment. Jay narrowed his eyes at Jun. I have a hunch that you're doing this just to get Lanier out of that company. Jun shrugged. He was partially right. May have been texting him these days, telling him off for being selfish and leaving the company without prior notice. Of course, Jun wasn't just going to leave his sister all alone. However, aside from that, he still felt like he hadn't taken his revenge for everything Lei had done to him. He wasn't going to kill him, of course. Jun didn't want to entertain the possibility of Lei transmigrating like him. So, he wanted to torture him slowly by taking away his dream right before his eyes. Besides, those kinds of people didn't deserve to die. They deserved to live through the consequences of their actions. That is still a hard thing to do, Haruto pointed out. Azure Entertainment may be new to the scene, but they're still a formidable company. Yes, their stocks have been falling, and Lena could easily buy them now, but I believe their CEO isn't willing to do that as long as Lei is in power. You're right, Jun said, which is why we're going to take away that power. How? The three of them said in unison. Jun thought about it, too. He had a hard time thinking of a way since he never had any proof that Lei was the one who ran White Tiger back in the day. However, it suddenly hit him. The people he met along the way weren't just there for show. Angela Zhang. There was a reason why the two of them met again, and it was all thanks to Lei. That girl had also gone through hell before she rose to stardom. And if there was one thing she hated, it would be the likes of Lei. Lei, who frequented the prostitute house she was forced to be in. Lei, who owned that very bar. Jun shook his head in amusement. It was just becoming better and better. Haruto and Jay turned to each other with confused looks as Jun chuckled to himself, appearing like a handsome villain. Meanwhile, Lena felt her body heat up. Was it from the wine or from how hot Jun looked? Probably both. Jun, Haruto said, snapping him out of his daze. Jun hummed, acting like none of that just happened. The three became even more confused. Are you going to share your plan? He asked. Jun nodded. I just need to contact another person first. However, be on your toes. Lei's downfall is coming soon. Lena raised her hand amidst their conversation. Can I break up with him now? I don't think there's anything else I can extract from that guy. He also keeps asking me to go to a hotel with him. Oh no, Jay exclaimed. Yes, you should definitely break up with him as soon as possible. No, Jun said, causing them to become surprised. What? Lena asked. What else could I do? There's still one thing you need to do, Jun said. If I know Lei, then he would be the type of person to escape when he realizes that the situation isn't in favor of him anymore. So just hang tight. His downfall is going to come soon. It should be soon enough, Lena muttered. It feels like it's already been 900 chapters at this point. Jun smiled. Don't worry, he said. It will end soon. Number 961. Chapter 961, Annual Halloween Party. It was the last day of October Halloween night. Everyone was out on the streets, all dressed in their costumes. Phoenix Entertainment wasn't an exception to the holiday. Their Halloween party was nothing short of legendary. Every year, without fail, the company transformed its corporate office into a spooky wonderland. From glowing pumpkins to cobweb-covered chandeliers, everything screamed Halloween. It was a tradition that Mr. Klin had created the moment he built Phoenix Entertainment. Although only a few artists attended back then, he still cherished every moment. And now, Lena carried on the tradition. The best part? The costumes. Every artist showed up decked out in their finest, and the competition for best dressed was as fierce as it was fun, especially when a large amount of money was involved. Since they were the youngest group in Azure, Run-In arrived first, promptly at 7. The rookie group had been preparing for the event for weeks, determined to win the cash prize and use it to buy a month's worth of groceries. Dressed as royals from head to toe, each member wore a different prince outfit, complete with capes, velvet boots, and crowns that sparkled under the moonlight. Their leader, Yoon, practically floated down the red carpet, head held high like he actually ruled a kingdom. And although it was an exclusive event, the photos of their costumes still managed to get leaked somehow. Jia and her friends waited for the updates like hyenas preying on little dogs. They looked like they just walked off a drama set. Run-In really coming for that best-dressed cash prize. They are rookies, but they already look like royals. Ah, this is uninteresting, though. I don't want prince-like visuals for Halloween. What do you want, then? Someone dressed so ridiculously ugly that they're unrecognizable. The boys couldn't help but strike dramatic poses for the imaginary crowd while the camera flashed at them. They were the definition of extra, bowing to each other and pretending to knight their magne. The moment was pure chaos, and by the time they reached the door, they were in fits of giggles. Next up was Liddy, the 2-year-old girl group. The 6 girls appeared out of nowhere, each one dressed as a mythical creature. Unicorns, fairies, and elves glided down the red carpet, wings shimmering under the camera flashes. The real spectacle, however, was Yunmi. She had fully committed to her mermaid costume, complete with a shiny green tail that left her unable to walk. 2 of her group members, Seoyun and Jaiwoo, had to carry her in, hoisting her up with great effort. I'm crying. Why is Yunmi a literal fish? Now, this is what I'm talking about. Nah, this isn't the level of chaos I wanted to see. She still has pretty makeup. I think Opie wants to see someone's bare face. Seoyun and Jaiwoo deserve an award for carrying the team. Quite literally. They made it inside without a hitch, though not without a lot of laughter and support from the other attendees who were quickly gathering by the venue doors. As if on cue, chaos made their grand entrance. And what an entrance it was. The group had opted for a pirate theme, though pirate seemed like too tame a word for how incredible they looked. Haruki led his team, his long black coat flowing in the wind as they walked down the carpet. He wore a hat that looked like it had been stolen straight from a Hollywood set, and his usual perfectly coiffed hair had been replaced with a long wig. Oh my gosh, Haruki's wig. Chaos really went all in, huh? This pirate crew can board my ship any day. They can search my booty. It's not ugly enough. I want to see ugly costumes. As the rest of Chaos followed behind, the effect was almost too much. They had their arms slung over each other's shoulders, singing sea shanties at the top of their lungs. By now, the venue was packed with idols and artists, each costume more creative than the last. Scar, who was new to the scene, entered dramatically whilst utilizing her stage name, going full Scarface, with a convincing prosthetic scar running down one side of her face. Is she a new actress? She's pretty. Queen moves, honestly. Is this what the guy wants? For someone to look like they've been stabbed? No, this is too professional looking. I don't like it. As the party continued to fill up, almost all the people were looking for Eve. Where are my babies? It's their first Halloween party appearance, so I'm excited. They're a very creative group, so I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Phoenix's fans didn't know what to expect from Eve since they were the newest addition to the company. Unlike the other groups, Eve had been given almost no time to prepare. Their schedules were packed to the brim, and only the night before had they gotten the confirmation that they were expected at the Halloween party. But no one knew what to expect from the boy group this time. They'd been scattered across the city in their own homes since moving out of their dorm from Azure, and although last-minute coordination was their strong suit, this was an exception. Jun stood in front of Haruto's mirror, frowning at his reflection. He had spent the last 30 minutes wondering whether this costume was a mistake. Do I look all right? Jun asked, turning to Haruto and Marcus, who were casually sitting on the couch, their faces smeared with paint and various Halloween-themed accessories dangling off their arms. Haruto squinted at him. You look fine. It's Halloween. You're supposed to look ridiculous. Besides, this is your group's concept. You can't bail out on them. Ridiculous is an understatement, Jun muttered, glancing down at his reflection. They were running late, as usual. Casper had already texted Jun 5 times, reminding him that the others were waiting for him outside Haruto's penthouse. Jun had been looking into buying the one next to it, but now wasn't the time for those thoughts. With a resigned sigh, Jun grabbed his coat and headed for the elevator. As he descended to the lobby, he encountered a mother and her young son in the elevator. The pair stared at him in stunned silence, the mother quickly averting her eyes while her son let out a small giggle. When the elevator dinged open, he hurried out and made his way to the street, where the rest of Eve was already piled into a sleek black car. As Jun approached the vehicle, he noticed the silence. His fellow members had been laughing and chatting moments before, but now they all stared at him with wide eyes. Jisung was the first to speak, his eyes wide in horror. What are you wearing? Number 962. Chapter 962. Center of attention. The 8 boys sat inside their limousine, courtesy of Lena, without uttering a single word. Even Bowen couldn't get a word out as he pursed his lips to try and hide his laughter. It was a very hard task to accomplish, especially since Jun looked like he was ready to murder every person in the car. Jun looked around the car and saw the guilty look on the boys' faces, especially Casper's. The car smelled strongly of a 2010 pop-up shop of tacky men's perfume, and the blue and red neon lights didn't help one bit with their situation. Jisung cleared his throat, raking his fingers through his hair and appearing like a model straight from a photo shoot. He started off. You look really cute, Jun. The others had sharp breath intake, while Jun glared at Jisung. Then, he exploded. Are you guys having fun with this? He asked. Did you all plan this, huh? Jaeong's eyes widened in panic, and he frantically shook his head. It's not any of that sort, he exclaimed. You weren't able to join our video chat because you had somewhere to be, so we got Casper to text you the concept of our costume. Jun then turned to Casper, who was evading his gaze. Care to explain yourself? Casper scratched the back of his head. I really did text you the right concept. I didn't think my phone would auto-correct it into something else. The other boys looked at him with disbelief. How the heck is that even possible? Sehun exclaimed. Casper pursed his lips. It just is, all right. I already feel too guilty. Jun sighed and shook his head. No wonder I found it ridiculous. And to think I did this because of my loyalty to you guys. Akira said, placing his hands over his heart. Jun cares about us so much that he's willing to look stupid with us. Jun glared at Akira, causing him to turn away. Anyway, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bowen, head back. I'm going to change. The boy's eyes widened. We're already late as it is. Jaeyoung exclaimed. We can't go back now. Rin nodded in agreement. I received a text from Haruki that said we are the only ones they're waiting for. We can't possibly make them wait any longer. Jun's eyebrows furrowed. So what? He exclaimed. You want me to go there in this costume? Why not? Rin innocently smiled. I think you do look pretty cute. Zeth clicked his tongue. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how good you look in that costume. You're only saying that because you have your abs out, Jun deadpanned. If you had this costume, you would want to head back, too. Zeth shrugged and looked down at his abs. Well, be thankful I'm not dressed in that, then. Shall I turn back? Bowen asked, sounding conflicted. Yes, Jun said. No, the rest of his members exclaimed, drowning out his voice. Bowen scratched his bald head and decided to continue driving to the place of the event, causing Jun to sigh in frustration. Akira reached out and wrapped his arms around Jun. Don't worry, Jun, he exclaimed. You still look very nice. Besides, think of it as a gift to the fans. Imagine how they're going to feel when they see you. Repulsed. Jun deadpanned, causing the boys to shake their heads. Trust me, Zeth said. Even if you had dressed up as an earthworm, the fans would still love you. Jun sighed and looked outside the window, already seeing the large Phoenix building. I'm afraid that might be better. Where? Are Jun, Jisung, Zeth, Casper, Sehun, Rin, Akira, and Jaeyoung? I can't believe we're resulting in calling them such a way because their name is still owned by Azure Entertainment. Yeah, they need to come up with a new name soon. I hope they leave it to the same people in their group, though. They're coming out. OMG, are those abs I see? Casper and Zeth have their tits out. What are they dressed as? Surfers. The boys came down the limousine one by one, earning praises from the cameraman. The cameras flashed at lightning speed as the members appeared. They're so freaking handsome. The future of Phoenix is bright. I'm a Phoenix ho. Now that this group is in the company, I might stan. Seriously, the surfer concept is genius. They look like boys you would fall in love with during your vacation. Except boys like this don't really exist in real life. Where is Jun, though? Why is he taking such a long time? The other boys look so amused. Are Jun's abs out too? Omo, are we getting more mature concepts from Eve? Sigh? A big disappointment once more. All these boys are too handsome for their own good. I was expecting something explosive, but there's none. Come on, Akira exclaimed as Jun hid behind the large post. Jun pursed his lips before cursing under his breath. He would hold this against the members for the rest of his life. After a while, Jun finally decided to show up in front of the cameras. The lights stopped flashing for a couple of seconds as the cameraman just stared at Jun. Then, it flashed like crazy. There wasn't a single millisecond where they didn't stop taking photos of Jun. The other boys looked at him with amusement. Jun looks cute, Jisung exclaimed. The photos are out. Oh my fucking gosh. What is Jun wearing? This is what I'm talking about. Idols need to start wearing things like this. I can't. This is hilarious. A surfer and a spurf? Jun shook his head as he settled in the middle his position as the rightful center of the group. However, he didn't need to stand in the center to become the center of attention. Amidst the beautiful surfer boys stood a cute blue creature with neon yellow hair. Jun clicked his tongue. I hate you guys. Number 963. Chapter 963, Winner Winner. As soon as the photos were released, Jun became the talk of the town. His name even surpassed the trend Halloween, taking up the #1 spot in the trends list. And as the group entered the venue, the people inside were amazed. 1. Because the new group in the company was such a handsome bunch. Gosh, no wonder we can't compete with Eve on the charts. Yeah, and they're very good in live performances, too. You haven't even seen them perform live. Yeah, but they beat Chaos and King of Kings, and Chaos are known for their epic performances. The second reason was Jun. The lights illuminated the group as soon as they entered, and it wasn't hard to miss Jun, especially with his neon yellow hair. Other artists looked at him like he had lost his mind. Then, their second reaction was to burst into laughter. Only Jun, man. So true. He's the only idol who can pull off that look. Why is he so freaking cute in that costume? The others seemed to love his costume. However, Jun was having none of it. He wanted nothing less but to jump into a pool of bleach to get rid of the blue paint from his skin. The group went to their table, but they were still the talk of the entire room. As they settled in their seats, the stage opened, and Jay was revealed. The room enthusiastically clapped as Jay smiled. However, they couldn't help but notice his costume, too. Is he sparkling? Jun asked. The other boys chuckled. I think so, Akira said. Goodness, how long did that take? He can't be a regular vampire. He even covered himself in glitter, Jae-young muttered. Beats me, Rin said. Jay really likes being the center of the attention, so he's loving this. It seems like the other artists don't really mind, though, Zeth observed. I do think they're thankful that Jay has been appointed as the new CEO. Well, he's doing a great job, Jae-young smiled. It must be because he also knows what it's like to dream of becoming an idol, so he takes care of the artists better. Haruki, who was just at the next table, joined in on their conversation. I can attest to that, he said. For the last Halloween party, the girls from Liddy wore ghillie suits because they knew how much of a creep Kim Young-do was. The boys laughed, feeling comfortable with the company's new management. It is a joy to see all of you here, Jay started off. Especially you, Jun. I can see your hair from here. Jun groaned at the shout-out. Meanwhile, the others burst into cheers and laughter. Anyway, welcome to our annual Halloween party. It's my first time conducting this event, so I wanted to go all out. We are going to continue this tradition all while changing the idol industry for the better. Before we get started, he continued, allow me to welcome the new artists that have been signed to the company since my stay here. First, we have 6 new actors and actresses under Phoenix Entertainment Acting, he started off. The group of new actors stood from their seats as the rest of the artists clapped. Jun saw some familiar faces, noting Scar, Hyuk, and Hale. He didn't hold any grudges against Scar and wished the best for her career instead. We also have new rappers signed in line with the expansion of our company to hip-hop and R&B. 3 new artists stood, dressed as secret agents. One of them towered everybody else, looking familiar. Jisung's eyes widened in surprise. Is that Jangmoon? As if on cue, Jangmoon spoke in a loud voice. Thank you for having me here, he exclaimed. Then, he turned to Jun's table and pointed at them. Jun, I told you we'll see each other in different dreams soon. Jun smiled and nodded as the cheers became even louder. I can't believe it, Jae-young said, shaking his head in amusement. And last but not the least, we have my very precious boys Eve. Wait, no. The claps were halted when Jay realized his mistake. Sorry, he said. Can't use that name just yet. Don't want to get sued. Anyway, let's welcome Jun, Zeth, Casper, Jisung, Run, Akira, Jae-young, and Sehun. The cheers were deafening as the members stood from their seats. It seemed as if they were in a mini fan meeting with how the other artists treated them. We really need to come up with a new name soon, Jay muttered. Anyway, he continued. It's time to get this party started. Enjoy the food. Don't think about your diet for tonight, and let's have some fun. We will also be having games, so please participate in them as much as you can. And last but not least, by the end of the night, we will be announcing the winner of the Best Costume Award, who will be receiving a very nice prize. Are you all excited? Yes, the artists exclaimed. Let's party. That night became unforgettable for the artists. It was the most fun they ever had at a Halloween party, and with Jay as the CEO, it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. However, by the end of the night, all the artists became serious as they waited to be hailed as the person with the best costume. And the winner is, Jay started off, building tension. Everybody held their breaths, almost as if this was the finale of Rising Stars. Congratulations, Jun, Jay exclaimed, taking the blue boy by surprise. His eyes widened, while the others groaned in disappointment. However, they didn't resent the outcome because Jun did have the most memorable costume of the night. Come on up here and claim your prize. Jun scratched the back of his head, some of the blue paint chipping and falling like dandruff. On the table, he stood and walked to the stage, where Jay was holding on to a very large gift card. As I said, we want to make this year very special, and fortunately, our lovely sponsor generously awarded us with this gift. Honestly, I'm pretty jealous of it, he muttered, causing the crowd to laugh. Congratulations. You have won a luxury room in Vista Residences. Jun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets while the rest of the artists were also shocked. A condo? They were going to award him a condo. Jun didn't hesitate further and grabbed the gift card. Maybe dressing as a Smurf wasn't so bad after all. With that, Jun's name trended all night. However, as the clock ticked 12 and the new day had begun, the number 1 trend changed. Number 964. Chapter 964, Lena's Last Role. After Jun was hailed as the best dressed at the Halloween party, the artists decided to stay back to have some informal fellowship. It was their day off tomorrow, so they took the chance to do something that wasn't related to their job. Before they knew it, the day had ended, and it was already November 1st. November 1st had a peculiar way of sneaking up on people, but no one expected the shock that came with the early morning news. By 1 a.m., Azure Entertainment was trending at number 1, and not for any of their hit groups. An article circulated quickly, sending waves across the entertainment industry. Breaking: Azure Entertainment CEO exposed as investor in human trafficking club. Today, we received exclusive news regarding Hongji Lei, better known as Lei, CEO of Azure Entertainment. The CEO replaced Mr. Ong this year, and his popularity has been steadily increasing due to his manly looks and kind personality. However, we truly never know a person based on what they show on the surface. Earlier this month, Jun, their most popular idol, has been dismissed from the group and the company for alleged sexual crimes. However, it was quickly proven wrong, which led to a downward spiral trend, making Azure's number 1 boy group go to the hands of Phoenix. CEO Lei is currently trying to create a group like Eve, but amidst that, he has been linked to an illegal club in Shanghai involved in human trafficking. The club, now shut down by authorities, lured young hopefuls with promises of stardom, only to trap them in exploitative situations. Authorities in both countries have confirmed that an ongoing investigation is underway, with charges expected to be filed. The entertainment world reels in shock as one of the most influential figures is now under scrutiny for serious crimes. More details will come as the investigation unfolds. Phones buzzed relentlessly as people scrambled to digest the information. Lei, the man behind the curtain of Azure, one of the biggest entertainment companies, was now linked to one of the darkest corners of society. The backlash was immediate. The artists in Phoenix stopped for a while to tune into what was happening. Since it was Halloween night, most people were awake, so all of them were aware of what was happening. Scar's eyes widened, and she turned to Jun, who had a smirk on his face. She still felt guilty for scheming with Lei to get Jun out of the group. However, now, it seemed as if Jun had planned this all along. Scar shook her head with an amused smile. No wonder, she muttered. I wish you and your group the best, Jun. The news hit hard, but none harder than Lei himself, who had chosen to spend the night at a club to escape the pressure he had been feeling for weeks. He was accompanied by Dan, who was nursing drinks in the dimly lit club, unaware of the storm brewing outside. Dan scrolled through his phone absently, checking the latest gossip, when his eyes widened in horror. There was the article splashed across every major news outlet. His breath hitched. Crap. He turned to Lei, who was lost in his own thoughts, downing a drink. Sir, Dan's voice wavered. You need to see this. Lei glanced over lazily, his brow furrowing at Dan's pale expression. Taking the phone, he stared at the screen, the words slowly sinking in. What? He muttered. No. His fingers tightened around the glass. No, no, no. His mind raced. How? How had this gotten out? The club was discreet, hidden. It had been him since he was still in White Tiger. It never got out until now. Who the heck would know such information? He stood abruptly, knocking over the glass, which shattered against the floor. People nearby turned to look, but Lei didn't care. Sir, where are you going? Dan exclaimed. I have to get out of here. Lei snapped, leaving Dan alone, feeling anxious. The club's neon lights flickered as he made a quick escape out the back entrance, avoiding prying eyes. As he sped away in a sleek black car, Lei's mind began spinning. The walls were closing in on him. The police were likely already building a case, and it was only a matter of time before they came knocking. His safe world of luxury and power was crumbling, and he was at a loss for what to do. There was only one person he could trust now. Lena, he muttered. He drove through the night, heart pounding until he reached Lena's luxurious house. Lei pressed the doorbell a little too forcefully, his hand shaking. When Lena opened the gate, she wasn't surprised to see him. It was as if she had been waiting for this exact moment. Her expression was calm, almost too calm, and it unnerved him, but in his panic, he ignored it. Have you seen? He asked. Lena pursed her lips. I think everyone has seen, Lei. Shit. Lei cursed before holding onto Lena's shoulders. The latter wanted to break free, but she endured for now. You trust me, right? It's not me. You know that, Lei said, his voice cracking slightly as he looked at her. Lena smiled softly. Of course, Lei. I know it's not you. She gestured for him to come inside. The house was dark, with only a few dim lights casting shadows across the room. Lena moved to a small table and opened a drawer, pulling out a key and a slip of paper. Here, she said, handing them to Lei. This is an address in the countryside. You can lay low there for a while. No one will find you. It's safe. Lei's hands shook as he took the key and paper, relief flooding him for the first time since the news broke. He smiled his first real smile in hours. Thank you, Lena. I don't know what I'd do without you, he said, genuine gratitude in his voice. He even went as far as placing a wet kiss on her lips. Lena returned the smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Of course. It's what our relationship is for, right? Lei nodded, trusting her completely. He turned to leave, pocketing the key and the address. As Lei sped through the roads under the night sky, Lena looked up at the moon, smirking to herself. See you in jail, asshole, she whispered under her breath as the door clicked shut. Number 965. Chapter 965, The Original Host. You're really a genius, Lena said. How did you know he was going to come to me? Jun smirked, leaning against the couch. They were in Haruto's apartment now. The four had built a strange friendship. Despite being years younger than the other three, Jun felt like the oldest among them. He still had a blue tint on his skin because Haruto bought paint that had ink in it, but he didn't mind. Nothing could ruin his day. There are a lot of things I know about Jun, but it beats me how he's always so right about these things, Jay said before Jun could respond. However, I've gotten used to it. Haruto smirked as he listened to their conversation. It's because he has no other choice, Jun responded, ignoring Jay's comment. He had ruined everything. He can't even get Dan to do anything now since he left him all alone. He also can't trust your neighbor because he exploded on him for not being the owner of Phoenix. In the end, he has no one else. He thought he had you, but he's mistaken for that, too. He's truly alone. The countryside was far more peaceful than Lei had expected. The house Lena had sent him to was massive, a 3-story house tucked away in the rolling hills, surrounded by trees and long, winding roads. No neighbors for at least a kilometer. As he stared out the window at the stillness, the realization that he was truly alone started to sink in. This place is insane, Lei muttered, leaning against the windowsill, shaking his head in disbelief. Lena's really rich. He took a slow breath, trying to clear his mind. But it didn't work. His thoughts circled back to the catastrophe that had just unfolded. Who could have exposed him? It couldn't have been a coincidence. No one knew except for a few people, and even then, they were supposed to be loyal. His mind swirled with the loss. The empire he had built in the entertainment industry was crumbling. Sure, he had lost his footing in showbiz, but that wasn't the worst of it. He was starting to lose the sense of who he was. Could he start over? Build something from the ashes of his old life? Could he start a gang again? He let out a bitter chuckle at the thought. It felt like a lifetime ago, but the memories still clung to him. It all started 12 years ago. Back then, Lei didn't have a vision for his future. He had been aimless, getting into trouble, and eventually being kicked out by their parents. They had no patience left for him. But Lin Ji, his younger brother, had been different. Lin Ji was full of hope, full of dreams that seemed too big for their small, poor world. He wanted to be an idol and actual star. But they didn't have the money for lessons, for the connections, for any of it. Even after Lei was kicked out, Lin Ji kept visiting him, bringing him food, and talking to him about his plans. No matter how much trouble Lei caused, no matter how clumsy and careless he was, Lin Ji believed in him. And because of that, Lei wanted to believe in something too. At first, it was for Lin Ji to make his brother's dream happen, to give him a shot at the big time. But somewhere along the way, Lei found a dream of his own. Lei's gang started as something small, something no one really knew about. He stayed anonymous because it felt safer that way. He didn't want his family involved, and he didn't want Lin Ji's hopes tied up with the shady world he was stepping into. But the gang grew quickly, and the people in it listened to him. They respected him. He was just 19, but as soon as he had a taste of that sweet, sweet loyalty, as soon as he realized he could make others work for him, it was game over. Flashback, 2012, Shanghai, China. It was late one evening, and Lei was in one of the back streets of the city, his gang somewhere nearby, keeping an eye on things. He leaned against the grimy wall of a closed shop, smoking a cigarette and keeping his head low. He took a drag and exhaled, watching the smoke curl into the night. Then, he saw him, a bald man, probably in his late 40s, walking confidently down the alleyway in a suit. He had a mop keychain dangling from his briefcase. Lei raised an eyebrow. What kind of idiot walks through here alone, looking like that? His instinct was to rob the guy. His gang could use the money, and no one would bat an eye at another business type getting roughed up in this part of town. But something held Lei back. We could use the money, though, he muttered. And this guy looks loaded. Before he could make a move, the man noticed him. Instead of looking scared, though, he walked right up to Lei, stopping a few feet away. What is a young man like you doing in such a dangerous place like this? The bald man asked, his voice calm, almost curious. Lei didn't answer. He kept his expression neutral, eyeing the guy warily. The man didn't seem fazed by Lei's silence. Instead, he pulled something from his coat pocket and held it out, a Band-Aid. Clean yourself up. You've got a cut on your face. Lei glanced down at his reflection in a nearby shop window and noticed the small gash near his temple. He hadn't even realized he was bleeding. Don't you have classes tomorrow or something? You should head home. Your parents must be worried. The man continued, still holding out the Band-Aid. You're still young. You shouldn't be wasting your time in alleys. Lei scoffed, batting the man's hand away. Go away, old man. You don't know anything about me. The man just sighed and shook his head, but he didn't leave. He muttered, more to himself than to Lei. I thought you were the one. What a shame. Your heart is black and does not have hope. Lei frowned, taken aback by the cryptic comment. What the hell are you talking about? Before the man could respond, a loud noise broke the tension. Lei whipped his head around to see a black cat darting out from a dumpster, the lid slamming shut behind it. When Lei turned back, the bald man was gone. Number 966. Chapter 966. The Origin of White Tiger 1. Flashback, 2014, Shanghai, China. Lei was 21 now, and his gang had grown into something larger than he ever imagined. It had expanded from the small, scrappy group he had started as a teen into one of the biggest gangs in Shanghai. And yet, despite the chaos and the power, no one knew who Lei really was. He kept his identity hidden, operating in the shadows, just the way he liked it. But every now and then, his mind drifted back to the bald man he'd met years ago. There was something about that strange encounter in the alley that stuck with him. The guy wasn't even important, but his words, the Band-Aid, the cryptic comment, all stayed with Lei. He couldn't shake it, no matter how much he tried. It was annoying, honestly. Today, though, there was something else on his mind. A new recruit had joined the gang, a kid named Jun Hao. Bo-won, one of his trusted informants, had brought him in. Lei sat in his dimly lit office, staring at the surveillance feeds of the different operations they had running. Bo-won stood by the door, waiting for instructions. "What's his name again?" Lei asked, not taking his eyes off the screen. "Jun Hao, sir." Jun Hao. Bo-won replied, hands clasped behind his back. Lei frowned. "Why is he here? I never really got to hear his story." Bo-won shifted on his feet. "Something about his sister. I think he's the breadwinner for his family. Said he needed to make money fast. He seems like a harmless kid. I think we would be able to make good use of him." Lei's frown deepened. Breadwinner? He thought of Lin Ji, his younger brother, and how everything he had done was for him. The kid sounded just like him back in the day, scraping by, doing whatever it took for their respective siblings. "Interesting." Lei smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "Where should I put him, sir?" Bo-won asked. "He's pretty smart, and he's in decent shape. I was thinking of the intel team. I believe I can lead him well." Lei shook his head. No, Jun Hao didn't need to be coddled. He needed to learn more than just strategy and numbers. A person like that needed to understand the dirty work to see the world for what it really was. "Put him in the cleaning team," Lei ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Bo-won blinked, surprised. "Are you sure, sir? It would be a waste to dash." "Don't question me." Lei cut him off sharply, his eyes hard. Bo-won nodded quickly. "Understood, sir." Right away, Lei leaned back in his chair, watching as Bo-won left the room. He stared at the screen again, but his thoughts weren't on the operations anymore. They were on Jun Hao. The kid reminded him of himself too much, maybe. However, he appeared kind. That would either be his greatest strength or his biggest downfall. Flashback, 2020, Shanghai, China. 6 years later, everything had changed. Lin Ji was now 20, and he was still struggling to break into the idol industry. Despite Lei's best efforts, despite all the money he had funneled into his brother's career, Lin Ji just couldn't seem to get a foothold in a decent company. He kept getting offers from smaller, less reputable agencies, but none of them were the right fit. Lei wanted more for him. He wanted Lin Ji to have the best and make it to the top. It was frustrating seeing his brother's talent wasted on these second-rate companies. Korea was where he needed to be, but getting into a major entertainment company there wasn't cheap. They didn't just take anyone, and without connections or a large sum of money, Lin Ji was stuck. Lei had been racking his brain for weeks, trying to figure out a way to get his brother where they needed to be. And then, one night, everything changed. Lei was at his bar, overseeing the night's activities. The place was packed with the usual crowd, gang members, shady businessmen, and a few regular patrons who had no idea what went on behind the scenes. It was loud, the air filled with the scent of cigarette smoke and the sound of the clinking of glasses. But amidst the noise, Lei noticed a group of men sitting in a corner booth, speaking in low voices. They were dressed sharply, like executives. Something about them piqued his interest. Lei glanced over, narrowing his eyes. He made his way over to the bar, where Bo-won was pouring drinks. "Who are those guys?" Lei asked, nodding toward the corner. Bo-won glanced over. "Some higher-ups from Phoenix. Big entertainment company." Lei's ears perked up. Phoenix? That was one of the companies Lin Ji had tried to get into. They were no joke, a rising entertainment firm in Korea. "What are they doing here?" Lei asked. Bo-won shrugged. "Not sure. They said they were here for a meeting. Something about finding something valuable." Lei's curiosity deepened. Phoenix executives didn't just show up in places like this without a reason. He moved closer to their booth, keeping his head down as he listened in. The conversation was quiet, but Lei managed to catch snippets of it. "I heard the head left something before he disappeared," one of the men said in a hushed tone. "Information that could change the entertainment industry forever. Whoever has it," another man chimed in, "will have the power to monopolize the industry. No one would be able to compete." Lei's heart raced. Information that could change the entertainment industry? Monopolize it? His mind was already spinning with possibilities. If he got his hands on whatever they were talking about, he could use it not just for himself, but for Lin Ji. With that kind of power, Lin Ji wouldn't just break into the industry, he would dominate it. "We heard it's here in Shanghai, at least," the first man said, lowering his voice even more. "So we came to find it." Lei clenched his fists. This was it, the opportunity he had been waiting for. If he could figure out what they were after, if he could get it before they did, He could change everything for himself, for Lin Ji, for their future. His life was about to change forever. Number 967. Chapter 967. The Origin of White Tiger 2. Flashback, 2020, Shanghai, China. Lin Ji's entrance into the gang was something Lei had never wanted. For years, he had done everything he could to shield his brother from the darker side of his life, but the walls were crumbling fast. Lin Ji had come to Lei with a determination that Lei hadn't seen before. He was desperate to make money, more than what Lei could give him. "I need this, Gidge," Lin Ji had said. "I'm going to make it. I just need some extra cash for now. I'll pay my way into Phoenix Entertainment and show everyone what I can do. I don't care how dirty the work is, I just need to get in." Lei had hesitated, but Lin Ji's determination won out. And so, his younger brother was thrust into the gang's operations, starting immediately as a drug dealer. It was the fastest way to earn money, and Lin Ji didn't shy away from the dirty work. In fact, he thrived in it. Lei could see his brother becoming someone else, harder, sharper, with every deal he made. But Lin Ji didn't care. His eyes were on one prize, to become a rising star. While Lin Ji was out making deals and stacking cash, Lei had his mind on something bigger. The information the Phoenix higher-ups had mentioned a few months ago still haunted him. He had worked hard to build an alliance with Kim Young-do, one of the top executives at Phoenix. Lei had presented an offer they couldn't refuse. "We'll find the briefcase for you," Lei had said during one of their meetings, leaning back in his chair with utmost confidence. Kim Young-do had taken a long drag from his cigarette, eyes narrowing as he considered the offer. "And in return, you take my brother, Lin Ji, into Phoenix. No questions asked. No small roles. He becomes a star." Kim Young-do had smirked, amused by Lei's audacity. But the offer was good, and Phoenix had been on the rise, still an underdog. "All right, Hong. You bring me the briefcase, and I'll make sure your brother gets in." That had sealed the deal. But Lei knew this wouldn't be easy. The briefcase was no ordinary piece of luggage. It was said to contain the information that could control the entertainment industry, a power so immense that whoever had it could manipulate the fate of every artist and agency in Korea. Lei needed someone skilled, someone who could blend into the shadows like he had done for years. That person was Jun Hao. Jun Hao had started at the bottom, cleaning up the messes no one else wanted to touch. But Lei had known from the start that Jun Hao was something special. He was smart and capable, and he learned quickly. Even though he was at the bottom of the food chain, he still excelled. By 2022, Jun Hao had led the team that finally found the briefcase. But Lei had underestimated him. Jun Hao had changed over the years, hardened by the life he had lived, and he wasn't someone who could be bought off cheaply. He didn't care about the glory or the money. He cared about being respected, about being compensated fairly. And when Lei offered him a fraction of what he was worth, Jun Hao refused to hand over the briefcase. It was Lin Ji who had lost patience. First, he killed Jun Hao just like that. Lei never thought his brother would have it in him, but it seemed like the gang had scraped the little bit of innocence he had left. However, looking back on it, he shouldn't have killed that guy Jun Hao. Lei had been furious, not because Lin Ji had killed Jun Hao. Death was part of their world, but because of what Jun Hao represented. In the 8 years that Jun Hao had been with the gang, he had quietly amassed an incredible amount of power and influence. More than Lei had realized. Jun Hao wasn't just an operative. He was the glue that held everything together. He had connections, alliances, and a way of keeping people in line. Without him, the gang began to unravel. One by one, people left. Their allies abandoned them. Without Jun Hao's strategic mind, their operations fell apart. And before Lei knew it, everything he had worked so hard to build was gone. The empire he had constructed over the past decade crumbled, all because of one impulsive moment. Despite it all, Lin Ji was still accepted into Phoenix Entertainment. The deal with Kim Young-do had been upheld, and Lin Ji was on his way to becoming the star he had always dreamed of being. But for Lei, it was a hollow victory. Lin Ji quickly entered Rising Stars, and Lei continued to support him from behind the scenes. There was still bitterness in his heart, for he had lost his gang. However, as days passed, he had his eyes set on overtaking the entertainment industry. He would do it together with Lin Ji. They had fewer enemies now, but they still knew what they needed to know. With Lei's help, Lin Ji rose through the ranks, and he became a very promising trainee, one who would inevitably make it. However, It seemed like they still had enemies even in this field, and it came in the presence of Jun. Jun, the guy who came from Phoenix and became an independent trainee. The guy who outsmarted him in all ways he couldn't accept. The guy he couldn't understand. The guy who reminded him of the person who made him lose White Tiger Chin, Jun Hao. Now, sitting in the countryside, looking out over the sprawling fields, Lei couldn't help but reflect on everything that had happened. His life had been glorious thus far, but the person he started all of this for was now dead. And here he was, hiding in a house far from the city, far from everything he had once known. Number 968. Chapter 968, The Final Enemy. Lei leaned back into the leather chair, his eyes narrowing as he stared out the window at the quiet countryside. I could get used to this, he muttered. However, amidst the peace, he still felt a storm brewing inside his head. It had sunk in now. He had lost his empire, everything he worked hard for. Lei's expression hardened before he let out a deep chuckle. But that didn't mean he had to lose everything. He could still take back some control and salvage what was left. Oh, who am I kidding? He chuckled, his eyes bloodshot from the lack of sleep. And the alcohol in his system. It was over. It was gone, never to be found again. Now, what he couldn't accept was that Jun was still running free. With that, Lei set his mind on ending Jun, once and for all. Jun had the briefcase. Lei was sure of it. That's why Jun was able to move so confidently now. And that's why Phoenix Entertainment had rebounded under his influence. The briefcase had fallen into his hands, and it was too late for Lei to recover it. But it wasn't too late to end Jun's life. That kid has escaped death way too many times. Lei smiled to himself as the plan formed in his mind. There wasn't a deliberate plan. He went to the kitchen and saw a stack of knives on the counter. He was already imagining plunging the sharp metal into Jun's throat. His life was already destroyed, after all. Lei had nothing left to lose. Satisfied, Lei stood up, stretching his arms as he walked toward the counter, touching the knives like it was his most prized possession. Then, he chuckled. He still had some money left. He could use that to kill Jun, maybe sneak up to him in an event. They were going to have a comeback soon. With that thought in mind, he let go of the knives and stepped backward. The place was quiet, save for the gentle hum of the refrigerator. He opened it, surprised to see it fully stocked with fresh food. His brows furrowed. Why is it stocked? Lei muttered to himself. He scanned the kitchen again. The counters were spotless, the floors practically shining. It wasn't just clean, it was pristine, almost too perfect. No dust, no signs of neglect. It was like the house had been waiting for him. Lei's gaze drifted toward the wall, and that's when he noticed them, the picture frames. His eyes landed on the first frame, a photograph of Lena holding a small child. The boy looked familiar. Lei tilted his head, squinting at the photo. Where have I seen him before? He whispered, his mind racing. But before he could piece it together, his eyes caught sight of another frame, one that sent a chill down his spine. The bald man. The man who had been plaguing his thoughts for years. The one who had no importance but never left his mind. He was in the photograph, standing beside a young teen and a beautiful woman. Why are you here? He exclaimed in a loud voice. He grabbed the frame and looked at it more intently, his frown deepening when he realized who the young teen was. Lena. The three of them held something in their hands, a scroll, a banner. Lei squinted to make out the words. Long live, Phoenix, he muttered under his breath, his pulse quickening. That's when everything started to fall into place. It hit him like a bullet train. The pictures, the pristine house, the stocked refrigerator, it was a trap. A perfectly laid trap. The house wasn't a safe haven, it was a cage, a snare waiting to snap shut. His mind raced as he spun around, heading for the door. The frame fell from his hands, the glass shattering into a million pieces, with some even splattering to scratch the skin on his legs. However, that was the least of his worries. He needed to get out. Now. But before he could make it to the exit, the door burst open with a deafening crash. Lei froze, his heart hammering in his chest as a flood of men in uniforms stormed in, guns raised and shouting orders. The authorities. They had found him. He cursed under his breath, backing away from the door as they rushed toward him, their boots thundering against the floor. He had no time to think or react. Get on the ground. Hands where we can see them. One of the officers barked, his voice booming in the small space. Lei's mind scrambled for a way out, some last-minute escape. But there was none. The walls were closing in, and there was nowhere to escape. He had been outplayed until the very last second. Lena had set the perfect trap, and now he was caught. Damn it, Lei muttered, dropping to his knees as the officers swarmed him, forcing him to the ground. The cold steel of handcuffs clamped around his wrists, the weight of defeat crushing him. As they hauled him to his feet, Lei's mind raced back to the photographs. The bald man, the banner, the haunting words, June. That fucking bastard June. Long live Phoenix. It all made sense now. Lena was the head, after all. She was bigger than him, bigger than his gang, bigger than the empire he was trying to build. Lei had been a pawn, and now the game was over. They dragged him outside, the bright sunlight stinging his eyes as he was shoved into the back of a waiting car. The doors slammed shut, the sound echoing in his ears like the final nail. In his coffin, as the car sped away, Lei leaned his head back against the seat, staring blankly at the ceiling. His empire was gone. His brother was dead, and June held all the power now. Everything Lei had fought for, everything he had sacrificed, it was all for nothing. And then, at that moment, someone's face flashed in the back of his mind. Jun Hao. For some damn reason, he felt that all of this wouldn't have happened if he didn't kill him. And for once, Lei was right. He was finally right. But what was the use of that now? Number 969. Chapter 969, Nameless. Where are you going? Lena asked. We're going to your new school in an hour. Minjun smiled. I know, Mom, he called out. I just need to do something first. I'll be sure to be here when we leave. Lena sighed and shook her head as Minjun ran to his bedroom. What is that kid doing in his free time? She muttered. Breaking news. The fall of Hong Jilei. A 13-year-old's breakdown. So, in case you've been living under a rock or, I don't know, still using flip phones, no judgment, here's the tea. Hong Jilei, the former CEO of Azure Entertainment, has officially been canceled and not in the usual, celebrity got caught with a bad takeaway. Nope, this man has been arrested. Like, handcuffed and shoved into a car level arrested. It's been 5 days since Hong was dragged out of his secret hideaway, and I know what you're thinking. What really went down? Well, buckle up because this is going to be a wild ride. Apparently, after a very dramatic arrest, he was handed over to the Chinese authority. The drama doesn't stop there, though. During his arrest, someone leaked an interview where Jilei can be seen going off on a full-blown tirade, throwing around the most random names. June, our king, some bald guy who? And a girl named Lena? Lenny? The plot thickens. It wasn't really clear, but you get the gist of it. Watching the video was like watching your drunk uncle at a family gathering, trying to connect every conspiracy theory he's ever heard. Oh, and just when you think it couldn't get any worse, they tested him for drugs. And guess what? Yep, the man was positive. He really did the most. Anyway, now that Jilei's locked up and babbling about bald men, Phoenix Entertainment's out here doing what they do best, winning. An exclusive source leaked that they are very close to sealing a deal to subsidize Azure Entertainment. YUP, you heard that right. Phoenix might be stepping in to clean up the mess, and rumors say the deal is going down smoother than your poop after a morning iced latte. This has been a wild ride, but Phoenix is literally killing it, per usual. The son of Phoenix's mysterious owner, seriously, who is this guy? Must be living his best life, probably sipping some bougie coffee while watching this all unfold. I envy that guy. Lei really wanted to take down everyone with him, but he fell on his own. Wait. He was ranting about June until the very last second? I knew that man was deranged. Keep him very far, please. Oh, I heard he's spending a long time in jail. They seized his properties and money, too, since it was apparently acquired through illegal means. Not him being on drugs and screaming about a bald man. Man, this is why you don't trust people with too much money. Hey, maybe June doesn't have bad luck after all. Now that I think about it, he's won every major battle in his life. He just loses the minor ones. June will be very happy to hear that. I don't believe it, though. Are we just going to ignore the fact that Minmin is 13? He writes better than most of us. Meanwhile, back at Phoenix Entertainment, things were looking really good. The boys were scattered across the practice room, taking a much-needed breather after hours of rehearsing. The mirrors were fogged up from the intense choreo, sweat dripping from their faces. They'd been working non-stop, knowing that the world had its eyes on Phoenix Entertainment now more than ever. Are we sure about this? Jae-young asked as he lay on the floor. Yeah, Jisung exclaimed, looking more excited than ever. At first, I was sad to let it go, but I think it's time. We're going to leave it all in the past and start anew. That's what it means, too. Right, Casper? Casper hummed with a small smile. I like the change. Zeth shook his head in amusement. I can't believe we're actually taking Casper's advice for this one. I consulted with June before consulting with you, guys, Casper said. The group collectively said. So, that's why it sounds decent. Are you sure about this, June? Jae-young asked, looking at their center with a serious gaze. With a small smile, June nodded. Just then, Jae walked in, clipboard in hand, looking fresher than usual. Well, you look nice, Rin said as he entered. Jae smiled and bowed like a prince. Well, thank you. It wasn't a compliment, Akira chimed. It means that you usually don't look nice, so it's a surprise to see you so nice for once. Jae clicked his tongue and didn't bother replying to Akira's comment. Good news, Jae announced instead, standing at the center of the room. He sounded really excited, so the boys paid great attention to what he was about to say. Phoenix is closing a deal soon with Azure Entertainment. We're finally expanding the company. The boys looked at each other with excitement. June merely smirked, already having a hunch since May had been texting him nonstop since this morning. And Jae continued, gazing at the boys with a knowing look. The teasers will be released tomorrow night. Shouts of excitement rippled through the room. Finally, Akira exclaimed, we're free from the dungeons. I can't wait for our fans to listen to our song. One more thing, Jae said, cutting their celebration short. We can finally use your name. Silence. The boys glanced at each other, smirking. Jae frowned in confusion. What? He asked with narrowed eyes. I'm sensing something suspicious in your expressions. You guys will stay as Eve, right? The design team is already working on your name and the logos. We've been holding it off for a while now. The boys remained silent, making Jae even more suspicious. Let them stop for now, June said, breaking the silence. Jae tilted his head to the side. Why? He asked. The boys didn't answer again, making Jae feel skeptical. Just then, Jae-young raised his hand. Can we hold a live stream tonight? Number 970. Chapter 970. It's a new dawn. The screen blinked on, and the 8 boys of Eve June, Akira, Rin, Jisung, Jae-young, Casper, Sihoon, and Zeth sat around a large table. At first, their heads were lowered, making it seem as though something serious had happened. They had logged into June's new account, which had gained over 5 million followers in the small span of time he had made it. Fans poured into the chat, the comments rolling in faster than they could be read. What the heck is happening? I'm scared. This feels so serious. Akira's shoulders are shaking. Is he crying? Goodness, we just got them back. Don't tell me they're taking them away from us again. I will literally drink bleach if that happens. Drink Sanapu instead. The tension was suffocating, even through the screen, as more fans joined, trying to figure out what was going on. Then, just as quickly as the serious atmosphere had built, the boys lifted their heads in unison with grins on their faces. Gotcha, Rin laughed, throwing his head back. Akira snickered beside him, adding, we had to, sorry not sorry. You guys are the worst. I almost had a heart attack. So, Akira's shoulders were shaking because he was hiding his laughter. I knew it. Such teases. Disband. Right now? Sihoon chuckled and waved at the camera. It's been a while since we did this, right? Yeah, Jisung added, relaxing into his chair. Last time we all went live together. I think it was, what, a month, 2 months ago. Zeth smiled. Yeah, it was when we got drunk and aired out everything we didn't like about Azure. Those were good times. Jisung pursed his lips as those memories came flooding back in. I shouldn't have brought that up. Jae-young, the leader, chimed in with a wide smile. We missed you guys. Can you believe it? We're all back together. The fans erupted in excitement. Finally, Eve is back together. June, OMG, I missed you all so much. You guys don't understand. This is my family. I see them more than my parents. This is so important to me. Never lose hope, guys. Eve is back together. Just cancel my order of rope and a high chair. Akira leaned in closer to the camera, winking. We're finally out of the hellhole, Azure. Jisung's jaw dropped, eyes wide with horror. Can you even say that? Jae-young sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Akira, he warned. Akira shrugged, laughing. Well, Phoenix owns Azure now, right? So, technically I can. Besides, Jay is so busy that he won't even watch this live. The rest of the boys shook their heads, stifling laughs at Akira's comment. Ren added, "It's still crazy to think about. Looking back on it, it felt like everything moved so fast. However, the dark days were long, it really was." Zeth nodded. "I'm sure you guys had a hard time too. So, we decided to come on here to surprise you all." Casper leaned back and crossed his arms, putting on a thoughtful expression. "You know, speaking of surprises, I think they'll like what's coming tomorrow." Suddenly, the boys turned to Casper in panic. "Casper!" Sehun nearly shouted, his hands flying up. "What are you doing?" "What?" Casper blinked innocently. "I'm just saying." Jisung groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "We talked about spoilers before coming on here. They weren't supposed to know." "What's tomorrow? New album?" "Casper, don't let them silence you, King. Please tell us more. I feel like my life is in a drought." "It wasn't even a spoiler," Casper said, scratching the back of his head. "They already know we're working on an album and that we're going to have a comeback. Our song is really good, too. I didn't even tell them our title track, which is Dash." Jun reached over and covered Casper's mouth. "No more spoilers," he said. Casper tried to fight off Jun. "But it's a good spoiler," he protested, throwing up his hands. "Like, a really good one. Omo, my delusions are coming back. Hashtag Junper is sailing. I miss them bickering so much. Guys, don't ship real people. They're making it very hard not to." Casper and Jun are married. Jun shook his head and leaned closer to the camera before whispering, "Pretend you didn't hear anything, okay? Oh, what is this POV? All right, Daddy. Whatever you say. Whisper to me more, Jun. How does he look this good? How can I have a normal relationship now? I hope Jun is real." "Jun does look really good," Jisung said as he read the comments. "What's new?" Akira sighed. "We get to see it every day, yet I'm still shocked. I swear he didn't look like this when we first became friends." Zeth took this opportunity to jump in front of the camera, his face filling the screen as he posed dramatically. "What about me? Am I not good enough for you guys?" The comments burst into laughter. "Zeth, please. We love you, but sorry, Jun's just too much today?" Jun smirked, leaning casually against his chair. He raised an eyebrow, his expression playful, but dangerous. "Oh, am I distracting everyone?" "Yeah," Rin teased, nudging Jun. "Stop using your looks to derail the live." The group burst into laughter, feeding off the energy of the fans. It felt like old times again, their natural chemistry flowing effortlessly. It had been a long time since they were able to relax like this with their fans, and it felt right. But then, as the laughter began to fade, Jun's expression changed. He leaned forward, a bit more serious now. "Actually," he began, his tone steady but softer, "there's something important we need to tell you all." The mood in the room immediately changed as the other boys also straightened up, their smiles fading into more thoughtful expressions. The fans, noticing the sudden change, began flooding the comments once again. "Wait, what? What's going on? You guys are scaring us again. This is cruel. Is it a serious matter after all? I don't think they're joking anymore." Jae-young took a deep breath and addressed the camera, his voice calm but serious. "We know. It's been a crazy year. So much has happened, and I'm sure you've all noticed the changes in our group. Things weren't easy for us. We've been through a lot, and we didn't expect our lives to become so intertwined as they did." He glanced around at the others, a soft smile tugging at his lips. "Being part of Eve meant everything to us. We built something special together, something we're proud of. But it was more than just the music. It was the friendships, the brotherhood. I never thought I'd be so lucky to meet a group of people who'd change my life like this." The fans were already emotional in the comments. "I'm not crying, you are. Eve forever. Don't you dare say goodbye? Is this really the end?" The rope and the high card have been added to my card again. Jae-young's expression turned more serious as he continued. "But everything has a season. And sometimes, we have to say goodbye to the old to make room for something new." Jun, who had been quietly watching Jae-young, finally stepped in. He smiled at his members before turning to the camera. "We know how much Eve means to you. It means the world to us, too. But..." He paused, taking a deep breath. "It's time to say goodbye." The comments section was filled with curses and capital letters, and the members were no longer able to read them. "No, no, no, no. You can't end Eve. Please say you're joking. This is all Azure's fault." Who wants to send a truck in front of their building? Girl, Azure is under Phoenix now. Jae-young quickly raised his hands to calm everyone down, a small chuckle escaping him. Whoa, hold on. We're not disbanding. Rin grinned, leaning into the camera. Yeah, calm down, guys. We're not going anywhere. Jun smiled, his expression softening. What we mean is, we're saying goodbye to Eve, because we're starting something new. Casper leaned in. You ready for this? Si-hoon, trying to hold back a smile, pointed at the camera. You guys are the first to know. Jae-young took a deep breath, locking eyes with the camera. From this moment on, we're no longer Eve. The boys looked at each other, nodding, before Jae-young continued. This is a new beginning for us. The fans were still confused. Then, what are you guys? My husbands? My boyfriends? My pets? My kinks? Goodness gracious. You guys are so unserious. Is this a new era? Just tell us. Jun smiled, looking relieved. It's time for a fresh start. We've been through a lot, and we've come out stronger. This is just the beginning of something even bigger. Akira leaned back, crossing his arms with a grin. We're excited. We hope you guys are, too. Jisung added with a playful wink. And maybe Casper's spoiler will make more sense tomorrow. The group laughed, the tension lifting as they began teasing each other again. The fans were still confused as to what was happening, but with Jae-young's next statement, it all made sense. The light of a new beginning. Jae-young started off. Then, the rest of the boys followed. Dawn has come. Hello, we are Dawn. Number 971. Chapter 971, From Eve to Dawn. It seemed like everyone, along with their mothers, grandmothers, aunts, and landladies, were waiting for Dawn's new teasers. After Casper's not-so-subtle spoiler, the company announced that Dawn was going to make its debut soon. And now, nearly everyone in the country was waiting for their concept photos to come out. Even Lena, despite being the CEO of Phoenix Entertainment, was spared from spoiling herself and waited along with the rest of the world for the reveal of Dawn's debut. People tuned in early, and most of Naval was already spamming the feed. Their team name, Dawn, had been trending ever since they notified the public of the change. Even now, the topic is able to hold the #1 spot in South Korea. Aside from that, their new account, which had only been up for a day, garnered 6 million followers, making them the most quickly followed K-pop group of all time. When is it going to come out? Things like this come out at midnight. Why do they have to post it so late? I don't even stay up this late for schoolwork. Anything is worth it with Eve. It's Dawn. My bad. I'm still getting used to it. Jia and her friends had also gathered for the historic moment. After it was announced that Eve was going to debut as a new group with the same members, her group of friends had already started creating theories. So, what do you guys want the concept to be? Jia asked, squeezing her hands in excitement. Wei hummed, placing her fingers under her chin. I guess like a macho dancer concept? Her friends looked at her like she had lost her mind. I swear you're not normal, Jia said, shaking her head. What about you guys? Nari smiled. I kind of want to see them as animals. I think that would be really cool. Wei raised one eyebrow. Well, my suggestion definitely sounds better. Do you have a bestiality kink or something? Nari tilted her head to the side. What's that? I guess she's not aware of it, Bora chuckled. Jia clicked her tongue and nudged Bora's side. What about you? She asked. You have anything in mind? Bora shrugged. Well, since they just came out from Azure, I kind of want them to do a noir concept, you know? Full killer mode and all. Jian's eyebrows raised in surprise. That's actually not a bad idea. Bora smiled. I told you I've got my eyes set on making it to Phoenix Entertainment after I graduate. Jia sighed and nodded. I wish I could, too. You're a math major, Bora teased, poking her tongue out to tease Jia. Jia chuckled in amusement. Anyway, she continued. Anything Dawn does, I would support it. Her friends looked at each other before collectively booing. You're no fun. Come on, tell us what you want their concept to be. Jia shook her head with a small smile. There's not a particular one, she said. Like I said, I'm fine with everything Dawn would put out, especially now that they have more creative freedom in their company. However, I've made a list of the possible concepts they might have, she said, suddenly bringing out a small notebook from her back pocket. Well, you're prepared, Bora muttered. First, a fairy concept, she started off. Or elves would also be nice. However, Okta just did that mythical concept a month ago, so that might not be plausible at the moment. Second, of course, is the obvious bad boy concept. However, they already did that for the title track of the second album. Third is what I'm hoping for it to be, a lumberjack concept. She smiled, looking at her friends with wide eyes. Meanwhile, her group of friends burst into laughter. Jia is definitely the least normal about us. The five ladies weren't the only ones guessing the concept that Dawn was going to partake. With a new name, will they go for a new concept, too? They had a relatively fresh image, and most people wanted them to keep it. At the same time, though, fans wanted to have a clear distinction between Eve and Dawn, especially now that they were in a new chapter of their lives. Choi Pablo pouted as he stared at the screen, continuously refreshing. Jenny was by his side, also curious about Dawn's debut. You've been huffing and puffing since earlier, Jenny said. Pablo sighed. It's because I wasn't the one who they hired to take their concept photos. Nobody even knew they were preparing a new album under Phoenix, Jenny chuckled. Besides, you've never worked with that company before. Pablo clicked his tongue. Whoever owns that company must not like me. Jenny shook her head in amusement. Whatever you say, she muttered. Only a minute left until midnight came, and along with that were Dawn's new concept photos. Everyone was still arguing about their concept, with most convinced that their prediction would be right. It's that time of the year again. I can't wait to hear theories about their new album. I wonder what kind of lore they're going to put out for this debut. I'm convinced they're going to have a full, sexy concept. 30 seconds. I repeat, 30 seconds left until midnight strikes. I feel like Cinderella right now. People refreshed their screens, waiting for the photos to pop up. They didn't know what to expect. Would it be a group photo? Or would the individual photos come out first? Their questions were answered right away as the first set of photos came out. Then, the words "From Eve to Dawn" were the first ones that they saw, followed by Jun's ethereal-looking photos. The album name itself was already ingenious. Aside from that, Jun's face was enough to save the whole of humanity. However, after getting past those two, the concept that Dawn had chosen suddenly became evident, making most of the fans confused. I mean, Jun looks pretty, but what is he? I think he's a gangster. Number 972. Chapter 972. A farmer, a ballet dancer, and a gangster? Dawn's concept photos were the talk of the town. It hasn't even been a complete day since it was posted, but fans and non-fans alike were already making theories. The members of Dawn, who had just woken up, checked the response of the teasers as they gathered around the table. They were in Jun's new apartment, the one he won at the Halloween party, with Jun placing their breakfast on the table. Jisung looked around the place and shook his head. I still can't believe you got this big place for free, he muttered. I wish I could live here too. Jun clicked his tongue. Well, you guys might as well own it. You're here more often than your homes. Seth smiled. It's because this is the closest to our company. Jun shook his head and sat next to Jisung. Let's eat, he said. The boys nodded and indulged in Jun's home-cooked meal. Amidst the meal, Akira brought up the topic of their debut. Right, he exclaimed. The teasers are out now. I wonder what our Astras think about it. Rin raised his hand. Is it still applicable to call them that? What? Astras? Akira asked. Rin hummed. I think so, Akira smiled. It would be weird to call them a different name now. Aside from that, it's not even trademarked, so we can use it as we like. Casper nodded in agreement. It's part of our lore too. Eve. Dawn. They're quite related, don't you think? It's just that one means night and one means morning. Rin shrugged. I guess, he said. I'm not complaining, though. I'm already having a hard enough time trying to get used to our new team name. Anyway, back to the response of our Astras. He smiled, leaning closer against the table. Akira went to his naval account while the others waited. His eyebrows raised in pleasant surprise. Oh, we have 8 million followers now, he said. It's projected to hit 10 million soon, Zeth boosted. To be frank, I think it's because of my teaser photos. Rin clicked his tongue and shook his head. Akira ignored him and went straight to their hashtag from Vito Dawn. They all look so good. I'm going to combust. You? Combust? Me? Bust my. People are too comfortable on the internet. Does anybody understand their concept, though? I don't. Why do all of them have such weird jobs? Me too. They all have similar color grading, but it seems like a completely different concept for each member. It lacks cohesion. That's what I'm going to say. However, I'm going to wait for the other teasers to come. Who knows? It might make sense by the end of it all. I've always supported Eve's concepts. However, as Dawn, I'm finding it harder to comprehend what they're going for. Let's all wait. Akira chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It's just what you said, he chimed, turning to Jun. Most people don't know what concept we're going for. Well, that's the point, Jae-young chuckled. It's perfect. We've elicited the kind of reaction we wanted to receive. Rin nodded. I swear if I was a fan, I would also be very confused. I won't even be able to guess what kind of music we're going to put out with such a concept. The fans agree, too, Akira said. I wonder what the song is going to be like. It's so freaking confusing. I love it. Are we just going to ignore the fact that Casper is a farmer? Nah. What's weirder is that Jun is a gangster. And why is Si-hoon working in a convenience store? The photos came out well, though, Jae-young said. Did you have fun at the convenience store? He asked Si-hoon. Si-hoon chuckled before shaking his head. It felt nostalgic. However, it was definitely not fun. I remembered the long nights I spent in those stores. I would work right after practicing, then would go to school in the morning. Oof, that must have been tough, Zeth said. Anyway, I look great in my school uniform. Right. Rin shook his head. You look the most normal, the most forgettable, he teased. Zeth scoffed. What's that supposed to mean? That was my life before I became an idol. One of the toughest times, too. However, it's still my dream to be able to finish my studies. What about you? What? Rin asked. I'm in a recording studio. You guys know how long I have wanted to be a producer. However, the road there was tough. I'm fortunate enough to be handsome, so I became an idol instead, he winked. Jisung shook his head in amusement. I get what you mean, he said. I also aspired to become a ballet dancer since I was young, but that didn't work out. I'm happy to be able to do something similar to it, and more. Yeah, Akira chimed. Both jobs are very strict and have inhumane diets. Come on now, Jae-young said. We're trying to change that. Anyway, I can't believe our teasers are connected idols. That's because that's always been our dream, Akira said. Besides, it's our actual past as Raven members. It wasn't an easy time, but we continued to push through. Look where we are right now. Jae-young nodded before turning to Jun. I know you said we should be what we were during the lowest points of our lives, he started off. So why are you a gangster? A small smirk made its way to Jun's lips. What do you guys think, he asked. The boys turned silent for a moment before Zeth said something with narrowed eyes. Were you a past gangster? He asked. Once again, they turned silent, feeling that the possibility wasn't zero. However, Jisung broke the silence by letting out a light-hearted chuckle. There's no way, he exclaimed. Jun is harmless. He's not capable of those things despite his tough exterior. Jun shook his head as the others agreed. In the process, he made eye contact with Casper, who seemed to be conflicted. What about you, he asked. Did you live on a farm when you were younger? Casper pursed his lips before responding. I thought we were just doing random jobs. Number 973. Chapter 973, Debut Countdown Live 1. It's my first time working with them. I can't believe we get to see them all in one small room. You better get used to it now. They're officially under Phoenix Entertainment. I swear they look like wax figures. The boys had gathered for their debut livestream. It was only them in a room in Phoenix, along with some other staff that had been newly assigned to their team. However, some staff members from other teams also tried to discreetly enter the room to get a glimpse of Dawn. Despite being under Phoenix Entertainment, most of them hadn't had the chance to see Dawn in real life due to the idols' busy schedules. So, seeing them for the first time felt like an out-of-body experience. Stop eating, Jae-young sighed. We're about to start in a couple of minutes. Akira pursed his lips and placed down the plate of chocolate-flavored strawberries and mallows before taking a seat next to his members. Rin clicked his tongue and grabbed a napkin before wiping Akira's face. Goodness, he said. It's our debut, and you look like a mess. Akira smiled sheepishly while the staff members arranged everything for their lives. 2 minutes, one of the producers exclaimed. The boys glanced at each other before nodding. All right, Jae-young said. It's time. Act professionally, okay, boys? Let's show them that we're a mature, new group. They nodded in agreement. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2. Crap, Casper exclaimed as the soda can he opened slightly burst, causing some of the boys to get splashed on by the refreshing drink. Casper, they exclaimed in unison. Jae-young turned to the producer, but it was already too late. The prompter showed the words "We're live." causing Jae-young to shake his head. Well, what more did he expect from these hooligans? Hi guys, he started off, already sounding tired. What's up, everyone? Jisung sweetly exclaimed, trying to do some damage control. It hasn't even been 1 minute into the life, and it's already so chaotic. I think you should have changed your name to Catastrophe instead. Then, the shortcut of it would be Cat. That actually doesn't sound too bad. How are you guys? Jisung looks so sweet, while Jae-young looks very stressed. Let's introduce the group first, Jae-young said, trying to liven things up. The light of a new beginning, he started off. Dawn has come. Hello. We are Dawn, they said in unison. Ah, it's nice to finally see you guys now that we're Dawn. Akira exclaimed. How are you guys today? I think they're doing great, Zeth chuckled as he looked through the comments, most of them containing over-enthusiastic profanities. Do you guys notice our outfits today? Sehun asked, looking at his team. You're all dressed as the jobs in your respective teasers. Casper looks like a proper farmer. You all look yummy. Your concept still confuses me. The video teasers didn't help one bit. However, the last teaser sounded really nice. Yeah, I was a bit skeptical about the concept and how it would sound, but I found myself gravitating to the last teaser to listen to the small snippet over and over again. I'm a casual listener here. I'm yet to be impressed. Let's see later when they drop the music video. Moving on, Rin continued, trying to help Jae-young host the show. Our music video will be released in approximately 1 hour. That's noontime in our time zone. We're going to wait for that moment with you, guys, Sehun added. So, while we're waiting for it to drop, we're going to answer some of your questions and play some fun games. The prompter directed them on what to do next. Casper nudged Jun's shoulder since it was his turn. Jun sat straight and looked at the prompter. Here's what you're going to do next, Jun said, squinting his eyes. Pick a question in the fishbowl and answer it professionally. No unnecessary spoilers, please. The boys looked at Jun with wide eyes before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Jae-young sighed and shook his head. Goodness, he muttered. This is going to be a long hour, is it? I can't. Jun, even read the freaking instructions. Please let him have some media training. No, please. He's like a breath of fresh air in the idol industry. He's one of the biggest idols to date, yet he's still down to earth. Anyway, Jisung chuckled. That's what we're going to do. Why don't Jun pick the first question? The other members nodded in agreement. Jun pursed his lips and reached inside the ball, picking up a piece of paper. He quickly opened it and read it out loud. What's the significance behind your individual teasers, especially the first ones? Why do all of you have different jobs? This is the question I wanted them to answer. Let us know, please. I'm dying of curiosity. Jun picked the perfect question. Akira chuckled. He's actually the one who pushed for this concept. As expected from our concept king, Casper proudly said while sitting straight up. Jun chuckled and shook his head. Well, as you all know already, Jisung produced the song while I wrote the lyrics. We also created our own choreography. Now, you may not know this, but this song wasn't supposed to be on this album. We had a problem with our past company, and that is when this song emerged. In the end, we decided to go through this one because it's what spoke to us the most at that time. You didn't answer the question, Akira. Deadpanned. Jun smirked. Well, you just have to watch the music video to find out, he teased. But it's still too long. Since when did Jun learn to push and pull like this? My baby kitten has changed. He doesn't spoil us anymore. Please, just a tiny hint. Just then, Casper spoke without permission, causing the others to turn to him with wide eyes. It's what we were during the lowest points of our lives. Except for me, he chuckled. I just think farmers are cool. Number 974. Chapter 974. Debut Countdown Live 2. They look like they're going to murder Casper. To be fair, Casper is the reason why we know so many things now. Our spoiler king. Jae-young shook his head and decided to continue. All right, he muttered. Let's answer some more questions before listening to the snippets of the album, shall we? Yeah, let's do that, Sehun enthusiastically chimed. I'll read the next one, Zeth said, reaching into the fishbowl. Do you guys have any plans to do a concert? If so, please conduct it in a big venue. The boys knowingly looked at each other, not really saying anything. However, that was enough for their fans to guess that something was being planned. Omo, are they really going on tour? I really think they are. Phoenix has been treating them really well, so I won't be surprised if they announce it soon. To be frank, The K-pop industry has been pretty fun these days. The companies seem to be advocating for their artists more. I wonder what changed. It's Eve's influence, methinks. It's Dawn. Here's one thing I will tell you. Zeth smirked. Good things come for those who wait. And with that, they moved on to another question. June, when is your movie going to come out? Jae-young read a question. June placed his hand under his chin. I'm not sure about the exact date. However, they did say that it was going to come out late this year or early next year. I'm guessing the latter because I was involved in some allegations, and they had to backtrack a bit. Man, they're being so brutally honest. Who the heck would bring up their past scandal just like that? Well, it isn't really a scandal. He was just accused by Lei, and he had to live with it despite being innocent. Yeah, idols should be more honest, I think. The fact that we view them as perfect beings is the reason why the industry is so cutthroat. I believe Dawn is trying to change that. They're relatable. I can't find them relatable with their damn faces. How do they look so good every time? Okay, let's go for the last question before heading over to the special questions, Jae-young said, handing Sehun the bowl. Sehun picked a question and read it out loud. Any tips on dieting? I want to look like a K-pop idol, he started off. The boys looked at each other, looking a bit confused. Why did this question even make it in? Zeth muttered. Wow, coming from a narcissist like yourself? Rin teased. Zeth clicked his tongue and shook his head. I'm not a narcissist, he clarified. I just love myself very much. There's a difference. Sure, the other boys teased. Zeth sighed. Anyway, honestly, I'm not a professional in that aspect. However, if you want to start dieting, then you have to do it for you, not for anybody else. Yeah, Jisung smiled. Surround yourself with people who will support you, not push you to the ground or tolerate you for your bad habits, he added. June, feeling passionate about the topic because of what he had seen in the industry, chimed in. He hadn't spoken in a while because his members were the greatest yappers of their generation. But with this one, he wanted to get a message across. Honestly, I think it's really important to focus on what makes you feel your best, he started off. You have to ask yourself, what does health mean to you? Is it feeling physically strong, or is it more about your emotional, mental, or even spiritual well-being? Everyone has a different answer, and that's okay. The other members knowingly turned to each other, knowing June was going to bust out one of his great speeches once again. The new staff members glanced at each other with slightly wide eyes. They weren't too familiar with Dawn's game, so hearing June speak so eloquently did something to their hearts. How could he speak so well? Sometimes we feel like we need to eat less or exercise more to meet certain expectations, and while that might work for some people, it's not always the healthiest choice for everyone, he continued. I've learned that we might compromise one aspect of our health to feel good in another way, like being happy emotionally, but not necessarily feeling strong physically. It's hard to balance all of it, but that's what you need, balance. At the end of the day, it's about building a healthy relationship with yourself. I want to tell this to other idols, too. We all have different bodies, but what's most important is finding a routine that supports both your happiness and your health. You do you, and remember your well-being, in every sense, comes first. With that, he ended his speech, and his members jokingly gave him a standing ovation. Bravo! That's our center, everyone. Akira said, even going as far as bowing on the floor. Jisung gave him a thumbs up as they sat once again. That's what I really needed to hear. Thank you so much, June. I've been struggling with weight since I was a kid. June was able to capture its essence very nicely. I will look at myself more nicely now, too. Well, there's only half an hour left for this live, so we're going to head to the next corner, Jae-young chimed. We're going to continue answering questions, but this time, it's going to be the questions that we, ourselves, had written. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I hope the questions are all unhinged. Knowing their personalities, I just know I wouldn't be disappointed. The questions are anonymous to add to the fun. Sehun said, I'll pick the first one. He opened the first piece of paper and slowly read the contents inside. What do you think of Juniper? It's the superior ship in Dawn, right? The boys stayed silent before staring straight at Casper. Oh, I thought the questions were going to be anonymous, he nervously chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. It is, Akira deadpanned. We just know that it's you. Number 975. Chapter 975, Listening Party. Well, that corner was useless, Akira said. It was obvious who asked what question. Jae-young sighed and shook his head. Even then, You guys enthusiastically answered each one. That's why we're behind schedule now. Ah, Jisung exclaimed. There's only 15 minutes left, and we still need to let them listen to the songs on the album. With that, Jun clapped loudly, startling the members. All right, everyone. It's time to talk about the songs on our upcoming album, he announced, knowing he had to stop their conversation right then and there. Otherwise, it would go on forever. And Jun wasn't joking. Akira grinned mischievously and leaned closer to the camera. So, this album 11 songs, from Eve to Dawn. Get it? It's a metaphor for everything we've gone through. Not just the name change, but from darkness to light. From night to day. You get it. He punctuated the explanation with finger guns, leaving everyone in the room chuckling. Rin cleared his throat, stepping into his role as the serious one for the moment. Let's start with the first song, Cosmos. His eyes glimmered with a little nostalgia. This one, well, it was supposed to be our title track originally. What happened? Casper interrupted with faux shock, hand dramatically pressed to his heart. How could it not be the title track? I know, right? Rin smirked, playing along. But you'll see why it didn't make it. Anyway, Cosmos is all about, well, the vastness of everything. It's got this dreamy, atmospheric feel like you're floating in space. The harmonies are really delicate, almost like stardust scattering, with the vocals being the stars. There's this very nice swell in the middle, where everything builds up like you're soaring toward a supernova, and then it just bam drops back into that ethereal calm. It's magical. Stardust, Akira muttered under his breath. Deep stuff. You're gassing yourself up, Zeth said, shaking his head. Rin rolled his eyes but continued. The lyrics are about looking up at the sky, realizing how small we are, but at the same time, how we're all connected. You know, that whole we're part of something bigger vibe. Man, I love that song. Casper sighed dramatically, sinking deeper into the couch. But speaking of songs I love, he sat up, his eyes lighting up mischievously. Let's talk about my personal favorite, Purr. Everyone groaned as soon as he said it while Casper leaned into the joke, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Now, Purr, this is playful, cheeky, and has this sultry beat that makes you feel like you're stalking through the night. The bass is low and kind of prowls around the melody, and when you listen to it, it feels like the song is just waiting to pounce on you. The vocals are soft, almost teasing, like we're whispering secrets through the speakers. All right, that's enough, Sehun chuckled. We don't want Casper getting too deep into cats. Casper shot him a look, refusing to be derailed. It's got this cool mix of purring sound effects, hence the title. And the lyrics? Let's just say the metaphors are sexy. I bet our fans are gonna go nuts for that one, Akira added, laughing. Don't fuel his love for this song, Jaeyoung scolded. Akira shook his head. Nah. Anyway, next up, My Bad, he continued, taking over the conversation again, nodding toward the others. Now, this one's a bit of a roller coaster. It's got that upbeat, summery energy like we're cruising down the highway with the windows down and nothing but good vibes. The beat is catchy, and you can't help but nod along when it hits. We sing about messing up, but owning it. There's no angst or drama, just like, yeah, I did that, my bad, but whatever, I'm still awesome. The energy is high, Jisung added, punching the air. You'll want to dance. Trust me. They continued to give descriptions of their songs, all while letting their fans listen to little snippets. They all sound so good. I love Purr so much. Cosmos is where it's at. Nah, man. My Bad sounds really good. I can't believe these guys produced most of these songs. Place your bets on what's going to be the B-side track. Casper jumped in again. All right, but let's not forget our more unhinged side. Song number 9, Unhinged. That song is straight up chaotic, Zeth cackled, already picturing the choreography. It's wild, all over the place, and we're just letting loose. There's this frantic energy, the beat is fast and sharp, and the vocals? We go hard. It's not pretty. It's raw, aggressive, and crazy in the best way possible. It's the kind of song you listen to when you just want to break stuff, Akira added with a grin. Not that we're promoting violence. Rin tried to keep the explanation a little more composed, but he couldn't even resist. It's a lot about feeling like you're on the edge, but instead of pulling back, you just let go. The song itself kind of loses it. Scary awesome, Jisung corrected. We went full tilt on this one. Akira clapped his hands together to wrap things up. So, now you know most of the songs, but, of course, We saved the best for last. Our title track to My New Beginning. At that, the comment section became even crazier. I still don't know what it's all about. This is what I've been meaning to listen to. All the songs are so good. I wonder how good the title track is. This one? It's special, June began softly. The whole album, like we said, is about going from night to day, from darkness to light. And To My New Beginning is the perfect summary of that journey. It's about saying goodbye to what we were, but also embracing what's next. Akira nodded. The lyrics are personal, too. Although June mostly composed it, we each had a hand in writing them. Anyway, let's not go on for too long. Let's play the song for everyone to hear. Oh, thank goodness. They only spoke about the lyrics. They didn't say anything about the genre. Can't wait. However, before the song could even play, the following words were shown on screen. Livestream over. Please watch the music video. Number 976. Chapter 976. 3 million pre-orders. The anticipation surrounding Dawn's new album had taken the country, or even the whole world, by storm. After the teaser dropped, fans couldn't wait to see what this rebranded version of Eve had to offer. The chatter online had been nonstop, hashtags trending, theories flying about what the concept would be. Everyone, it seemed, was getting ready for it to drop. The album itself even garnered 3 million pre-orders, breaking their previous record. Jia and her friends had gone all out. They didn't want to just watch the video on their phones. They had rented an entire computer shop. Rows of screens lined up, each one prepared to stream the music video the moment it went live. Jia clutched her drink with shaky hands, glancing at Bora, who had a proud smirk on her lips. I can't believe we managed to book this whole place, Jia said. Bora grinned and opened up a can of soda. I told you. Our family has various careers. My uncle owns this place and also manages the pork belly shop downstairs. Meanwhile, my aunt has an underwear laundry shop next door. Underwear laundry shop? Jia asked with furrowed eyebrows. Yeah, Bora said like it was a normal occurrence. A laundry shop just for underwear. No wonder, Jia said, finding it was fitting for Bora to have such a weird family. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Mimi and Nico were lounging in their shared apartment. The TV was on, streaming the countdown. Mimi was practically vibrating with excitement, sitting cross-legged on the couch and wearing one of June's old hoodies she'd snagged from an online auction. She didn't know if it was authentic, but it was the thought that counted for her. This is it, she squealed, clapping her hands together. I've been waiting for this all week. No, all month. Nico, sitting next to her, couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't get what the big deal is, he muttered, though a small part of him was curious. But that curiosity was overshadowed by the feeling of jealousy. Mimi had been talking nonstop about Dawn, about June specifically, and while Nico didn't want to admit it, he also really wanted to watch their music video. Of course, he wasn't going to admit that. Mimi glanced at Nico, noticing his brooding face, and smirked. You're just mad because you know they're better than Boy Mystic. Uft. As if, Nico grumbled, crossing his arms. They're okay, I guess. Okay. They're the most successful group to come out of Rising Stars. Admit it. We wouldn't be able to do what Dawn had done. Elsewhere, Choi Pablo was living it up. He and his photographer friends were gathered in a luxury apartment with a panoramic view of the city behind them. So, you guys are really in for a treat, Pablo bragged, leaning back against the plush cushions, swirling a drink in his hand. I personally know Dawn. We go way back. Worked with them on a few shoots, you know? His friends, mostly unimpressed, raised skeptical eyebrows. Yeah. We'll see how good it is, one of them said, clicking around on his laptop. Pablo just smirked, knowing he'd get the last word after they saw the video. In a quieter part of the city, the dancers from Gun's dance studio had taken a break from their usual intense practice session. Sweat still glistened on their skin, but no one wanted to miss the video drop. Gun himself had gathered his crew around a massive screen, grinning as they all settled in. This is going to be epic, Gun said, popping a piece of gum into his mouth. You know Dawn's choreo is always tight. Watch closely, we'll have to learn this one by tomorrow. There were groans of agreement, but everyone secretly couldn't wait. One of the dancers raised her hand. But didn't you hate them, teacher? She asked. The old students turned to the girl and shook their heads. She must be new here, they muttered. Gun placed his hand over his heart and looked outside the window. I freaking love those guys. If I could give them the world, I would, he said with resolution. The room fell silent as the screen flickered with the final countdown seconds. In the richest part of town, Minmin and Lena were sharing a rare moment of peace, sitting by the window with cups of hot chocolate warming their hands. I can't believe we're actually going to watch this live, Minmin said, blowing on his drink. It's like we're witnessing history. Lena nodded, though her thoughts seemed distant. Her phone buzzed, the notification for the music video's release making her heart skip a beat. I thought you hated Jun, Mom, Minmin continued. Or is it the opposite? Do you like him? Lena blinked, nearly spilling her hot chocolate. What? Where did that come from? Minmin smirked knowingly. Oh, come on. You can't hide it now. I bet if we looked at your search history dash. Lena's face flushed red as she quickly shook her head. It's not like that. Really? Minmin leaned in, teasing. So, you wouldn't want him to be my dad? No, she exclaimed, her cheeks growing even redder. However, a tiny part of her mind agreed with her son. Let's just watch it, she muttered, not wanting to discuss it further. All at once, the notifications began lighting up across the city. The music video had dropped. Phones, laptops, and TVs flickered on in apartments, cafes, and studios. The screen was dark at first. No music, just silence. Slowly, a night sky came into view, stars twinkling faintly in the distance. The video played, like a mini-film, not a typical music video. There was no flashy choreography or immediate explosion of sound. Instead, it opened with 8 boys, each one walking alone under the night sky. 8 different boys, 8 different lives. The camera lingered on each of them, their expressions thoughtful, as if they were all on separate journeys. No words were spoken, but the mood was heavy. Each of the boys continued walking through different locations: a quiet street, a train station, and an empty bridge. Still, there was no music, just the soft hum of the night. The anticipation grew as the boys' footsteps echoed. There was a moment when everything seemed to slow down. The night stretched endlessly around them, and for a brief second, the silence felt overwhelming, like the calm before the storm. Then the screen went black. Number 977. Chapter 977. To My New Beginning, 1. The moment the screen lit up, the music began. A soft piano melody filled the air, not quite sad, but instead carrying a sense of hope, as if something brighter was just out of reach, waiting to be discovered. There was a subtle struggle in the notes, a reminder that hope doesn't come easily and that it's earned through hardship. It felt like the kind of song you'd listen to on a late night, reflecting on life. Yet somehow, it was also the perfect anthem for the youth. 8 boys were shown again, walking through their own separate paths in life. Jun was the first to be spotlighted, his face illuminated softly by a street lamp. There were scars on his face, making him look scary yet pitiful. As he walked, he began to sing. The sun rises, but it doesn't feel like it's for me. The light slips past, and I wonder if I'm just not meant to follow. The warmth in his tone was undeniable, instantly captivating. It was the kind of voice that wrapped around you, inviting you to listen, to feel. His voice carried that same hope the piano had hinted at, hope born from struggle. The lyrics spoke of journeys not yet finished. That maybe it wasn't about sadness, but about the journey through it. Everything I want feels out of reach, like chasing shadows. And every day feels long, as if time stretches on when I suffer. But short, so short, when a little happiness finds me. It's strange how the days can feel endless, yet disappear in a blink. The other members began to appear one by one as Jun's voice carried the melody. They were all living their own lives, shown in quick but meaningful glimpses. Rin at a recording studio, Akira and Jaeyoung in the practice room, Jasung in a recital, Zeth in school, Sihoon in a busy convenience store, and Casper in a desolate farm. Each of them moved through these spaces alone, yet there was something connecting them all, even if they couldn't see it yet. Akira sang in a soft voice. I wonder if I could stop time, would I? Could I do it all again? As the chorus approached, they began to dance. But it wasn't together. Each boy danced in his own world, separate from the others. I won't do it all again. What meaning would it have if it did? Will I meet the same people? Will I get to live the same life? So, I'd rather be stuck in what I have than live in the uncertainty of not having this life. It's tough, it truly is. But it's mine. The second verse arrived, and with it, Percussion was added. Again, they walked. This time, all 8 boys were walking towards something unknown. The camera followed each of them, showing their faces filled with determination and their heavier steps despite not knowing where they were heading. As they continued walking, the setting around them began to change. There are moments I wish I could rewind, to take back the hard days, the ones that hurt. But then I think, would it be the same? They entered a tunnel. It was dark, impossibly dark, so much so that it swallowed them whole. The only sound was the echo of their footsteps against the hard ground and in the song in the background. But still, they kept walking. Would I still meet you, still laugh at the same jokes? Would the memories I cherish happen again? Or would they vanish, like they never existed in the first place? If I started over, would it be better or worse? The song grew louder again, that hopeful melody returning. The darkness wasn't going to last forever. And just as that thought settled in, a faint light appeared at the far end of the tunnel. It was small, barely more than a pinprick, but it was there. The boys saw it, too, each of them looking up, their eyes catching the glow. And they continued forward. The light grew larger, brighter, until it wasn't just a distant hope anymore. It was something real and within reach. Time moves fast and slow, pulling me in all directions. But there's something about this life, even in the hard parts, that makes me want to stay. As they emerged from the tunnel, the music swelled. They found themselves on a stage, not grand or elaborate, but simple. There were no bright lights, no screaming fans, just them and the open air. And then, the chorus came again. I won't do it all again. Because what meaning would it have if it does? Will I meet the same people? Will I get to live the same life? So, I'd rather be stuck in what I have than live in the uncertainty of not having this life. It's tough, it truly is. But it's mine. This time, they were together. All 8 of them. The choreography was no longer just individual movements. They had finally come together after walking separate paths. The song soared with this chorus, the harmonies fuller now, their voices blending perfectly. The bridge followed, quieting the music just a little, adding a reflective tone. The boys stood on the stage, and the camera zoomed in on each of them in turn. Their faces softened, small, almost imperceptible smiles playing at the edges of their lips. One by one, they glanced behind them, looking back on their past selves. In a flash, their past lives pulsed on the screen. For a brief second, it was as if the boys were seeing themselves as they had been before. But just as quickly as those moments appeared, they vanished, like a memory being tucked away. The camera zoomed out, capturing all 8 of them together once more. The music slowed, the beat fading away, leaving only the soft piano that had started the song. The boys stood on the stage, their faces lifted toward the light, their expressions now calm. Then, just like before, the screen cut, but it led them to a peaceful field this time around. Then, their voices were heard. Number 978. Chapter 978. To My New Beginning, 2. It was kind of ironic. Jun was singing about not wanting to have another life. But if he thought about it, this was his second chance. His second life, at that. However, as much as his first life had molded him into the person he was now, he wasn't afraid of letting it go. When he wrote the lyrics, he only thought about this particular life. This life where he met a new family, a new set of friends, and his sister who is able to live out her dreams. This was the life he didn't want to let go of, no matter how tough it may be. The sound of wind against the tall grass brought peace to the viewers, making them close their eyes for a brief silence. Then, the members' voices echoed softly in the silence. They weren't singing. Instead, they were speaking, each voice distinct. The waterworks are here. What the heck? This is unlike what I've expected. However, I'm not complaining. They really are one of the best artists of this generation. They created their story into this masterpiece. No other artists are touching them when it comes to concepts. I can already picture this song in the radio and various compilations. Mark my words, this is going to be revolutionary. This really feels more like a short film than a music video. Please nominate this for the best music video. Jun's voice came first, steady but filled with an unmistakable warmth. We've walked through the dark, but we never walked alone. Rin followed, his tone gentler and more reflective. We're still the same, but somehow, everything's different now. You could almost hear the smile in his voice and the way his heart seemed to soften as he spoke. Next came Akira, his voice a little more playful but no less sincere. We were lost. but maybe we needed to be, to find each other. There was a lightness in his words, but underneath, there was a real acknowledgement of the struggles they had faced together. Casper's voice came through next, deeper and more grounded. If we could do it all again, I wouldn't change a thing. It was simple but full of conviction, showing his loyalty to the journey they had taken. Jisung was quiet, but his words were no less impactful. I never knew how strong we were, until we had to be. It sounded like he was still processing everything, but grateful for the strength they had found in one another. Then, it was Jaeong's turn. It wasn't the light at the end of the tunnel, it was us. His voice sounded choked up like he was holding back his tears, as expected from their very emotional leader. Sihoon's voice came through next, softer. We didn't just survive, we lived. Finally, Zeth's voice echoed last, filled with a sense of finality. This is only the beginning. And with that, there was a sense that the journey wasn't over, and that this was just a new chapter in their story. As their words faded into the background, real footage began to flicker across the screen, clips from the very start of their journey. They were younger then, with faces full of hope and uncertainty. There were shots of them in the practice room, sweating and laughing, failing and trying again. Small moments of joy, of doubt, of brotherhood. It was raw and real, a reminder of how far they had come. The music swelled once more, the piano returning with its hopeful notes, but this time, it was accompanied by a soft hum. They sang together in harmony, the high and low tones mixing together to create an even more emotional tone. I won't stop time. I won't rewind my life, tempting as it sometimes feels. Because this life, with all its struggles and its moments of light, is what brought me here, to my new beginning. The people, the memories, the joy and pain, it's all real. And I'd rather hold on to that than risk a life where none of it exists. The bridge's words were more impactful than ever. It seemed as if they weren't just singing the words, but saying it to each other and to their precious fans. Even though the song hadn't ended yet, it already felt like the perfect anthem for the beautiful and not-so-beautiful times they had spent together. The last chorus began, their voices blending in perfect harmony. They were on stage once again. It was different from the first stage they took. It was much bigger now, and the lights shone brighter, illuminating each of them in a golden glow. Along with that, there were people surrounding them, an audience that loved them for who they were. I won't do it all again. Because what meaning would it have if it does? Will I meet the same people? Will I get to live the same life? So, I'd rather be stuck in what I have than live in the uncertainty of not having this life. It's tough, it truly is. But it's ours. The piano continued as the boys glanced at each other, walking closer and wrapping one arm around those next to them. Then, they raised their hands high in the air before taking a bow. Along with the sound of the piano was the sound of applause. Then, the scene began to fade out. However, instead of the darkness from the start, the night that represented Eve, it was now the dawn, the light from a rising sun. Their silhouettes were the ones that merely showed as the song began to reach its end. The camera zoomed out, showing them standing side by side, their heads held high, as if they were looking at a future they had once only dreamed of. The sun continued to rise behind them. Where there had once been shadows and doubt, there was now only warmth and possibility. And with the final note, the music faded, leaving only the sound of the wind and the glow of the sunset. This was their dawn, their new beginning. Number 979. Chapter 979. Dear June. Dawn becomes the #1 most streamed boy group in the first 24 hours on Durian of all time, beating a 12-year record. Holy crap, Dawn just debuted at #1 on the international album charts. Their album has sold all pre-orders in less than 12 hours, and there are still a lot of fans who haven't purchased theirs. Phoenix's stocks are at an all-time high. I'm so glad I brought some when they were cheap and had issues with their past CEO. This is insane, guys. The music video even has 13 million views at the moment and counting. The boys have broken all their records, but they're nowhere to be found. I think they were all tired from the showcase. Yeah, the album was a masterpiece, and that's why all songs are charting right now. Dawn, wake up. You're famous. It's going to be so hard gatekeeping them now. Their fans were right. Dawn was fast asleep when all of these achievements were being made. After their music video aired yesterday, they had no time to check the reactions because they headed straight to their debut showcase. There, They shared their performances with their fans. And since the 2-hour event extended to 3 hours because of their endless yapping, the event ended later than usual. After having dinner, the boys decided to sleep over in Jun's huge condo and drink until dawn for their new beginning. In the end, all of them had been hammered and had only woken up in the middle of the day. Jun was the first to wake up, as always, and he checked his phone. His head wasn't hurting, surprisingly, but the bright light of his screen still made him squint. He usually received a lot of notifications. However, that day, it was more drastic than usual. He frowned and sat from the bed. However, that seemed to be a difficult task when Casper was practically strangling him with his arm. Jun clicked his tongue and pushed the tall boy off the bed, not really minding that there was a loud sound as his body hit the floor. On his foot was Akira, who was hugging his leg like it brought him comfort. Once again, Jun had no problem kicking him away, causing the latter to groan in pain. Jun then rubbed his eyes awake and looked through his notifications. Choi Pablo Jun. You bastard. How can you be so good-looking? Now, all of my friends want your contact information. I won't tell them, though. By the way, congrats on the successful debut. You just got 10x richer. Hannah, your album is so good. I've been playing it nonstop for the past hour. The title track choice was genius. I can't wait to see you at the movie premiere since I need to know more about the concept you guys used. I'll see you there. Jangmoon. Please, please, please let me feature on your new album. Or better yet, your solo stuff. I'll be good to you, I swear. Jenny. Yo, cousin. Your song is doing so well. And Sir Pablo said you'd be richer by now. Send me $4,000. Gun. My students are learning the choreography of your song at the moment. You made it so far, Jun. I'm really proud of you. Uno, you beat us this time. The song is really good. Octa will be sure to come up with something better next time. Jun let out a chuckle at Uno's attempt to threaten him. Angela Zhang, your song is playing everywhere in China. I'm glad that everything worked well with your group. Because of you, I want to be more vocal about the issues surrounding Lei and become an advocate for women's rights. I'll be sure to update you when that happens. Congrats again. Jun's smile widened with every message he read. He didn't think much about the people he met along the way on this journey, but now that he had reached the flower path, it felt like all of them came into his life for a reason. Lena, thanks for the stock raise. Now Minjun wants to buy some stocks from Phoenix now. I won't let him. Baldy, listening to the song made me cry. I can't believe you made it this far. From cleaning toilets together, and now you're topping the charts. Thank you for being here for me during your past and present life. Oh, and another thing. I'm going to be meeting my son next week. His grandparents finally permitted me to visit. I'll make sure to send you photos. Jun scoffed and shook his head with a smile. I was the only one who cleaned the toilets, he muttered. Haruto, the song is freaking fire. Is that the song you wrote in my penthouse? Anyway, Lei's being beaten in jail, I heard. So, that's another piece of good news. Oh, and Haruki wanted to say the song is good. He's just too much of a tsundere to text you personally. Jia, is this still your number? If it is, then I just want to tell you how proud I am of you. I had been there since the very beginning since you wore a mask, and now that you've made it to number 1. I believe this is just the start, and that you and Dawn still have a long way to go. However, I want to say that I would be there to witness it all just like I did during the beginning. Congratulations, Jun. Jun placed his hand over his heart, feeling warmth blooming inside it. During the start, feeling warm and giddy was something he wasn't used to. He didn't even get how people could feel such a way when there are so many bitter moments in the world. The only person worth living for back then was his sister. However, now, Jun has learned how to live for himself to appreciate life for what it is. Life is good, he muttered. Just then, his screen lit up once more, showing Mei Ling. He clicked on the notification right away. His eyes instantly widened, not expecting to find a voice message along with 2 words. Dear Jun. Number 980. Chapter 980, The Real Kind. By that time, Akira had risen from the floor, massaging the back of his neck as he staggered toward the bed. Why the heck am I on the floor? He exclaimed, groaning once more as he cracked his joints. My body hurts. Jun ignored Akira and just looked at Mei's message. Then, he stood from the bed to look for his earphones. Meanwhile, Akira looked at him weirdly. What are you doing? He asked. Jun didn't respond to him, so he shrugged and scrolled through his phone. The moment he opened his naval account, his eyes widened, and he stood from the bed, feeling excited. Omo, he exclaimed, walking to where Casper was to shake him awake. This is big. This is huge. No, this is humongous. This is like Zeth's ego. Casper finally woke up and was instantly met with Akira's phone screen. His eyes also widened, and he was now alert, looking at it with dilated pupils. We need to tell this to everyone, Akira excitedly said. The two of them went out of Jun's room to wake the other members up. Meanwhile, Jun had just found his earphones, causing him to sigh in relief. He walked over to his bed and sat, leaning against the bed frame as he plugged his earphones in. He let out a deep breath and mustered up enough courage to click on the voice message. He didn't know why he found it so difficult, especially since it had been a while since the two of them had met. They didn't even talk much these days because they were busy with their own lives. However, even then, Jun considered Mei as her real sister even though she would never acknowledge him as a brother. There was a slight pause in the beginning before Mei finally spoke. Jun couldn't help but chuckle because of the first two words. It was very fitting for someone like Mei. Hey, loser. He shook his head in amusement and leaned his head against the wall, not knowing what to expect with the 3-minute-long voice message she had sent. You might find it weird that I'm sending a voice message. I just have a lot on my mind, and I didn't feel like typing out a long-ass paragraph, so I'm doing this instead. She let out a deep breath before continuing. Congrats on your achievements, I guess. Don't get used to hearing it from me. I'm not going to make this a habit. Jun chuckled once more. It seemed like she was being held at gunpoint when she was recording the voice message. However, in her next statements, her tone shifted drastically, causing Jun's eyebrows to furrow in concentration. Honestly, when we first met, I really didn't like you. I'm sure you already know that. However, I never really told you the reason. Jun listened intently. You reminded me of someone from my past, not someone I hated, but someone I think I cared for too much. That scared me, okay? I didn't like how easy it was to want to like you. It made me mad because I was convinced you were just another stuck-up idol, used to getting everything handed to you. I was wrong. You're not like that at all. Jun was surprised by her reasoning. He would have never thought that she felt such a way. I really didn't want to send this, but Fu keeps pestering me to do so. Does he do that to you? I feel like he's been getting sassier and sassier as days go by. Why does a system even whine to you? I thought they weren't even meant to be sentient. Anyway, I'm getting off topic now, she muttered, causing Jun to chuckle. She let out another deep breath. You've done more for me than I could ever put into words. I mean, you pulled us out of that hellhole of a company for one. And that's just one thing on a long list of everything you've done. You didn't have to do any of that, but you did. For me. For all of us. And don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean I'll start treating you any differently. I'm still going to call you names and mess with you, so don't expect anything else. Jun smirked. He felt the back of his eyes getting warm. It was a good thing Mei wasn't talking so seriously and was still adding jabs here and there. Otherwise, Jun felt like he was going to bawl his eyes out. In the end, it was only his sister who could evoke such emotions from him. She was, in fact, the reason why he did all of this in the first place. However, he was glad that he kept with it for himself and not for anybody else. Here's the thing, she continued. I feel different when I'm around you. Lighter somehow. Like maybe, just maybe, you'll always have my back. It's not something I'm used to, you know? Feeling safe. So yeah, don't let it get to your head, but I trust you. I do. And before you get any weird ideas, no, I don't like you like that. Gross. Jun closed his eyes and shook his head. Goodness, he couldn't even imagine Mei feeling that way for him. That's never going to happen. Honestly, I feel really bad for your future partner. I bet they'd live in constant pressure, trying to live up to your perfection. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Once again, what I really want to say is that I'm happy, she said, the smile in her voice being heard through the speakers. I'm happy that I met you, that I got to see the real you. And I really hope that you're happy too. So, congratulations on all your achievements. You all deserve them. And thank you. Thank you for always being there for me. You're the first person I think of when I'm in trouble, and somehow, you're always the first person to come through. The one who protects me. So, she said, sighing in resignation. If I were to live another life, I'd want you to be my brother. The real kind. And I know it might sound weird, but I mean it. I really do. Brother. Number 981. Chapter 981. Cry Fest. That did it for Jun. He could hear his members celebrating outside his room, their footsteps growing nearer every second. However, All he could hear was the sound of May's voice calling him her brother. Jun was certain that she still didn't know. From the way she spoke, it was obvious that her memories hadn't recovered. However, Jun thought it was much better. Jun wanted May to live a good, new life without the memories of the past. No matter how meaningful it was, Jun didn't want her to go through that pain once again. It also made her statement even more special. Despite not knowing that the two of them were real siblings in his past life, she still felt it. He shook his head and wiped the tears from his eyes. Just then, the door opened, revealing his members, who all had happy looks on their faces. At that moment, Jun lifted his tear-stricken face, halting their celebration. Then, Akira placed his hand over his heart. Jun is so touched by our achievements that he's crying. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise as his members started tearing up. They misunderstood. Jae-young looked up to the ceiling and fanned his eyes. I was doing so well, he muttered. Seeing Jun cry because of us is so touching. Yeah, they definitely misunderstood. Rin and Zeth held on to each other and started crying. We've come so far. Zeth exclaimed. We're going to be okay now. With that, the others followed suit, the room filled with tears, snot, and the sound of grown men crying. Jun, being the reason why this had happened in the first place, watched the scene before him with a sigh. These guys, he muttered. However, even though they misunderstood Jun's emotion, he was still thankful. He was glad that everything turned out well for them. He knew that in most cases, the groups lose too. Their companies with them having to bury their dreams underground and being forgotten into oblivion. Jun had seen it plenty of times when May was just a K-pop fan. Now, he had overcome such a situation. He felt that there was nothing they couldn't conquer now. However, that wasn't just his goal. For the people who lost their dreams before, Jun wanted to show that there would always be a chance. And for those who felt they were in a similar situation as Eve, there was something they could do. Jun's train of thought broke when he felt heavy bodies stacking on top of him. Guys, he groaned as the other boys smothered him in hugs and tearful words. He wanted to push them all to the ground, but he held himself back, a small smile appearing on his face. He shook his head and opened his arms, patting them on the back. Congratulations, guys, he muttered. We really did it. There was no mistaking. Dawn's debut was the hottest of the year, even surpassing that of Eve. Their song, To My New Beginning, was an instant hit. What set it apart from anything else was the fact that it wasn't just successful in the domestic charts, but also in the international ones. Overnight, the members had garnered millions of new followers, and more people from around the world were still discovering their group. However, Jun faced one problem. As they were practicing for their concert performances, Akira went over to Jun and placed a hand on his shoulder. I think you need to change your navel. Username, he said. Jun lifted his head with furrowed eyebrows. Why, he asked. I thought of it for a really long time. Akira chuckled. I'm sure, he sarcastically said. However, it's not working well for our brand. You have 12 million followers now, but you'd have a lot more if you had a different username. True, Zeth said, sitting on the floor and moving away from Rin when he felt some of the latter's sweat drip on him. Gross, he muttered. Up until now, there are still lots of new fans asking me about your social media handle, Zeth continued. But it's so obvious, Jun said. Are people just naturally dumb these days? Akira sighed and shook his head. Goodness, he muttered. You're not perfect after all. Just change it, he said. I get those messages, too. Look, Jun squinted his eyes as Akira presented to him the bulk of his direct messages. What's Jun's naval account? Please tell Jun to make one right away. I can't look for Jun's account anywhere. Jun clicked his tongue. Just tell them my username. Akira pursed his lips. I just can't message random fans on the internet. Besides, I'm not going to give a shout out to your weird-ass username. Jun scratched the back of his neck. What's wrong with it, he muttered. First, it's literally SKVietti. I'm not going to explain that to you anymore since I know you won't understand. However, it feels more like a meme page than a personal one. Another thing is that there are too many numbers. It's hard to remember. And the most important thing is that it contains our old team name. We're Dawn now, so you need to change it. Jun was slowly becoming convinced. Aside from that, Akira continued. You don't even post photos of yourself. Your profile picture is the default one. How do you expect new fans to find you? Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. Fine, he muttered. I'll change it. The other members walked over to where they were. expecting Jun to create another atrocious username. Jun frowned. Why are all of you here? Just for guidance, Jisung smiled. We want the best for you, bro. Jun sighed and shook his head before going to his settings to change his username. He still remembered what Min-jun had taught him, so he was now able to do it on his own. He paused for a while, thinking of a new username. The other members were expecting the worst. However, as Jun typed out his new username, they were pleasantly surprised. DAW Ninjun. Number 982. Chapter 982, Mr. Photogenic. Oh, you're right, Jun said after a while. I'm getting a ton more followers. He showed his phone to his members, showing the amount of followers he had earned in just a few minutes. Akira pursed his lips. All right, maybe I should have let you keep that old username. Jisung chuckled and nudged Akira's shoulders. Don't say that, he exclaimed. Now, it's time for you to update your profile picture. Jun pursed his lips. Do I have to? You do. Sehun chimed. Come on. It won't take too long. Jun paused, glancing at his default blank avatar. Fine, he muttered and sat straight. Without hesitation, he whipped out his phone, angled it at a terrible upward position, and snapped the laziest selfie possible. His hair was tousled from practice. He had a light sheen of sweat on his face, and his hoodie was bunched up awkwardly at his neck. He uploaded it in seconds, not even bothering to check the result. Akira, lounging on the floor next to him, bolted upright in horror. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What was that? Jun blinked at him. What was what? You can't just upload a random photo like that. You're an idol, man. You've got professional photos. Use one of those. Akira jumped up, snatching Jun's phone and frantically scrolling through the gallery. Zeth, who had been busy admiring his reflection in a nearby mirror, looked over. Excuse me, but if anyone's giving selfie lessons, it should be me. Jun, your angles were all wrong. You've got potential, but we need to work on your form. Jun snatched his phone back, a little bemused. It's just a picture, guys. Casper squinted at the screen. Wait, is that the picture you just uploaded? The boys all crowded around his phone, jaws dropping simultaneously. How does he look this good? Ren finally broke the silence, his voice flat with disbelief. It's a literal disaster shot, but he looks like a model, Zeth added, sounding equal parts amazed and annoyed. Akira shook his head, waving a hand in the air. Okay, no, this has to be illegal. You can't just look that good without trying. Zeth stared at Jun as though he was trying to solve a complex equation. It's all in the bone structure, but still, that lighting was atrocious. Jun, who had been quietly listening, shook his head. We still need to practice, guys. You're all acting like I just reinvented the selfie. He changed, Casper said with narrowed eyes. He wasn't like this before. The other members gathered around Casper as Jun went to the music player. Yeah, he can't change from his complex. Akira exclaimed. That's what makes him more humane. We need to prove that he's still the same, he said with determination. As soon as they resumed practice, Jun went into full focus mode. They were halfway through the routine when disaster struck. Jun, leading the formation, miscalculated a step, his foot slipping on a tiny puddle of water that none of them had noticed. He crashed to the floor sending a water bottle flying across the room. Water splashed everywhere, drenching him from head to toe. There was a collective gasp, followed by a chaotic scramble as the others rushed to help him up. Jun, are you okay? Jisung hovered worriedly. Jun waved him off, shaking his hair out like a drenched puppy. I'm fine. Just slipped. Akira, always the loudest, burst into laughter, pulling out his phone to take a photo. This will prove it, he exclaimed, raising his phone in the air. The others surrounded Akira to look at the photo while Jun watched them with confusion. What are you guys doing? He asked. The other boys, even Jisung, were expecting something entirely different. However, the photo showed Jun, drenched but somehow still pulling off the wet look flawlessly. His hair clung to his face in just the right way, the water catching the light from the studio, making him glow like he was on the beach. Rin squinted. This is getting ridiculous. How does someone look this good after falling on their face? Zeth crossed his arms, his voice incredulous. It's witchcraft, I tell you. Pure sorcery. Later that day, during their break, Akira, being the chaotic menace he was, got his hands on some eyeliner and decided to have some fun. Jun, who had passed out on the couch from exhaustion, became the unwitting victim. Let's give him a little something, Akira whispered, pulling out the eyeliner pencil. Jisung gasped. We shouldn't. Jae-young smirked. Oh, we definitely should. Jisung turned to him with wide eyes. Not you two. They giggled like school kids as Akira expertly drew on Jun's forehead. Casper added a few finishing touches, drawing tiny stars and hearts for good measure. When Jun finally woke up and wandered over to the mirror, the whole group braced themselves for his reaction. Akira snapped the photo at the right moment, giggling as he went to his camera roll. Meanwhile, Jun blinked at his reflection, staring at the doodles on his face. Really? On the other hand, the group of 7 boys stared at the photo with disbelieving looks. Zeth gave a dramatic sigh. Of course, he looks good. Of course, it only enhances his charm. What's next? Are we going to dump a bucket of paint on him, and he'll look like an avant-garde masterpiece? Jun just rolled his eyes, wiping at his forehead with a towel. You guys have way too much free time. Let's get to practicing again. To celebrate another successful practice, Jay decided to surprise them with a cake. It was quite big, with layers upon layers of fluffy frosting. Let's dig in. Casper cheered, diving toward the cake with no sense of decorum whatsoever. But, in true chaotic fashion, things quickly went downhill. Amidst them grabbing slices, Si-hoon accidentally knocked the cake forward, and before Jun could react, the top layer smacked right into his face. There was a stunned silence. The frosting was everywhere: his nose, his cheeks, even his hair. The rest of the members stood frozen for a moment, unsure whether to laugh or apologize. However, Akira was sure about what to do. He brought out his phone and took a picture. This is it, he muttered, quickly showing the photo to the other boys. Once again, they were stunned to silence. Casper sighed and shook his head. You're not the same Jun that I know. Number 983. Chapter 983, Schedules over Schedules. As the boys were practicing for their concert that was set to kick off by the start of next year, Jay burst through the doors. With a wide smile, the boys turned to each other and groaned. With that wide of a smile, they knew he was bound to announce more of their schedules. Oh, come on, Jay said. I haven't even said anything yet. You don't have to, Zeth said. We already know you came here with more schedules. Jay sheepishly chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. You guys know me so well. We have some non-negotiable schedules. However, do tell me if it's getting too much, all right? You know I can cancel some for you. Sweet, Akira exclaimed. This is one of the perks of being friends with the CEO. We can make him do whatever we want. Jay pursed his lips. Now, that's not what I implied with that. I'm still your CEO, so you shouldn't treat me as a casual friend when we're inside the dash. Let us hear them, Jun said, cutting his statement short. Jay sighed and nodded like an obedient little puppy. Sure thing, bro. The boys turned to each other and chuckled in amusement. Jay cleared his throat and started with the first schedule. So, you guys are scheduled to go to Papa Awards, the biggest awards show in the entirety of Asia. The boys turned to each other with wide eyes. Papa Awards? Isn't that show rigged? Akira asked. Jay's eyes widened. They've already been investigated, and they're doing better now, he said. Don't ever say that anywhere else, all right? Akira shrugged. I'm just telling the truth, he muttered. Is that allowed, though? Si-hoon asked. I thought only the nominees would be able to attend the show. We're a new group, so I'm sure they weren't able to track our records since the tracking period is already over. Jae-young nodded in agreement. It's the same situation with Eve last year. We weren't able to attend the award shows because we debuted late. That was the case last year, Jay answered. However, as I said earlier, they had already been investigated, so they're making it more into a legit awards show with more performances, even from those who aren't really nominated. Back then, all of the artists they invited were all awarded. It became an attendance awards show like many others. However, with this new image, they wanted to invite as many groups as possible. Isn't it great? You guys are given a 6-minute set list, Jay added. 6 minutes, huh? Jun asked. That's barely enough time for a performance. I know, Jay said. But it's better than nothing. This way, you can also get a feel for award shows. Maybe you can even find someone to date. Jisung raised his hand. I thought we were in a dating ban. Jay frowned. Who said that? The company, Jae-young deadpanned. All right, Jay exclaimed. Of course, but if you don't get caught, then dash. All right, that's enough, Jae-young said. No one's going to an award show to look for a date. I'm assuming you had already accepted the offer. Jay nodded. If that's all right with you guys. It's fine with me, Zeth said. I have all the more reason to show off my good looks now. Ren rolled his eyes before chiming in with his opinion. It's also cool with me. It would be fun to curate a creative performance again. It reminds me of all the survival shows we've been on. Great, Jay exclaimed. That's settled then. Let's move on to the next schedule. Oh, this doesn't involve the entire group, just Jun. You have 2 upcoming schedules coming up. Jun's eyebrows raised in intrigue while the rest of them sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Akira exclaimed. More rest for us. Jun rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. What do I have? Well, your movie premiere is coming up. That's also a non-negotiable, Jay revealed. Ah, Jun muttered. Right? What's the name of the movie again? The boys turned to him with wide eyes. You don't remember? It's very trendy right now, Sehun said. Jun scratched the back of his head. It's been a while. And you know I don't keep up with the trends. Jay shook his head in amusement. Anyway, I'm going, Jun said. I also want to look at the final outcome. Good, Jay said. That would be in 3 days. We already have your attire ready. Sweet, Jun said. Now, what's the other schedule? This one will be filmed the day after your movie premiere. Now, this one is just an offer. We haven't accepted it yet. However, we believe it would be a great loss if we reject it. Just tell me, Jun said. Jay smiled and glanced at the other boys, who also seemed intrigued. You've been inviting to Crawling Man. A collective gasp was heard inside the practice room. Even Jun was pleasantly surprised. Crawling Man was the variety show that most artists, especially new ones, wanted to go to. It was a show that had run for more than 10 years, so they already had an established fan base. Not only that, but people like to say that you have successfully become popular when you appear on Crawling Man. This was the type of opportunity that didn't come by easily. You need to go, Jun, Jisung exclaimed. That's my favorite show ever. Jun raised one eyebrow. You sure do have a lot of favorite shows. Jisung scratched the back of his neck. I'm telling the truth. I've been watching the show since I was in elementary school. Zeth nodded in agreement. It's about time that they invite one of our members. However, it upsets me a bit that Jun's the only one who has been invited. Don't feel too bad about it, Jay said. Jun is the only one who fits the show's theme for the week. Jun frowned and turned to Jay, not having a good feeling about it. What's the theme, he asked. Jay smiled widely. It's a bad luck party. Number 984. Chapter 984, Bad Apple. The night was alive as fans lined the streets outside a large movie theater. Tonight was the grand premiere of Untouched Souls, the film that had been in the making for what seemed like forever. A fantasy historical fusion with intricate lore, stunning visual effects, and a star-studded cast. It had been one of the most highly anticipated films of the year. Yet, despite the excitement surrounding the project, it had faced numerous setbacks, delays, cast changes, and the highly publicized and debunked scandal involving Jun. But now, all seemed to be back on track. The red carpet was already filled to the brim with celebrities, media, and enthusiastic fans. The flashes from cameras appeared like lightning as the stars of the night made their way down the red carpet. Taehyun and Hannah, the film's main characters, arrived together, hand in hand, stepping out of their luxury car. Taehyun, tall and impeccably dressed in a sleek black tuxedo, flashed his famous smile at the cameras. Hannah, looking every bit the leading lady in a shimmering, floor-length gown, clung to his arm. The pair looked like a power couple, and the fans ate it up, screaming their names as they slowly made their way down the red carpet. Taehyun, Hannah. The reporters rushed toward them, microphones outstretched, eager for a soundbite. What an entrance! You two look stunning, one of the reporters gushed. Thank you. Thank you, Taehyun said with a modest smile, adjusting his tie while glancing toward Hannah, who gave a small wave to the crowd. The two exchanged glances, clearly excited, but as they posed for photos, Taehyun leaned closer to Hannah and whispered something. She covered her mouth, trying to suppress a laugh. A curious reporter raised her hand and asked, "What's the secret? You two seem to be in such good spirits." "Oh, we're just anticipating someone special's arrival," Taehyun teased. Hannah grinned, unable to hide her amusement. "We're waiting for Jun, of course," she said, almost giggling. Taehyun nodded in agreement, feigning seriousness. "Yeah, the movie's great and all, but honestly, we're just here for Jun." Their playful banter caused the crowd to erupt in laughter. The reporters also laughed, amused by the two stars' enthusiasm for their co-star. "So, you're both more excited about June than your own premiere?" one asked cheekily. "Look, the movie's great, but June? June's on another level." Taehyun replied with a mock, serious expression, earning more laughter from the crowd. Hannah gave a mock sigh of agreement, holding her hand to her heart. As the laughter died down, the excitement only grew. The clock was ticking, and there was still one person left to arrive. The atmosphere felt like it was building up to that final moment, the arrival of June, whose every move had been watched closely since the resolution of his scandal. Fans whispered among themselves, some clutching banners and light sticks. But not everyone was so thrilled. Standing off to the side of the red carpet, away from the flashing cameras and fawning fans, stood Bad Apple, a well-known film critic whose reputation for brutal, no-nonsense reviews had made him infamous in the industry. Dressed in a tailored suit, he adjusted his cufflinks, his eyes narrowing at the chaos around him. His presence at the premiere had already caused a stir. After all, he was notorious for his harsh critiques. But the reason people respected his reviews was because they were honest, even when they were scathing. Bad Apple surveyed the scene with disdain. "This place is a circus," he muttered under his breath, his lips curling into a sneer as he watched the mob of June's fans clogging the streets. They were loud, energetic, and utterly unbearable, in his opinion. "They've turned this premiere into a fan rally," he complained to no one in particular, his gaze shifting to the limousines pulling up one after the other. "I came for a premiere, not a riot." He couldn't deny that Untouched Souls had a dedicated fan base. The book series had been wildly popular, and the film adaptation was supposed to be a major cinematic event. But in his mind, casting an idol June, of all people, was the ultimate misstep. He had seen the somewhat positive response online, but he wasn't convinced. June, to him, was nothing more than a product of his fans' obsession. Sure, he had seen June's work in Love to Hate You, but even that had left him unimpressed. "Childish," he had called it in his review, slamming the plot as overly simplistic and the characters as underdeveloped. He'd given it a pitiful 1.3 apples out of 5. And now, June was about to star in Untouched Souls, a beloved book series that had captivated readers with its complex characters and detailed world building. Bad Apple couldn't help but feel dread. "They've butchered the casting," he muttered again, crossing his arms as he scanned the crowd. How can they expect him to carry such a role? As if on cue, the final black limousine pulled up at the end of the red carpet. The crowd immediately erupted into deafening screams. Signs with June's name shot up into the air, and fans surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of their idol. The sound was almost unbearable to Bad Apple's ears, but even he couldn't look away as the door of the limousine slowly opened. And then, there he was. June stepped out of the car with a small smile that made the crowd lose their minds. Dressed in a fitted black suit, he looked like he was the main character of the event. His hair was styled to perfection, his face glowing under the lights. He gave a calm smile to the fans, waving as the cameras flashed nonstop, capturing his every move. Even Bad Apple, in his eternal cynicism, couldn't deny that June cut a striking figure. For a brief moment, he found himself, dare he say, impressed. But the moment passed quickly. "Looks aren't everything," Bad Apple muttered, narrowing his eyes at the idol on the red carpet. His expression darkened as he watched the overzealous fans scream. "June's name. It's all a facade. Let's see if he can actually act. I'm ready to give this movie half an apple if he doesn't do Jian's character justice." Number 985. Chapter 985, Untouched Souls Premiere 1. The theater's lights dimmed as the audience settled into their seats, the chatter of excited voices fading to a hush. On the stage in front of the screen, the cast of Untouched Souls lined up, their faces glowing under the spotlight. Taehyun and Hannah stood at the center. Both were smiling as they waited for their go signal to speak. Finally, Taehyun stepped forward to greet everyone. "Thank you all for being here tonight. It means the world to us to finally share this film with you." He glanced at Hannah, who nodded in agreement. "We've worked so hard on this project, and I think I speak for the entire cast and crew when I say it's been an incredible journey. We hope you'll see just how much passion went into making this film come to life." Hannah took over, her voice just as enthusiastic. "It wasn't an easy process. As many of you know, we faced some challenges along the way, But each of those challenges only made us more determined to bring you the best version of Untouched Souls. She paused, smiling as she scanned the room. And I think we did it. We hope you all love it as much as we do. The audience clapped politely, some of them leaning forward. It seemed like a lot of them were expectant, especially the die-hard fans of the book. They wanted to love it, but they weren't afraid to voice their opinions if the movie didn't meet their expectations. Risa, the writer of the original novel, stepped up next. She looked composed but humble as she bowed slightly to the audience. "Thank you for coming," she began. "I know that many of you have read the book, and I'm sure you're all aware of how difficult it can be to adapt something so close to the hearts of its readers. We wanted to emulate the essence of the book, even knowing how many adaptations fail to capture that spirit." A few murmurs were heard in the audience, some nodding in agreement. The history of book-to-film adaptations was littered with disappointments, and the fans here tonight were keenly aware of that. Risa smiled softly. "But we believe we've created something great, something that captures the heart of Untouched Souls. We hope you'll agree." She stepped back, bowing again as the audience applauded, though with more curiosity than enthusiasm this time. Finally, it was Jun's turn to speak. He hesitated for a second, then stepped forward confidently. The theater held back their squeals as he placed the microphone before his lips. From the back, Jun's eyes caught sight of something unexpected. His members were standing up, waving at him from the very last row of the theater. His eyes widened for a moment. They had told him they were going to rest tonight and not attend the premiere. He shook his head lightly, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips, before regaining his composure and turning back to the audience. Clearing his throat, Jun began, his voice steady. "This film, it means a lot to me." He paused, the sincerity in his voice catching the attention of the audience. "When I first read the script, I was struck by how much it reminded me of my own life." From somewhere in the theater, there was a soft, audible scoff. "Bad Apple." He sat in his seat, arms crossed, already skeptical. "His life?" Bad Apple thought with a sneer. "Jian, the character he's playing, had a tragic past. What does a pampered idol like Jun know about hardship?" Unaware of Bad Apple's disdain, Jun continues. "The story of this film touches on themes of confinement and freedom, of living within the boundaries set by society or by our own minds," he said. "It's a story that speaks to me on a personal level, and I hope it will resonate with all of you as well." The audience listened intently, though some were clearly reserved. They knew Jun's words were heartfelt, but they weren't yet convinced that he could bring the depth of the character to life. Bad Apple narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. "Let's see if the film can speak louder than his words," he scoffed, already doubtful. He was a fan of the book, an ardent one at that, and he had serious reservations about Jun's ability to capture the complexity of Jian. Finally, the cast stepped off the stage as the lights dimmed further. The anticipation in the theater reached its peak. The screen flickered to life, and the logo of the production company faded in, followed by the opening credits. Then, the movie began. The camera panned over an expansive landscape, vast and ethereal. The world was like nothing seen before, a world where emotions ruled all. For great factions stood as the pillars of the land, each tied to a powerful emotion that dictated the magic they wielded. The first to appear on screen was the land of the Crimson faction. The Crimsons were known for their unwavering strength and determination, their emotions burning like fire. The camera zoomed in on a group of warriors standing tall, their eyes filled with intensity. In the distance, a towering fortress of red stone loomed. The Crimsons were fighters, and their magic came from their minds, the force of their will manifesting into powers that could crush mountains or bend the winds to their favor. Next, the scene shifted to the Golden faction, where perfection reigned supreme. Golden towers stretched toward the sky, gleaming in the sunlight like they touched the gods. The Goldens were the embodiment of ambition and the pursuit of excellence. In their eyes, there was always room for improvement, and it was their unrelenting desire for perfection that allowed them to wield their magic with precision and control. Their powers shimmered like the gold they so revered, bending the very elements around them with mastery. Then came the shadows. Mysterious and elusive, they were the keepers of secrets, their powers tied to the depths of their emotional turmoil. The screen darkened as the camera swept over their lands, a place cloaked in shadow, where the light barely touched the ground. The shadows were the embodiment of doubt and hidden fear, their magic born from the uncertainties that plague the human soul. They moved like specters, slipping through the shadows, their abilities allowing them to blend into the darkness and strike from unseen places. Finally, the Ivory faction appeared. Their lands were tranquil, a place of serene beauty and inner peace. The Ivories were known for their calm and steady emotions, their powers coming from a place of understanding and acceptance. The camera focused on a tranquil garden where the Ivory clan meditated in perfect harmony with nature. Their magic was gentle but powerful, capable of healing the deepest wounds or restoring balance to the chaos that surrounded them. And at the center of this world was Cian, the heir to the Ivory clan. The camera zoomed in on him, standing alone on a cliffside, gazing out at the world with a look of contemplation. Unlike the others, Cian had unlocked the ability to understand all emotions. He could wield the powers of every faction, a gift that made him both feared and admired. But Cian's heart was conflicted. Why? He whispered to himself, the wind carrying his words. Why do we limit ourselves to one emotion when we are capable of so much more? Number 986. Chapter 986. Untouched Souls Premiere 2. The movie continued, and Jun's first appearance was nearing. The screen lit up with Yayan's birthday celebration. The Shadow Clan's estate, shrouded in mist, was the perfect backdrop for the quiet and cold event. The camera panned across the courtyard, revealing beautifully adorned tables set with food that none of the guests seemed eager to eat. Servants stood by silently, their faces hidden beneath hoods, as the Shadow Clan members watched each other warily, exchanging only the occasional glance. Despite the festive setting, the shadows still appeared miserable and disdainful. Jin stood at the edge of the gathering, clapping politely as his half-brother Yayan was showered with praise and attention. It was the first time Jun's character appeared on screen, and the audience collectively leaned forward. Jin wore the deep blacks of the Shadow Clan, his sharp eyes and expressionless face making him seem like just another part of the scenery. But even in the silence of his presence, there was something about him that drew the eye. In the shadows, Jin was always there watching, listening, waiting. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. He barely remembered filming this scene, but now, seeing it on the big screen, he realized how crucial this moment was. Jin was introduced early in the story as a silent figure in Yayan's life. The younger brother of the Shadow Clan's future leader, Jin, was everything Yayan wasn't. The camera focused on Yayan's bright smile as the Shadow Master, their father, placed a hand on his shoulder, declaring him the future of the clan. The guests clapped half-heartedly, their eyes betraying their true feelings. Jin's eyes remained fixed on his brother, his clapping mechanical and unfeeling. Jun had to admit his performance wasn't as stiff as he feared. There was something subtle in the way Jin stood there, an undercurrent of emotion just waiting to break through the surface. At the back, the members of Dawn exchanged amused glances. They had known Jun was talented, but to see him in this role, embodying a complex character on the big screen, was still amazing. Bad Apple, sitting in the audience with his arms crossed, prepared to criticize Jun. Yet, even he found it hard to deny the subtle intensity Jun brought to the role. As the scene continued, the celebration moved on, but Jin remained in the background. His role was essential to the clan, though never in the spotlight. Yayan was the heir, but Jin was the one who knew the clan's secrets, the one who carried messages in the dead of night, unseen and unheard. With that, Bad Apple placed his pen down, not finding anything to criticize in the particular scene. The scenes continued, and as Risa said, they tried their hardest to emulate the book. An hour into the movie, most of the book lovers found themselves pleasantly surprised with how good the movie was. Suddenly, the movie cut to a flashback, a glimpse into Jin's past. Bad Apple frowned, searching his mind for this particular scene. "This isn't part of the book," he muttered. With that, he clicked his pen and opened his notebook, ready to criticize the movie for straying away from the original storyline. He watched intently as a younger Jin stood in a small courtyard, facing a woman with tears in her eyes. His mother. This was the moment that shaped him, the scene that explained why he had become the silent, loyal messenger of the Shadow Clan. Jin. His mother's voice trembled as she stood before him, holding back her emotions. She was beautiful but worn, her face lined with masked sorrow. They are in need of a new messenger. You are not a useless yielder. You'll be treated well by the Shadow Master's family. Her words sounded cold and distant. Jin stared at her, his young heart struggling to understand what was happening. This wasn't the mother he knew, the warm, loving woman who had always been by his side. Jun's character, young Jin, stood there, motionless, his small hands trembling at his sides. The soft fluttering of laundry in the evening breeze was the only sound. I don't want to go. Jin's voice was small, broken. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he looked up at his mother, silently begging her to say it wasn't true. To tell him he wasn't being sent away like a piece of property. Bad Apple gasped softly, his hold on the pen tightening for a brief second. But she didn't. She couldn't. His mother turned her back to him, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her robe, but still with a stern face. It's what's best for you, Jin. You'll be safe there. You'll have a place and a purpose. But what about you? His voice cracked as he stepped forward, reaching out to grab the hem of her robe and pull her back to him. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to be a messenger. I want to stay here with you, mother. For a moment, she didn't respond, and the silence between them grew heavier. When she finally turned back to face him, her eyes were red, but there was a forced frown on her face. You don't have a place here. I don't want you anymore. You've burdened me for too long. It's time for you to be useful. It was a lie, and they both knew it. The audience sat in stunned silence, watching the heartbreaking scene unfold. The camera lingered on young Jin's face, the anguish and confusion so raw that it was hard to breathe. The younger Jin took a deep, shuddering breath, holding back the sob that threatened to escape. He wasn't allowed to cry. He was the Shadow Clan's new messenger, a role he didn't want but had no choice but to accept. The camera cut back to the present, where Jin, now older, stood in the shadows of Jin. Jun's performance was stunning. The subtle nuances of his expressions, the way his body seemed to carry the invisible burden of his past, it was captivating. Even the most skeptical viewers, including Bad Apple, were drawn in. In the dimly lit theater, Bad Apple's hand slowly lifted to his face. He hadn't realized it until that moment, but a single tear had slipped down his cheek. He quickly wiped it away, embarrassed by the display of emotion. For the first time that night, something marked Bad Apple's notebook. Not a harsh criticism or a sarcastic remark, but a single tear that stained the page. Number 987. Chapter 987. Untouched Souls Premiere 3. The very first block screening for Untouched Souls felt like a bloodbath. Most fans weren't able to get tickets, so they started a frenzy online. Although the movie wasn't over yet, social media was flooded with reactions, screenshots from the red carpet, and even some blurry, sneakily taken videos of Jun on screen. The hashtags #JunAsJin and #UntouchedSouls trended almost instantly, and everyone who hadn't managed to get tickets, like Jia and her friends, was feeling the fear of missing out. Bora groaned as she scrolled through her feed. I can't believe this. Why didn't we get tickets? She clutched her phone dramatically, looking close to tears. That could have been us. Watching Jun on the big screen. Jia sighed. Well, sorry, she exclaimed. I found out about it late because I was busy job hunting. Goodness, I hate being an adult, she added. I just want to spend my mom's money until the day I die. Nari raised his hand. I hope I don't live long. Her friends ignored her and continued to sulk due to their lack of tickets. Bora sighed and shook her head. Look, let us not worry. My cousin managed to sneak in, and she's filming the whole thing. We can get it by tonight if we're lucky. She lifted her phone with a smug smile, showing her friends the text message from her sketchy relative. Jia's eyes widened. She slapped Bora lightly on the back of her head. Are you serious? That's pirating. Bora stared back, frowning. Oh, so you want me to tell her to stop filming? Jia nodded, firm in her resolve. Yes, we need to watch it officially. For Jun, we need to give him the money we have. Bora rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. I'm sure Jun wouldn't mind. I mean, do you even know how much this movie's made just from ticket sales in Korea? Jia shook her head. No, I told you. I'm job hunting. 10 million. 10 million tickets were sold, Bora said, smiling as she saw Jia's jaw drop. Imagine. And he's just getting started in the acting industry. Back in the packed theater, the movie was reaching its climax. The screen showed an intense gathering leaders of the other factions, all powerful heirs, gathered in the same land. The audience was drawn in, eyes wide, breaths held, knowing that something monumental was about to happen. At the center of it all stood Yan, radiating a dark aura of dominance. He had done the unthinkable. He had killed Red, the Crimson Heir. The revelation of this murder had come in fragments, each more horrifying than the last, until finally, the truth was laid bare. Not only had he killed Red, but he had consumed his heart. Yan had absorbed Red's soul, his power, and the darkness that came with it. He was becoming unstoppable, his strength now beyond mortal limits. Hannah's character, Mika, stepped forward, her face pale but determined. The decision she was about to make was clear in her eyes yet painful to watch. She, too, was prepared to give herself up to let Cian consume her own soul, adding her strength to his so that he might have a chance against Yan. But Cian shook his head, eyes filled with sorrow. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking as he looked at her. "I can't. I won't do that to you." Mika's face crumpled, her eyes filling with tears as she took his hands in hers. "Please, Cian. I'm already lost. This is my choice." But before they could say more, Yan's cold, mocking voice cut through the air, sending a chill through the theater. As expected, Yan sneered, his tone filled with disdain. A weak character, broken by love. Such sentiments only serve to reveal the flaws of those unfit for true power. He smiled cruelly, tilting his head. "It's why I shall reign, because I am free of such distractions." With a casual motion, he raised his hand and began to chant, his voice low and guttural, calling on dark magic to consume Mika's soul. He would take her strength as well, bend it to his will, leaving Cian powerless and broken. But then, something happened. His spell didn't take hold. Confusion crossed Yan's face, but he quickly masked it, trying again, his voice rising as he chanted louder. Yet nothing happened. The camera slowly panned across the room, catching each face of the gathered heirs, tense and waiting. The audience held their breaths as the camera finally stopped on Jian. A collective gasp from the theater was heard. Jian stood in the shadows like he always did. It was he who had disrupted Yan's spell, he who had betrayed his brother at this critical moment. His hands were clenched by his sides, his body tense, but his expression remained calm. This was Jun's best moment. His face showed emotions that only those looking closely could catch, a lifetime's worth of secrets, of silent loyalty, turned to rebellion, all of it contained in his gaze. His betrayal was as quiet as it was devastating. Yan turned to his brother, disbelief giving way to fury. You would betray me?" Jian's face remained impassive, though his eyes were filled with a fierce light. "For too long, I watched you destroy everything that stood in your path. But this is where it ends, Yan." Without another word, Yan unleashed the full force of his stolen power. The blast was enormous, a deadly wave of pure darkness that would leave nothing in its path. But just as the attack reached its target, Jian moved, throwing himself in front of Cian. The blast hit him with full force. The silence in the theater was absolute as Jian's body staggered, his face twisting in pain. He collapsed to his knees, his breathing shallow, and his hand pressed to his side as blood seeped through his fingers. Cian fell to his knees beside him, his hands hovering helplessly over Jian's wound. "Why?" he choked out, his voice breaking. Jian's eyes fluttered, the fire in them dimming. "Because," he whispered, struggling to speak as he looked up at Cian. His expression filled with an unspoken apology. "This is the only way I can make things right." As his vision blurred, Jian's gaze shifted to Yan one last time, a faint, defiant smile on his lips. "You'll never win, brother," he murmured. "Not while they still believe." And then his eyes closed, his body going still, leaving the room in a stunned, grief-laden silence. Back in the theater, the audience was utterly captivated by Jun's performance. The way he'd conveyed Jian's pain and his final act of defiance, it was more than they'd expected. The unfiltered emotions left everyone stunned by the depth of his portrayal. In the crowd, Bad Apple sat frozen, his notebook in hand. His fingers had hovered over the page, ready to write down another critique. But instead, he found himself staring, unable to look away. "What is this movie?" he muttered. Number 988. Chapter 988. Bad Apple approved or disapproved. The theater was filled with muffled sobs, audible even as the movie's closing music blasted through the speakers. Jin's death scene had struck deeper than anyone had anticipated, transforming him from a character despised in the book to one mourned in the film. It was in his final act of sacrifice that Jin had become human, a figure people could root for. And though fans knew how the story would end, watching it unfold unexpectedly made everyone feel they were reading the book for the first time. In the audience, the Dawn members Jisung and Jaeyoung clung to each other, wiping their tear-streaked faces. "My bro," Jisung sniffled. "Why did he have to die?" Jaeyoung, similarly affected, nodded, choking back more tears. "Jun really killed it," he mumbled. Akira, though moved himself, glanced at them and shook his head, offering a small, knowing smile. "Nah, he got killed," he snickered. The movie continued, its final scenes portraying an uneasy peace as the rival factions, the shadows and the light, the kindness and anger found equilibrium. They were flawed, complex, and forced to coexist despite their differences. And it was in that unity of contrasts that their true strength emerged. The screen went dark, and a moment of heavy silence settled over the audience. Then, slowly, people began to clap. The applause grew louder, and the theater lights came up, revealing a standing ovation. The cast and director, along with writer Risa, made their way onto the stage, their faces shining with pride, tears, and exhaustion. Hannah and Taehyun, visibly moved, wiped away tears as they took in the applause and cheers. Everyone could tell it was Jun's performance that had pulled at the heartstrings most, and it was the same for them. Who allowed him to have such a sad backstory? Hannah muttered as she wiped another lone tear from her eyes. Director Jam stepped forward, feeling giddy all of a sudden. "Thank you all," he said into the microphone. "None of this would have been possible without every single person here, especially our amazing cast, who brought this story to life in ways I hadn't even imagined. And our writer Risa, who gave us a story worth telling." As the applause continued, Risa waved shyly, mouthing her thanks to the crowd. But the loudest cheers were unmistakably for Jun. The audience couldn't help it. They flocked toward him after the ovation, trying to take a photo with him. "Jun, please take a photo with me. You smell really good. Oh wow, you really don't have pores." Near the back of the theater, Director Jam spotted a familiar face in the crowd. He grimaced, shaking his head as he recognized him. "Oh no, not him. Who?" Risa asked. Director Jam subtly nodded in his direction. "I hate that guy." Hannah, who was standing beside him, followed his gaze and sighed. "Ugh, it's Bad Apple. He's never given me a good review, not even for my best performances. It's always mediocre, at best." She wrinkled her nose, crossing her arms. Taehyun laughed. "That is Bad Apple, right? The guy hates everything except blockbuster thrillers and international action movies. The only movies he's ever reviewed positively are the ones he thinks are too big to fail. Fun fact, he hates adaptations the most. He thinks they've never done justice to the book." Then, he shrugged, managing a slightly nervous grin. "Guess we'll just have to wait and see. He's probably going to tear us apart in the review." But just as he said that, one crew member gasped. "Bad Apple has posted," she exclaimed. The word got around the theater, and the cast members found themselves huddled in one corner while Jun was still busy with his fans. Hannah, Taehyun, and the others all pressed closer, preparing to dissect what they feared would be a harsh critique. But as they read, their expressions changed from apprehension to shock, and then something close to disbelief. Bad Apple's review, Untouched Souls. In a world oversaturated with high-budget, high-stakes films, few managed to reach the soul of the audience. Yet, Untouched Souls managed to surprise me. From the moment the opening credits rolled, I was skeptical. The plot followed familiar ground. A power struggle, factions locked in endless rivalry, a cast of characters whose choices seal their fates in predictable ways. But it was in the film's second half where something unexpected happened. The character Jian, previously written as one-dimensional in the original story, emerged as a figure whose actions and inner turmoil left even this critic astonished. Let's get something straight, this is not your typical character arc. Jian's transformation conveyed depth and humanity that I rarely see, creating a twist that deviates from the book's limitations. Director Jam and writer Risa took a risk in allowing their protagonist to be overshadowed by his own brother's complex, conflicted journey. And it was a risk that paid off. Then, there's the matter of the actor who brought Jin to life, Jun. Now, this might be his first major film, but it won't be his last. His portrayal of Jin held such restraint that every scene he appeared in made me lose my breath. He understood his character to the bone. The climax scene, the one that left the entire theater breathless, might just go down as one of this year's most memorable cinematic moments. I found myself invested in Jin's story in a way I hadn't anticipated. And if you've read my reviews before, you'll know that this rarely happens. He's praising us, right? Taehyun asked, his jaw slightly unhinged. Hannah clicked her tongue with a small smile. Can't you read? I can, Taehyun gulped. I just can't believe it. Not a single criticism has arisen just yet. Chill. I'm not finished reading yet, Hannah said, elbowing his side. To put it bluntly, this film is more than the sum of its parts. Untouched Souls brings new life to well-worn themes, turning them into an emotional roller coaster. I urge anyone who believes in the power of storytelling to experience it for themselves. Thus, this is Bad Apple approved. 4.5 good apples over 5. Number 989. Chapter 989. Hierarchy in a Castle. Have you seen Untouched Souls already? No way. You haven't seen Untouched Souls. The movie is so good. I can't believe you haven't seen it yet. At this day and age, it seems like a crime to not have watched Untouched Souls. Untouched Souls has garnered 12 million viewers in the domestic market in just a week. Director Jam shook his head as he read through the news. The smile on his face couldn't be painted as. He continued scrolling. Gosh, he muttered, clicking his tongue. It's a hit. This movie is a hit. He knew the movie was bound to be successful because of the star-studded cast. However, the fact that even the strictest critics had complimented the movie made it even more successful. Of course, there were still some critiques and unreasonable hate online. It's what people do when they see something popular. They jump on the bandwagon and call it bad and overrated. However, Director Jam didn't mind at all. It was actually working great in his favor. The more they talked about the movie, the bigger his bank account becomes. Yet, then again, the money didn't feel too important for Director Jam. He was rich enough to live adequately until the age of 95. He had another script at hand, and he was more focused on bringing Jun into the production to become his main character. He called his assistant over, who appeared more tired than he was. Yes, sir, she asked. Bubbles, he said, looking at his laptop home screen, which turned out to be a screen cap of Jun in Untouched Souls. Have you gotten in touch with Phoenix Entertainment? Bubbles pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, sir, she said. They've been very easy to communicate with since they've gotten a new CEO. Then, did you ask what I wanted? He asked, hope filling his heart. Bubbles nodded. Yes, she responded. I gave them a proposition about Jun being the main character for your new drama. What did they say? He excitedly asked. Bubbles scratched the back of her head before responding. Well, you see, Jun is quite the busy guy, they said. He's fully booked until the end of the year. This year? Director Jam asked, standing from his chair. Then, we can push the production back a bit. We can start next year. Bubbles nervously chuckled. That's the thing, sir, she said. He's booked until the end of next year. What? Well, if it isn't our busy guy, Akira said as he came out of Jun's room. He snuck in during the middle of the night. Jun wanted to be alone in his room, but Akira couldn't take Casper's snoring and decided that sleeping on the floor of Jun's room was much better. And yet this busy guy is still cooking for you, guys, Jun said, rolling his eyes. Akira smiled and leaned against the counter. Well, at least we can watch your show today. It's the reason why we even gathered here this morning. Jun shook his head and gestured for him to sit. The food isn't ready yet, Jun said. Wait a few minutes. Akira hummed and took his seat. Since they weren't living in a dorm anymore, Jun's huge apartment had become their unofficial living quarters. Jun said he doesn't like having them around so often, but he had brought a bigger dining table to accommodate his 8 members. Right, Akira said, remembering something. You never told us how your filming went. Jun shrugged. It wasn't anything special, he said. Ah, come on, Akira exclaimed. It's Crawling Man. Every episode is funny. I'm sure there was also a funny moment during the filming. Jun scratched the back of his neck. Well, I had a good few laughs, he muttered, feeling a bit bitter. Akira narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why do I have a hunch that something happened? Jun pursed his lips. You'll be able to watch the show anyway. Akira groaned and glanced at the clock. That's in 10 hours. Come on, just give me a little snippet. Who else did you meet? What was their reaction when they first saw you? Jun sighed and shook his head. Just wait until the show airs, okay? Akira leaned against his chair in defeat. Oh, I can't wait for it to air. It seemed like the entire country was waiting for Crawling Man to air. It was already a popular show with a loyal fan base that tuned in every week. It was also strategically aired on a weekend, so it garnered more viewers. However, today was definitely special. After it was announced that Jun was going to take part in this week's episode, his fans, who usually didn't even watch cable television, all dropped their phones to watch the show. Not only that, but since Untouched Souls had become popular, his appearance also sparked enthusiasm among the fans of the movie and the book. Heck, even his celebrity friends wanted to watch the show despite their busy schedules. It's starting, Akira excitedly exclaimed, hugging his knees to himself. Jun shook his head, not getting his excitement. Then, the familiar laughter of the cast members was heard through the speakers. The scenery showed a huge mansion with a flower garden up front. They could then hear the distant voices of the members from inside the house, appearing to be eating from the sound of the utensils clanging on the plate. What kind of theme do we have today? Jumi, the actress turned comedian, asked with a very straightforward attitude as they were finally shown. Wow, Jisung exclaimed as soon as they saw them. She's wearing a princess gown. Rin then chuckled when he noticed something peculiar. And Bang-soo is wearing a servant outfit, he said. Is this going to be another hierarchy game? Bang-soo looked down at his outfit and shook his head. Why am I dressed as a servant? Because you look like one. Jae-duck, the main host of the show, said, causing the 6 other members to burst into laughter. What am I even supposed to be? Jiwoo, their oldest member, asked. I think you're stable, boy. Jun Hao, the member they were afraid of the most, noted. Shinchan shook his head. The bias is apparent. Why do you get to be the prince? He asked. Jun Hao. Just then, there were sirens surrounding the area, and the windows were covered with black out curtains. Jae-duck's eyes widened. What is happening? Number 990. Chapter 990. Supporting characters. Then, balloons popped everywhere, causing the cast to yelp in surprise. Yeah? This is over the top. Jumi exclaimed. She looked expectantly at the producers as they slowly closed the mansion's heavy double doors behind them. Seriously, what's happening? Bang-soo asked, appearing scared out of his mind. I don't want to be a servant in this palace anymore. A moment later, the main producer finally spoke, holding a scroll. Jun Hao shook his head in amusement. You guys have a lot prepared, don't you think? Do we have a handsome guest today? He asked. However, the main producer ignored him and unrolled the scroll before beginning to read. Welcome, noble guests, he started. Today, you will compete for a grand title, a legacy beyond riches or power. Today, you will vie to become the heir of the Bad Luck Castle. Ah, seriously, Shinchan said. Did you have to do all of those just to introduce that? Vie to become heirs? Jiwoo asked. Does that mean I don't have to be a stable boy forever? The producer continued. Right now, each of you holds a different place in the royal hierarchy. Jae-duck, you are the firstborn prince. Jae-duck sat up a bit straighter, giving an approving nod. Firstborn? I can live with that. It's what I deserve. Bang-soo shook his head. Ah, I really hate him so much. The producer moved down the list. Jun Hao, you are the second prince. Jun Hao nodded in satisfaction. I should have been the firstborn, though, he joked. Shinchan, you are one of the royal guards, the producer announced next. Shinchan let out a dramatic sigh. So much for being royalty, he muttered, shaking his head in mock disappointment. The producer continued. Jiwoo, you're the pig pen boy. Jiwoo threw his hands up in mock indignation. Really? A pig pen boy? And Bang-soo, the producer said with a small smile, you're the servant. Bang-soo groaned, rolling his eyes. Who the heck picked these roles for us? The producer smiled. These are the roles you've picked for yourselves. Do you remember how we asked you to pick pieces of paper before the end of last week's shoot? The member's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, so that's what it was, Jumi muttered. Then, that means that Bang-soo has some rotten luck, Jae-duck said. The cast laughed as Bang-soo continued to protest. In today's challenge, each of you will play games centered around luck, the producer explained. The winner of each game will rise in the hierarchy, while the loser will fall. By the end of today, only one of you will be declared the true heir of the bad luck castle. Wait, Jae-duck said, holding up a hand. So we can actually lose our royal status? Absolutely, the producer confirmed. You'll all have to compete to keep your place. Bang-soo looked back down at his servant's outfit with frustration. So if I lose, I get demoted to what, a broom? The cast burst into laughter again, but the producer merely shook his head. Oh, and there's one more thing, he added, holding up a finger. You're not the only ones here today. Bang-soo raised his fist in the air. Do we have guests? Please tell me their position is lower than mine. We have 3 special guests with us for today's episode, the producer announced. They will join the competition as the youngest in the royal family. Bang-soo let out an exaggerated groan, throwing his hands in the air. So I'm not only a servant, but I have to lose to 3 more people? Ignoring him, the producer gestured towards the entrance, where the first guest was about to make her appearance. Our first guest is known for her unique luck. The doors swung open, and Nikki, a rookie actress from a popular TV show, walked in. She looked around the room with wide, excited eyes, waving as she entered. The cast greeted her with excitement and curiosity, some offering enthusiastic applause. Nikki gave them a shy smile. She was clearly a little nervous, but thrilled to be there. Welcome, Nikki, Jae-duck said with a grin, standing up to give her a bow. My wife loves your show. Nikki laughed, taking her seat and looking around at the rest of the cast with growing excitement. The producer moved on to introduce the second guest. Our second guest is new to the comedy scene, but already making waves. Please welcome Ro-won. Ah, that guy, Shinchan exclaimed. We had a skit the other week. You invited him here. The doors opened again, and Ro-won entered, immediately performing a cartwheel that earned him loud cheers and applause from the cast. What the? Jiwoo exclaimed, taking a step back in surprise. He grinned, giving them all a confident salute before sitting down. Ah, he does way too much. This is my junior, everyone, Shinchan said, laughing as he clapped Ro-won on the back. Setting the bar high. I see. Jumi joked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Ro-won just laughed, clearly enjoying the positive attention. But the producer had one last surprise in store. And finally, he said, our third guest is someone most people have been curious about. Bang-soo tilted his head to the side. So he's someone like me? That earned him a slap on the back of the head from Jun Hao. Don't overdo it, he warned with an amused smile. Please welcome our last guest. The producer exclaimed. The doors opened once more, and this time, the room seemed to freeze as Jun stepped in. His entrance was almost surreal, the aura around him capturing everyone's attention. There was a collective gasp from the cast, followed by a moment of silence as they took him in. This is my first time seeing him in person, Jumi whispered, her eyes wide with surprise. He's even more handsome than I imagined, Bang-soo muttered, unable to look away. Jun offered them a polite bow, a small smile gracing his lips as he took in the scene. The cast members erupted into applause and cheers. Even Jae-duck looked impressed, nodding approvingly as Jun took his place. Jun, Jiwoo exclaimed. Shinchan glanced at the producers with an impressed look. You guys managed to recruit him. Even Jumi, who was never known to be excited with male guests, couldn't help but react. Isn't he from Untouched Souls? I love the film. Nikki and Ro-won glanced at each other with wide eyes. They didn't expect Jun to be here, especially not after having such a successful comeback in movie. Nikki sighed. Looks like we'll be supporting characters for the day. Number 991. Chapter 991. Yes, I'm a lucky boy. The cast had now settled, and they were waiting for the cameras to start rolling once again. Jun was sat in the very middle, appearing like a lost kitty as he glanced around the room. It wasn't his first time being in a variety show, but this one was different. Crawling Man was something he had watched since he was young, not this particular show. However, the one in their homeland was something he diligently watched. The cast members whispered to each other while the crew got ready. Is he really real? Bang-soo asked. Shinchan shook his head. He's the most ethereal man I've seen in my life, and trust me, I've seen a lot of men. Jumi tilted her head to the side. I don't know how to feel about that. Even the production crew couldn't believe that Jun was right in front of their eyes. We're going to have a feast today. Just then, Jun had finished the cup of water that they had prepared beforehand. Their eyes widened, and they quickly scrambled to refill it. Bang-soo noticed this and shook his head, pointing at the group of staff. I can already sense the favoritism here. They merely smiled and went back to their stations. Settle down now, the main producer exclaimed. We'll be resuming the filming. Please clap the slate. The cameras were rolling once again, showing the guests and the cast members for this week's special. Jae-duck started off. We have 3 amazing guests in our midst. Let us all give them a round of applause. I'm sorry for everyone, but I'm just looking at Jun. The upstairs commenter is so real. I'm not even a fan, but my eyes just stray to him unconsciously. Seriously, though, why did they have to put him next to Bang-soo and Shin-chan? Before we get on with the missions, we can't miss out on their introductions, Jae-duck continued. Why don't we start with Nikki? Nikki smiled at the camera. Hi everyone. My name is Nikki. I started acting 3 years ago with minor roles. This year, I landed a lead role in the daily TV drama called Steel Family, she introduced. 3 years, Jimmy exclaimed. I thought you were a rookie in the industry. Nikki scratched the back of her head. A lot of people think that way, she chuckled. I think it's partially because of my luck, and that's why people think I've been in the industry for only a short time. All right, Jun Hao exclaimed. The producers told us that these guests have something in common today. They haven't told us yet, Ji-woo said, glancing at the crew. I think I could already tell. Isn't it obvious from the name of the castle they're in? It's literally called the Bad Luck Castle. I assume we all have bad luck, Nikki smiled. The cast members looked at all 3 guests before shaking their heads. Shin-chan then pointed to Nikki and Ro-won. I could understand the 2 of you having bad luck, but I just can't imagine Jun having it. Akira burst into laughter after Shin-chan said those words. Ren, too, couldn't hold in his amusement. Please tell me you proved them wrong, Jun. Jun rolled his eyes. You're supposed to be rooting for me. Ren held out a peace sign. Sorry, bro. We'll get into that later, Jae-duck said, already sounding amused. Let's get into your luck, shall we? Why would you classify yourself as having such bad luck? I mean, a lot of our members here have bad luck. For example, Bang-soo Jewel. You too, Bang-soo exclaimed. Don't act like you don't have rotten luck, too. Jae-duck clicked his tongue. I am not up to your level. Bang-soo was about to argue, but he couldn't in the end. Jumi and Jun Hao have relatively good luck, while Shin-chan is a hit or miss. I think he got unlucky with his face, though, Ji-woo chimed, earning a scoff from Shin-chan. Jae-duck shook his head. Let the guests speak, he reprimanded them in a joking tone. Nikki chuckled and explained her luck. Well, I've always only landed the minor roles, and it's no ordinary minor roles. I've been a stunt double, a ghost, a dishwasher, a prisoner. You name it. Oh, that is pretty bad, Jimmy chuckled. Yeah, Nikki said. I still have some streams of bad luck here and there, but after I landed this role, it became significantly better. How about you, Ro-won? Jun Hao asked, feeling intrigued. What kind of luck do you have? Ro-won scratched the back of his head before responding. You can say it's pretty similar to that of Nikki, he started off. I've been performing in comedy bars since I graduated from high school, and I've only landed dirt roles since then. I don't even know how I was able to get to where I am today. Shin-chan knows that. Shin-chan nodded, knowing Ro-won's story. And the worst part is he's in debt, he exclaimed. The cast members were surprised before they burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Ro-won walked to where Shin-chan was and covered his mouth. Bro, he exclaimed. I told you not to tell anyone about that. Shin-chan pushed him away. Why not, he asked. You're slowly paying it off. He wanted to make a business with a fellow comedian, but he ran away with the capital. Ro-won pursed his lips. I think that's a good enough testament to my bad luck. Yeah, we don't need to hear anymore, Ji-woo said. You've got worse luck than me. Moving on to the next person, Jae-duck said. The cast members all turned to Jun, who still appeared too innocent to be in this episode. Jun, he started off. Do you have bad luck like these guys? It took a while for Jun to answer. Bad luck? He had a whole lot of it. However, of course he didn't have any stories to tell such as that of Ro-won and Nikki. So he merely shook his head. Then, he smiled at the camera and gave it a thumbs up. I think my luck is not too bad, actually. Number 992. Chapter 992. Tomatoes, tomatoes. The members of Dawn turned to each other with skepticism after Jun said those words. Oh, I just know he swallowed his words, Akira said before he could stop himself. That earned him a glare from Jun, who didn't confirm or deny Akira's accusation. Oh, my sweet baby Jun, why did you say those words? I bet he wants to take it all back. I can't believe I'm saying this, but he's got worse luck than Bangsu. Is that even possible? Bangsu has the worst luck in Crawling Man. He has proven it for 8 whole years already. Oh, Jae-duck said, looking pleasantly surprised. Then, this won't be a problem then. We'll be playing games based around luck today. Jun nodded. He knew he didn't have the greatest luck. However, things worked out for him most of the time. So he took pride in it and agreed. Jumi raised her hand. If there are any team games, I want to be with Jun then. Me too, Shinchan exclaimed. Yunho shook his head. Jumi, you're awfully excited today. You don't usually act like this when we have male guests. Ro-won raised his hand. I would know. She hadn't glanced at me for half an hour now. Jumi shook her head in amusement while the others continued to tease her. That's because I really liked his movie, she said. Untouched Souls, it's one of my favorite pieces of literature, and he was the one who brought my favorite character to life. You actually read? Jiwoo asked, making Jumi click her tongue. Anyway, I know you guys have seen it too. I did, Jae-duck said. At first, I didn't have any plans of watching it, but then my son forced me to. I'm glad I went with him. It was a really good movie. Yunho nodded in agreement. It's one of the best films of the year. Nikki, who hadn't said anything since her interview, also chimed in the conversation. I also really like it. Jun was really good in his role. Jun smiled and gave them a curt bow. Jun has become so successful. Yeah, everyone I know is either talking about Untouched Souls or Dawn's new album. It's really amazing. I'm so glad everything worked out great for him and his team in the end. He deserves it all, honestly. True. He has done so much for the industry only 1 year into his debut. You're not much of a talker, are you? Yunho observed. Jun nodded. But I've watched some of your videos online, Shinchan admitted. He's quite funny. I hope we can see that today. I think I've seen some of his viral clips, too, Jae-duck added. Aside from being a good singer and a fantastic dancer, he's great at variety shows. He's even better than Bangsu. Bangsu glared at Jae-duck. I don't say anything, but you still include me in the conversation. They laughed before the producer gave them another round of instructions. All right, shall we head to the first game? He asked. The members and guests all exclaimed in excitement. Then, the crew finally revealed their first mission. They all stood, only to see a huge number of boxes sprawled across the garden. What is this? Yunho asked as they all settled in front of the set. Like I said, these are games that are based on pure luck and pure luck alone, the producer explained. We will have a total of 4 games. This is the first one. The title of this game is Random Box of Fate. In front of you, there are 50 boxes laid out across the ground. Half of these boxes contain sturdy platforms, which are safe to step on. The other half are hollow boxes filled with, well, let's just say, some interesting surprises. Oh goodness, I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. Jun, show them what you're made of. It's a 50% chance. Jun can do it. The goal is to reach as many boxes as you can without falling through. The producer continued to explain. If you land on a hollow box, don't worry. You can keep jumping until you reach a platform. However, the number of hollow boxes you land on will be counted as your unlucky score for that round. Each platform box you land on will help you rise in rank. The fewer hollow boxes you encounter, the luckier you are, and the higher your rank climbs. So it's really luck-based, huh? Bangsu muttered, already dreading the entire day. He was known for his rotten luck, so he already knew he was going to land on the special hollow boxes. Jae-duck noticed his nervousness and burst into laughter. It seems like Bangsu is anxious, he pointed out. Why don't we start with Jun since he said his luck isn't that bad? Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. However, with the expectant looks on the other cast members' faces, he couldn't help but nod. All right, Jun, you're up first. Let's see if you really have that famous good luck, Shinchan exclaimed, clapping for him. Jun took a deep breath, sizing up the boxes before him. He scanned the area until he found a box that called for his name. That's the one, he muttered. Oh, he looks confident. I really shouldn't have watched this after watching Untouched Souls. It's not good for my delusions. Seriously, with his get-up, He looks like a modern-day version of Jian. Do you think he's going to get a platform? I hope so. I want him to wear a more extravagant outfit, like J-Duck. He walked over to the first box, giving the others a quick, reassuring glance before leaping over the chosen box. The cast members watched him excitedly as he landed, only to hear a faint squish underneath his foot. Jun's face froze, losing a bit of his balance as something wet and squishy began to ooze around his feet. He slowly looked down, only to be met with the sight of a bloodbath. He got tomatoes. Number 993. Chapter 993. Demoted. Our boy is so unlucky. Seriously. Even Bang-soo landed on a platform already. What's with this kid's luck? I thought he said it wasn't that bad. It is bad. My baby just got immune to it. What will he step on next? Contrary to what Jun had said, it seemed like his luck hadn't recovered at all. Maybe it was partially his fault for jinxing it. However, he tried his best not to show he was getting annoyed. This is your fourth box, Jun, Yun-ho said, sounding amused. If you land on another dud, then you will be demoted to Bang-soo's level. Bang-soo sighed as he looked at his cream-covered feet. Come and join me as a servant, he said. J-Duck chuckled. No, if Jun steps on another dud, then you'd automatically be promoted to be a pig pen boy. The ranking will move up. Bang-soo looked relieved. He had stepped on 3 consecutive duds before he finally saved himself. The others had gotten a good box on their first or second try. Jumi even landed on 3 good boxes before deciding to opt out. As a result, she was the richest among them. Jun was on his 5th box now, and he still hadn't landed on a good box. He had stepped on tomatoes, brick toys, soap, and soy sauce thus far. He raised his hand. Can I stop here? He asked. The cast members laughed, finding the young idol amusing. Come on now, J-Duck said. Don't you want to try out your luck? Yeah, Shinchan chimed in. Besides, if you get a good box for this one, then Bang-soo stays as a servant while you become a pig pen boy. Unless you want to be stuck as a servant with Bang-soo now? He asked. Jun pursed his lips and sighed. He had already stepped on too many atrocious things. There was no harm in trying again, right? At times like this, he wished he still had Fu. However, he didn't know whether he would actually make a difference in the situation. Jun shook his head to get rid of such thoughts and looked for another box instead. He stopped at the farthest one where no one had reached yet. This one, he pointed, making the cast members intrigued. It's going to be legendary if you step on another bad box, Jiwoo said. Jumi clicked her tongue and pinched the older man's side. Don't say that. Ow, Jiwoo exclaimed. You're defending him too much. Jumi sighed and shook her head. I feel bad, she said. I think we finally have someone to counter Bang-soo's bad luck. Shinchan nodded in agreement. Well, at least he got lucky in the face department. Bang-soo glared at them. Again, I say nothing, but I still feel involved. Sho J-Duck said. He's going to jump now. They paid attention to Jun, who looked awfully nervous for his 6th jump. Ah, Jun looks so cute. I want to hold his hand. This is hilarious. Even if this kid does not try to be funny, I'm still amused. That's the Jun effect. After plucking enough courage, Jun finally jumped, wanting to land on something steady. It felt like that, only for a brief moment. However, he began to sink, causing his eyes to go wide. What is this? He exclaimed, looking at the white goo that covered his feet. Oblek. The cast members burst into laughter after Jun landed on another bad box. Bang-soo raised his hand in victory. Yes, he exclaimed. I got promoted. Meanwhile, Ro-won and Nikki shook their heads in disbelief. Wah, Nikki said. I take everything I've said back. I got a good box on my 2nd try. I might actually have good luck. I got it on the 1st try, Ro-won said. I think that comedian friend of mine also took my bad luck away with him. Please help me, Jun said after a while, capturing their attention. While laughing, the older cast members helped Jun out of the cornstarch and water. Suspension. Oh, what a cute boy, Jumi said. You really can't help but adore him. Jun smiled at the compliment. However, he wasn't entirely happy. His feet were covered in all sorts of things. He hesitantly raised his hand. Can I have some time to wash my feet? They laughed once more, finding Jun amusing. Don't worry, the producer chuckled. Those whose ranks had changed will now change into their outfits. Jun pursed his lips. Yeah, that would be good. Yun-ho burst into laughter. It's not too bad, kid. Jun shook his head. I shouldn't have taken the last jump. Maybe then, I could be a servant with Bang-soo. Bangsu raised his hand. Don't call me a servant no more, Jun. I'm a pigpen boy now. With that, those whose ranks had been changed went inside the mansion to get changed. Meanwhile, Jumi decided to treat everyone with the money she had earned during the mission. There were some fruits and other treats on the table. It was perfect for the weather. They chowed down on it as the members came out one by one. She clicked his tongue when Bangsu tried to snatch some of the gummies on the table. That's not for you, she said. Bangsu's eyebrows furrowed. I thought you bought this for all of us. Yeah, but those are for Jun, Jumi said with an innocent smile. Bangsu pursed his lips and shook his head. You treat me worse than a servant, he said, before grabbing some of the chips instead. As they ate the snacks, they waited for Jun. Where is that kid? Jae-duk asked. Well, he did step on quite a lot of things. I'm guessing he's still washing up, Shinchan said. Jae-duk chuckled. His luck is really at the next level, huh? How could he get 6 straight bad boxes? There he is, Nikki suddenly exclaimed, capturing their attention. They turned toward the pathway toward the garden, seeing Jun in his new get-up. They didn't say anything for a couple of seconds before Ro-won broke the silence. All right, this is unfair, he said. Why does he look better as a servant than us as princes? Number 994. Chapter 994, Karaoke King. Get Jun out of there, please. He lost 2 consecutive games. Please let this third game work in his favor. 3. My kitty hasn't eaten anything except for the gummies that Jumi had bought. Welcome to the third game, the producer said. They were inside one of the rooms in the castle, now one that looked like a theater. A dramatic background track of trumpets played, and the cast members, already in their respective costumes, exchanged looks. Jun glanced at his servant partners, Bangsu and Shinchan, both dressed in oversized rags with frayed edges, like something from an old-fashioned peasant drama. They'd all been hoping to escape their role as servants, but the last game, a glamorized rock, paper, scissors that involved money, had not gone in their favor. Now, here they were, stuck as servants for yet another round. Jun Hao, standing with his group, the so-called children of the kingdom, looked over at them with amusement. Look at you 3, he teased. Bangsu and Shinchan look like they're the comic relief in some medieval sitcom, but Jun, you look like the lost prince forced to serve them. The others laughed, and Bangsu sighed. Third time, I'm just doing my job. Shinchan glanced at the 2 of them and made a loud noise. What now? Bangsu asked. I looked at Jun for a second, then at you. I got scared, he admitted. Bangsu clicked his tongue and acted like he was going to hit Shinchan. It's not like you're any better, he exclaimed. I get scared whenever we meet. Jun shook his head at his teammates. The third game is entitled Karaoke King, the producer introduced, making the cast even more confused. Jisung turned to Jun with wide eyes. Is this the part where you're going to turn everything around? He asked. Ren crossed his arms in front of his chest. How is this a game based on luck? The cast members were thinking the same thing. This is a skill game. Jumi exclaimed. It's not about luck at all. It kind of is, Jun Hao said, chuckling. Sometimes, even bad singers get more scores. It's kind of a roulette. The producer cleared his throat and didn't heed their complaints. Instead, he relayed the instructions. You'll all be singing up until the chorus of your chosen song. Each of you will get an individual score, but we'll also average each team's scores. The team with the highest average score will win a little extra spending money for lunch. Shinchan's face lit up. Does that mean we can buy meat if we win? You could buy anything you want if you have enough. But don't forget, this is also an individual game. So, while you'll be working with your teammates, your solo performances will determine your final rankings. Got it. This works in Jun's favor, Ro-won exclaimed. He's a great singer. Ah, you're right, Jae-duk said. I haven't heard him sing live before, though. Wait, Jumi said, tilting her head to the side. Jun is a singer? The cast members and guests laughed. Goodness, you really only care about what you like. Jun is originally an idol. He just acted on the side, Jun Hao said. Jumi scratched the back of her neck. Well, I didn't know that. The teams were set. The servants team with Jun, Shinchan, and Bangsu. The Pigpen boys with Jiwoo and Ro-won. The royal guards with Nikki and Jae-duk. And the children of the kingdom led by Jun Hao and Jumi. I'll go first, Bangsu said. I need to sing when I'm not yet nervous. The rest of the cast burst into applause as Bangsu stepped forward. He grabbed the microphone, cleared his throat dramatically, and struck a pose that could only be described as exaggerated confidence. The instrumental began, and Bangsu sang, if you could call it that. From the very first note, it was clear that singing was not among Bangsu's talents. He was off-key, his voice cracking every few words, and he missed the rhythm entirely. The cast members were clutching their sides, struggling to contain their laughter. "Is he serious?" Jumi whispered, wide-eyed, as she stifled a laugh. "Oh, he's serious," Shinchan confirmed. As Bangsu hit the chorus, or rather, stumbled into it, the entire room was in fits of laughter. Even Jun couldn't contain it. Jae-duk and Jiwoo were covering their ears. Jun Hao was doubled over, tears of laughter streaming down his face, and Jumi was hiding behind a cushion, peeking out in horror. Finally, the music stopped, and Bangsu struck a triumphant pose. Thank you," he said, bowing as if he'd just completed a sold-out concert. The cast gave him an enthusiastic round of sarcastic applause. Bangsu watched with a hopeful expression as the numbers popped up on the screen. His score was 70 points. 70. Shinchan exclaimed, clutching his chest like he'd been struck. "That's so much worse than I thought." Bangsu looked slightly defeated but shrugged it off. "Hey, 70's not bad. It's still a passing." "Great." "No, it's really not." Jun Hao deadpanned, earning another round of laughter. Next up was Jun Hao, representing the higher rankings. The room quieted as he took the microphone, his easy confidence showing. With a voice as smooth as butter, Jun Hao sang his song with ease. He was a singer, after all. As he hit the chorus, everyone was nodding in admiration. Jun, too, was impressed. When Jun Hao finished, there was a moment of silence, followed by loud applause and cheers. "Now that's how you sing," Jumi said, giving Jun Hao a thumbs up. The score flashed on the screen, 95 points. "Oh, come on," Bangsu groaned. "How am I supposed to compete with that?" "You don't," Jae-duk teased. "Just leave it to the professionals." The game continued, with each cast member bringing their own uniqueness to their songs. Shinchan's performance, though earnest, was nearly as rough as Bangsu's, earning him only 77 points. The others weren't much better, with Jae-duk getting 85 and Jiwoo surprising everyone with a solid 88. Each new score flashed on the screen, sparking cheers, groans, and laughter. Finally, it was Jun's turn. As he stepped forward, his teammates cheered him on with a new wave of enthusiasm. "Come on, Jun. Show them what a real idol sounds like," Bangsu hollered, his hands cupped around his mouth. "You're our only chance." Jun had really shitty luck. However, singing? That was one of his strongest feats. "Let's show them," he muttered just as the song began. Number 995. Chapter 995. Do you miss me? Of course, the members of Dawn already knew Jun was going to kill the challenge. "What did you sing?" Akira asked, bouncing in his seat. Rin clicked his tongue and covered his mouth. He's literally about to sing. It's Do You Miss Me by Kim Bum. I love this song so much. Isn't it too high for him? Oh, you must be new here. This is a piece of cake for Jun. Truly, Dawn was at the peak of their career. In Korea, there were more people who knew Jun than those who didn't. However, there was still a fraction who was clueless about his skills. Moreover, the new wave of fans that came from untouched souls still weren't too familiar with him as an idol. So, a lot of people anticipated the live stage. Aside from that, for Jumi, who didn't even know that Jun was a singer, along with the other hosts who hadn't heard him sing before, this was a new experience. Jun wanted to give them a good show, of course. I love this song, Bangsu said, placing his hands over his heart. Shinchan shook his head. You better not sing with him. Bangsu clicked his tongue and shut his mouth. He was actually really tempted to sing with Jun. However, he didn't want to be scrutinized by the public, so he kept quiet until Jun sang the first lines. I've been on my bed, not even sleeping, he started off. Jumi's eyes immediately widened. She covered her mouth with her hand and turned to the person next to her, who turned out to be Nikki, having the same reaction. Jun had the kind of voice that you would want to hear every night. Wondering if it's me you've been missing. I can't wait to let go of this feeling. But with one look at this ring, it all comes back. He's singing like he had gone through 6 divorces. That's Jun for you. He can emulate every feeling in the book. There's no way this man doesn't have a girlfriend. He's fine. He's talented. He looks capable. We don't want to hear that here. Jun let out a shaky breath before continuing the chorus. Do you miss me like I miss you? Do you kiss him like I kiss you? Do you imagine the future with him, too? I was the one who broke your heart, but I can't escape you. Shinchan closed his eyes to feel the song, suddenly remembering his ex. However, he quickly snapped back to reality when he realized he was daydreaming on live television. What the heck did Jun just do to him? Bangsu, despite this song being his favorite, actually didn't sing along. That was a groundbreaking record. Nikki and Jumi waved their hands slowly to the beat of the song, looking at Jun like he was their long-lost son. Jun Hao, on the other hand, nodded in acknowledgement. Being a singer himself, he was more critical of Jun's singing. However, much to his surprise, Jun was just as what the public had said exceptional. Really good, he muttered. Jae-duck dramatically narrowed his eyes and mouthed the lyrics of the song even though he couldn't relate to it. He had never broken anyone's heart before. It was his heart that was shattered plenty of times. Yet, Jun brought out those emotions inside of him. Rowan watched Jun with an agape mouth. He shook his head and wanted to clap right then and there. No wonder he was so unlucky. This guy was perfect in all other aspects. If he had great luck, too, then he would just be a robot. I hope you come back. I'll give you everything you want now. But all I can do is watch your back. Because I can't say these words somehow. With that, the song ended, and Jun finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the crew's amazed expressions. They quickly erupted into cheers, making him smile. It was followed by the cheers of the cast members. He even felt Jae-duck's arms on his shoulders, shaking him vigorously. You sing so well, young man, he exclaimed. I could relate to what you said. Normally, the other members would refute Jae-duck's statement. However, Jun's song was still stuck with them, so they just clapped in amazement from their seats. This is the first time I'm hearing the crew members' loud-ass cheers. They're not immune to Jun's charms. I love it so much. Holy crap, he's actually a really good singer. I originally thought he was an actor because of his performance in Untouched Souls. Now I know, he sings the best. However, even with the praises surrounding Jun, he could only focus on the screen waiting for his score. He pursed his lips. He had done his best as usual. Based on their reactions, it was the best performance of the night. So, there was no way he was going to get a bad score in this one. 100, Bangsu exclaimed. He only deserves 100. If Jun gets 100, then we won't be in last place, Shinchan said, looking up at the ceiling in a prayer position. I fully believe in you, Bangsu said, gently slapping his shoulder. They waited for Jun's score to show up while holding hands. The other teams looked at them with amusement. Yeah, it's going to be 100, Jiwoo said. Let's prepare to change into servant clothes. However, it seemed like he spoke too soon as the score was finally shown. 69. Lucky number, but unlucky voice. Keep on practicing. The members turned to each other with wide eyes before bursting into laughter. What the heck? How the hell did he get a lower score than Bangsu? Bangsu wanted to rejoice because Jun had a lower score than him. However, at the same time, he couldn't. They were on the same team, after all. Even then, though, the thing that Bangsu was amazed at the most wasn't this. Wah, he muttered, placing his hand on Jun's shoulder. You have worse luck than me. Number 996. Chapter 996. What's the name of the castle? Casper couldn't close his mouth out of shock. The episode was nearing its end, yet Jun had ended in last place every single time. Casper pursed his lips and turned to Jun, who had a neutral expression. Well, he was one who wasn't easily bothered, after all. You know what? He started off. That's actually more impressive than winning all games. Si-hoon nodded in agreement. This is the first time I've seen someone lose all the games they had prepared. Bangsu was right when he said you had worse luck than him. Akira chimed in. Poor Jun. It really isn't his day. Look, even the cast members are amazed. I am too, honestly. This is the first time I've seen this in Crawling Man history. It's legendary. I could already imagine the compilation on You Watch. It's going to be freaking funny. Nikki pursed her lips and went to Jun, bowing at him in admiration. Jae-duck chuckled at the young woman's action. What was that for, Nikki? He asked. It's just amazing, Nikki said, scratching the back of her head. I think I don't have the right to say I have bad luck now. I ended up in 3rd place. Me too, Rowan said. Bangsu scratched the back of his neck. I feel weird. It feels weird that I'm not in the last place. Shinchan shook his head in amusement. Me too. I'm used to sticking my tongue out at you. Now, I can't even do that to Jun because he's too handsome. We will now reveal the final rankings. The producer exclaimed, flashing the result on the screen. They were now back to where they had started, and it was time to reveal the winner of the night. As expected, Jumi came out on top. Jun Ho came in second, while Nikki was third. From then, the scores were pretty close. Bang-soo, however, had a negative score. Yet, Jun still took the cake with minus 16 points. It was a groundbreaking record. I'm just at -1, Bang-soo muttered. It's really strange. And I got a 1, Shinchan chuckled. Still better than -16, though. Jun pursed his lips as the cast members began to tease him. It seemed like they had become more comfortable with each other after the day-long filming. Before we reveal the prize for the winner, why don't we have a word from our guests? Jae-duck asked, leading the show as it neared its end. Rowan started first. I've always wanted to guest here. Another thing on my bucket list has been ticked off. I also want to say that I'm paying my debt off slowly but surely. And if you're my friend who ran away, I'll see you in jail. They laughed at his lighthearted, yet serious threat. Nikki spoke next. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. Please continue loving Crawling Man. Aside from that, I hope you give Steel Family a chance, too. It airs every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on this channel in the morning. Jumi shook her head in amusement. Of course, you have to promote your work. We can't forget the VIP of the night, Shinchan said, turning to Jun, who had been stuck in his servant outfit for the entire duration of the show. Yet again, he still looked like a prince in it. His face really did all the work. Jun pursed his lips before speaking. I really thought my luck had improved, he started off. I mean, Dawn was brought back together. We had a great album with satisfactory results. The movie I starred in was also a hit, he continued. It's more than a hit. Jumi chimed in. However, it seems like all of those come with a prize, Jun muttered. Yet again, I would take all of this bad luck if it means I get to do this for a long time with the people I care for. The members of Dawn turned to Jun with wide eyes as he said that. Jun scratched the back of his neck, feeling his cheeks warm up. Why did they air it all, he groaned. Jae-young exclaimed. Nobody loves our group more than Jun. That's actually really sweet. He's so well-spoken. My heart hurts. I'll take all your bad luck away, Jun. Let's give a hand to him. Jae-duck exclaimed. You really endured well today. The other cast members gave him a pat on the back, thanking him for making the show very entertaining. Now, onto the prizes and the penalty, the producer said. Jumi clasped her hands in front of her chest. I can't wait. The staff brought out the prize, a small box that seemed to contain something important. Then, they opened it, causing the members to gasp in surprise. Is that real gold? Jae-duck asked. The producer nodded. We have real gold as the prize fit for the heir of the castle. Bang-soo groaned in frustration. I should have worked harder. Shinchan shook his head. Even if you worked harder, you would still end up in last place. Be thankful that Jun is here. Jumi is so lucky, Ro-won chimed in. The producer clicked his throat, capturing their attention once more. Do you remember the name of this castle? He asked. The members were confused. He would usually announce the penalty at this point. Bad Luck Castle? Jun answered. Correct, the producer exclaimed. Therefore, the Bad Luck Castle is comprised of people with bad luck. The real heir must be worthy of such a title. Their eyes widened, sensing what was coming next. Jun couldn't believe his ears. Jun, congratulations, the producer exclaimed. You are the rightful heir of the Bad Luck Castle. Please claim your gold on the table. Jun still couldn't believe it. The other members also looked at him with shock. How did they miss the name of the castle all along? Therefore, the penalty will go to the person whose bad luck is pretentious, the one in the second bottom. Bang-soo's eyes widened further if that was even possible. Bang-soo, you will clean the boxes of fate laid out in the garden as a penalty. Come on, Bang-soo exclaimed. Number 997. Chapter 997. Something missing. The members of Dawn gathered around in the practice room. Each of them sprawled across the floor, catching their breath after a long practice. Sweat glistened on their faces, but so did a collective sense of frustration. The song they were bound to perform at Papa Awards continued playing in the background, so Jae-young went and stopped it, already finding it repetitive. Is it possible to hate our songs when I liked it so much back then? He asked. Jisung shook his head. Of course. It's not normal. We should love our songs. I love our songs, Casper chimed. Man, I do too, Zeth sighed. But this performance preparation is making me drained. Tell me about it, Si-hoon said. It feels like we're still in the beginning of everything, even though we've practiced so much. Rin nodded in agreement. There's something missing here. I just don't know what. We need something new, something extra, Jae-young declared, hands on his hips, still breathing heavily. He was met with a chorus of sighs. Akira wiped his forehead dramatically, grinning from ear to ear as if he was about to solve the world's problems with one brilliant idea. What if we did, like, a ribbon dance, he said. Si-hoon, leaning back against the mirrored wall, raised an eyebrow. Do you even know how to use ribbons? You barely handle a mic stand, Akira. Akira shrugged. Hey, I saw it in a drama once. They looked cool. Jisung's eyes lit up. What if we tried ballet? No way. Zeth shot down the idea immediately, looking horrified. Ballet is such a hard type of dance. People underestimate it. You're the only one who can do it well. Imagine what that would do to my image. Everyone rolled their eyes, especially Ron, who muttered, Of course, it's always about your image. Zeth ignored him, leaning back with his usual smirk. Actually, you know what we need? He casually began to tug at the hem of his shirt, winking at his reflection in the mirror. Maybe I should just take this off. He flexed his arms, smirking as he looked around for approval. Zeth, we're aiming for PG-13, not an R rating, Jae-young groaned, covering his eyes. Do you think the Papa Awards are going to be okay with that? Zeth shrugged, clearly unfazed. Can't help it if the fans want what they want. Casper suddenly jumped up, pointing at Zeth. Oh, I got it. We should do a role-play theme. Like, I could be the hero, Zeth's the villain, and the rest of you are my backup squad. I'll save the day, obviously. And who are we going to save? Jisung excitedly asked. Career turned to Jun. Oh heck no. Jun exclaimed. Akira's laugh was loud and immediate. You? The hero? If anyone's saving the day, it's obviously me. You're the comic relief, Casper. Rin chimed in, his tone dry. And does this hero rescue include a brain transplant for you? Jun looked at his members with disbelief and shook his head. Goodness, he muttered. That's what all of you are concerned about, and not me as your freaking damsel. That's actually the best part of the idea, Si-hoon said, causing Jun to sigh in disappointment. He then searched his mind for a brand new idea. It seemed like Dawn had done every trick in the book. That was how many performances they had curated. Being in survival shows, they were compelled to perform with new concepts in fast intervals. Now, they were going to perform at a much larger stage with different fandoms attending. So they had to leave a good impression. He leaned against his elbows and looked at his members before suggesting something. What about martial arts? The room went silent as everyone turned to look at him, blinking as if he'd suggested they all try underwater synchronized swimming. Martial arts. Jae-young's jaw dropped a bit, already picturing the group doing stunts on the stage. Jun nodded, his expression unchanging. Think about it. High energy, crowd-pleasing, impressive. Si-hoon looked doubtful, scratching his head. You think we're all built for that? I mean, I've got old bones. Si-hoon, don't say that, Jae-young said. Please don't succumb to these guys' teases. Si-hoon chuckled. Sorry, Akira is getting to me. It's cool though, Jisung exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Like we could jump and kick and do those fancy moves. Imagine Casper doing a flying spin. Rin chuckled, rolling his eyes. The only flying spin he'd be doing is falling on his face. Casper raised his hand. I was in the Taekwondo and Judo team when I was younger. They all turned to him with wide eyes. Then, in the small space, Casper executed the flying spin that Jisung had mentioned. Rin looked at him with wide eyes. Holy crap, I forgot how talented you were for a second. Zeth, too, seemed intrigued. I could make martial arts look hot. Casper's eyes suddenly lit up again. Wait, we could do a crossover. Martial arts and roleplay. Like, we're all fighters from different realms, meeting in an epic battle to, I dunno, save the world or something. Or, Jun is better. All right, that's enough, Rin chuckled. Let's stick with martial arts, yeah? Casper can teach us some tricks. Is that all right with everyone? They shrugged, and their leader, too, didn't seem to hate the idea. We still have some time, he said. I think it's worth trying. Just then, the door creaked open, and Jay stepped into the room, his clipboard in hand and a tight-lipped smile on his face. The members immediately groaned in unison, already sensing what this could mean. Dawn, I see you're hard at work. Jay began, raising an eyebrow as he took in the scene. Before him, another schedule? Rin guessed, his tone dry as sand. Jay nervously chuckled, clutching the clipboard closer to his body. Let's just say, you're going to need all this creative energy you've been discussing. I've got something big planned for you. Jae-young shook his head. We don't want it. Number 998. Chapter 998. Gummy Ambassadors. Oh, come on. Jay exclaimed. Hear me out on this. Akira squinted up at him. Why are you even our manager when you're already the CEO? Doesn't the company have other staff? Jay's smile grew. Because, Akira, I can't trust anyone else with our most precious asset. I love Eve more than anything else. We're not taking any more schedules until after the Popper Awards, Jun said. We agreed to focus on this performance. Besides, I just filmed Crawling Man a week ago. Jay held up his hands, looking both amused and slightly exasperated. No, I wanted that too. But trust me, this is one opportunity you can't refuse. The boys were clearly unconvinced. Akira let out an exaggerated sigh, slumping against the mirrored wall. Do you know how much energy I have left? 0. And I need at least 10% of it for the big stage. Jisung clapped his hands together in what seemed to be a pleading gesture. Please, can we just focus on the Popper Awards? This performance is going to be legendary. Jay wasn't budging. Think of it this way, it's a brand deal. And a very, very popular one. The word brand made everyone perk up slightly. However, this wasn't new to them. They were practically wanted everywhere. Just spit it out, Jay, Rin groaned, leaning his head back. We're too tired to play guessing games. Jay's eyes sparkled as he took a deep breath, savoring the moment. It's Bin Gummies. Dead silence filled the room. Slowly, all heads turned toward Jun, the one member of Dawn who actually had a soft spot for those ridiculous, brightly red-colored gummy bears with cartoon faces on the wrappers. Jun's expression was unreadable, and the rest of the boys looked at him with dread. Oh no, Rin whispered. Please don't, Si-hoon muttered. But it was too late. A glint of excitement had appeared in Jun's eyes. He was sold. No way, Zeth said, standing up straight. Jun, you're kidding, right? Bin Gummies are marketed for children. Jun shrugged, a small smile tugging at his lips. They're good. Gummies. The rest of the group groaned loudly. I'm down, Casper exclaimed. And that's how Dawn found themselves on set the next day, dressed in brightly colored tracksuits, each one a shade of the rainbow. Akira was in electric blue, Casper in neon green, Jisung in sunflower yellow, Si-hoon in purple, Zeth in red, Rin in orange, Jae-young in midnight blue, and of course, Jun in pink. Their task? To sing the Bin Gummies jingle in front of a green screen background of giant, dancing gummy bears. This is not how I thought our careers would go, Rin muttered under his breath, adjusting the zipper of his orange tracksuit. Casper, meanwhile, seemed to be embracing his green outfit with surprising enthusiasm. Guys, let's just own it. Jun looks so happy. Are you even hearing yourself right now? Zeth asked, his voice dripping with disbelief. Jisung, in his yellow tracksuit, was bouncing slightly, singing along to the obnoxiously catchy jingle that was playing over the speakers. They're kinda cute, though. Look at their little faces. He pointed at the gummy bear costumes off to the side, where some of the staff members were prepping to join them for the group dance. Si-hoon glanced over at Jun, who was completely calm, even tapping his foot to the beat as if he genuinely liked the song. I can't believe you brought us here, he said, shaking his head. Jun just shrugged, unbothered. I told you, they're good gummies. You won't even be able to buy them anymore. Because they'll be sold out everywhere, Si-hoon muttered. The director clapped his hands, getting their attention. All right, Dawn, time for the chorus. And remember, smile. This is a children's commercial, so make it fun and energetic. Each member forced a smile, though Rin's was more like a grimace, and Si-hoon's barely counted as a smirk. They lined up, and as the music started, they began the choreographed dance, each trying to keep up with the happy, bouncy movements. Bin Gummies. Sweet and fun. Grab a pack and enjoy the sun. Akira, true to his playful nature, added a few exaggerated moves that made the staff chuckle. He caught sight of them laughing and grinned, deciding to throw in a few spins just to see how ridiculous he could get away with looking. Casper, meanwhile, was mouthing the words enthusiastically, bobbing his head to the beat and pointing at the camera every chance he got. Every bite, a gummy delight. Jun, completely composed, hit each move perfectly, looking almost serious as he sang the gummy jingle with what could pass for a music show performance. The other members sneaked glances at him, trying to hold back laughter as he poured his heart into what was clearly the most childish line. Binbin gummies. Gummy and bright. Dawn approved, day and night. It's the one that increased my height. The staff clapped between takes, thrilled by how cute they all looked. One of the stylists wiped a tear, sighing. They're just so adorable in those colors. We hit the jackpot with them. We had offered the brand deal to them before, but Azure rejected it every time. It's a good thing they transferred to Phoenix. Look at Si-hoon. He's like a cute grape. Si-hoon overheard, and his face turned a faint shade of pink. I'm too old for this, he muttered, though he couldn't hide the small smile that crept onto his face. The director came back over, giving them the thumbs up. All right, boys, just one more take. This time, even bigger smiles. Jae-young groaned under his breath, but forced his best grin. As the music played, they went through the choreography once again, this time throwing in even more exaggerated gestures, mostly because they knew that if they didn't laugh, they might cry. Akira even tried to harmonize during the last line, making everyone burst into laughter just as the song ended. Finally, the director called, "Cut." That was perfect. The boys exhaled, their shoulders dropping as the exhausting shoot wrapped up. As they left the set, the staff continued to gush over how cute they all looked, and Jun smiled, pulling a pack of Binbin gummies from his pocket and popping a blue one into his mouth. It was the first launch of the Rainbow Edition. Jae-young glared at him, only half joking. I hope that was worth it, Jun. Jun just shrugged, grinning as he held up the pack. It was number 999. Chapter 999, Award Show Season. Award Show Season. It was something that fans loved and hated at the same time. However, no matter what their stand was on award shows, there was one thing certain: they would vote for their favorite artists like it was a real election. The prestige of Asian Pop Awards, also known as PAPA, and Asia's largest music awards ceremony, was only a few hours away, but the frenzy around it had been building for weeks. Fans, both local and international, had gathered outside the venue in clusters, each representing their favorite artists. Signs and banners with bright LED lights blinked as they were held high above heads, each one proclaiming undying loyalty. The PAPA was notorious for its controversies, accusations of attendance awards, where some thought trophies went to those who simply showed up. However, with a full investigation conducted last year, PAPA was determined to earn back its credibility. This time, they'd invited the biggest, most respected artists across Asia, wanting to earn the people's trust once again. For fans, this event was a battleground, and every minute that led up to the main event made them palpitate like they had drunk 8 shots of espresso. The red carpet area was a glittering gauntlet for idols and actors alike. Fans shrieked as their favorite idols strolled by, flashing smiles and practicing waves while dressed to the nines. The biggest groups were due to arrive soon, and the tension was already increasing. Jia and her friends held their spots near the front row, eyes wide and hearts pounding as they waited for glimpses of their favorite idols dawn. Among the fan crowd, a fight seemed to break out. Bora glanced back and frowned. "Goodness," he muttered. "Are the girls fighting already?" 2 groups of fans squeezed too close together, began trading insults. The 2 arguing fans started out pretty discreet. It was nearly drowned out by the crowd's excitement, but it eventually became a full-blown verbal fight. "I can't believe you're here waving that ugly light stick." One fan, a diehard of the group Chaos, spat as she gestured to the fan next to her, who was proudly brandishing a light stick in Zero's signature colors. "Oh, please," the Zero fan scoffed back. "Maybe if your faves actually put in some effort, they'd look half as good as Zero on stage." A few other fans tried to shush them, but the Chaos fan rolled her eyes, huffing loudly. "This is why your idol smokes. Stressed out from that effort, I guess." Jia and her friends looked at each other, trying not to laugh, while simultaneously feeling secondhand embarrassment from the exchange. "Here we go. Can't even go a minute without fan wars around here," Wei said, shaking her head. "Oof," Jia muttered. "I, too, would smoke if I had fans like this." Security had noticed, too. Within seconds, 2 tall guards swooped in and split the fans up, ushering the chaos and Zero supporters apart and toward the back of the line. "All right, you two, enough of that," one guard said sternly as they escorted the bickering fans away. The fans groaned in protest, one of them whining, "But she started it." The other retorted, "She was being disrespectful to my boys. Out." Now, the security guard was unmoved, pushing them further away as Jia and her friends watched, trying not to make eye contact with the disgruntled fans now being let off. They chuckled in amusement and quickly turned their attention back to the main event. Group after group arrived in dazzling outfits, sending cameras flashing with every step. Jia spotted Kismi, the girl group known for their sexy stage presence. Tonight, they wore matching red dresses, glistening under the lights with bold silhouettes and sparkling fabric. Their long, sleek hairstyles and dark makeup drew admiration from every corner as they posed gracefully. One member winked at the camera, and the fans lost it. Screams were heard through the cold air. Not long after, chaos emerged, the boy group making waves with their intense performances. They wore slick black suits, classic yet powerful. The fans, previously arguing over them, resumed their screams, momentarily forgetting their earlier fight. Chaos exchanged waves and nods before walking to the interview area. "Haruki is so fine," Bora exclaimed. "Tell me about it," Nari sighed dreamily. Moments later, another group, ZTC 142576, a rookie group whose name was too hard to memorize, arrived in similar black suits. They walked confidently, trying to keep their nerves under control as cameras captured every angle. Their fans cheered enthusiastically, hoping this would be their breakthrough moment in front of a broader audience. Jia couldn't help but notice how the rookie group's energy clashed with Chaos's, both presenting similar looks but giving off such different vibes. "I think they're the fourth boy group to wear black suits tonight," Jia observed. Bora nodded. "It's the classic outfit for award shows, really. If it's not black suits, then it's white suits, or not, it's red suits." They began to get into the traditions of award shows. But then, the crowd became more excited than usual. Dawn had arrived. It was honestly pretty concerning how the fans immediately recognized Dawn's car. However, then again, K-pop fans were probably among the best investigators on the planet. If you had told K-pop fans that their favorite idol was on the Titanic, then they would have done everything to save it. Meanwhile, in the car, the members of Dawn were stuck in silence. Despite performing countless times before, they couldn't help but feel nervous. This was their first award show appearance, of course, so it was to be expected. However, if you asked them, it wasn't the performance they were nervous about. Instead, it was what they were wearing, something they had only come up with 3 days before the award show. It was tailored very quickly, and they didn't have enough time to take it all in as they got dressed just a few moments ago. Sihoon looked at his members and sighed. "Can we really wear this?" he asked. Number 1000. Chapter 1000 Modern Tradition. "We're fine," Akira said, clapping a reassuring hand on Sihoon's shoulder. "We even consulted an expert, remember? A whole Korean history teacher. We're covered." Sihoon shifted in his seat, still glancing out the window as he caught glimpses of the fans pressed up against the barricades, waving signs and flashing lights. "Yeah, you're right," Sihoon said. "And to add to that, this was Jun's suggestion," Casper exclaimed. "So, of course, it's going to be okay." That seemed to do the trick. "I'm sold," Sihoon exclaimed. "Let's go out now." From the beginning, they'd wanted something that spoke of their roots, but looked distinctly different from the usual red carpet outfits that boy groups wore. They'd gone so far as to visit a Korean history teacher who taught them the nuances between traditional styles and potential appropriation issues. By the time they finished, they knew the importance of respecting tradition. That was a pretty interesting day for them. "Come on," Akira continued with a grin, gesturing toward the door. "They're waiting for us. You know how our fans can be so impatient." Zeth nodded, scrolling through his phone. "Yup," he smiled. "They're cursing us out on Naval now." The door swung open, and after a brief exchange of glances, the members decided to let Jun go first. Jun sighed and shook his head. "Always making me the sacrificial lamb," he muttered. However, even then, he decided to lead their group, stepping out of the car with his killer smile. The response was instantaneous. Fans screamed as cameras flashed, and the crowd immediately surged forward, pressing against the barriers as they struggled to get closer. Jun looked every bit the part as he stepped forward, shoulders back, exuding a calm elegance that carried a spark of tradition mixed with modernity. His hanbok was midnight blue, the fabric deep and rich, shimmering subtly under the flashing lights. The embroidery at the collar and cuffs caught the light, adding a refined touch that stood out from the simpler suits and dresses worn by other idols that night. Dawn was truly in a class of its own. The fans' response was crazy. Whispers rippled through the crowd as everyone took in Dawn's modern hanbok attire. It was traditional yet innovative, a style that managed to strike the perfect balance between honoring history and embracing the present. The other members stepped out one by one, each in a similar midnight blue modern hanbok, though the designs vary slightly. Sehun's sleeves were longer, flowing more dramatically with each step, while Akira's collar was adorned with a line of subtle silver embroidery, almost like stars dusting the night sky. Rin wore his with a tailored vest that had intricate patterns, adding a touch of elegance to the already distinguished look. It wasn't just Dawn's fans reacting. People from every corner of the venue were craning their necks, whispering and pointing, completely interested. It was rare for any idol to pull off something so different from the standard red carpet attire. The cameras turned on them in full force, each flash capturing their movements. It was an entry that couldn't be ignored. Wow, Jia whispered, eyes wide as she and her friends leaned over the barricade. Damn, Boris said. I wonder how they're going to perform tonight. Wei nodded in agreement. That's what I'm most excited for. They look like ancient royalty. Once they reached the carpet interview area, the boys lined up. Jun, who stood in the middle, gave a slight bow to the host, and the rest of the group followed. The host grinned, holding the microphone up to the group with a smile that was friendly yet curious, clearly eager to discuss their attire. Dawn, wow, you all look incredible tonight. The host's voice echoed over the speakers, and the fans cheered louder, a chorus of shouts filling the air. These are quite different from what we've seen tonight. What inspired this look? Jae-young took the mic first, glancing at his members for a moment before he answered. Thank you so much. We really wanted to honor where we come from, but also bring something fresh to the red carpet. We actually consulted a Korean history teacher about this look, he said, eyes lighting up as he continued. She helped us understand cultural respect and how to blend traditional styles with modern fashion. We're really proud to be here, wearing something meaningful. The crowd's applause grew louder, and several fans chanted Dawn's name. The host beamed. Well, you're definitely setting the standard tonight. Now, let's move on to another big topic, your new brand deal. The Binbin gummy advertisement just came out yesterday, right? A wave of laughter and excitement rolled through the crowd as fans shrieked, some laughing. Dawn's members froze. Crap, Zeth muttered. The timing couldn't have been worse or better, depending on perspective. Their latest advertisement for Binbin gummies had just dropped the day before, and the response had been intense. Fans had been posting about the ad nonstop since its release, their social media feeds flooded with clips of Dawn in brightly colored clothes, singing an absurdly catchy jingle while dramatically biting into gummy bears. Oh no, Akira whispered, the corners of his mouth twitching as he fought back a grin. I can't believe this is happening right now. We look too hot to be doing this, he said to Ren. The host laughed, clearly aware of the situation. Come on, give us a little taste of the jingle, won't you? I think your fans would love it. The boys stared at each other, wide-eyed and struggling to hold back laughter. Ren's face turned bright red, while Sehun glanced at Jae-young, who looked torn between laughing and finding the nearest exit. The fans, meanwhile, yelled and chanted for Dawn to sing the ad song. Some had even pulled out their phones, ready to capture the moment as they laughed and cheered. There was no way out. Akira held up his hands, trying to stall. We forgot the words. The host grinned even wider, clearly enjoying their reaction. That can't be. You guys killed it. In the commercial, Jun pursed his lips. Despite wearing such handsome attires, their cute brand deal was still brought up. It seemed like the crowd was also fixated on it. That meant it would be harder for the crowd to take them seriously during their actual performance. This is a problem, he muttered. Volume 11. Number 1001. Chapter 1001, Sponsors of the Night. The artists were now in their respective seats. Dawn arrived pretty late, so almost all of the seats were already taken when they arrived. The intern led them to their seats, and there, the attention immediately shifted to their group. The other artists immediately talked about their outfits, praising them for their creativity. When is it going to start? I heard the artists are already assembling. I saw Dawn's outfit previews. I really need to see them perform now. Please, 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 can time move faster? Haruki shook his head as he looked at the members of Dawn. These guys are so freaking extra, he muttered. Lanier, who sat a few feet away, had been chatting among themselves, feeling excited about their very first award show, before pausing to look at Dawn. Jun must have thought of this, May muttered. I think he did. Jimin said. He's really smart, huh? Nah, he's a show-off, May said. However, it seemed like the other girl groups begged to differ. They exchanged whispers, eyes wide with curiosity and awe. For many of the rookies, it was their first time seeing Dawn up close, and it showed in their hushed voices that they were very curious about them. That's Dawn? They look unreal, one of the rookies whispered, eyes trailing over the group of 8 boys. I know, right? I didn't realize they were this tall. I thought Jun was a small guy. Another added, her gaze darting to Jun, who was smaller than his peers but was taller than average. May shook her head as her members also looked at Dawn. Don't do that, she said. Her members turned to her. What do you mean? Yuri asked. Do you want to be in a compilation of idols being amazed by Jun's visuals? I was placed there once. I don't want to be in it again. Before the crowd could fully process Dawn's looks, the atmosphere changed with the arrival of the night's hosts. Along with that, the live stream finally started, presenting the opening of the show. The fans roared as Taehyun and Hannah stepped onto the stage, feeling their chemistry even through the screen. The duo, who had captured hearts with their recent blockbuster film Untouched Souls, waved warmly at the audience, their smiles dazzling under the bright lights. Hannah's dress was a flowing masterpiece, a deep navy blue with cascading silver threads that gave the illusion of a night sky come to life. Taehyun, dressed in a tailored black suit with a midnight blue tie, appeared to be her very handsome butler. Good evening, everyone, Taehyun called out, lifting a hand in greeting. His voice, smooth as silk, was met with screams and shouts from adoring fans. Hannah laughed, the sound bright and ringing. Wow, the energy here tonight is incredible. She glanced over at Taehyun with a playful grin. You think they're excited for the awards, or just to see us? Taehyun feigned a thoughtful expression, eyes twinkling as he scanned the crowd. I'd say it's a solid 50-50 split, he joked, prompting a ripple of laughter. We're gathered here today to give out the prestigious awards for the best artists of our generation, Hannah started off. This will be a night filled with performances, thrills, and, of course, victories. Taehyun continued. Hannah then glanced at the artists section and smiled. I'm spotting familiar faces, she said, nudging Taehyun. Ah, there he is, Taehyun exclaimed. Our one and only friend, Jun, he called out, his voice teasing. The cameras immediately swung to catch Jun's reaction. He was sitting just behind some of his Dawn members, who all wore matching expressions of amusement. A flush of color swept across Jun's face, and he offered a shy wave. Ah, so cute. He was startled. Jun is so cool while performing, but he's really just a regular guy. I like him so much. He shines on the screen. Jun, Taehyun hollered, pointing at him with a grin. You better not be hiding back there. We saw your last scene, man. Still recovering from that. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Jun's face turned an even deeper shade of red. He mumbled something to Run, who patted him on the back with a laugh. All right, it's time for the main event, Taehyun announced, pulling attention back to the stage area. But before that, let's acknowledge the true stars of the night, our sponsors. The playful sarcasm in his voice wasn't lost on the audience, and a chuckle rolled through the crowd. Hannah took over, flashing a bright smile. We're grateful for our sponsors, without whom this night wouldn't be possible. First up, we have Kofiko, the candy that's always seen in the girl protagonist's pocket during high school dramas. You know, the candy that's inexplicably important for 2 whole episodes. The crowd roared with laughter as the advertisement flashed on the screen, showing a teen actress dramatically pulling a Kofiko out of her pocket with a look of exaggerated relief. The members of Dawn couldn't help but laugh, Akira mimicking the actress's expression as Sehun nudged him with a grin. Taehyun raised a brow. And who could forget Samsung? The latest model that's somehow always used by the poor protagonist who can barely afford dinner but magically owns a phone that costs more than rent. Gasps of laughter and knowing nods rippled through the crowd. The members of Lanier were caught on camera giggling, their hands covering their mouths as they tried not to break out into full-blown laughter. And, of course, Hannah said with a playful roll of her eyes, the most important one of all, Bimbin Gummies. The chewy snack that guarantees screen time in your favorite show because, let's face it, no one can eat one without smiling for the camera. June groaned audibly, drawing the attention of the cameras as the spotlight once again landed on Dawn. The entire group tried to hide their embarrassment, and fans screamed with glee. Their commercial played on the screens, showing exaggerated close-ups of Dawn members biting into brightly colored gummies and smiling wide with dramatic enthusiasm. Indeed, they looked crazy over the Binbin gummies. "Oh, come on," June muttered under his breath. This wasn't helping with their image. Number 1002. Chapter 1002. The performances start. They look so embarrassed. The cameraman is a genius for focusing on Dawn at the perfect moment. They were caught off guard. It seems like Binbin Gummies had a bigger picture. The fact that they released the collaboration yesterday is sick. My boys still need to perform serious songs. It's working, though. The Rainbow Edition ones with Dawn's photo cards are already sold out in my local grocery store. Girl, it's sold out everywhere. Jae-young let out a playful groan, muttering under his breath. Can we just hide now? Before any of the members could respond, the camera zoomed in on June. His expression remained impassive, serious in a way that contrasted hilariously with the cheerful chaos surrounding him. The crowd let out a collective scream as someone in the front shouted, "His face card never declines." The statement was met with another wave of laughter, especially from the artists who were near that particular fan. Well, June was just thinking how they could possibly outperform their image in the gummy advertisement when almost all viewers, along with the other idols, were already dead set on their cheery image. How can he look so good even in these moments? My man's face card is so lethal that he looks like that even in the most unserious moments. I think I'll laugh when I watch their performance, though. I can only imagine them singing about gummy bears that make them grow now. It really is bad timing. The chatter gradually died down as Taehyun and Hannah took center stage once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying the show so far," Taehyun announced with a grin. "But now, it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for, the opening performance of the Papa." Hannah's smile brightened as she leaned forward, eyes sparkling. "Please welcome the incomparable new girl group, Lanier." A hush swept over the audience as the lights dimmed and the stage transformed into a glowing, cosmic wonderland. The backdrop projected an endless galaxy with twinkling stars and swirling nebulas. Fog crept across the stage, creating an ethereal scene that had everyone captivated. Then, on cue, Lanier appeared, descending gracefully from above, suspended by wires and dressed in delicate, shimmering fairy costumes. Their outfits sparkled in shades of silver and pastel colors, the designs resembling the wings of mythical creatures. The first notes of their song, Cosmic, filled the hall, arranged with orchestral instruments that made the room feel they weren't on Earth. The members of Lanier floated down, their movements fluid as they hit the stage. The choreography was enchanting, and every step was perfectly aligned with the music. They spun and twirled like real fairies, the smiles not leaving their faces. June watched intently, arms crossed, but a soft, brotherly smile played at the corners of his lips. His eyes followed the members as they moved across the stage, their expressions showing how happy they were to be performing. They glided into a stunning formation, wings fluttering as they hit the chorus. A loud cheer erupted from the crowd, and June found himself clapping along with everyone else. Unbeknownst to him, the camera once again panned to capture his reaction. The instant his smile was caught on the big screen, fans shrieked, their voices echoing through the venue. June noticed the camera's gaze and quickly dropped the smile, his expression reverting to its usual stoic look. The sudden change only fueled the audience's laughter, and even the MCs on the side of the stage couldn't help but chuckle. "I swear, they're going to use that for every meme tonight," Ren whispered, not being able to contain his own grin. "You look too happy, bro," Jisung chuckled. "Too happy." Just then, June heard something from his side, another rookie boy group that seemed to be amazed by their performance. "They're so pretty. Isn't May so pretty? I always thought so," even during Rising Stars. You started watching them since Rising Stars? You're down bad, man. Jun immediately frowned. Who the heck were these little gremlins? His brotherly instincts threatened to come out. As the song came to an end, Lanier struck their final pose. The lights dimmed once more, and for a split second, the stage was cloaked in darkness. When the lights returned, Lanier stood beaming, slightly out of breath but glowing under the stage lights. The applause was really round, making the girls' smiles even wider. Jun joined in the applause, giving them a nod from his seat. He could see the relief in their expressions and the subtle way their shoulders relaxed after the high-pressure routine. This little girl, Jun muttered as he gazed at Mei. She has improved so much. Fu is doing her a really good favor. The night continued with the presentations of the first awards and performances from various groups. The crowd sang and danced in their seats as the lineup progressed, consisting of only rookie groups for the first half. Since they invited many groups this year, the pacing was tight, with each act barely getting time to exit before the next was introduced. Fans of every group screamed at full volume. From the youngest rookies who had debuted just a month ago to groups with several years under their belts. Each performance brought something new to the table. Even so, there was an unspoken understanding among everyone present. The most anticipated acts were yet to come. Usually, the older groups would be the ones performing in the end, and that was true for this event, too. Chaos was bound to perform last. However, Dawn was an outlier to it all. Despite only debuting a couple of weeks ago, Dawn was going to perform third to the last. Some of the artists on stage, especially those who debuted before them, questioned the decision. Why was it that a rookie group was performing right before their seniors? There was only one answer to that popularity. Dawn was undoubtedly the most popular group in the lineup, and since the producers didn't want the audience to leave prematurely, they placed them to perform near the last. However, of course, those groups didn't seem to understand that. The concept of seniority was still embedded within them, so they were ready to scrutinize Dawn's performance to the core. Meanwhile, the members of Dawn made their way backstage. "We're up next," Jae-young said. Number 1003. Chapter 1003, A Dramatic Performance. "All right, team," Jae-young exclaimed as they stood beneath the stage. They were getting ready to appear on stage. However, their introduction and VCR were still yet to play before they performed. "The one and only Dawn," Hannah excitedly exclaimed, making the boys put on their game faces. Then, the familiar sound of their VCR was heard throughout the venue, making the crowd go quiet in concentration. "The performances are quite short, right? That's because there are too many artists this year. I hope they gave Dawn more time to perform. It already feels different." Their VCR has started. Everyone turned their attention to the screen where Dawn's VCR had just started. It began with a panoramic shot of a sprawling landscape painted in deep hues of navy and silver, the stars shimmering like scattered diamonds. Standing atop a hill, Jun's figure came into view. His midnight blue hanbok fluttered dramatically in the breeze, almost camouflaging against the night sky. Dang, is this a movie? Untouched Souls Part 2? What is this? Do they have a song that requires this kind of atmosphere? I don't know. All I know is that I'm excited. Dawn always eats with the concepts. The members of Chaos shook their heads as the first scene played. When did they have the time to film all of this? Haruki muttered, finding them impressive since he knew how hectic their schedule was. Behind Jun, the rest of the members started appearing one by one. Their eyes seemed to reflect unseen battles, with each member engrossed in the role that they were given. Whispers were through the rows where idols sat, Lanier leaning forward with intrigue, their amusement from earlier replaced by genuine interest. Other groups exchanged glances, the whispers of "they really do go all out" surfacing among them. On screen, Jun's gaze was as cold as steel, focused on the storm of dark forces that charged up the hill. The camera panned swiftly, showing shadowy figures with eyes that glowed in unsettling crimson, their jagged forms twisting like sentient smoke. The intense music underscored the scene, and each beat was a surge of adrenaline that gripped the audience tighter. With a shout, Jun leaped forward, leading the charge. The other members followed suit, their movements sharp, synchronized, and reminiscent of warriors holding the line. They clashed with the shadows, movements fierce but graceful, each strike choreographed with Dawn's signature precision. The camera cut to shots of other idols reacting. A member of ZTC 12456, the rookie group, had his jaw slightly ajar, eyes wide like he had stumbled into the climax of a drama he couldn't look away from. Taehyun nodded approvingly, unable to suppress a small smile at the cinematic quality of the scene. As expected from Jun, he muttered. Back on the screen, the battle raged on. A sudden gust of wind howled through, and the camera zoomed in on Jun's face as the realization of an oncoming threat registered in his eyes. From behind, a shadow pushed him, a dragon. Jia and her friends simultaneously turned to each other in surprise. The mythical creature looked way too familiar for them to just ignore it. Azure, Bora muttered. It truly was a shadow of an azure that pushed Jun away from his members. The world around him slowed down as he teetered at the edge of the cliff. His arms flailed, the fabric of his hanbok catching the wind like the wings of a bird mid-dive. Gasps erupted from the audience, even those who were veterans in the industry. Despite the initial feelings of bias, they became unexpectedly enamored. No way, someone whispered from the chaos section, eyes darting between the screen and the dark stage before them. The slow-motion scene stretched on, with Jun's expression shifting from shock to acceptance in the span of a heartbeat. But just as the emptiness beneath him threatened to claim him, a hand shot out and caught his arm. The grip was firm, shaking out of desperation. The camera panned out to show not just one, but all the members of Dawn holding on to him. Casper's eyes blazed with determination as he anchored the others, their linked hands forming a chain that kept Jun suspended between falling and being pulled back to safety. Of course, the audience didn't think it was just a dramatic save. Instead, it was a metaphor, clear as day, for what they had endured as a group. The hall erupted with soft murmurs of understanding and admiration. In a moment where drama met reality, Dawn had managed to pull the entire room into their story. The screen faded to black, and the stage lights flickered on like stars re-emerging after a storm. Silence, a deep, anticipatory silence, enveloped the audience as the stage slowly illuminated. A single spotlight landed on Casper, who sat cross-legged with an unfamiliar instrument cradled in his arms. "The Gaegeum?" Hannah whispered, audible only to Taehyun beside her. Even the idols exchanged glances, puzzled but curious. Most Astras were aware that Casper knew how to play the guitar. However, he now held the traditional Korean zither as though he had spent a lifetime mastering it. His fingers danced across the strings, and a hauntingly beautiful melody filled the space. It was their song, "To My New Beginning." However, instead of it being a song of hope, it sounded more like a cry for help. Only a second has passed, and I fear this is already the best performance of the night. So true. They should have performed last. Casper is so freaking hot when he's serious. Idols in the audience, from Chaos to Linaire, and even ZTC 12456, sat frozen, eyes locked on the stage. The audience seemed to breathe in unison, waiting for the next move. Then, a figure stepped out from the shadows, walking to the front of the stage. It was Jun, his expression composed but intense, eyes scanning the sea of faces before him. He took a breath, and the moment stretched as the crowd collectively leaned in. And then, he opened his mouth and began to sing. Not in the style the world had come to know him for, but in a traditional Korean panzori tone. Mimi's eyes comically widened. He can sing this genre too? Number 1004. Chapter 1004, Mixed Feelings. The audience was silent, not wanting to ruin the moment. The soft strains of Casper's Gaegeum still resonated, but now Jun's voice began to thread through the quiet stage. There was something unique about the way he sang. How could he use his delicate voice in so many genres? Pop, rock, ballads, rap, trot, and now panzori. How many more talents did he have? It was hard to pull off, requiring experience and deep emotional resonance. Yet Jun captured it perfectly. My mom owns a panzori vocal lesson house. She's watching with me right now, even if she said she wasn't going to watch at all. Now, she wants to recruit Jun to our roster of performers. Do you guys know how difficult this is to pull off? He's literally singing in a different genre. He sounds like a master. Most people are born in this kind of singing atmosphere. They take years to cultivate their skill. Yeah, it's freaking amazing. I don't recall Jun saying he has experience in panzori. So, it must be his first time. The sun rises, but it doesn't feel like it's for me. The light slips past, and I wonder if I'm just not meant to follow. A soft murmur swept through the audience, the song's bittersweet tone reaching deep. The idols in the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions showing amazement and empathy. Haruki leaned forward, hands clasped together, trying his hardest not to fanboy right then and there. Members of Lanier were motionless, their whispers stilled by the captivating start. Everything I want feels out of reach, like chasing shadows. And every day feels long, as if time stretches on when I suffer. But short, so short, when a little happiness finds me. It's strange how the days can feel endless, yet disappear in a blink. The depth in Jun's voice was like a spell, drawing listeners into his world. He had the kind of voice you didn't just hear, but feel. He navigated between the soul-stirring vibrato of Panzori and the polished, modern notes of contemporary balladry. The result was a performance so layered that the crowd felt each phrase pressing against their chests. The camera captured Crimson, a member of a 5-year-old boy group, who was known for his stoic demeanor, with a subtle mist in his eyes. He was one of those who questioned the order of performances. Now, all he could focus on was Jun's singing. Suddenly, the voices of the other members joined in, harmonizing softly. The blend was rich and haunting, joining their individual stories into one shared experience. I wonder if I could stop time, would I? Could I do it all again? The lights became whiter, and Jasung stepped to the center, moving with the grace of a seasoned dancer. His ballet was fluid and expressive, every leap and turn echoing the song's theme of longing and acceptance. There was an elegance to the way he danced, yet an underlying sharpness that came from being an idol dancer. Zeth joined him without hesitation. He was the member who claimed he couldn't dance to ballet because it would make him look unskilled. However, he joined in without a problem. He had absorbed Jasung's teachings of ballet and applied them to this performance. The audience watched, entranced. Even seasoned performers in the crowd, who were used to the grandeur of award show stages, felt a tightness in their chests. The story unfolding before them was one they all knew too well: the sacrifices, the uncertainty, the fragile joy of pursuing a dream together. As the two dancers concluded their duet, the song's chorus played. I won't do it all again. What meaning would it have if it did? Will I meet the same people? Will I get to live the same life? So, I'd rather be stuck in what I have. Then, we live in the uncertainty of not having this life. It's tough, it truly is. But it's mine. Jun's voice pierced the tension in the room. For a moment, it felt as though everyone could see the long, tireless journey Dawn had taken to stand on that stage together. Oh, fuck this. Why am I crying? Again, you must be new here. Yup, as a seasoned Astra, you should always be prepared with tissues whenever Dawn performs. I thought they were going to change their concept with the name change. They're still the same. They're the best at making me feel insane. Camera flashes caught idols in the audience nodding slowly, their eyes reflecting the song's message. Haruki rubbed the corner of his eye with a quick motion, and even members of Lanier shared quiet, understanding smiles. The boys on stage looked at each other as the final verse neared, their expressions filled with unspoken words. They wanted to portray this song in a different way, as if they had an alternate ending. Instead of being with each other, they lived their lives individually. It was the acceptance that they couldn't stop time. It was the truth that if they hadn't fought for it, then they would be friends who became strangers. With that thought in mind, their performance became even more emotional. I won't stop time. I won't rewind my life, tempting as it sometimes feels. Because this life, with all its struggles and its moments of light, is what brought me here, to my new beginning. The people, the memories, the joy and pain, it's all real. And I'd rather hold on to that than risk a life where none of it exists. The last note hung in the air, fragile and full of unvoiced emotion. The audience held their breath, on the verge of tears. And then, just as the silence threatened to tip into a sob, the music changed dramatically. It became intense, once again similar to that of the VCR. Then, without warning, Casper went to the middle and flipped forward, landing on his feet. With a smirk, the audience was stunned, to say the least. What the heck was that? Bora exclaimed, on the verge of standing from her seat. Leave it to Dawn to tug at heartstrings only to jolt everyone and surprised them with backflipping in the next second. Number 1005. Chapter 1005, just 6 minutes. Did he just do a front flip? Where the heck is this performance going? I was on the verge of tears, and then boom. Casper's torso is in my face. Am I the only one who finds this hilarious? It looks like a mini-drama. Indeed, although the boys put off Casper's suggestion of incorporating a plot into their performance, they eventually caved in. In the end, they presented a mini-drama that showed their multifaceted charms. The stage that had just held the heart-rending performance of To My New Beginning was now transformed. The ambient and emotional white light now replaced by red and blue. A low, throbbing beat came out of the speakers, vibrating through the floor and into the audience's very bones. The boys of Dawn stood tall and unyielding at the center of the stage, eyes glinting with a newfound fire. The acceptance stage was done. Now, they were in the final stage of the grieving process revenge. The 6 minutes were short, so they wanted to pack a lot of their charms into it. They had already gone the emotional route in the beginning, and now they were preparing for something epic. What better song to portray that than one of their songs in their new album Unhinged? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. It sounded like a heavy metal door had been kicked open. The audience flinched in surprise. The background changed to a digital rendition of rusted locks breaking apart, scattering in a chaotic dance. The beat intensified, and Dawn exploded into a dynamic movement. Each step, each kick, was sharp and powerful, reminiscent of martial arts training. Casper, in the lead, spun in a flawless 540 kick that transformed into a low, sweeping move. The audience gasped, stunned by the sudden ferocity. Since when did Casper know these moves? He was an athlete. The other members are also impressive. It looks like they've worked so hard for this. The lyrics began, harsh and biting, as Jaeong's voice cut through the heavy bass. Used me till the hinges creaked. It kept me close and never let me speak. Chains rattled when you turned that key. But now the lock's broken. I'm free. Casper and Jisung leaped forward, flipping in unison before landing together without any instability. Their movements were synchronized with the beat, turning each step into a combination of dance and battle. Casper dropped into a low stance, mimicking a block before pivoting into a rapid set of kicks. Jisung mirrored him, their symmetry perfect, like a duo that had trained for this moment their entire lives. The idols watched with wide eyes, with some standing to get a better look. Did he just pull a tornado kick into a split and make it look that easy? The second verse hit with even more force, Zeth's deep voice taking the lead. Twist that handle, try your luck. This door's broken, I'm running amok. You thought you knew who you were pressing? Time to learn. This rage is a blessing. With those words, Zeth slammed his fist into the ground, a sound effect of metal shattering ringing out as the lights flickered, casting shadows that made him look twice as fierce. The netizens watching from home couldn't help but flood social media with comments. Is it just me, or did Zeth actually crack the stage? Me, watching calmly. Also, I'm screaming internally at how good this is. Be for real. How can anyone watch this calmly? The choreography reached its climax as Jun and Sihoon launched into a partnered sequence. They locked eyes and subtly nodded at each other. Jun moved first, a swift, controlled sequence of punches that Sihoon countered with blocking motions before spinning around and pulling Jun into a mock throw. They broke apart only to meet at the center, spinning in perfect synchronicity. Jisung broke free from the formation, taking center stage once more. The tempo shifted, dropping to a haunting lull as he executed a spinning crescent kick so fluid that it seemed to defy gravity. He landed quietly, and the other members encircled him, their bodies forming a barrier as the beat built up again. The crowd couldn't contain their amazement. Are they even human? A member from Kismi whispered, their eyes darting to catch each movement. The chorus came back, shouted by all the members. Unhinged and unbound. The silence, the lies, drowned. This fury, you tried to tame. But now you're the one in my game. The dance became even more intense, each member showcasing their martial arts background, or at least the one that Casper had taught them in a span of days. Akira executed a roundhouse kick while Zeth paired up with Casper for a complicated routine involving mock strikes and flips. Even those who'd never seen Dawn live could feel the power radiating from them. Backstage, Other idols stood glued to the monitors. One of them, from a rookie group, whispered, "This is going to break the internet." "Correction, it already has," another added, eyes glued to the stage. In the final moments of the song, Jun broke away from the circle, sliding into a low stance before rising with a jump, pulling off a twisting sidekick. The crowd screamed as the last note faded, leaving the members breathless but standing tall. The camera zoomed in on Jun. The people wondered how the same face showed sadness just mere minutes ago. Before the crowd could catch their breath, Casper, always the wild card, jumped forward and performed a flawless backflip, landing with an exaggerated bow. "I just burst." "Ayo? What does that mean?" "You don't want to know? I should have gotten tickets for this." "Congrats, Astros. We have more fans on our side now, more enemies." The camera panned back to the group, capturing their expressions equal parts exhaustion and exhilaration. The idols in the audience leaped to their feet, clapping and shouting as if they'd just witnessed history. And maybe they had. 6 minutes. All it took was 6 minutes for Dawn to show one of the best award show performances of all time. Number 1006. Chapter 1006. Most Popular Award. The aftermath of Dawn's performance was astronomical. Although other awards had been presented after it, most of the crowd was still talking about their performance. Those who had initially raised an eyebrow at the lineup, the daring decision to put Dawn so late in the show, couldn't help but eat their words now. Dawn had blown every expectation out of the water, and they didn't know if they could live up to it. Crimson pursed his lips together. "The sequence is actually good," he chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. He couldn't comprehend how anyone could perform right after them. There really was no escaping the fact that Dawn had set a bar that felt impossible to meet. Backstage, members of Chaos huddled together, all with similar expressions. "Those Dawn dudes, really. I can't believe we're performing after them. Well, we did debut years earlier than them. They might as well perform last." Haruki clicked his tongue and broke away from their huddle. "Whatever," he said. "They're the best. There's no way our performances can beat them when it comes to concepts." "But we're already here," Haruki continued. "Let's just show them what we practiced." His members nodded. However, in the back of their minds, they were still cursing the rookie group, Dawn, out. When they finally stepped out to perform, they made sure to give a show that would momentarily take away the crowd's mind from Dawn. They fulfilled their objective, of course. However, it was clear that everyone's mind was still wrapped around Dawn's explosive set. As the last performance of the night concluded, the room became nervous, most of them carrying hope in their hearts. The performances were done. Now, only the last award announcements remained, and with it, the air grew tense with anticipation. It was the most nerve-wracking moment for the artists and fans alike. Although the possibility was low, they still wanted to win no matter what. Members of Dawn sat together, already feeling sleepy since the award show had been going on for 4 hours and counting. Akira held in a yawn, leaning against Run, who quickly pushed him away. They hadn't won anything yet, but that didn't bother them. For Jae-young, though, he was waiting impatiently for their name to be called. Jae-young glanced at his phone, his finger tapping anxiously against the side. He had been tracking the votes for the most popular award all night. It wasn't cool at all, but can you blame him? Jae-young was just a naturally anxious person. The moment came. The lights dimmed, and Taehyun walked out to the center stage holding the envelope. "And now, the award for the most popular artist of the year," he announced, pausing for effect. Jae-young's hand tightened around Jisung's, squeezing it hard. Jisung winced, but didn't pull away, his own excitement too big to be dampened by the pressure. "It's us," Jae-young whispered, feeling excited yet nervous at the same time. "This award is 100% based on fan votes," Taehyun added. The envelope was opened, and Taehyun's eyes lit up. "The award goes to Dawn." The audience applauded. Cheers filled the space as Dawn's members exchanged glances before being nudged onto the stage by Casper and Sehun. Jae-young led the way, his heart racing as he walked up to accept their first award of the night. The bright lights felt warm and overwhelming as Taehyun handed the trophy to him, giving a smile that said he knew what this meant to them. Jae-young stepped up to the mic, gripping the award tightly with trembling hands. He blinked, trying to compose himself, but as he glanced back at his members, Jisung, with his playful grin, Jun with that unreadable yet proud expression, and Casper raising an eyebrow as if daring him to cry. The emotion bubbled up. "Thank you," Jae-young started, his voice catching. He swallowed hard, eyes blinking back the tears that threatened to spill. "Thank you to our fans, who believed in us even when everything seemed impossible. This is for all of you who made this night unforgettable." He laughed shakily. "And for my members, who are more than just my teammates. They're my family. Thank you for sticking with me even when I was a mess." Akira, always quick to lighten the mood, leaned in and whispered loud enough for the audience to hear. "Look at him, about to cry like a baby." The crowd laughed, and Jae-young shot him a mock glare before stepping back to let Jisung speak. Jisung smiled shyly. "Thank you to everyone who's shown us love. This night isn't just ours, it's all of ours. Let's make next year even more unforgettable." As they walked back to their seats, Casper playfully bumped Jae-young's shoulder. "Almost lost it there, didn't you?" "Shut up," Jae-young mumbled, though the grin on his face said he was anything but annoyed. They sat down, surrounded by the warmth of the crowd's applause still echoing in their ears. Now, only the grand prizes were left, the ones that carried the most prestige: Song of the Year, Album of the Year, and Artist of the Year. A VCR began to play, showcasing the history of these awards. Iconic performances from the past, the legends who had graced the stage before them, the artists who paved the way. The idols watched intently, their faces reflecting both awe and yearning. As Jun watched quietly, he felt a nudge on his side. He frowned and turned to Casper, who was looking at him with bright eyes. "Think we're done for the night?" Casper asked. Jun, leaning back slightly, raised an eyebrow. "Why don't we bet that we've won another award?" Casper asked, not a thought behind his eyes. Jun shook his head. "It's impossible. We just debuted a few weeks ago, Casper. These awards are based on a year's worth of achievements. We can't compete with that just yet." A mischievous glint sparked in Casper's eyes. "Let's make a bet then. Are you down?" Jun tilted his head, feeling challenged. "What are the stakes?" Casper leaned in close, whispering something into Jun's ear that made him frown and pull back slightly. The corners of Casper's mouth twitched upward, daring him. Jun hated that look. In the end, he couldn't turn down the challenge. "Fine," Jun muttered. Number 1007. Chapter 1007, Artist of the Year. Taehyun and Hannah called the presenters for each grand award. The first award was the Song of the Year. Usually, the one with the most streams won the award. However, for this year, they also took into consideration the influence it had on mainstream media. Jun glanced at the popularity award trophy in Jaeyoung's hands and smiled. He knew it was the only award they could get as Dawn won, gifted by their fans. Although some would feel a bit disappointed for only getting a fan-voted award, he was still very grateful. Their fans loved Dawn so much that they were willing to vote for them multiple times. Some even made multiple accounts in order to duplicate the votes. Jun could never do that. He smiled and shook his head before turning his attention back to the stage. "The Song of the Year goes to Magnet Fridge by E.T., the presenter exclaimed. Grand music was heard in the hall as the rookie girl group made their way to the stage. They couldn't help but cry for their very first grand award. It was definitely expected. Although their group had just debuted at the start of the year, their song quickly became viral on social media platforms. And even if their group wasn't as successful as those who were older in the industry, the influence of their song was definitely undeniable. The song played over and over again on the radio and in different shops all over Korea. They gave their tearful speeches before proceeding back to their seats, where they were congratulated by their fellow artists. The next grand award was the Album of the Year. Jun already had a hunch about who was going to get the award. Papa changed their criteria this year. It wasn't about sales anymore, but about the quality of the songs and the involvement of the artists. Jun thought it was a novel idea. Fans these days mass buy their idols' albums and create a multitude of trash just so their favorite artists can bag awards during year-end shows. Although sales were still a part of the criteria, they only made up 15% of it. If more award shows were to follow in their footsteps, then the K-pop industry would become even more innovative. The Album of the Years goes to Chaos, End of Chaos, the presenter exclaimed. Jun nodded in agreement. He stood from his seat and clapped as the members of Chaos made their way to the stage. Haruki turned around for a second, searching for Jun and silently saying, "We beat you." Jun shook his head and smirked. He thought it was well-deserved. Chaos has been involved in their album production years into their career, and it paid off. They were mostly self-producing now, and their latest album was R&B based. It was a play on their team, named The End of Chaos. It sounded like a disbandment album, and Jun theorized that it was truly the near of their disbandment. However, after the change in their CEO, something must have switched within their team. "We need to be honest with you," Haruki started off. "The team honestly had a hard time producing this album. We had thoughts it might even be our last," he continued. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Dang, he had really good instincts. "However, we are now stronger than ever, and we are here to inform you that chaos will continue," he exclaimed, causing the crowd to shout in support. The members of Dawn turned to each other with knowing looks. It seemed like the change in Phoenix's entertainment CEO wasn't only beneficial to them, but also to the artists that were originally there. "I'm glad," Jun muttered. Now, it was time for the grandest award of the night, the Artist of the Year. To become the Artist of the Year meant having the most influence in the industry in that particular time frame. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Now, this was something he wasn't sure about. There were a lot of groups that had influenced the industry this year. However, they were all to equal extents. Was it going to be OCTA? Or maybe Chaos once again? Kismi also had a relatively good run. Jun was actually looking forward to who won. He leaned against his seat and waited as Taehyun and Hannah made their way back to the stage. "It's now time for the very last award," Taehyun started off. "The Artist of the Year," Hannah dreamily sighed. "It's something that only legends are able to acquire. Who will be that legendary artist?" The crowd screamed, each shouting different names. Jun could hear their fans screaming their team name. However, he shook his head. It was truly impossible. Those few weeks couldn't account for a whole year. The camera focused on Hannah's hands, opening the white envelope. Then, the two hosts took a peek, causing the two of them to look at each other with surprise. It didn't take a genius to know that it was a shocking result. Jun turned to Casper with a smirk. "Ready to lose?" he asked. Casper merely pursed his lips and leaned his elbows against his lap, silently praying for a miracle. Jun shook his head in amusement and turned his attention back to the stage. "Everyone, this is honestly one of the shocking moments of the night," Hannah said, not being able to hide her smile. Jun glanced at his sister's group. Is it possible that May had won such a big award in their first year as a group? Jun smiled. "That would have been nice, wouldn't it?" "Do the honors," Taehyun said while Hannah nodded. She grasped the card in her hands and glanced at the artist's area for a brief second, a small smile on her face. "The Artist of the Year is none other than..." She paused for a while, building the tension for the announcement. The audience was getting frustrated as the camera focused on multiple idol groups. Eve, number 1008. Chapter 1008, the greatest acceptance speech of all time. Casper was the first one to stand, shocking the other members. Jaeyoung, despite studying the algorithm for weeks before this award show, also didn't expect this. The other artists turned to Dawn with wide eyes. Before the winner was announced, most of them couldn't think of another group that had the most influence this year other than Dawn. However, like Jun's reasoning, they thought that Dawn wouldn't even be nominated because of the length of their career. However, they had forgotten of another possibility. Of course, Eve was the most influential group of this year. Jia and her friends turned to each other with wide eyes. Bora, however, leaned back against her seat and nodded. "That's what I thought," she muttered. The supporters of other artists, who were ready to fight other fans because they believed their favorite idol group deserved the award the most, became silent after the winner was announced. "Well, I can't argue about that. That sounds about right. Eve was everywhere this year. Who's going to go up the stage, though?" "Well, Eve is Dawn." The staff led the members of Dawn to the stage, who were still in a state of shock. Jun turned to Casper, who was looking at him with an expectant smile. Jun pursed his lips. "Crap, that freaking bet." Casper practically skipped to the stage, ready to receive their award. He bowed deeply to Taehyun and Hannah, who excitedly congratulated them. Jisung and Jaeyoung were sobbing at this point. It was a good thing they had already spoken about their last award because they definitely couldn't say anything about this particular one. Sihoon, who also appeared emotional, took the lead for their greeting. The members bowed all together, proud smiles on their faces. Even Zeth stopped thinking about himself for a second and placed his hand over his heart. He walked over to the microphone and smiled. He was silent for a while before chuckling in disbelief. "Thank you," he started off. "Honestly, that's all I can say for tonight because I really didn't expect it. I would have prepared something beforehand if I was slightly expectant," he added, causing the crowd to chuckle. "Thank you so much for loving Eve, and now for loving Dawn. You guys are the reason why we are here today," he said, ending his speech. Si-hoon was the next to go. He decided to keep it short because he didn't want to end up like Jae-young and Jisung. "As the oldest brother of these guys, I want to say thank you," he started off. "Thank you for allowing us to continue our dreams. Thank you for making my little brothers smile." Lena, who was watching from her bedroom along with Minjun, held back a sob. However, her son noticed and shook his head. "Are you sure you're still not a fan of them?" he asked, but it was only met with another sob. Minjun smirked and focused his attention back on the television. Casper smiled widely as he stood in front of the microphone. "You guys don't know how much this means to us," he smiled. "I want you guys to know that. You're a part of something so big. While it is true that we will never ever know each and every one of you, you are still precious in our eyes. And I'm not saying this because it's a part of my job description," he added, making the crowd laugh once again. Haruki clicked his tongue, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "These dudes are even good at being funny. There's really nothing they can do." One of his members nudged his side. Haruki turned to him with one eyebrow raised. "Why? Are you jealous?" he asked. Haruki scoffed. "If it was any other group, then I would have questioned it," he started off. "However, it's Dawn. If there's a group that deserves it, it's them. No one can argue with that." The other members also struggled to give their speeches, with Rin nearly breaking down. Thankfully, Zeth's teasing made him stop crying. Now, it was time for their very last member to speak, June. June, whom the members couldn't live without. They had a collective agreement that Dawn was June and June was Dawn. They didn't feel bitter about it at all. It was just the truth. Without June, their group would cease to exist. June glanced at Casper, who still had that annoying look in his eyes. He sighed and shook his head. He wasn't one to back down on his words, so he decided to go through with his promise. The crowd waited for June to speak. However, his first word was something that made the crowd go into a frenzy. "Meow," he started off. His members, except for Casper, were shocked to say the least. Casper was the only one who clapped excitedly. This was his favorite agenda. "What is he doing?" May asked with wide eyes. Jimin burst into laughter. "Why is he the funniest idol ever?" The crowd also began to laugh, but June wasn't done just yet. He cleared his throat and set his embarrassment aside before saying what was on his mind. "I never had a dream," June began. His first statement was enough to capture everyone's attention. "Growing up, dreams felt like luxury, something for people with different lives. Singing and dancing were just outlets, moments that made me forget, but nothing I thought could be in the future. And so, I didn't want to be an idol," he continued. That must have been obvious during the first episodes of Rising Stars. The crowd chuckled, finding it true. But the thing is, the stage has a way of claiming you. It pulls you in and shows you pieces of yourself you didn't know were there. I found love in performing, even when the world felt heavy. Yet, this industry isn't just about performing. There are dark days and times that made me ask why I kept going. But there was always something that pushed me forward. And that something was you. You, who cheer, who cry, who don't give up on us, even when we struggle. You, who have your own dreams, who know what it's like to fight for something that might feel impossible." The fans were crying now. June truly had a way with his words. "I want you to know that being an idol isn't a special job. It's just a job, one that comes with its own share of love and, yes, even hate. But I hope that you never see K-pop or any of us as your everything. We shouldn't be the center of your world. We should be the background music, the soundtrack to your moments, not the entire story. Live for yourself. Find your own joy, your own path. Enjoy us when it makes you happy, not because you feel like you have to. We perform to bring happiness, and that, in turn, makes us happy. And that's why I am standing here tonight. I have to say thank you. Thank you for letting us be part of your lives, and for letting me find a dream I didn't know I had. You are our everything. You are the reason we get back up. And because of you, I can say, with all my heart, that I'm grateful." Number 1009. Chapter 1009. Raven's terrifying anecdote. It turned out that wasn't the only grand prize that Dawn had won as Eve. Nearly all of the award shows in Korea awarded them with the biggest prize. Even the usually rigged ones gave them such an award. It seemed like they had no choice but to give it to Eve since they truly had the greatest influence on the industry for this year. Aside from that, they were definitely afraid of Astras and how they could flip the situation. However, the boys didn't bother going since they were busy preparing for their very first concert. Besides, they couldn't be bothered to perform at rigged award shows anyway. Despite their group attending only one award show, they became the icons of acceptance speeches. Jun's speech had been the standard, and he had other idols working overtime to write their acceptance speeches beforehand. However, the biggest difference was that Jun's wasn't rehearsed at all. Now, they were going to have another event just right before their tour started. "I love fan meetings," Akira exclaimed as he trudged to their practice room. "We're going to have one next week, right?" Jisung hummed. "I honestly can't wait to meet our fans." Akira and Jae-young turned to each other with knowing looks. Jun noticed this and nudged Akira's shoulder. "What's going on?" he asked. The other's attention was also captured. They looked at the two with inquiring eyes. "Well," Jae-young started off, scratching the back of his neck. "This fan meeting is going to be different from the one we had before." "How so?" Sehun asked. "It's just the same. We're going to meet our fans." Akira pursed his lips together. "I'm all for meeting our fans." However, what Jae-young said was right. This is a fan meeting born from the biggest spenders among our fans. "And so?" Ren asked. Zeth placed his hand on Ren's shoulder. "Oh, poor Ren. You don't know how these things work, do you?" Ren frowned and glared at Zeth. "It's not like you do, too. You've never been an idol before." Zeth smiled, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Well. You don't know how famous I was when we were both in school. I had people funding me then. I was grateful at first, but then I realized just how scary people were when they think they've given you their everything. That's exactly what happened with our group back then, too." Jae-young muttered, capturing their attention once again. "Oh, you mean that incident?" Sehun asked. The other boys slowly understood what the two were talking about. It was a relatively famous story among idols, the Raven fan meeting incident. "Ah," Akira muttered, scratching the back of his neck. "I remember it all too well. Honestly, those were the times when I couldn't even joke in our group." "That's how bad it was?" Sehun asked. "Yup," Akira and Jae-young said at the same time. "What really happened?" Jun asked. He knew of the incident, of course, courtesy of Mei Ling. However, he didn't know the details surrounding it. Akira sighed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Where do I begin?" he muttered. It was during that time that obsessive fans started becoming innovative. We also had a fan meeting similar to this one, where the fans that had bought the most albums would be selected. Some awful incidents happened before to other groups, but those groups were significantly more popular than we were. So, Jae-young and I thought it was impossible. There was no way it could happen to us, he continued. And yet it did, Jae-young chimed. The fan meeting was about to come to the end when one of the fans swapped their drinks with mine. Jae-young continued the story. Then, I just happened to almost die that day. "What?" Rin exclaimed. "It said on the news that you just got food poisoned." "Yeah, poisoned. Real poison. I think it was rat poison, am I right?" Akira smiled. "How can you say that so casually?" Rin asked. Akira shrugged. "Well, Jae-young's still alive, isn't he? Our agency downplayed it because they didn't want to worry the fans. Aside from that, the fan who mixed the drink spent the most money on us. They didn't want to lose such a fan." "Dang, they're the worst," Jun muttered. "Yeah," Jae-young chuckled. "I had to get my stomach pumped out, but I still lived." "Anyway, I do think we need to be more careful this time around," he concluded. "I believe security will be tighter because Jay couldn't afford to slack off on us. However, we can never be too sure." Akira nodded with closed eyes. "I really want to make this an enjoyable time for us." Jun pursed his lips. "Who even decided that the biggest buyers should be the ones to attend such events?" he asked. The boys collectively shrugged. "I don't know," Akira shrugged. "It's been like that since forever." Jun clicked his tongue. "That shows why we sold so many albums then. We're really promoting mass consumerism at this point." "A woke king," Casper said, speaking for the first time of the day. "Anyway, we can't do anything right now since the emails have been sent out already," Jae-young said. "However, if you want to change something, we can bring it up to Jay. I'm sure he'll listen to us." Jun hummed. Should I ask him to provide us with more security for the time being? Jae-young asked. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. That won't be necessary. We don't want our fans to think that we see them as threats. I'm sure most of them don't have bad intentions. Yeah, Jisung muttered. I wish Jun's good fan goes. Jia, was it? Jun perked up with the sound of Jia's name. He did wish she would go. However, he would be more thankful if she didn't. She just started a new job and was probably saving up money. Anyway, Jisung said, I'm sure our fans aren't too crazy. They're the best fans in the world. Number 1010. Chapter 1010, Richest Fans in the World. The best fans in the world. Asterisk. Otherwise known as one of the fastest growing fandoms in the entire planet. Dawn had even surpassed their follower count when they were still Eve in just a span of a few weeks. Their follower count had surpassed 17 million by the time their fan meeting was going to commence. Bora, who was still in her last year of college, called her best friend, Jia, to tell her about the fan meeting. Yo, Bora greeted, munching on some shrimp chips. Jia, sounding stressed, answered. What? She snapped. Bora's eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh, someone's having a good day, she sarcastically said. Jia sighed before speaking once more. Seriously, what is it? These balding men and dry-ass women are asking me to buy their coffees. I don't have any time to spare. So hurry. Oh, Bora chuckled. That means you won't be able to go to the fan meeting then. Jia groaned. Don't remind me again. I'm already upset that they asked me to come to work on a weekend. Bora shook her head. And here I thought you were going with Wei. Jia's eyebrows raised in surprise. Wei's going. Yeah, Bora said. You should read the group chat more often, you know? You don't chat there anymore. That's because I'm still under training, Jia muttered. I promise I'll make it up to you guys once I get to my actual position. Being a glamorized intern sucks. Anyway, how many albums did Wei buy this time? She asked for money from her dad, Bora said. That statement itself was enough to let Jia know that Wei bought a ton of albums. She said, nodding in acknowledgement. Aren't you going? Nope, Bora said. I don't have that much money. Besides, this event is filled with the likes of Wei. We have influenced her to be better, but you know that the venue would be filled with obnoxious, entitled people. I can't be there. I might start a ruckus. You're right, Jia chuckled. Well, tell Wei to update us. She will, Bora responded. Just check the GC. Now go and buy those coffees. Meanwhile, at the event place in a fancy hotel, the members of Dawn had gathered for their second fan meeting. It was quite an intimate place, so they would be able to see the faces of their fans more clearly. Are you nervous? Jun asked Jisung, who was fidgeting in his seat. Jisung nodded. It's been a while since we've done this. This is also the first time we're facing them as Dawn. I don't want to disappoint them. Jun pursed his lips and patted the innocent member's back. Keep that heart, Gee, he muttered. Jisung looked up at him with wide eyes. Are you nervous too? Jun hesitantly nodded. You could say that. However, he wasn't nervous for the same reason as Jisung. Akira had spent the entire night telling him horror stories about Seisiangs, and he couldn't stop thinking about them since. Although Jun considered himself pretty fearless, this was something he was quite iffy about, when a person looked so innocent that you wouldn't expect them to do such atrocious things. Outside of the venue, the fans started lining up. Wei had arrived early, as they were still going to be arranged based on the album they had bought. As she walked to the venue, she already realized what kind of atmosphere it had. Multiple girls were getting dropped off by their personal drivers. Handbags that were more expensive than a 4-year tuition at a good school were hung on their arms. Perfumes that smelled like the flowers on the side of the street or the musk that naturally formed when you left your clothes in the cabinet for too long were sprayed without a care in the world, making the hallway smell like a funeral. And, of course, the sound of obnoxious voices that thought they were better than everybody else. Wei pursed her lips and looked down at her outfit. She had worn her usual style, and she appeared to be severely underdressed amidst the group of men and women lining up in the hallway. To be fair, she was the same as them before. She didn't want to brag, but her family was really well off. Her dad had a great business in China, and she was working remotely for him. It was great. She wouldn't trade it for the world. Of course, back then, she wanted the world to know that, too. However, as soon as she met her current group of friends, she realized how comfortable it was to just live life without bragging about your money. So, in the end, she changed for the better. Some of the attendants sneered at her, but she couldn't care less. She was there to meet the people whom she loved a lot. She couldn't wait to ask for their autographs and give them to her friends once the event was done. Just then, someone spoke through a megaphone. Wei Wang, the organizer asked, please come to the front of the line. The others began murmuring, wondering who that was. How many albums did you buy? 100. I bought 300. Oh, that's a lot. I had to cut down on my spending because my dad told me to. Just then, another fan burst into tears. She fanned her face while her friends tried to comfort her. This can't be. I bought 600 albums. I should be the first, she exclaimed, starting a tantrum. Wei raised his eyebrows in surprise. She scratched the back of her neck and walked to the front, surpassing all of them. Wei won't. The organizer confirmed. Wei nodded, making those behind her turn to her with wide eyes. This simple-looking girl turned out to be the biggest spender. Yes, she answered, showing them her ID. The organizer nodded and allowed her to be in front. She tilted her head to the side. Was 1,000 albums too much? She muttered. Number 1011. Chapter 1011. The Culture of K-Pop Fans. Wei looked around the venue, feeling slightly out of place. She had come to plenty of places like this before, though. Her dad even owned a hotel back in China. However, the atmosphere was truly different. She could feel the glares of the other girls, especially the one who cried over the 600 albums she bought. Aside from that, this was Wei's first time actually participating in such an event. She was already fond of a lot of idols back then, but it was never to this extent. To be fair, it was her dad's fault. She told him to buy a couple of albums under her name. She just didn't expect him to buy 1,000. Well, at least it didn't go to waste. Wei would ask Jia to host a giveaway on her account. That girl had a lot of followers for being Jun's fan since the beginning of Rising Stars. Since she was unfamiliar with the atmosphere, she turned to the girl by her side, who appeared the most normal out of everyone in the room. She was also dressed in extravagant clothes, but she had her eyes cast downward. Wei cleared her throat to try and capture her attention. However, much to her surprise, the girl stayed silent. She cleared her throat once again, which fortunately led the girl to turn to her with wide eyes. Wei's expression mirrored hers. Oh, sorry, she said. Did I startle you? She chuckled. The girl merely looked at her with wide eyes. That was the time that Wei observed her face, finding her slightly familiar. The girl turned to the side, not giving Wei more time to think about it. What do you want? She muttered. Wei put on a friendly smile. I must have startled you, she started off. Sorry, I just wanted to ask some things. You see, this is my first fan signing event, and I'm unfamiliar with what to do. I'm assuming the staff would direct us later, but a heads up would be nice. The girl's eyebrows furrowed. It's your first time? She asked. Yeah, Wei chuckled. I didn't expect to be the biggest spender, honestly. I think that speaks a lot about my financial decisions, huh? But I'm not that reckless, really. I didn't even want to come first. Being here is all I want. The girl's eye twitched, making Wei confused. You all right? She asked. The girl shook her head and turned to the side, crossing her arms in front of her chest and muttering inaudible things under her breath. Wei's eyebrows raised in surprise as she glanced at her. Well, it seemed like she actually wasn't normal, too. Fortunately, Wei's mood was lifted when the boys of Dawn came out to the small stage, causing the room to erupt into suppressed screams. She, too, pursed her lips as she observed them sitting in their seats. It felt like there was a screen before her. However, she was aware that this was real life. No matter how many times she had seen the boys, courtesy to Jia, she was still shocked every time. She sighed dreamily and clasped her hands in front of her chest. Good morning, everyone, Akira happily exclaimed. The attendants acted like they weren't just throwing dirty looks at each other a few moments ago. They suddenly acted soft and demure in front of the boys. Wei shook her head. Of course, she didn't hold it against them. She just found it really amusing. Meanwhile, the boys smiled as they looked at their fans. Seeing them up close made them realize just how real the people who supported them were. Jun, however, felt that the room smelled too fragrant, so he coughed into his handkerchief for a moment. Yet, that moment was captured by one of the girls in the front row. Although cameras weren't really allowed, they always found a way to sneak one in. She had even uploaded it on Naval already. And just like that, people acted like Jun had contracted a deadly disease and was wishing him well from one sneeze. On the other hand, Jisung was reading the prompt before them with a tilted head and wide eyes. It was just a normal action, But once more, K-pop fans had a strange way of portraying their idols. Jisung is so baby. I love him so much. Ah, he does look cute. I want to put him on a crib. Yeah, and change him into a diaper. This is the reason why your idols smoke. After a few introductions, the fan sign finally began. Wei was the first one on stage. The boys were arranged by age, so Jun and Jisung were in the last two seats. Then, the fans sat one by one in front of the members, and they were given 30 seconds each to converse with them. This will go on until all of the people in the room have talked with all of the members. Wei was up first, and of course, she had to accomplish her primary mission, to get autographs for her best friends. Zeth for Sumin, Jaeyoung for Nari, Rin for Bora, and Jun for Jia. Wei, of course, would keep all the other autographs to herself. The more the merrier. She wasn't picky with her boys, too. She even liked Lin Ji at one point. Jun recognized her to be Jia's friend, causing her to beam with joy. How did you know? She asked with wide eyes. I saw you with her once. Jun smiled warmly. It was great to see a familiar face. Well, then, I don't need any other introductions, Wei joked. Can you sign this photo card for Jia? Only for her. Jun asked. Bora placed a finger under her chin. Yeah, we'll just share. Jun chuckled and did what she told. He handed her back the small photo card and watched as she went to Jisung's seat next. So far, so good. Those were the kind of fans that Jun loved to interact with. With that, he turned his attention to the next person, who was looking at him with a wide smile. She seemed sweet. Hi, Jun said, waving his hand. Hi, Jun, she said with a small smile. Long time no see. Number 1012. Chapter 1012. It's hard being an idol. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Ah, that's right, he said, not confirming or denying anything. Well, he had met a lot of fans during the span of time he had been an idol. It was impossible to remember all of them. He felt just like a teacher who was confronted by a student whom he didn't know. However, she did look familiar, so Jun didn't put out the possibility that they had met before. She chuckled. I guess you don't remember, she said. Jun scratched the back of his neck. If you'll remind me, then maybe I'll remember. She shook her head with a smile. It's okay, she said. It's impossible for you to remember every fan. A small smile made its way to his lips. She was actually pretty cool. The fan sign was going much better than he had anticipated. Yeah, he muttered. So, where have we met before? During your first fan sign, she said. However, it was so quick, so you might not remember. Ah, Jun said. You went there too? You've been a fan for a long time then. She nodded. What's your name? Jun asked. Mia, she answered. All right, he muttered, signing her album. And just like that, the staff gestured for her to end their conversation. Her eyes widened, and she quickly dug for something in her bag. Move, please, the staff strictly said. However, Jun raised his hand. It's all right, he softly said. Then, he turned back to Mia. What? Is it? He asked. I almost forgot to give it to you, she smiled. I made it myself, so I want you to keep it. Jun took the keychain from her and observed it. It was a small bobblehead that looked awfully familiar. Is this me? He asked. She nodded. Please keep it. Jun smiled and placed it in his favorite bag. Here, he said. Thanks a lot. Mia smiled and finally went to Jisung's seat, where the two talked about the Jun keychain she had made. The smile on Jun's face couldn't be painted. He enjoyed cute items such as those. However, the next person seemed to enjoy cute things, too. Please do the kitty Egio for me, Jun. His eyebrows raised in surprise. I'm sorry. What was that? The fan pulled out a photo and showed him a pose of another idol, who looked like he was having a hard time, posing as a cat, his tongue out and all. Oh goodness, he muttered. It has started. Unfortunately, it didn't just end with that. Jun didn't know why K-pop fans loved to ask their idols to act cute when they were grown men, but Akira's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of the reason. They spend the most money out of all the fans in the world. They even buy stars and land under our name, he exclaimed. Of course, they think they can ask us to do anything. So, with that, Jun did as he was told, as long as it wasn't too unreasonable, of course. Please draw something here, a girl said, her hands shaking as she offered her arm. Jun pursed his lips, drawing a poorly drawn star on her arm. However, she moved her arm prematurely, so he was only able to draw 3 sides. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Wait. Perfect. The girl smiled, looking at the drawing with sparkling eyes. I'll get this permanently tattooed on my body. Jun had to back away a bit. I don't think. Move, please, the staff said, and the girl happily went to Jisung. He pursed his lips. Well, that three-sided star looked strangely like a phallic organ. Whatever makes her happy, I guess, he muttered. He also wasn't the only one who encountered such weird fans. Can you please spit in this specimen cup? A fan asked Si-hoon. I want to mix it with Jaeong's and act as if you're making out. Fortunately, the staff members acted quickly and kicked her out after she said those words. However, Si-hoon would be left traumatized for the rest of the event. I wrote a song for you, another shyly said, handing a piece of paper to Run. I know you love writing. I won't mind if you use this song. Rin smiled. That was actually really sweet. However, as he looked at the lyrics, his smile dropped. Please me, touch me, make me a doll. I love how you hold on to my neck. Strangle me if you can. Kiss me. Give me a peck. However, just right next to him, Akira was also struggling. I think you're the best singer in Dawn, the fan said. Akira chuckled and shook his head. Nah, that's definitely Jun. But thank you, he added. I really appreciate it. I'm telling the truth, she insisted. That's why I want you to judge my voice. I'm going to audition for Phoenix soon, and I want you to give me comments. Oh, they're holding an audition? Akira asked. Yup, she said. In the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be your colleague soon. Akira chuckled. Go ahead then. The girl started singing, and Akira held in the urge to cover his ears. She finished with a wide smile, causing Akira to purse his lips together. So, how is it? She sweetly asked. Akira smiled. However, it didn't reach his eyes. Well, you're singing. You're definitely singing. The matter of whether she could sing, however, was something an idol couldn't say to his fan. I knew you had great ears, she exclaimed. I'll really see you soon. Akira merely chuckled and watched as she went over to Jun. The fan sign continued with a few more weird moments. However, fortunately, nothing drastic truly happened. Yet, once again, it was too soon to speak. As they got to the last row, one girl bypassed all the other members and headed straight to Jisung. She jumped over the table and held on to Jisung's collar. How can you leave me? She exclaimed. Jisung looked at her with wide eyes. How can you leave my baby and me alone? Don't you have any pride as a man? Number 1013. Chapter 1013, Little G. Fortunately, the guards were fast enough to disengage the scene. However, even then, the girl didn't stop screaming as she was being dragged away. No, he needs to take care of our family, she exclaimed. The other fans looked at her with disdain, and they quickly posted it on Naval, which created another trending topic. What is happening in this fan sign? Who is that girl? Did Jisung really get someone pregnant? Do you believe her so easily? Well, we don't know our idols well. Jisung looked so scared. Maybe he really is the father. I know that girl. She's from my school, and she's crazy for Jisung. I think she just has delusions. Oh my, you need to report this to Phoenix. Fans are so scary these days. Jun turned to Jisung and held onto his shoulder. Are you alright? He asked. Can you continue? Jisung merely nodded with a small smile. Yeah, he muttered. Well, there went their semi-peaceful fan sign. They continued greeting the other fans, but the guards were more wary this time. As a result, the fan sign ended earlier than expected, and the boys in their hotel room, all silent. They turned to Jisung, who was still deep in thought. Then, Jaeyoung and Akira simultaneously broke the silence. Are you alright? Are you really the father? You could guess who asked what question. They turned to Akira with a glare, causing him to raise his hands and surrender. What? He chuckled. I'm just curious. Zeth dated an idol during our first year. Maybe little G is dating someone, too. Jisung scratched the back of his neck. I don't know her, he said. Oh, that's good then, Akira said. Although, we would have accepted you either way. Jaeyoung clicked his tongue and slapped the back of Akira's neck. We've been so busy this year. That girl's stomach doesn't look protruded at all. I would assume that she's not even pregnant. Probably, Jisung muttered. That was scary though, he said. I thought I was going to get stabbed. Casper shook his head. We all know Jun wouldn't let that happen. Jun nodded in agreement. Yeah, Zeth said. He would have shielded you with his own body. Jun doesn't have 9 lives for a reason. Well, I think he already spent 8 of them in the past year alone, Akira said. So, he would have died if she was actually a criminal. They all turned to Akira once again. What? He asked. I'm just stating the possibilities. You guys are so uptight. Don't you know that you should always look at the bigger picture? The others sighed and focused their attention back to Jisung, who appeared better compared to before. It's fine, Jisung said. I guess I was just a bit shaken up. It's good that she only went as far as accusing me. Jaeyoung nodded. Yeah, the good thing is we're all safe. And you didn't have to get your stomach pumped out of rat poison. Akira chimed. The others decided to ignore him this time around. Anyway, Casper said, clearing his throat. Did any of you encounter any weird fans? He asked. There was a moment of silence before they simultaneously ranted. Someone asked me to evaluate them before their Phoenix auditions. They're tone-deaf, Akira exclaimed. I've never seen such obscure lyrics in my whole life, Rin said while shaking his head. I don't think I can look at Jaeyoung in the same way anymore, Sihoon chimed, pursing his lips. Well, I was claimed to be a father, Jisung chuckled. I met a narcissistic fan, Zeth said in exasperation. That stopped their rants for a moment, turning to Zeth like he had lost his mind. Then, they shook their heads and continued ranting. However, Jun stayed silent. Although some of his fans were weird, it didn't go past making him perform cute acts. Honestly, he still felt bad for giving that girl an atrocious tattoo that she would have for the rest of her life, but she seemed really happy about it. More than that, he was happy to meet the faces behind their supporters. Most of them seemed pretty cool despite their quirks. The other boys were silent now, and Jun found that they were staring at him. He raised his eyebrows. Akira sighed and placed his hand under his chin. This is a surprise, honestly, he started off. I thought Jun's fans would be the craziest out of the bunch, but I was proven wrong. Yeah, Zeth said. He's so unlucky in other aspects, but lucky in being an idol. You know what I mean? Jun smiled and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Why? Are you guys jealous? He asked. Rin nodded. I want a cute keychain too. Jaeyoung and Sihoon looked at the trinket in Jun's bag with wide eyes. You got a gift? He exclaimed. A handmade one, Jisung chimed. I also talked with Mia, and she said she stayed up all night making it since she wanted Jun to cherish it. I want that too, Zeth exclaimed. Can you ask her to make me one? Jun smirked. I think she just made one for me. Yeah, that's true, Jisung nodded. She said she didn't have any more time to make one for each of us. Rin clicked his tongue and crossed his arms in front of his chest. I want one too, Casper said. Do you guys want to place a group order? Sihoon asked. Maybe we can have someone make us matching keychains. Oh, I don't mean my own keychain, he smiled. I mean, I want Jun's keychain. It's cute. I can crochet clothes for it. Zeth turned to him with raised eyebrows. You know how to crochet? Casper nodded. It's my hobby. You're so weird, Zeth said, shaking his head. Jun clicked his tongue. Again, that's the thing you find most concerning about that statement? Jisung raised his hand and looked at the keychain on Jun's bag. Honestly, I want it too, he said. See, Casper exclaimed. It's so cute. Why would you want it? Jun asked, genuinely curious. Because I'm your fan, bro, he said. I was your fan first before we became teammates. The keychain is one of a kind, so I want one too. Jun saw the longing look in his eyes and sighed. He still looked pretty traumatized from the interaction a while ago. With that, Jun's heart softened. Fine, Jun said. You can have it. Jisung's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Casper stood from the couch. This is so unfair. Number 1014. Chapter 1014. Hiding. Weird things had been happening to Dawn. After the fan sign ended, a lot of strange events surrounded them. Of course, they had somehow expected it. The bigger their fandom was, the more toxic it was going to be. Since their fans were increasing at a rapid pace like bacteria in still water, they were already prepared for the worst. They knew it was one of the things that came from being in the spotlight. However, even then, it was easier said than done. They were now in the car, appearing exhausted. They stayed in Jun's apartment the previous night because they had a photo shoot for their concert early in the morning. However, it was useless since couldn't even get a wink of sleep. Why? Because they swore someone was picking the lock. Are we just being paranoid? Akira asked with hooded eyes. I think we are, Jaeyoung said, massaging the bridge of his nose. Casper, you checked the perimeters, right? Casper nodded, his eyes closed. Yeah, there was no one there. But I could definitely hear someone picking the lock. Jisung exclaimed, holding onto his bag that was now adorned with Jun's keychain. Yeah, it sounded like a melody, too, Sihoon said, frowning. We can't be mistaken. Look, Zeth said. My beauty rest was compromised for this. I do think that someone tried to pick the lock, but only once. Casper checked multiple times, and there was no one there. Rin nodded in agreement. Frankly, I think it's because of what happened during the fan sign. We realized that we had a lot of crazy fans, and Akira's saying stories are not helping us one bit. Hey, Akira said. I was just trying to inform all of you. We can never be too careful, you know? Of course, Jaeyoung said. However, this ordeal led all of us to look like this. The makeup artist is going to have a hard time covering my dark circles. The others nodded in agreement. Then, they turned to Jun, who was sleeping against the window. Like the others, he didn't get a lot of sleep. However, he looked so well-rested. Zeth sighed. I'm just going to categorize Jun as an alien. I don't want to believe that he's one of us. Yeah, I think that's for the best, Sehun said. Jaeyoung chuckled. Well, we're going to a hotel again. We're going to take pictures on their balcony. We could rest in the penthouse while we're at it. Oh ho, Akira said. That is some nice treatment. Of course, Jaeyoung said. Jay would give us nothing but the best. This is a private schedule, right? Jisung asked, playing with his fingers. Rin turned to him with a small frown. Yes, gee, he said. Why? Jisung smiled and shook his head. Sorry, he said. I'm just a bit tired, so I don't have the energy to face the fans, you know? Definitely, Rin said. We need some alone time, too. Jaeyoung nodded. Yeah, this is a private schedule. No one should be there. We have the highest floor to ourselves. Jisung sighed in relief. With that, they made their way to the hotel. Fortunately, the schedule had not been leaked, and no one was waiting outside the hotel. They quickly made their way to the highest floor to get their makeup done and have their solo photo shoots. Jun was the first to go. He sat on the makeup chair and closed his eyes. The makeup artist frowned as she looked at his face. Did you get your makeup done already? Jun silently shook his head. Meanwhile, Akira, who was getting his makeup done just right beside him, sighed. Oh, to have that face, he muttered. You're looking better and better every time I see you, she said before going to work. Then, some of the boys went to the balcony to get their solo shots while the others got their makeup done. Jisung and Run were the last ones to get their makeup done, and they excitedly conversed about their upcoming tour. Are you excited to go overseas? Ren asked. Jisung nodded. I can't wait, honestly. I haven't traveled out of Asia. Same here, Ren said. Has any of us traveled to North America? Jisung asked. Ren nodded. I believe Jaeyoung and Akira had gone. They went to international festivals back when they were still in Raven. Oh, Casper must have gone too. Yeah, I believe that, Jisung chuckled. Casper had probably gone everywhere, with Luther, too. The two of them continued talking. However, at that moment, they felt something flash at them. Jisung frowned and turned to Run. However, he was busy using his phone. Then, he shook his head. He had been feeling like this since their fan sign had ended. He really should get a grip. However, it happened once more, and this time, Rin noticed it. Rin frowned and looked out the window. Was that some lightning? The makeup artist shook her head. It's very sunny out. Strange, Rin muttered. Just then, Jisung heard another sound. It was from above them. He frowned and looked around the room, startling the makeup artist. Oh my, she said. I was almost done, but you smudged your lipstick just now. Jisung pursed his lips. Sorry, he said, turning back to her. However, even then, he didn't look comfortable. The makeup artist frowned. Are you all right? You're sweating even though the AC's up. You're going to lift the base of your makeup at this point. Sorry. Jisung apologized once more. She sighed. It's all right. I'll just use some powder. However, Jisung felt like he wasn't crazy. These past few days, there's really a feeling that someone was following him and watching his every move. He heard that subtle sound once more, along with the flash. He clicked his tongue and abruptly turned around, startling the makeup artist once more. What met him was a sight that would replay over and over again in his nightmares. Bright, white eyes and dark pupils stared back at him. There's someone in the vent. Number 1015. Chapter 1015. A job that slowly kills you. Jisung screamed, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. It was such a terrifying sound, and it made Jun, who was on the rooftop, stop for a moment. Jun, right here, the photographer exclaimed. He paused for a moment and held up his hand. Please wait, he said. The photographer frowned. Is there anything wrong? Jun could feel it. Something bad had happened. He just didn't know why. For the past couple of days, there really has been some tension in their group. It wasn't anything internal. The feeling of being followed was just really strong. It was strange since no one really knew about his apartment, so it has been their safe haven since. However, someone managed to break the peace. Aside from that, they even felt it inside their company. Jun knew that he was being overly wary. He had checked plenty of times, and he hadn't found anything tangible. However, the thought of someone following them was putting him on edge. Just then, he heard the faintest scream, making him stand. The photographer muttered. Are you really okay? Please excuse me for a moment, he said as he ran to their room. The others were confused, with Jae-young trying to stop him. However, he continued his journey to their room. Meanwhile, the makeup artist had also noticed the presence of the person inside the vent, and they were screaming their heads off. Jisung was crouched on the ground while Rin called for the police. The sound of someone crawling on the vents was heard inside the room, making the situation feel more real. Finally, Jun arrived at the room and saw the chaos that they were in. Rin stopped speaking for a moment and sighed in relief when he saw Jun. Somehow, having him there felt really reassuring. What's happening? He asked. Rin clicked his tongue. Someone was in the vent trying to take photos of us. Jun clicked his tongue and ran to where the vent was. He was about to go up and open it with his bare hands. But the security personnel had arrived, and they stopped Jun before he could ruin the property. Allow us, sir, one of them said. Someone is already on the other side of the vent, waiting for the stalker to come out. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. How does a person even get up here? It's the 14th floor, he muttered. The security personnel scratched the back of his neck. Apologies, sir. We'll look into it. Jun nodded and went to where Jisung was, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? He asked. Jisung kept muttering something under his breath. They're out to get me, he said, his eyes wide with shock. Jun bit his lip as he watched him. This wasn't good. He sighed and firmly pressed on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Jisung, we're here, he assured. You're fine. The stalker is gone, okay? Jisung finally snapped out of his daze and looked at Jun. The stalker is gone, he muttered. Jun hummed. The police are on their way. Jisung sighed in relief. However, it still didn't take away his worry. For how long, though? He whispered. Jun pursed his lips since he also didn't know the